Level 19, 74%, he only needed 26% more experience to level up. Earlier, in order to speed run the dungeon, he hadn't killed many small spiders along the way, so the experience he gained was minimal. Level 19, 74%, he only needed 26% more experience to level up. Earlier, in order to speed run the dungeon, he hadn't killed many small spiders along the way, so the experience he gained was minimal. After this run, I should level up, he said to himself. Setting a new record earlier had earned him 1,000 points and an additional 5 contribution points as a reward. The rumbling sound of combat echoed continuously through the spider's nest as Lin Yanga strode forward with his skeleton warriors. By the time he reached the boss's lair, a white glow enveloped him. He had successfully leveled up to level 20. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Lin Yanga couldn't help but reflect on his rapid leveling speed. It was unlikely anyone else in the world could match his pace, especially considering his ability to solo nightmare-level dungeons with astonishing efficiency. However, he was well aware that he was still far from the level required to join the Academy of Creation, which demanded level 30. He knew all too well that leveling up would only get slower after level 20. Just how much slower would depend on his future battles. Based on his past experience at level 10, leveling up often brought changes to his skills, particularly his core abilities, his innate talent and the skill to summon skeleton warriors. He couldn't help but anticipate what changes might occur. With excitement he opened his character status panel. Name, Lin Yanga. Class, Necromancer. Unique, level, 20, 1%, Strength, 300, Agility, 300, Spirit, 1,300, plus 20, Constitution, 300, plus 20, Equipment, Goblin King's Magic Book, Knowledge Robe, Summoning Space. Innate Talent, Total Amplification, Level 3, Unique, Passive Skill, Damage Transfer, Active Skills, Soul Flame, Level 20, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Level 20, Corpse Explosion, Level 2, Slow Curse, Level 1. Total Amplification, Level 3, increases the effect of all skills by 30 times. Damage Transfer, all damage taken by the Necromancer is transferred to summoned units. Soul Flame, Level 20, burns the target's soul, dealing searing damage. Power scales with Spirit Attribute and Skill Level. Summon Skeleton Warrior, Level 20, summons a Silver-tier Skeleton Warrior. Corpse Explosion, Level 2, detonates a corpse, dealing damage equal to 15% of the corpse's health within a 2-meter radius. Slow Curse, Level 1, curses enemies within a 5-meter radius, reducing their speed by 5% for 1 minute. Even though he had somewhat anticipated the changes, Lin Yanga was still stunned upon seeing the results. His God-tier talent, Total Amplification, was by far his most crucial ability and the foundation of his strength. Now at level 3, its amplification multiplier had increased from 20x to 30x, a staggering boost. The skill Soul Flame already dealt immense single-target damage. With the 30x amplification, its attack power had grown to a terrifying level. It was now an incredibly effective tool for interrupting boss abilities. Equally significant was the Corpse Explosion skill. Though still at level 2, the amplified range had expanded to 60 meters, far from a small area. The damage had risen to 450% of the corpse's health, equivalent to 4.5 times the original damage. What kind of creature could possibly withstand such an assault? Even the Slow Curse skill benefited from his upgraded talent. Its effective range now spanned 150 meters, its slowing effect reached 150%, and its duration extended to 30 minutes. Finally, Lin Yanga opened the attribute panel for his skeleton warriors. The upgrade to level 20 had elevated them from bronze tier to silver tier, significantly increasing their stats. At level 19, with the amplification, the skeleton warriors had 4-dimensional attributes of 6,200, though their actual base stats were a modest 310, comparable to ordinary wild monsters. Even without the talent amplification, they had been effective in combat due to their sheer numbers. Dozens of skeletons overwhelming a single monster, even if slow, was still manageable. But now, the silver-tier skeleton warriors stood before him, their silver-white bones gleaming faintly. They were slightly taller than their bronze-tier counterparts, and their skeletal structure appeared smoother and more polished. The massive blades they wielded were now razor-sharp, resembling finely crafted weapons rather than crude ones. Every aspect of their appearance emanated newfound strength. Silver-tier skeleton warrior, strength 12,000, agility 12,000, spirit 12,000, constitution 12,000, skill, Berserk Strike, level 2. Berserk Strike, level 2, delivers a powerful strike dealing 300% of the warrior's strength as damage. Cooldown, 10 minutes. When Lin Yanga saw these attributes, a chill ran down his spine. Once again, he was awestruck by the power he now possessed. The skeleton warrior's 4 primary stats had all exceeded 12,000, crossing the 5-digit threshold. While their base stats were only 400, what truly set them apart was his innate talent. A silver tier skeleton warrior. How much spirit does it cost to summon one now? Lin Yang'e murmured to himself. With the increase in level and strength, he knew the summoning cost would rise as well. Summoning one skeleton warrior, he watched as his spirit dropped sharply from 1,320 to 820. 500 spirit points per summon. That's quite a lot, he muttered, his eyebrows twitching slightly. Looks like I'll need to find some spirit boosting equipment. At this rate, he could only summon 2 skeleton warriors at a time. Filling his summoning space seemed like a distant goal. Now that he had reached level 20, he could equip silver tier gear. Lin Yang'e decided to visit the marketplace to see if he could purchase suitable silver tier equipment and some basic skill scrolls. At level 20, it was time to draw some new skills. With their newly enhanced attributes, the silver tier skeleton warriors easily tore through the spider webs blocking their path and surged forward. Facing the oncoming skeleton warriors, the Spider King readied itself for battle. This time, Lin Yang'e chose not to intervene. He wanted to see the true combat power of the silver tier skeleton warriors firsthand. The Spider King unleashed its web shot skill, sending a massive web falling from above. Lin Yang'e initially thought the skeleton warriors would be trapped again, but to his surprise, several of them leaped into the air, slashing their blades downward. With a crisp slicing sound, the web was cut apart, and the skeletons passed through unimpeded, continuing their charge toward the Spider King. They've become more agile, almost as if they've gained intelligence, Lin Yang'e observed, noting an unprecedented fluidity in their movements. The silver tier skeleton warriors now adapted dynamically to the situation, no longer relying solely on brute force. Their combat prowess had risen significantly. If things continued to develop like this, would the future gold tier and platinum tier skeleton warriors become more akin to real warriors, fighters that resembled professional adventurers? Lin Yang'e pondered the thought while observing the battle. The Spider King continuously spat webs, but every single one was effortlessly neutralized by the skeleton warriors. Now that they had reached silver tier, the skeleton warriors were no longer what they used to be, their attributes had increased significantly, and they had even developed a sense of combat awareness. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton warriors reached the Spider King's legs. Some of them raised their gleaming silver blades, which began to emit a faint red glow, and swung directly at the Spider King's legs. Skill, Berserk Strike. With 12,000 points in strength and a 300% damage bonus, this skill was a true display of devastation. The red glow illuminated the entire cavern, and like chopping vegetables, the Spider King's legs were severed cleanly. Its agonized screeches echoed through the cave as it collapsed to the ground. The rest of the skeleton warriors followed up with their attacks, their massive blades hacking through the Spider King's body. Defeated Spider King, experience points plus 190,000, acquired silver tier weapon, Spider Staff, acquired low tier monster core, Spider Dagger, silver tier, spirit plus 40, constitution plus 40, mage, class skill power plus 8%. Usable at level 20. Seeing the notification, Lin Yang'e froze in place. That's it, the battle was over. The skeleton warriors had unleashed just one round of skills in under 10 seconds, and the dungeon boss was down. The Spider King didn't even have the chance to summon its minions. The speed of the fight was far beyond Lin Yang'e's expectations. Against silver tier skeleton warriors with 12,000 points in all 4 attributes, the Spider King was utterly helpless. Lin Yang'e checked his experience points and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Despite gaining 190,000 experience, his progress bar had only increased by 0.2%. After reaching level 20, the leveling process had slowed down significantly, several times slower than before. Under normal circumstances, going from level 20 to 30 would take about a year for fast players, and 2 to 3 years for slower ones. Levels were divided into phases every 5 levels. After level 25, progress would be even slower. It was no wonder the Academy of Creation required applicants to be at least level 30. Those who could reach level 30 in a short time were extraordinary individuals. Take his sister, for example. Joining the Academy of Creation within just a few months of qualifying was a feat as rare as phoenix feathers. Without lingering longer in the dungeon hall, Lin Yang'e used a teleportation stone to return to his dormitory. After leaving his room, he headed straight for the trading center. The Imperial Trading Post and the Academy Trading Post stood side by side. While their appearances differed slightly, their styles were unified, leading students to colloquially refer to them as the trading center. Lin Yang'e first visited the Academy Trading Post, which offered a wide variety of items, all purchasable exclusively with points. The biggest difference between the Academy Trading Post and the Imperial Trading Post was that the former didn't have a buy-back function. Items could only be consigned for sale, not sold directly to the trading post. Inside, Lin Yang'e found several tasks, most of them material collection quests. He handed in some of the materials he had obtained, earning 150 points in return. This was one of the common ways students earned points. Next, he headed to the Imperial Trading Post, where he sold the rest of his items in one go. He chose not to consign them for sale since the price difference was negligible. Taking the time to research pricing felt like a waste. He'd rather spend that time running a few more dungeons. Silver tier equipment was worth more than bronze tier gear, and after selling several silver and bronze tier weapons and some miscellaneous materials, he received a total of 430,000 gold coins. This brought his total wealth to 610,000 gold coins and 135,000 points. Having broken records twice, Lin Yanghe found that not only had his points not decreased, but they had actually increased. He scoured the Imperial Trading Post for equipment but didn't find anything that suited his needs. Ultimately, he spent 600,000 gold coins to purchase 6 basic skill scrolls. 6 scrolls, that should be enough, he muttered. To be safe, he also visited the Academy Trading Post. Skill scrolls were also available there, priced at 800 points each. When converted to gold, the cost of a single scroll was far higher than at the Imperial Trading Post. This highlighted the greater purchasing power and value of points. This wasn't just true for skill scrolls, other equipment and items also followed this trend. After some thought, Lin Yanghe purchased another 10 basic skill scrolls for 8,000 points. 16 scrolls should do the trick, he concluded. After securing the scrolls, he began browsing other items. Some equipment, like a silver tier weapon he spotted called the Mentality Sword, was only available at the Academy Trading Post. This weapon wasn't dropped in dungeons but was crafted by a blacksmith named Zhang Tai. Blacksmiths were a type of support class professional who specialized in creating weapons and armor for adventurers. Mentality Sword, silver tier, spirit plus 400. Usable at level 20. Created by Zhang Tai. Description, part of the Mentality set. The weapon had no skill bonuses, only a single stat boost of plus 400 spirit. Compared to other silver tier weapons, such as a top tier silver tier staff that offered plus 200 spirit and a 15% mage class skill boost, the Mentality Sword seemed less versatile. Most mages wouldn't choose it. The sword was something of an oddity among silver tier weapons and was only suitable for specific cases. For instance, certain support class mage professions, like seers, required a massive spirit pool to cast their skills and might opt for such a weapon. Lin Yanghe, however, valued the raw spirit boost above all else. His current spirit stat was already quite high, but summoning a single skeleton warrior cost him 500 spirit. Without additional boosts, he could only summon 2 amplified skeleton warriors at a time. With this sword, he could summon 3. Moreover, the higher his spirit stat, the faster his meditation-based recovery would be, increasing his efficiency. Most importantly, his soul flame skills scaled directly with spirit, meaning raising his spirit stat would significantly enhance its power. For Lin Yanghe, the Mentality Sword was far more practical than other silver tier weapons. Priced at 3,000 points, the Mentality Sword was slightly more expensive than other silver tier weapons but still within a reasonable range. Without hesitation, Lin Yanghe purchased it. A finely crafted silver, white longsword appeared in his hand. The moment he grasped it, he felt a surge of energy flowing into his body. He could clearly sense that wielding this sword would massively enhance the power of his soul flame. In just 2 minutes, Lin Yanghe had already spent 10,000 points, leaving him with 125,000 points. While this seemed like a substantial amount, it was far from sufficient in practice. High-tier items, such as gold tier weapons and equipment, often cost tens of thousands of points each. Even with his entire fortune, he could only afford one. Realizing 1,700 spirit points were still insufficient, Lin Yanghe continued browsing the armor section. What's this? His eyes landed on a mage class piece of armor called the Mentality Robe. Mentality Robe, silver tier, spirit plus 200. Usable at level 20. Creator, Zhang Tai. Description, one of the Mental 3-piece set. Created by the same person, bearing the same name, all solely enhancing mental attributes. None of this surprised him. What truly astonished him was the final description, one of the Mental 3-piece set. This is a set. Back in high school, during his study of basic weaponry and equipment, he had come across descriptions of equipment sets. He knew how rare they were. If one could collect a complete set, it would grant additional bonuses. The Mental Robe was priced at 2,000 points, slightly cheaper than most weapons but more expensive than other silver-grade armor of the same level. Lin Yanghe didn't hesitate for a second before buying it. To him, points were not a pressing concern for the time being. As the saying goes, with food in hand, there's no need for panic. With a single thought, the Mental Robe appeared on his body, replacing his previous Knowledge Robe. Instantly, his mental power surged to 1,900. He then checked his attributes but found no sign of the set bonus being activated. As it turned out, the Mental 3 piece set was still missing one item. He reopened the marketplace and began searching. The marketplace's search function was extremely powerful. Guided by his thoughts, it quickly located the relevant piece of equipment. Mental ring, silver, grade, plus 200 mental power, usable above level 20, creator, Zhang Tai, description, one of the mental 3-piece set. The price was set at 5,000 points, an exorbitant amount far exceeding that of other silver, grade accessories. But Lin Yanghe didn't care about the price. He just wanted to complete the set. Without hesitation, he purchased it and slipped it onto his finger. The moment the set was completed, a faint silver glow radiated from Lin Yanghe's body, immediately drawing the attention of others in the marketplace. That's a set bonus glow. Someone completed a set. A silver glow, it's a silver, grade set. Silver, grade? What kind of set is that? I've never heard of it. You forgot about that handcrafted set. Are you talking about the set that only boosts mental stats? The one that's been sitting in the marketplace for over 2 years? No way. Someone actually bought that set. Must be someone with more money than sense. Everyone looked at Lin Yanghe with peculiar gazes, as if they were staring at a fool. Spending 10,000 points on a silver, grade set with no skill bonuses, what else could he be but a fool? What good was such a high mental stat? Wouldn't it be better to have skill bonuses for increased attack power? For most mages, their skill damage wasn't heavily reliant on mental power. They didn't understand Lin Yanghe, but Lin Yanghe didn't need their understanding. After equipping the mental ring, his mental power attribute skyrocketed to 2,100, far surpassing his other attributes. Finally, he saw the set bonus. The mental 3-piece set granted an additional 800 mental power, and the 3 items, mental longsword, mental robe, and mental ring, together provided a total of 1,600 mental power, bringing his mental attribute to 2,900. Well worth it. Lin Yanghe felt that spending 10,000 points was absolutely justified. Amid the strange looks from others, he left the trading center without saying a single word. However, there was a trace of satisfaction and joy on his face as he departed. What a weirdo. Spends so many points on a set that only boosts mental stats, yet he looks so happy about it. Maybe he thinks it looks good. I have to admit, his mental robe and longsword do have a nice appearance. What's the point of looking good? What we need is strength. Can looking good charm a boss to death? He's just rich and doesn't care. 10,000 points. If only I had that, I'd finally be able to afford my golden weapon. After leaving the marketplace, Lin Yanghe made his way directly to the skill training hall. The academy had a dedicated skill training hall, enhanced by formations laid out by formation masters. Training inside not only sped up skill improvement but was also rumored to increase the likelihood of awakening new skills. Though the reliability of this claim was questionable, many still preferred to use skill scrolls inside the hall, operating on the belief that it was better to be safe than sorry. Lin Yanghe was no exception. The skill training hall was also divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, just like the dungeons. Access required not only points but also a certain level. At level 20, Lin Yanghe could only enter the beginner hall. The cost was 100 points per hour in the beginner hall. He finally understood why some students chose to train outside despite the skill training hall's existence. The price, 100 points per hour, was steep, and that was just for the beginner hall. The intermediate hall cost 1,000 points per hour, and the advanced hall a staggering 10,000 points per hour. According to Ningyi, there was even a top-tier training hall, though it wasn't open to the public yet. Lin Yanghe paid the points and entered the training hall. It was an independent space, about 30 meters wide and long, just the right size for skill training. Various training devices were placed inside. Standing there, he could feel a distinct energy in the air. Previously, after leveling up, he had summoned a skeletal warrior, which consumed 500 mental power. During the time spent in the marketplace, his mental power had only recovered slightly, it regenerated extremely slowly. But now, in the training hall, his mental power was recovering at a rate comparable to that of meditation, even without him actively meditating. If he were to meditate here, the recovery rate would increase several times over. This meant he could train without worrying about running out of mental power, significantly boosting his skill training efficiency. If I summon skeletal warriors here and meditate to recover mental power, wouldn't I be able to summon the maximum number of warriors in no time? Lin Yanghe calculated in his mind and found this to be a viable strategy. However, now was not the time to summon skeletal warriors. He took out a beginner skill scroll and activated it. The scroll turned into a sphere of light that enveloped him, transforming him into a glowing orb that shimmered brightly in the training hall. After a brief moment, the orb of light dissipated, and nothing happened. The attempt to use the basic skill scroll had failed, exactly as Lin Yanghe expected. After all, awakening a skill wasn't something that could be achieved so easily. Ningyi had once mentioned a particularly unlucky individual who, at level 30, used up a staggering 300 basic skill scrolls just to awaken all skills below the second-tier class. Lin Yanghe, however, felt he wouldn't be that unfortunate. He activated another scroll. The orb of light lit up once more. Lin Yang'e could see that it was composed of countless tiny points of light, resembling stars in the night sky, dazzlingly beautiful. In that moment, he was reminded of the times he and his sister used to lie on the rooftop, gazing at the star-filled sky and making wishes on shooting stars. Their grandmother would bring them snacks and fruits to share. Those days were truly wonderful, and he cherished those memories deeply. Suddenly, he noticed one of the stars inside the orb lighting up, transforming into a streak of light that shot into his body. Skill acquired, bone armor, level 1 summon bones to form an armor, providing 100 points of constitution-based defense. Duration, 5 minutes. This skill can also be applied to others. Necromancers, being a mage-type class, didn't benefit from mage-specific skill bonuses through equipment, but they still shared similarities with other mage classes. Just as mages had their own shield skills, necromancers had bone armor. This skill offered 100 points of constitution, converted defense, which might seem low at first glance. However, when combined with his comprehensive amplification ability, the defense was boosted 30-fold, equivalent to a defense based on 3,000 points of constitution. It was like turning himself into a walking boss-level entity. Against level 20 opponents, he could confidently declare, "Even if I just stand here and let you hit me, you won't be able to kill me." The most critical aspect of this skill was that it could be applied to others, unlike typical mage shields that were self-only. With Lin Yang'e on a team, the safety of his allies would see a significant boost. This skill also compensated for his own defensive shortcomings. Lin Yang'e raised his hand slightly, then pressed it downward. As his hand moved, a faint sound echoed through the training chamber. At the same time, an eerie wind appeared out of nowhere, swirling around him. A layer of white armor, formed entirely of bones, quickly materialized on his body. Although the armor gave off a somewhat macabre aura, it also carried an undeniable sense of coolness. Testing it out, he moved his body freely. The armor didn't hinder his actions in the least, it felt as light as if it weren't even there. If he didn't look at it, he might not even have noticed its presence. After some experimentation, Lin Yang'e's lips curled into a smile. This was yet another practical and powerful divine skill. He activated another skill scroll. The orb of light appeared again, lasting for a while before fading away. This time, no new skill was acquired. Still, Lin Yang'e wasn't disappointed. After all, he'd just gained a divine skill and was already more than satisfied. As more skills were acquired, the failure rate of using skill scrolls increased dramatically. Toward the later stages, even succeeding once in over a dozen attempts was uncertain. Remaining calm, Lin Yang'e continued activating scrolls. Failure. Another failure. Despite the successive failures, he maintained a composed expression, carrying on with what seemed like a fruitless endeavor. Even if all subsequent attempts failed, just obtaining bone armor alone had already made it worthwhile. After 7 consecutive failures, he activated the 10th scroll. The orb of light enveloped him once more, and a few seconds later, a completely different scene unfolded before his eyes. Flames surged, ice fell like rain, wind howled, and lightning struck, 4 elemental forces alternated vividly in front of him. Even Lin Yang'e, usually unshakable, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Such a spectacular display could only mean one thing: another new skill had awakened, and it seemed to be related to the elements. Skill acquired, Summon Skeleton Mage, level 1 summon a skeleton mage of iron rank. There wasn't much explanation provided, as it was only a level 1 skill. The summoned skeleton mage was merely of iron rank. A small black hole appeared beside Lin Yang'e, and from it emerged a skeleton mage. Summoning the mage had consumed 50 points of mental energy, significantly more than summoning a skeleton warrior, which only required 10 points at level 1. This iron rank skeleton mage looked pitifully shabby compared to the silver rank skeleton warriors. Its bones were riddled with cracks, and it walked unsteadily, as if it might fall apart at any moment. It carried no weapon, but its skeletal hands emitted a faint glow of fire, indicating that it was a fire element skeleton mage. Lin Yang'e checked its attributes: iron rank skeleton mage, strength 300, agility 300, spirit 900, constitution 300, skill explosive flame, deals fire element damage to a target. Damage scales with spirit. Thanks to his comprehensive amplification talent, all attributes were boosted 30-fold. The base attributes, strength, agility, and constitution, were each 10 points, while spirit was 30 points. Lin Yang'e was quite satisfied with these stats. While the mage's strength, agility, and constitution were low, barely comparable to a level 1 novice, the spirit stat stood out, reaching 30 points. Since its skill's damage was determined by spirit, Lin Yang understood the mage's role. It was a ranged turret, meant to focus on output. With skeleton warriors holding the front line, these mages could unleash their skills from the rear. He was confident their damage output wouldn't be disappointing. The orb of light appeared again, lasting for over 10 seconds before extinguishing. Lin Yang continued activating skill scrolls one after another, only to be met with more failures. But having experienced this before, he found it entirely normal. If needed, he could always buy dozens more scrolls later. Finally, upon activating the last scroll, he once again witnessed a unique visual display. Whenever a skill was successfully awakened, the accompanying imagery differed, like a movie trailer before the main feature. This time, the vibrant, colorful display was incomprehensible to him, but he didn't care. All that mattered was that a skill had appeared. Skill acquired, elemental resistance, level 1 passive skill. Increases resistance to elemental attacks for both the user and summoned creatures by 10%. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a passive skill. Damage from elemental attacks would be reduced by 10%. After factoring in his comprehensive amplification, resistance to elemental attacks would increase by 300%, reducing such damage threefold. This significantly enhanced his safety once again. Every necromancer skill seemed practical, with no wasted abilities at all. Glancing at the time, he realized that half an hour had passed since he'd entered the skill training chamber. Here, time was equivalent to points. Without hesitation, he summoned 4 additional skeleton warriors, raising their total number to 125. Then, he dismissed the skeleton mage. His summoned creatures could be stored in a summoning space for permanent retention or dismissed at will, effectively destroying them. For now, he had no choice but to dismiss the mage, as he needed to repeatedly practice his skills. Summoning one, dispersing one, his mental energy was quickly depleted. Without hesitation, he seized the moment to begin meditating. In the skill training room, the speed of mental energy recovery was remarkably fast. He could distinctly feel his mental energy rapidly regenerating, to the point it almost gave him an addictive illusion. After an hour, his mental energy had already recovered by more than half. Without a second thought, he spent some points to extend his time by 3 hours. Once his mental energy was fully restored, he resumed practicing his skills. The skeletal mage appeared and disappeared repeatedly. When his mental energy was drained, he meditated again. This cycle repeated incessantly, without a moment's pause. Only now did he truly understand the meaning of the phrase, practicing skills is addictive. Through relentless practice, his skeleton mage skill finally reached level 2. Black Iron level skeleton mage. Strength, 600. Agility, 600. Mental strength, 1800. Constitution, 600. It was still at Black Iron level, still shabby in appearance. While it couldn't compare to the skeleton warrior, it wasn't entirely useless either. Time flew by, and he realized he'd been in the skill training room for the entire afternoon, a solid 4 hours of continuous meditation and skill training. Though the process was exhilarating, his spirit felt somewhat fatigued. It was a sensation akin to grinding through dungeon instances for an entire day. Leaving the skill training room, he used his communicator to contact Bai Yuan. The call connected, and Bai Yuan's authoritative voice came through. "What is it?" "Lord Bai, I've reached level 20, Lin Yang said calmly. Bai Yuan, who had been sipping tea, showed a peculiar expression of surprise. "You're level 20 already?" "Yes," Lin Yang replied, his tone unchanging. After a brief silence, Bai Yuan instructed, "Head to the Academic Affairs office and wait for me there." "All right." Ending the call, Lin Yang headed to the Academic Affairs office. In a secluded space elsewhere, Meng Anwen couldn't help but chuckle. "Who's reached level 20? Bai Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Who else could it be?" "Lin Yang, of course." Meng Anwen, unfazed, remarked, "That's not surprising, is it?" Bai Yuan nodded. "True, it's normal, but if you think about it, it's also not quite normal. Just yesterday evening, he was level 17. Now, barely a day later, he's already level 20. That leveling speed is something else." Even Meng Anwen's face showed a hint of astonishment. "It really is fast. Seems like he's been putting in some serious effort." Suddenly, Bai Yuan laughed. "I've got it. That kid must be solo clearing nightmare-level dungeon instances. Otherwise, there's no way he could level up this quickly." Recalling Lin Yang's astonishing performance back at Mermaid Island, Bai Yuan felt that solo clearing nightmare-level dungeons was entirely within his capabilities. Just then, someone approached. "Something peculiar has happened." Bai Yuan looked at the newcomer with a smile. "Old Ning, shouldn't you be busy overseeing the dungeon hall? What brings you here?" Ning Tyron's face was grave. "An odd incident occurred in the dungeon hall. A young fellow has been repeatedly breaking dungeon records. Today, some people even got into an argument over it. It nearly escalated into a fight. One of them even accused you of giving that kid some sort of treasure, which allowed him to set those records." Bai Yuan raised an eyebrow. "A treasure like that? Why haven't I heard of it? Who broke the records?" As he spoke, Bai Yuan handed Ning Tyran a cup of tea. "No rush, drink your tea and take your time explaining. It's just a kid, what kind of trouble could they possibly cause? Meng Anwen, observing Bai Yuan's composed demeanor, couldn't help but think to himself that the man likely already knew the answer. Ning Tairan sipped his tea and slowly began, a trainee by the name of Lin Yanga. Yesterday, he entered the dungeon hall as a level 17. First, he cleared the mutated forest instance, and then he took on the spider nest instance. These are the records he set. Ning Tairan displayed Lin Yanga's times. Mutated forest, 24 minutes, 32 seconds. Spider nest, 22 minutes, 51 seconds. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen exchanged a glance. These results were genuinely shocking. Even with their abilities, they couldn't help but feel a tinge of disbelief. Meng Anwen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Old Bai, could you have achieved this back in the day? Bai Yuan replied bluntly, not a chance. I'd be fine solo clearing a dungeon on normal difficulty, but nightmare level? That's just suicidal. Besides, these times, I honestly have no idea how that kid managed it. Waving off the thought, Bai Yuan stood up. Enough of this. I've got to go, the kid's probably already at the academic affairs office. With that, Bai Yuan vanished. Ning Tairan asked curiously, what's got him in such a hurry? Meng Anwen chuckled. He's off to see this Lin Yanga character. Don't mind him, let's just enjoy our tea. Ning Tairan nodded. Actually, I had something to discuss with you. Meng Anwen arched a brow. What is it? Ning Tairan's expression turned serious. I need you to craft a ring. At the academic affairs office, Lin Yanga met Bai Yuan. Lord Bai, what's the mission? Lin Yanga got straight to the point. He wasn't one for unnecessary pleasantries. Bai Yuan glanced at Lin Yanga, confirming that he was indeed level 20. His leveling speed was extraordinary, far faster than anything Bai Yuan had achieved back in his day. Thinking back to his own arduous leveling journey, Bai Yuan couldn't help but silently mutter to himself, both siblings are monsters. Lin Mohan had reached level 30 in just 3 months before joining the God-creating academy, a pace that was already astonishing. But this younger brother, he was even more terrifying. At this rate, he'd probably hit level 30 in under 2 months. The mission is simple, retrieve an item. Bai Yuan reclined casually in his seat. Though his face bore a smile, his innate authority remained palpable. Anyone meeting Bai Yuan for the first time would likely feel a weight pressing down on them, stemming from his long-standing position of power. But Lin Yanga felt none of that pressure. He carried himself as usual, unshaken. Bai Yuan didn't bother putting on airs. Instead, he explained, you've been to the dungeon hall, right? You should know there's a large-scale instance there called Tyrant Desert. Lin Yanga nodded slightly. I know of it. Bai Yuan continued, your mission is to enter the Tyrant Desert instance and retrieve the heart of the tyrant from within. That's it. Tyrant Desert was a level 25 large-scale instance capable of hosting up to 40 players in a single party. Its level requirements were broad, allowing players from level 20 to 30 to enter. The instance was undoubtedly packed with monsters, and their strength wouldn't be insignificant. However, for Lin Yanga, the more monsters, the better. With his corpse explosion skill, the more creatures there were, the more experience they'd provide. Bai Yuan chuckled softly. Do you think this task is simple? Lin Yanga almost instinctively wanted to answer, yes. The heart of the tyrant is not so easily obtained. The Tyrant Desert instance is classified as a large-scale dungeon for a reason. It requires a team of 55-3 or 40 players to even enter. Naturally, it has its challenges. Although this instance is only level 25, its difficulty far exceeds other level 25 instances. At this point, Bai Yuan stopped speaking. He knew Lin Yanga would understand the implications. What he didn't know was that Lin Yanga had already planned to head to the Tyrant Desert instance. Bai Yuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, producing a rhythmic thud-thud sound. I'll give you 3 days. Bring me back the heart of the tyrant within that time, and I will get you a cooldown amulet. I understand, Lin Yanga said softly. Before entering the instance hall, he had a strong desire for a cooldown amulet. But now, with the instance hall offering the ability to eliminate cooldown times by spending some points, his need for such an item seemed less significant. Bai Yuan noticed Lin Yanga's expression and couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile. Are you thinking that with the instance hall, a cooldown amulet is no longer useful? Let me tell you, the cooldown amulet is far more valuable than you realize, something the instance hall cannot rival. Although the instance hall offers many dungeons, none of them are the best, and it doesn't include top-tier instances either. In the future, you will inevitably encounter those top-tier instances, and their cooldown times will be astonishingly long. Some of the highest-tier dungeons have cooldown periods that can stretch to a whole month. By then, the cooldown amulet will truly prove its worth. Lin Yanga asked, but this is just a beginner-level cooldown amulet, isn't it? Bai Yuan burst out laughing. Every advanced cooldown amulet is upgraded step by step from a beginner level one. After you complete the task, I won't just give you a beginner-level cooldown amulet. I'll also teach you how to upgrade it. This was something Lin Yanga hadn't expected. He nodded. Alright, I will definitely bring back the heart of the tyrant. Bai Yuan laughed heartily. 3 days from now, the academy will hold its opening ceremony. All of the new students admitted to Xiaojing Academy this year will attend. Make sure you don't miss it. I understand. When Bai Yuan returned, Meng Anwen was still leisurely drinking tea, seemingly enjoying the distant scenery. How was it? Are you satisfied with him? Meng Anwen poured Bai Yuan another cup of hot tea. Bai Yuan smiled faintly. The more I observe, the more satisfied I am. This young man is calm and collected, just my type. I gave him 3 days to go to the Tyrant Desert and retrieve the heart of the tyrant. Oh. Meng Anwen raised an eyebrow. It's not easy to gather enough people for that. He definitely won't form a team, Bai Yuan said confidently. He'll choose to solo it. Solo a large-scale dungeon. Meng Anwen's mouth twitched slightly. That's something you did when you were younger. Bai Yuan laughed heartily. A wise man doesn't boast about past glories. Meng Anwen shook his head. I remember you went in at level 30 back then and came crawling out in disgrace. Bai Yuan's smile froze, and he quickly took a sip of tea to hide his embarrassment. I told you, a wise man doesn't boast about past glories. The entrance to the instance hall remained as bustling as ever. Lin Yanga's arrival immediately drew the attention of many. These days, he was nothing short of a celebrity. Although his level wasn't particularly high, he had set new records 2 days in a row, and his achievements were absurdly impressive. If he wasn't famous, who else would be? Lin Yanga is here. Is he going to break another dungeon record? Do you think he'll set a new record again? I wonder which instance he's aiming for this time. Lin Yanga walked to the mission center at the heart of the instance hall and browsed through the available tasks. He found several related to the Tyrant Desert. If he achieved something inside, he could even exchange it for points. Suddenly, he noticed a mission specifically seeking the heart of the tyrant. Someone was offering 100,000 points for it, a shockingly high price. The amount was so high it felt unusual. A level 25 instance, even if it was a large-scale one, was still just level 25. How could an item from it be worth 100,000 points? That amount could almost buy platinum-grade equipment. Coupled with the fact that Bai Yuan also wanted the heart of the tyrant, Lin Yanga became even more convinced that this item was far from ordinary. Junior Lin, are you planning to dive into an instance? Lin Yanga looked up to find Shu Han standing beside him with a bright smile. Since he already had questions, he decided to ask, Senior, do you know about the heart of the tyrant? Of course, Shu Han answered without hesitation. She then elaborated in detail. The heart of the tyrant is a material that drops exclusively from the final boss in the Tyrant Desert instance. Alchemists can use it as the main component to craft a boss-tier accessory, the Tyrant Necklace. So it was similar to the Goblin King's special materials, which were used to create boss-tier accessories. Boss-tier accessories were unique in that they had attributes not found on ordinary accessories. For example, the Goblin King's ring could increase all skills by 1 level, regardless of class. Lin Yanga wasn't sure if this would be useful for him, but it didn't diminish its value. Shu Han continued, the Tyrant Necklace is very rare, but its main material, the heart of the tyrant, is incredibly difficult to obtain. The Tyrant Desert instance is a large-scale dungeon with no difficulty settings. The monsters inside are stronger than those in the nightmare difficulty of other level 25 instances. And the bosses inside are world-class, making them exceedingly hard to defeat. Even a full 40-member level 40 team would find it time-consuming, arduous, and extremely risky. They might even come back empty-handed. The heart of the tyrant only drops once a year, and it's been 2 years since the last one dropped. Lin Yanga thought that, despite the high difficulty, there were so many players, surely some team would attempt it eventually. The tyrant must have been slain countless times, so why has no one obtained the tyrant's heart? Intrigued by the question, Lin Yanga asked, why? Shu Han chuckled softly. Lin Yanga spoke so little, which only made her want to tease him into talking. This junior 2 years her junior seemed rather interesting, like a younger brother. Shu Han raised 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons. First, the Tyrant's Desert dungeon has a special condition: the fewer people who enter the dungeon, the higher the chance of the tyrant's heart dropping. The number of people is calculated from the moment the dungeon is entered, so quitting halfway doesn't count. And second, it's about the tyrant boss itself. To make it drop the tyrant's heart, you have to kill it as quickly as possible. The faster you defeat it, the higher the probability of getting the heart. Hearing this, Lin Yanga finally understood. Considering all this, the task center offering 100,000 points to purchase the tyrant's heart seemed ridiculously cheap. Even if Bai Yuan didn't want it, after learning its true value, Lin Yanga couldn't possibly sell it. A boss accessory, why wouldn't he keep it for himself? Thank you. Lin Yanga sincerely expressed his gratitude to Shu Han. Normally, people wouldn't be so willing to share so much information. Shu Han giggled. You're welcome. But I heard that a certain academy is planning to organize a team to tackle the Tyrant's Desert in the next couple of days. Junior Moyu, are you thinking of teaming up with them? Lin Yanga shook his head. No team. I'm going solo. Shu Han was so shocked she covered her small mouth with her hand. She had thought Lin Yanga might look for a team, but she hadn't expected him to say he'd solo the dungeon. She'd heard of people soloing regular dungeons before, but never a large-scale one. It was utterly unprecedented, an impossible feat. Junior, don't throw your life away, Shu Han said, her concern evident. Lin Yanga chuckled lightly and walked toward the entrance of the Tyrant's Desert dungeon. The vortex marking the entrance of a large-scale dungeon was far larger and more conspicuous than that of a regular dungeon. Looking up, he noticed the record displayed on the light screen above the dungeon. Feilong Academy, seconds. Feilong Academy, like Qianlong Academy, was one of the academies within the institution. There were 6 such academies in total. The institution had an unspoken hierarchy, dividing regular students, independent academy students, and top-tier academy students into different tiers. The earlier incident with Ling Zhen had almost led to a brawl between regular students and academy students, evidence of the fierce internal competition within the institution. Shu Han looked at Lin Yanga with worry. Junior Moyu, are you really going to solo it? Lin Yanga nodded. Just as he was about to step into the dungeon, a haughty voice called out from behind. Move aside. Lin Yanga reacted quickly, pulling Shu Han to his side. At that moment, a knight clad in full armor approached with a menacing look. If Lin Yanga hadn't reacted in time, Shu Han might have been knocked over. Behind the knight trailed a group of people. The knight was burly, standing nearly 2 meters tall, and exuded an intense sense of oppression. He cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yanga before arrogantly raising his head and announcing loudly, "Today, we of Bailey Academy will conquer the Tyrant's Desert dungeon and set a new record." Behind him, dozens of people responded enthusiastically. It was important to note that the record for the Tyrant's Desert dungeon had stood unbroken for 4 years, set by Feilong Academy. The fact that no one had broken it in all this time was a testament to the dungeon's extreme difficulty. Shu Han leaned in and whispered to Lin Yanga, "There's been talk these past few days that Bailey Academy is planning to tackle the Tyrant dungeon. Apparently, they've made thorough preparations, even keeping a few of their key members at level 30 specifically for this. Some senior academy members have even prepared full sets of gold-tier equipment for them." Lin Yanga could understand their reasoning. Setting a new record not only earned a massive amount of points and contribution scores but was also a mark of prestige. This kind of glory motivated academy students to strive for excellence, and it could serve as a stepping stone to entering a top-tier academy. The knight, representing Bailey Academy, loudly proclaimed their intent to conquer the Tyrant's Desert dungeon and break the record set by Feilong Academy 4 years ago. Then, lowering his gaze to Lin Yanga, he said, "Excuse me, could you step aside?" However, Lin Yanga didn't move, showing no intention of yielding. He simply replied calmly, "I was here first." He didn't bother saving face for the other party. The knight frowned. "Are you trying to join us in the dungeon?" "Sorry, but we're on a mission this time. Maybe next time." Lin Yanga couldn't help but laugh at that. This guy had such an inflated sense of self-importance. When had he ever said he wanted to join them? Seeing Lin Yanga still refusing to budge, the knight's frown deepened. He felt a bit awkward and embarrassed. Why was this kid so irritating? But with dozens of eyes watching in the dungeon hall, he couldn't do anything to Lin Yanga. Reluctantly, he said, "Fine, don't move if you don't want to." Then, with a shout, he commanded, "Prepare to enter the dungeon." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yanga turned to Shu Han and said, "I'm going in." Shu Han nodded. "Be careful." And with that, Lin Yanga disappeared into the vortex, which lit up to signal that someone had entered the dungeon, the person being Lin Yanga. The knight's mouth twitched slightly. Internally, he fumed, "What's this kid trying to do? Going in alone, isn't that just asking to die?" Suddenly, the entire dungeon hall buzzed with chatter. "No way, he actually went in. Soloing the Tyrant's Desert, huh? Absolute legend. I've never heard of anyone soloing a large-scale dungeon before. If he succeeds, it'll be historic." "Unlikely. I don't think he can make it. I've been in the Tyrant's Desert before, it's deadly. One mistake, and you're done for." "Anyone else?" "Sure, but him." "Hard to say." The knight leading Bailey Academy's team watched all this unfold, his lips twitching uncontrollably. His team had meticulously prepared to break the record, yet no one cared about them anymore. Instead, all eyes were on this lone challenger. To make it worse, Lin Yanga was clad in mere silver-tier gear, while they were decked out in full gold-tier gear. At that moment, everyone from Bailey Academy couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Realizing his momentum was slipping, the knight knew he couldn't afford to delay any longer. He shouted, "Enter the dungeon." And with that, the members of Bailey Academy rushed forward and teleported into the dungeon. The knight glanced at the shimmering screen before entering the dungeon and declared, 16 hours, 45 minutes, and 18 seconds, I'm definitely going to break this record. The Tyrant Desert was a large-scale dungeon, and being a level 25 instance, the entry fee was naturally steep. When Lin Yanga entered, he had to pay 500 points. If he wanted to bypass the cooldown period, it would cost an additional 2,000 points. Repeated runs of this dungeon would cost 2,500 points per attempt. 4 runs would rack up to a whopping 10,000 points. For the first time, Lin Yanga felt the strain on his remaining 120,000 points. It seemed that points could be drained far more quickly than he had anticipated. Let's hope the reward for breaking the record is worth it, he muttered. A hot wind swept through the air, lifting clouds of yellow sand into the sky. The searing sun above radiated intense heat, and the rising temperature served as a stark reminder of the harsh environment he had stepped into. Not far ahead, rows of sand dunes obscured his view. Lin Yanga found himself standing within a basin encircled by these dunes. Suddenly, groups of skeletal warriors emerged in droves, 125 of them, scattering in all directions. Simultaneously, a mental map of the terrain materialized in Lin Yanga's mind. Climbing one of the sand dunes, he looked out at the vast, sprawling desert that stretched endlessly in all directions. There was no sense of orientation to be had. The blazing sun overhead remained stationary, as this was a dungeon and not the real world. The sun wouldn't move to indicate direction. East, south, west, and north were indistinguishable here. Judging by the 16-hour record, this dungeon must be massive, he thought to himself. Just then, one of the skeletal warriors sent back an alert. It had encountered an enemy. Out of the sandy ground shot a withered branch, wrapping itself around the skeletal warrior. However, the warrior's strength attribute was an impressive 12,000, and it swiftly swung its blade to sever the branch. Moments later, a massive tree burst forth from the sand. The tree stood 10 meters tall, its withered branches flailing wildly as it attacked the skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior retaliated, swinging its blade in quick succession. Branches went flying, and in no time, the tree was reduced to a bare trunk, barely clinging to life. Lin Yanga arrived on the scene just as the tree was on the verge of death. He cast his detection skill in the nick of time. Desert Ghost Tree, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 25. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 1,000. Spirit, 2,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skill, Death Bind. Looking at the attributes of the Desert Ghost Tree, Lin Yanga realized it was almost on par with the pre-upgraded skeletal warriors, and it even surpassed the boss-level serpent he had encountered in the Mermaid Dungeon. As expected of a large-scale dungeon, even a regular mob has stats comparable to the level 24 boss of the Mermaid Dungeon. If the skeletal warriors hadn't been upgraded, dealing with this would have taken a lot more effort, he mused. If it were the previous bronze-tier skeletal warriors with 6,200 points in all attributes, they could still handle it, but it would have felt like taking on a boss, lots of hacking and slashing required. But now, with the upgraded warriors, it was a breeze. Having observed the monster's stats, Lin Yanga gained a clearer understanding of the types of enemies he'd be facing in this dungeon. Kill confirmed. Obtained, Ghost Tree Branch times 5. Not only did it have boss-level stats, but the experience points it granted were substantial, 300,000 experience for a single kill. That was no small amount. Soon, the skeletal warriors encountered more enemies, again, desert ghost trees. This section of the desert seemed to be the ghost trees' territory. They lay hidden beneath the sands, launching ambushes whenever someone passed by. Skill activated, Bone Armor. Pressing his palm downward, Lin Yanga cast Bone Armor on himself. A suit of bone armor formed over his body, glinting silver-white under the sunlight. He then commanded the skeletal warriors to continue scouting ahead. At Black Iron Tier, the skeletal warriors had a controllable range of 500 meters. At Bronze Tier, this increased to 1,000 meters. Now, as Silver Tier units, their range had expanded to 2,000 meters. Following the paths scouted by the skeletal warriors, Lin Yanga steadily progressed, uncovering more and more of the dungeon. Over the course of an hour, the map in his mind became increasingly detailed. However, the landscape remained monotonous, nothing but yellow sand as far as the eye could see. Aside from the desert ghost trees, no other creatures appeared. 2 hours later, something different finally appeared on his mental map: water. Lin Yanga immediately headed in the direction of the water. Standing atop a sand dune, he spotted an oasis in the distance. A waterway from the oasis stretched far into the horizon, winding endlessly. Without hesitation, he recalled the skeletal warriors scouting in other directions, summoning them to his side, and then charged toward the oasis with his undead army. In a desert, the appearance of an oasis often signaled danger. The skeletal warriors served as his vanguard, paving the way forward. As they approached the oasis, a massive splash erupted from the water, and a swarm of scorpion-like monsters emerged. Lin Yanga remained unfazed. Standing atop the sand dune, he hadn't even descended yet. He sent out his detection skill like a gentle breeze. Oasis Giant Scorpion. Level, 25. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 2,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skill, Poison Stinger. Each of the giant scorpions stood 2 meters tall, with a total length exceeding 5 meters when their tails were included. Their massive venomous stingers, shaped like flower petals, emitted an eerie blue glow under the sunlight. Over 100 Oasis giant scorpions charged at the skeletal warriors, but the undead soldiers showed no fear. Their blades were already raised. If it were any other team, approaching the Oasis would have been a cautious affair, drawing out the monsters bit by bit and defeating them in small groups. But Lin Yang's approach was simple and brutal. 10 skeletal warriors simultaneously activated their skills. Skill activated, Berserk Strike. Each skeletal warrior unleashed a strike with 3 times their base strength, their blades glowing red and blocking out the sun. A single Oasis giant scorpion let out a shrill cry as it was instantly killed. Kill confirmed. Obtained, Sharp Stinger ×3. 2 seconds later, the remaining scorpions closed in. Lin Yang raised his hand. Skill activated, Corpse Explosion. A thunderous explosion rang out, sending yellow sand flying into the sky. Oasis giant scorpions were caught in the blast, their bodies flung into the air, tumbling lifelessly. One explosion followed another, leaving craters scattered across the ground. Sand rained down like a storm, burying the scorpions' mangled bodies. Lin Yang's experience bar surged upward as he reaped the bountiful rewards. Lin Yang stored the materials into his inventory space, causing his experience points to surge once again. The experience gained from each monster was equivalent to slaying thousands of small spiders in the spider nest. Just this wave of monsters alone had boosted his experience by 8%. Awesome! Lin Yang cheered inwardly, pleasantly surprised that after reaching level 20, his experience could still grow so rapidly. If he could continue farming monsters like this, wouldn't leveling up become as effortless as eating or drinking? Monsters that others painstakingly and cautiously fought to defeat were like chopping vegetables to him, simple and swift. Experience points poured in like raindrops, and on top of that, he gained a bounty of materials. In no time, the monsters near the Oasis were completely cleared out. Lin Yang followed his skeleton warriors along the waterway, which wound and twisted far into the distance. He wasn't certain if this was the correct direction, but for now, it seemed to be the only viable path. Every other direction was an expanse of endless yellow sand, making it impossible to discern any landmarks. Along the sides of the waterway, numerous Oasis giant scorpions lay in wait, their bodies buried beneath the sand with only their tails exposed, resembling sharp spikes when viewed from afar. As the skeleton warriors advanced, these spikes were eliminated one by one, leaving behind only lifeless corpses. Meanwhile, more skeleton warriors spread out along the sides, moving in the same direction as Lin Yang and clearing out ghost trees hidden in the desert. Though their numbers weren't particularly high, every bit of experience counted. The map of the Tyrant Desert was truly vast. After over an hour of following the waterway, new scenery finally came into view. A modest mountain peak stood at the end of the channel. Lin Yang began to understand why other teams progressed so slowly. First, they had to figure out the correct path. Secondly, the Oasis giant scorpions along the way were as strong as boss-level monsters from other dungeons. Even a full 40-member party would need considerable time to clear a path through them. The waterway eventually disappeared underground at the mountain's base. Sparse vegetation appeared before Lin Yang, cacti, surrounded by clusters of ants. These weren't ordinary ants, each one was over a meter in size, with razor-sharp fangs and barbed legs resembling deadly blades. Desert Juvenile Ant, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 25. Strength, 2,500. Agility, 2,000. Spirit, 1,000. Constitution, 3,000. Skills, none. Compared to the Oasis giant scorpions, these juvenile ants were weaker, classified as enhanced elite monsters. They were similar in strength to the nightmare-level monsters found in dungeons of the same level. However, their sheer numbers were daunting, and these were just juvenile ants. Ants, by nature, form massive colonies with strict hierarchies and specialized roles, and juvenile ants were the weakest among them. If even the juveniles were enhanced elite monsters, then the worker ants and soldier ants further up the hierarchy. Lin Yang steeled himself, sensing a massive influx of experience points approaching. His detection skill had already attracted the ants' attention. A few juvenile ants raised their heads to glare at him, and in the next instant, they charged forward with an ear-piercing screech. Their speed seemed to exceed what their 2,000 agility stat should allow. However, no matter how fast they were, the skeleton warriors were faster. A few skeleton warriors intercepted them, raising their weapons and striking them down in one swift motion. The disparity in stats was overwhelming. The skeleton warriors, with their 12,000 stat points, possessed an absolutely crushing advantage. The skeleton warriors surged forward, leaving no juvenile ant alive in their wake. Killed level 25 Desert Juvenile Ant, experience plus 50,000. Obtained Ant Fong X3. Killed level 25 Desert Juvenile Ant, experience plus 50,000. Obtained Ant Fong X3. Experience points steadily increased. From the time Lin Yang entered the dungeon until now, over 4 hours had passed, and his experience bar had risen to 15%. Unfortunately, after the earlier monster waves, the encounters had become sparser, and efficiency naturally dropped. "What's this?" Lin Yang murmured as he approached an unusual-looking cactus. Hanging from the cactus were small, deep blue fruits resembling grapes, their appearance tantalizingly appetizing. When in doubt, use the detection skill. Desert fruit. Quickly restores a large amount of spirit. Must be consumed within 5 minutes of picking. Cannot be stored. Just then, a series of high-pitched squeaks sounded nearby. A swarm of juvenile ants emerged from beneath the ground, quickly surrounding Lin Yang. There were over 100 of them, and they shrieked angrily at Lin Yang, seemingly warning him to stay away from the desert fruit. The skeleton warrior's response was swift and decisive, their blades slicing through the air. Lin Yang's gaze shifted ahead, where a towering mountain loomed, blocking the path. Sheer cliffs and treacherous terrain made climbing nearly impossible. At the mountain's base were several cave entrances, with faint signs of ant activity near them. This was clearly an ant nest. Realizing that the only way to bypass the mountain was through the ant nest, Lin Yang faced a new problem. There were 5 cave entrances, and he had no idea which one was the correct path. With a single thought, Lin Yang split his 50 skeleton warriors into 5 groups, sending each group into a different cave. Meanwhile, he plucked one of the desert fruits and popped it into his mouth. The fruit wasn't as sour as he expected. Instead, it had a hint of sweetness, tasting remarkably like grapes. His spirit, which had been more than half depleted, began to recover rapidly after consuming the fruit. In less than a minute, his spirit was almost fully restored. Lin Yang was stunned. His total spirit was 2,900, and with his spirit-enhancing gear, it was at least double that of other mages of the same level. The desert fruit's recovery effect was astonishing, even 10 times faster than meditating in the skill training hall. Looking at the field of special cacti laden with desert fruits, Lin Yang made a decisive move. He summoned one skeleton mage after another, quickly depleting his spirit. Once his spirit was drained, he dismissed the summoned mages. The fruit's effects were still active, and his spirit continued to recover rapidly. Once it had partially recovered, he summoned more skeleton mages. When the fruit's effects wore off, he consumed another, repeating the process. Skeleton mages appeared and vanished in rapid succession. This place had effectively become Lin Yang's ideal skill training ground. Just for this reason alone, he felt the trip was worth it. With no need to worry about depleting his spirit, his skill training progressed at an unprecedented pace. While he focused on training, the skeleton warriors had already charged into the ant nest. The distance to the nest's depths was 2,000 meters, a straight-line measurement unaffected by the complex terrain. In the ant's nest, there were even greater numbers of ants. Kill. Obtained ant mandibles *3. Kill. Obtained ant mandibles *6. Not long after delving deeper into the nest, the skeleton warriors encountered desert worker ants. Judging by experience, these desert worker ants were clearly classified as super-enhanced elite monsters, and their level had reached 26, providing significantly higher experience. Lin Yang no longer bothered directing the skeleton warriors, allowing them to fight freely and explore the map while he focused entirely on honing his skills. After summoning skeleton mages hundreds of times in a row, the skill finally leveled up to level 3. But this was just the beginning. Lin Yang was thoroughly enjoying himself. How could he pass up such a fantastic training ground? This place was practically a haven for skill training. Time ticked by bit, and Lin Yang didn't stop even for a moment, summoning recklessly while consuming desert fruits one after another. His mental energy was constantly in a state of rapid recovery. 10 minutes later, the skill leveled up again, now advancing far faster than it ever had in the skill training hall. Within the ant nest, the skeleton warriors continued advancing and exploring, gradually mapping out the area. Meanwhile, their accumulated experience steadily climbed, reaching 17%. 3 hours later, Lin Yang finally stopped. Most of the desert fruits were consumed, and he had leveled up the summon skeleton mage skill to level 20, the maximum level. Lin Yang examined the skeleton mage's attributes, and a satisfied gleam shone in his eyes. Silver tier skeleton mage. Strength, 6,000. Agility, 6,000. Spirit, 24,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skill, Ice Storm. Ice Storm creates an ice element storm within a certain range, dealing ice elemental damage to targets. Attack power is determined by spirit. Standing before Lin Yang was an ice element skeleton mage, its skeletal hands shimmering with freezing light. Chunks of ice materialized and then disappeared in its grasp, occasionally accompanied by the sound of ice cracking. With a 30 times amplification boosting its spirit to a staggering 24,000, Lin Yang could only imagine how terrifying the skeleton mage's attack power must be. Moreover, its skill, Ice Storm, was an area of effectability. Lin Yang pointed in a direction and issued a command to use the skill. The skeleton mage raised both hands, releasing a streak of icy light. Under Lin Yang's focused gaze, the light exploded, and in an instant, a storm of ice and freezing rain descended. Large shards of ice fell like raindrops, rapidly blanketing the once scorching desert ground in a field of ice. The ice storm raged on for a full 10 seconds before subsiding, covering an area of 10 meters in diameter. It was undoubtedly a powerful area of effect skill, and the 24,000 spirit was no mere bluff. The skeleton mage, as a skill that could only be mastered at level 20, was naturally slightly stronger than the skeleton warrior, which was to be expected. Each type of skeleton had its own use, but the skeleton mage came with a significant drawback: it consumed a lot of mental energy. Summoning a single skeleton warrior required only 500 spirit, whereas summoning one skeleton mage required a full 1500 spirit, 3 times as much. Without his spirit-boosting 3-piece equipment set, Lin Yang's base spirit of 1300 wouldn't have been enough to summon even a single level 20 skeleton mage. Then again, who else could possibly train a newly acquired level 20 skill to its maximum level at level 20? Such a scenario was virtually unheard of. Looking at the dwindling supply of desert fruits, Lin Yang noted that most of them had been consumed during the later stages of leveling the summoned skeleton mage skill. Beyond level 15, the consumption rate became astonishingly high. Just a few summons would consume an entire fruit. If only I could bring these out of the dungeon, Lin Yang lamented. Unfortunately, desert fruits were non-preservable. They couldn't be taken out of the dungeon and had to be consumed within 5 minutes of being picked, or they would lose their effects. Otherwise, Lin Yang would have loved to grab a large supply and take them out for later use. The rest shouldn't go to waste. Let's use them to fill the remaining slots with skeleton mages, he decided. At the moment, Lin Yang had 125 skeleton warriors and 1 skeleton mage, leaving 74 empty slots in his summoning space. With some desert fruits remaining, he resolved to fill these slots. He consumed another desert fruit and summoned 5 more skeleton warriors, increasing their number to 130. Then, he focused entirely on summoning skeleton mages. The attributes of summoned skeleton mages were randomly generated and beyond Lin Yang's control. As he summoned one after another, eerie winds howled, and elemental energy churned in the air. Fire, wind, lightning, skeleton mages of various elements appeared around him. Each element had the same base attributes, the main difference lay in their skills. Fire element skeleton mages had the skill Explosive Flames, deals fire elemental damage to a target. Attack power is determined by spirit. Ice element skeleton mages had the skill Ice Storm, creates an ice element storm within a certain range, dealing ice elemental damage to targets. Attack power is determined by spirit. Wind element skeleton mages had the skill Tornado Fury, creates a wind element tornado within a certain range, dealing wind elemental damage to targets. Attack power is determined by spirit. Lightning element skeleton mages had the skill Thunderstrike, deals lightning elemental damage to a target. Attack power is determined by spirit. Among these, the fire and lightning skills were single target attacks, while the ice and wind skills were area of effect attacks. The skeleton mages had silver-white bodies, slightly shorter than skeleton warriors, but their soul flames burned more intensely in their skulls. Elemental energy surged and rolled within their skeletal hands, showcasing their incredible power. Lin Yang felt confident that his skeleton mages could easily overpower mage-class professionals of the same level. By the time all the desert fruits were consumed, he had finally filled the long vacant slots in his summoning space. With 130 skeleton warriors and 70 skeleton mages, he now commanded a massive army of 200 skeletons. Lin Yang felt that he could sweep through any dungeon of the same level with ease. Nightmare difficulty, no problem. Even hell difficulty would be manageable. For instance, the Tyrant Desert dungeon he was currently in, designed for a 40-player raid, could be effortlessly cleared by him alone. His skeleton army was vastly superior to any 40-person team of professionals. Next time I come back, I'll focus on training other skills. Lin Yang had more skills to refine: bone armor, slow curse, and others all required attention. As long as he had sufficient spirit, none of these would be particularly difficult. The most challenging one would likely be corpse explosion, as the bodies of defeated dungeon monsters would disappear after a short time, limiting its usability. Additionally, he couldn't afford to overuse it, as he needed to reserve some spirit for emergencies. In total, training his skills had taken roughly 4 hours. Lin Yang had now been in the dungeon for over 8 hours. By this point, the terrain within the ant nest had been roughly mapped out, and the skeleton warriors had thoroughly scouted the area within a 2,000-meter radius. Lin Yang discovered that no matter which entrance he chose to enter the ant nest, all paths connected within, much like a spider's lair. However, the ant nest was far larger, with a depth of 2,000 meters being just a small portion of its entirety. As Lin Yanga ventured deeper into the labyrinthine structure, the distance to his destination shortened. The skeleton warriors began moving again, darting swiftly through the tunnels to scout the terrain for him. The ant nest was a vast maze of twists and turns, endlessly sprawling without a visible boundary. With no clear path, Lin Yanga simply chose a direction and continued forward. Killed desert soldier ant, level 26, gained 36,000 EXP. Obtained ant fangs times 5. Suddenly, he received a peculiar notification. Soldier ants had appeared somewhere within the cave. According to the division of labor within ant colonies, worker ants handled tasks, while soldier ants served as warriors, tasked with protecting the queen. Soldier ants would never stray far from the queen. Spotting soldier ants meant the queen could not be too far away. Lin Yanga immediately headed in the direction of the soldier ants, while the skeletons quickly adjusted their movements and followed suit. As the layout of the ant nest became increasingly clear, the number of soldier ants steadily grew. Eventually, Lin Yanga entered an exceptionally spacious cavern. Inside, a large number of soldier ants were awakening, startled by his intrusion. Over 100 soldier ants simultaneously began to stir, their bodies twitching as they emitted piercing screeches before charging toward him. Soldier ant barracks, Lin Yanga thought to himself. He recalled that ants structured their colonies so that soldier ants would have dedicated barracks. This cavern was undoubtedly one such barracks, and there would likely be more elsewhere. The skeleton warriors were the first to engage, followed closely by the skeleton mages, who unleashed their skills in unison. Explosive Flame, Ice Storm, Tornado Fury, and Thunderstrike were all activated simultaneously, creating a chaotic outburst of elemental energy. The cave resounded with deafening blasts, and the dazzling flurry of colors was overwhelming. By the time the skeleton warriors reached the soldier ants, many of them had already been slain or severely injured. The skeleton mages, with their formidable 24,000 points of mental energy, unleashed devastating damage far greater than what an average level 30 professional could achieve. In mere seconds, over 100 soldier ants were annihilated. Although not as swift as using corpse explosion, this method required much less effort. Lin Yanga didn't even need to lift a finger, he simply stood back and watched as if enjoying a fireworks display. Indeed, the spectacle of this battle was one that corpse explosion could never replicate. The appearance of the soldier ant barracks reassured Lin Yanga that he was heading in the right direction. As the party advanced further, they encountered several more barracks, each larger in scale than the last. With the experience points soaring at an astonishing rate, his progress had already reached 32%. The team pushed forward effortlessly, carving their way deeper into the ant nest. A faint buzzing sound reached his ears. As the skeleton warriors turned a corner, they suddenly encountered a group of flying ants. Desert Flying Ant, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 27. Strength, 6,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 3,000. Constitution, 7,000. The skeleton warriors reacted instantly, engaging the flying ants in combat. Their superior attributes were on full display. An astounding 12,000 points in strength allowed them to inflict near-lethal damage with each strike. The flying ants, on the other hand, struggled to penetrate the skeleton warriors' defenses due to their high constitution. In just a few moments, the flying ants were defeated. Killed. Obtained flying ant wings times 2. Lin Yanga's eyes lit up. Flying ant wings were a key item for a quest in the Tyrant Desert, valued at 5,000 gold coins per set. The appearance of flying ants confirmed his suspicion. He was undoubtedly on the right path. Flying ants could be considered the queen's personal guards and would never stray far from her. Moreover, their numbers were usually limited within a colony, unlike the overwhelming swarms of soldier and worker ants. As the team pressed on, they encountered more flying ants, though these typically appeared in groups of 3 rather than in barracks. The skeleton warriors pushed forward relentlessly, exterminating group after group of flying ants. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yanga had been navigating the ant nest for nearly 2 hours and had finally reached its terminus. Before him stood a massive ant, towering over 10 meters high. Its bloated body appeared cumbersome, and 3 pairs of enormous wings on its back occasionally trembled, emitting an unpleasant buzzing noise. Standing guard in front of it were 4 other ants, each over 6 meters tall, equipped with wings for flight. Their legs resembled giant scythes, exuding a menacing aura. Is this the dungeon's final boss? Lin Yanga wondered, skepticism filling his mind. He cast detection, and the skeleton warriors charged forward. Desert Ant Queen, Boss Class Monster. Level, 28. Strength, 9,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 8,000. Constitution, 8,000. Skills, Summon Swarm, Sonic Attack, Storm Smash, Curl Defense. The detection skill revealed the Desert Ant Queen stats in full detail. It was not the true boss of the dungeon. Given the Tyrant Desert status as a world-class dungeon, the final boss would undoubtedly surpass this creature. The Ant Queen was merely a boss-class monster with moderately high attributes. He also used detection on the 4 towering ants. Queen's Guards, super-enhanced elite monsters, were displayed clearly. Level, 27. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 3,000. Constitution, 7,000. Skill, Exoskeleton Harden. These Queen's Guards had average strength, agility, and spirit, but their constitution was exceptionally high. Combined with their hardening skill, they were clearly designed as tank-like defenders. Their presence significantly bolstered the Queen's security, as the Queen was the most vital member of the colony and could not afford to be endangered. For other teams, dealing with these 4 guards would likely be a daunting task, requiring careful planning to eliminate them one by one. But for Lin Yanga, their presence presented an opportunity. As soon as detection concluded, the skeleton warriors had already charged into battle. The Queen's Guards responded in kind, while the Ant Queen vibrated its wings, letting out a sharp, piercing shriek. Sonic Attack was activated, and the deafening sound waves reverberated throughout the ant nest. Lin Yanga's bone armor flared with a silver-white glow, successfully resisting the attack. The skeleton warriors and mages, though struck by the indiscriminate area of effect skill, remained unshaken thanks to their robust defenses. The warriors' incredible 12,000 constitution nullified the damage entirely. Focus fire on one target, Lin Yanga commanded. At Lin Yanga's command, the skeletal warriors simultaneously unleashed their skills. Their massive blades glowed with an intense red light as they activated the ability, Frenzied Strike. Behind them, the skeletal mages sprang into action. Flames, frost, tornadoes, and lightning erupted like fireworks, dazzling the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the elite guard was obliterated. Kill confirmed. Acquired, Flying Ant Wings X10. Lin Yanga immediately raised his hand and activated the skill, Corpse Explosion. With a deafening bang, 3 of the Ant Queen's elite guards were blasted into the air. They actually survived. Lin Yanga paused for a moment, surprised. These 3 elite guards had withstood the damage of Corpse Explosion, which dealt 450% of the corpse's vitality as damage. Monsters of this level shouldn't have been able to endure it. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a metallic sheen glimmering on their bodies, as if they were covered in armor. It turned out they had activated the skill, Shell Hardening. This ability was similar to a knight's ultimate defense, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Not bad. Let's see how long you can hold out. The skeletal warriors had already surged forward like lightning, surrounding the elite guards the moment they landed. The skeletal mages followed suit, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of magic from every direction. The elite guards, enveloped by the glow of their skill, stood firm with their hardened exoskeletons. Their scythe-like legs lashed out at the skeletal warriors, but the stat difference was too great. With only 5,000 points of strength going up against 12,000 points of constitution, they posed little threat to the skeletal warriors. Even in a one-on-one fight, they wouldn't stand a chance, let alone against 130 skeletal warriors and 70 skeletal mages. The relentless onslaught quickly dulled the metallic sheen of their hardening skill. Suddenly, the Ant Queen flapped her massive wings, generating a fierce gust of wind. She activated her skill, Storm Slam. The roaring winds swept across the battlefield, hurling numerous skeletal warriors into the air. As they were tossed about, the winds tore into them, causing damage. Though the damage wasn't overwhelming, it was enough to demonstrate the Queen's formidable strength. Lin Yanga, aware of his passive skill Elemental Resistance, knew that the increased resistance reduced elemental damage by a factor of 3. Even so, the skeletal warriors sustained injuries. Without this passive skill, the damage would have been much worse. Other players might have even been instantly killed. Lin Yanga's expression shifted. He swiftly retreated 2 steps, positioning himself behind the skeletal mages. Activating the skill, Bone Armor, he replenished his protective layer. The storm reached the skeletal mages, who, being less durable than the warriors, were thrown off balance. Fortunately, the distance reduced the storm's power, and the glowing bone armor absorbed much of the impact. Lin Yanga understood that the team's greatest weakness was still himself. Even with bone armor, his defenses were the frailest. If he sustained heavy damage, that damage would transfer to his skeletons, bypassing their constitution-based defenses. Avoiding injury was paramount. The storm finally subsided after 20 seconds. The skeletal warriors, scattered across the ground, quickly got back up and resumed their charge. Without pain or fear, they fought tirelessly under Lin Yanga's command. They were the perfect soldiers. Meanwhile, the skeletal mages continued casting spells, unleashing flames, lightning, ice, and wind in a relentless barrage. The elite guard's skill duration expired, and their defenses crumbled under the relentless assault. With a final shriek, one of the guards fell. The glowing aura on the remaining 2 faded shortly after. Lin Yanga wasted no time. He activated his skill, Corpse Explosion. boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions erupted. The first obliterated the remaining 2 elite guards and heavily damaged the queen. The second and third blasts left the queen in tatters, her wings destroyed, her body riddled with wounds. The successive explosions left her half dead. Suddenly, the queen's body began to shrink and curl into a defensive position. She activated her skill, Curl Defense, encasing herself in a translucent, crystalline membrane. The membrane's defense was astonishing, neither the skeletal warrior's massive blades nor the mage's spells could pierce it. Another skill like ultimate defense, huh? Lin Yanga muttered. Let's see how long you can hold out. Such skills always had a time limit, and the more damage they absorbed, the shorter their duration. The skeletal warriors continued their relentless assault, and the skeletal mages bombarded the queen with a variety of spells. Curled up, the queen let out incessant, piercing screams that echoed throughout the ant cave. Moments later, Lin Yanga heard the chaotic sound of scurrying. Turning his head, he saw a massive swarm of ants surging toward them from every tunnel. The queen had activated her skill, Summon Ant Swarm, calling all the ants in the nest to her aid. Faced with this overwhelming tide, Lin Yanga remained unfazed. Instead, a peculiar smile crept across his face. What a fortuitous opportunity. Lin Yanga rarely smiled, but when he did, it was always because something good was about to happen. Several skeletal warriors attacking the queen abruptly disappeared, only to reappear in front of Lin Yanga, intercepting the incoming swarm. The skeletal mages redirected their attacks toward the swarm, instantly annihilating a flying ant with a coordinated burst of spells. What followed was an unending cacophony of explosions. One corpse explosion after another tore through the swarm, dealing massive area damage. No matter how many ants came, they couldn't break through. Lin Yanga's experience bar skyrocketed like a rocket. Listening to the queen's desperate screams, it felt as though every ant in the nest was rushing to their doom. The sheer number was staggering. Lin Yanga couldn't estimate how many there were, but his rapidly rising experience was evidence enough. When he entered the ant cave, his experience bar had been at 38%, now, it had climbed to 65% and was still rising. If the swarm continued, Lin Yanga's leveling speed would surpass everyone else's. Eventually, the queen's skill ended, and no more ants arrived. Lin Yanga clicked his tongue in disappointment. His experience bar now sat at 78%, a 40% increase since entering the cave. With the skill over, the queen uncurled her body. To Lin Yanga's surprise, her injuries had fully healed, and even her wings had regrown. Who would have thought it had a healing effect too? Lin Yanga waved his hand, commanding his forces to launch another full-scale assault on the queen. The queen flapped her wings, using them like blades to slice through the skeletal warriors. They were knocked back, but the damage was minimal, and the warriors quickly got back up and returned to the fray. In moments, the queen was once again gravely injured. It seemed her skills were on cooldown, as she didn't use them again. Her wounds deepened as she let out pained cries. With 130 skeletal warriors and 70 skeletal mages bombarding her relentlessly, the queen couldn't hold out for long. After barely 10 seconds, she collapsed with a thunderous crash. Desert Ant Queen defeated, experience plus 800,000. Acquired, Silver Grade Weapon, Queen's Spear. Acquired, Silver Grade Accessory, Queen's Ring. Acquired, Desert Ant Queen Egg. Acquired, Low Tier Monster Core. Queen's Spear, Silver Grade Weapon, Strength Plus. Usable after level up. Queen's Ring, Silver Grade Accessory, Spirit Plus. Usable after level up. Desert Ant Queen Egg, the egg of the Desert Ant Queen, which can be incubated by a beast tamer to obtain the Ant Queen. The Desert Ant Queen egg rested quietly in Lin Yanga's palm. It resembled an ordinary egg, but its translucent appearance gave it a unique aura. This item, if handed over to a beast tamer, could hatch into a Desert Ant Queen. With the Ant Queen in hand, a massive ant colony could be cultivated. By controlling the Ant Queen, the beast tamer would effectively control the entire colony. Although the Desert Ant Queen's initial level was not high, its level could be enhanced through beast taming skills. Lin Yanga figured this egg should be worth some money. Once he returned, he planned to consult someone knowledgeable about its value. As for the 2 silver weapons he had obtained earlier, they were insignificant to Lin Yanga. At best, they could be exchanged for some funds. After the Ant Queen was killed, its corpse slowly disappeared a minute later, revealing a passage. The skeleton warriors were the first to charge into it. Ever since entering the ant nest, they had been advancing underground. However, this particular passage led upwards. The path was devoid of monsters, and they moved upward until they once again saw sunlight. The cool underground air gave way to scorching heat as the blazing desert sun reclaimed the land. Sandstorms roared across the endless expanse, and the heat was even more intense than before, as if they had stepped into an inferno. Behind the passage's exit lay a steep cliff and a dense mountain forest. A towering mountain divided this dungeon into sections, and the only way to reach this point was through the ant nest. By now, it had been 11 hours since they entered the dungeon. The sheer size of this place was astonishing, and far too much time had been wasted finding the correct paths. The skeleton warriors pressed forward swiftly. They knew that the longer they delayed, the lower their chances of acquiring the heart of the tyrant. Suddenly, a beam of intense light shot down from above, striking Lin Yanga. His skeletal armor emitted a dazzling white glow, successfully deflecting the attack, but the armor began to disintegrate rapidly. Alarmed, Lin Yanga quickly retreated as the beam struck the desert sand, sending clouds of sand flying into the air. Another beam followed shortly after. The skeleton warriors formed a shield wall around Lin Yanga, protecting him tightly. Following the direction of the light, they spotted the attacker, a creature unlike anything they had seen before. Floating about 10 meters above the ground was a massive spherical creature with a diameter of roughly 2 meters. Dominating its body was a single enormous eye, which took up nearly 80% of its form. From a distance of over 100 meters, it had already launched an attack, bypassing the numerous skeletons to target Lin Yanga directly. This creature was certainly intriguing. As soon as their master was attacked, the skeleton warriors charged forward without hesitation. However, after 2 ineffective attacks, the creature turned to flee. But by then, the skeleton mages had already begun their assault, bombarding the creature with a barrage of spells, leaving it no chance to escape. Lin Yanga also cast his detection skill, Magic Eye Beast, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 28. Strength, 500. Agility, 2000. Spirit, 6500. Constitution, 3000. Skill, Destructive Ray. So, it's a mage-type monster, Lin Yanga muttered to himself as he analyzed the creature's stats. With such a high spirit attribute, it was clear this was a pure magic-type monster. While mage-type monsters weren't exactly rare, one this specialized was a first for him. Its strength was significantly weaker than that of ordinary monsters of the same level, as if all its stats had been allocated to spirit. Its destructive ray skill was indeed powerful. One strike had nearly shattered his skeletal armor. Not only could it attack from over 100 meters away, but it could also fly and even retreat when it realized its attacks were ineffective. All in all, this creature was not easy to deal with. Unfortunately for it, Lin Yanga had an overwhelming number of skeleton mages, each with terrifyingly high attack power. A single volley of spells was enough to obliterate the Magic Eye Beast instantly. Kill confirmed. Acquired, Basic Magic Eye Crystal. Basic Magic Eye Crystal, a magical item that can be used by alchemists to craft tools or by formation masters to set up arrays. Glancing briefly at the Magic Eye Crystal, Lin Yanga stored it away. He sensed its potential usefulness but noted that its value was limited due to its low grade. Items labeled basic were typically not highly valued unless they had unique properties. Generally, items above level 40 were considered intermediate, and those above level 70 were advanced. With this encounter in mind, Lin Yanga began paying closer attention to the sky. The skeleton warriors, too, remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the heavens as they advanced. Before long, a massive structure came into view, a fortress-like castle surrounded by rows of smaller buildings arranged in a grid-like formation. It was unmistakably a military camp. From a distance, Lin Yanga could see numerous beastmen bustling about within the camp. There was even a training ground where formations of troops were drilling. Lin Yanga began to grasp the meaning behind the term tyrant in this context. Here, the tyrant referred to a ruler or king. The creatures inhabiting the camp had lion-like heads covered in thick fur. They wore armor, stood over 3 meters tall, and moved with disciplined precision. Their imposing presence sharply contrasted with the disorganized monsters Lin Yanga had encountered previously. Here, a single misstep could mean facing over 10 of these creatures at once. Each one was a super-enhanced elite monster, far more formidable than the monsters found in nightmare difficulty dungeons of the same level. Even a team of 40 players would find them challenging to defeat, requiring flawless teamwork, top-tier equipment, and versatile skills. Unless, of course, one had the overwhelming power to crush them, like Lin Yanga. The skeleton warriors launched their charge, with the skeleton mages close behind. Above the camp, several magic eye beasts floated and immediately sounded the alarm upon spotting the skeleton warriors. The gates of the camp opened, and a battalion of over 100 beastmen soldiers surged out to meet them. This was Lin Yanga's approach to combat. As he advanced behind the skeleton mages, he couldn't help but wonder how other players might handle this situation. Perhaps they would use ranged classes to lure the magic eye beasts away first, eliminating them before slowly clearing the camp in increments. Otherwise, directly engaging the beastman army as he was doing would likely spell disaster for most. Lin Yanga cast his detection skill once more. Desert Lion Warriors, Super Enhanced Elite Monsters. Level, 28. Strength, 6500. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 2,000. Constitution, 5,000. Skills, none. Compared to the flying ants he had encountered earlier, the lion warriors boasted significantly higher strength and agility, making them formidable combatants. Their constitution, though slightly weaker at 5,000, was complemented by the armor they wore. Lin Yang suspected that their actual durability might exceed their stats. Before the skeleton warriors clashed with the lion warriors, the skeleton mages unleashed their spells, raining destruction upon the battlefield. Skill, Explosive Flame. Skill, Ice Storm. Skill, Tornado Fury. Skill, Thunderstrike. Fire, ice, wind, and lightning. The four elemental forces exploded among the ranks of the lion tribe warriors, showcasing an array of devastating abilities, both single-target and area-of-effect attacks. The skeletal mage's mental attributes were overwhelmingly powerful, and its skill attack power was terrifyingly high, surpassing even the skeletal warriors. Under a concentrated barrage, several lion tribe warriors immediately fell to the ground. Following closely behind, Lin Yang raised his hand. Skill, Corpse Explosion. With a deafening blast, the nearby lion tribe warriors were obliterated. Defeated level 28 Desert Lion Tribe Warrior. EXP plus 390,000. Obtained Lion Hide times 5. Within a 60-meter radius, not a single lion tribe warrior survived. Experience points skyrocketed as if riding a rocket. More lion tribe warriors poured out of the barracks, yet none could halt Lin Yang's advance. No matter how many came, they were nothing more than fodder. Suddenly, a corpse was flung into the air and detonated mid-flight, killing a floating beholder instantly. The creature crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Lin Yang's mastery of the corpse explosion skill had grown increasingly precise. He felt that with a few more uses, the skill might level up again. The skeletal warriors charged into the barracks, treating the lion tribe warriors within as nothing more than obstacles to be crushed. In no time at all, the barracks were cleared of enemies. Swish swish swish. Arrows rained down like a storm from above as a large contingent of archers appeared on the castle walls. Desert Lion Tribe Archer, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 29. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 6,500. Mental Power, 1,500. Constitution, 4,500. Skill, Perfect Precision. The dense rain of arrows fell relentlessly. The skeletal warriors swung their blades to deflect them, but the castle walls stood 50 meters tall. The skeletal warriors leapt high, attempting to scale the wall, but the arrows packed a powerful force, knocking them back repeatedly. Below the castle, the skeletal mages launched a counterattack against the archers. Various spells rained down, killing the archers one by one, but replacements quickly filled their positions. The corpses of the fallen archers piled up on the walls, blocking Lin Yang's view and preventing him from targeting them for corpse explosions. The best way to breach the castle was through a frontal assault on the main gate. Some skeletal warriors had already reached the gate, hacking at it with their massive blades. However, the gate was incredibly sturdy, and their efforts proved futile for the moment. Meanwhile, the rain of arrows showed no signs of stopping. If we can't go over, then we'll blow the gate open. Lin Yang decisively commanded, focus all firepower on the gate. The skeletal warriors gathered at the gate, relentlessly attacking it. They stacked themselves like a makeshift ladder, standing on each other's shoulders and heads, striking the gate with all their might. The skeletal mages split into two groups. Those with fire and lightning abilities joined the warriors in assaulting the gate, while the wind and ice mages used their area of effect skills to target the lion tribe archers on the walls. If other teams witnessed Lin Yang's method of assaulting the castle gate, they'd surely mock him. After all, there were specialized tools for breaching gates that would make the task much easier. But Lin Yang's brute force approach, while feasible, was inefficient and left him vulnerable to the relentless arrow barrage. For an ordinary group of adventurers, such an assault would result in heavy casualties. Only his skeletal warriors, with their exceptional constitution, could endure the rain of arrows while hammering away at the gate. Gradually, Lin Yang sensed something amiss. This doesn't feel right. If I'm struggling this much, ordinary adventurers wouldn't stand a chance. Even with 40 or 100 people, they'd still fail. There must be another method for sieging castles. I'll have to ask around when I get back. The castle gate proved tougher than even a dungeon boss. It took the skeletal warriors a full 10 minutes of relentless assault to finally bring it crashing down. Behind the gate, a group of lion tribe warriors, prepared and waiting, charged forward to engage. The skeletal warriors, like hungry wolves, surged into the castle, while the skeletal mages unleashed their attacks first. Amidst the screams, the lion tribe warriors fell one after another. Lin Yang raised his palm. With a thunderous explosion, the lion tribe warriors were annihilated. The skeletal warriors then ascended the walls, engaging the lion tribe archers in melee. These supposedly powerful super-enhanced elite monsters proved powerless against the diminutive skeletal warriors. Once the skeletal mages joined the fight on the walls, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. By the time Lin Yang stepped into the castle, the Lion Tribe warriors and archers had been completely wiped out. Following the main path through the castle, the skeletal warriors rapidly pushed forward. 13 hours had passed. At the center of the castle, a massive Lion Tribe beastman sat upon a throne, wearing a crown and exuding an overwhelming presence. He resembled an invincible king. Even as he faced the dense horde of skeletal warriors, he remained utterly unfazed. When his gaze fell upon Lin Yanga, an oppressive aura swept over him, making it difficult to breathe. The weight of the pressure was suffocating. So this is a world-class boss. It's truly on a different level from any boss I've encountered before. Lin Yanga felt a sense of trepidation upon seeing such a foe for the first time, but he knew he had to continue the fight. With a wave of his hand, the skeletal warriors charged forward, while he activated his probing skill. Lion Tribe Tyrant, world-class boss. Level, 31. Strength, 13,000. Agility, 8,000. Mental power, 4,000. Constitution, 12,000. Skills, Hell Roar, Furious Leap, Spinning Storm. Seeing the boss's attributes, Lin Yanga couldn't help but feel alarmed. The tyrant's strength exceeded that of the skeletal warriors by 1,000 points, making its attacks devastating. Its agility was respectable, its mental power reasonable, and its constitution matched that of the skeletal warriors at 12,000. As a boss, its health far exceeded its constitution, making it a formidable opponent. As the skeletal warriors reached the tyrant, it rose abruptly, stomping down with a massive foot. The ground cracked, sending several skeletons flying and injuring them. Standing over 15 meters tall, the tyrant dwarfed the skeletal warriors, who appeared as mere black specks at its feet. The skeletal warriors leapt onto the tyrant's body, hacking away relentlessly. The skeletal mages bombarded it with spells, fiery explosions, lightning strikes, icy blasts, and cutting tornadoes. The tyrant roared furiously, swinging its colossal axe in wide arcs, sending dozens of skeletons flying and demolishing nearby buildings. Lin Yanga observed the situation and realized the enemy's overwhelming strength. The knights under his command wouldn't last more than a few blows against the tyrant. Activating a skill, he cast a red shackle over the tyrant's head, slowing it down. The skeletal warriors immediately felt less pressure. However, sensing the change, the tyrant roared to the skies, activating its Hell Roar skill. A shockwave radiated outward, toppling buildings and shattering Lin Yanga's bone armor. He quickly retreated behind the skeletal mages to re-equip his armor, while the skeletal warriors were blasted away. Even those clinging to the tyrant's body were shaken off. Suddenly, the tyrant leapt toward Lin Yanga, activating Furious Leap. Lin Yanga's expression shifted as a nearby skeletal mage pushed him dozens of meters away. The tyrant's strike created a massive crater, sending the skeletal mage flying. Though injured, the mage was not gravely harmed. Lin Yanga narrowly evaded the attack, a flame igniting in his palm. A spark descended onto the tyrant's head, triggering Soul Flame. The tyrant let out an agonizing scream, the castle quaking under its fury. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yanga pulled back, while the skeletal warriors resumed their relentless harassment. Without their skills, the skeletal warriors, paired with the slow curse, could wear down the tyrant eventually. However, the tyrant's abilities were overwhelmingly powerful, featuring knockback effects that proved troublesome for both the skeletal warriors and Lin Yanga as the mage. Lin Yanga commanded the skeletal mages to spread out and attack from all directions. No matter how the tyrant unleashed its skills, it was nearly impossible for it to completely escape the incoming assaults. Swinging its massive battle axe, the tyrant's movements were slowed by over half due to the curse, significantly reducing its threat to the skeletal warriors. Meanwhile, the spells from the skeletal mages rained down incessantly, bombarding the tyrant. Sensing its dire situation, the tyrant let out a furious roar and began spinning its axe. A sudden gale erupted, sending the skeletal warriors flying once again. So annoying. Every skill comes with a knockback effect, Lin Yanga muttered in irritation. But if it were easy to kill, it wouldn't be worthy of being called a world-class boss. After being knocked back, the skeletal warriors held off from attacking again, this time because the tyrant's skill was still active. Around it, numerous tornadoes formed, wreaking havoc and acting as a protective barrier, neutralizing a significant portion of the incoming spells. As the tyrant continued spinning, the tornadoes grew in number and intensity, spreading outward and destroying everything in their path. A few skeletal warriors, unable to dodge in time, were struck. Their bones were torn apart, and their soul flames flickered desperately within the raging winds. Lin Yanga promptly recalled the heavily damaged skeletons back into the summoning space. The fire in Lin Yanga's palm remained unyielding, Soul Flame continuing its relentless assault on the tyrant. When the tyrant's skill finally ended, the accumulated damage erupted all at once. The resulting earth-shattering scream reverberated throughout the dungeon. Seizing the moment, the skeletal warriors pounced again, some leaping onto the tyrant's shoulders, head, and chest, their massive blades slashing down wildly. Simultaneously, spells from the skeletal mages rained down without mercy. Skills. Lin Yanga commanded sharply. In unison, the skeletal warrior's blades erupted with a crimson glow, unleashing berserk strike. Blood sprayed from the tyrant, its anguished screams weakening. The soul flame continued burning, and the spells grew increasingly ferocious. Though the tyrant struggled to retaliate, its efforts were futile. When it attempted to activate its skills again, Lin Yanga, now experienced, avoided them with precision. The battle dragged on for 20 long minutes before the tyrant finally collapsed within the castle. Tyrant of the Lion Clan slain. Experience plus 2 million. Obtained gold tier weapon, Tyrant's battle axe. Obtained gold tier weapon, Tyrant's dagger. Obtained gold tier armor, Tyrant's staff. Obtained special item, Tyrant's heart. Tyrant's battle axe, gold tier weapon. Strength plus 500. Increases axe-related skill damage by 25%. Usable at level 30 or above. Tyrant's dagger, gold tier weapon. Agility plus 500. Increases assassin type skill damage by 25%. Usable at level 30 or above. Tyrant's staff, gold tier weapon. Spirit plus 500. Increases mage type skill damage by 25%. Usable at level 30 or above. Tyrant's heart, special item. Essential for crafting the Tyrant's necklace. Lin Yanga exhaled deeply, finally feeling the weight on his chest lift. This was, without a doubt, the toughest boss he'd ever defeated. World-class bosses were indeed no joke. In that moment, he almost forgot the vast level gap between himself and the tyrant. After all, he was only level 20. Wait, no. After defeating the tyrant and gaining the experience, he was now level 21. Instinctively, he opened his character attributes, and a hint of surprise crossed his face. The changes weren't drastic, but his strength, agility, and constitution each increased by 30 points, reaching 330. Meanwhile, his spirit had risen by 200 points, now totaling 1,500. The overall boosts were noticeably higher than before. Both Soul Flame and Summon Skeletal Warrior had advanced by one level, now sitting at level 21. What truly shocked him, however, was that Summon Skeletal Mage had also reached level 21. It seemed to have leveled up automatically along with him. Could it be, if I max out a skill, it will automatically level up as I do? This thought suddenly struck him, sending a chill down his spine. If that's the case, I need to max out a few key skills as soon as possible. Otherwise, the higher my level, the harder it'll be to train them. Looks like I'll have to return to the Tyrant's Desert and rely on desert fruits to grind my skills. While he was lost in thought, chaos broke out in the dungeon hall. Bells tolled incessantly, ringing 6 times in succession, signaling the creation of a new record for a large-scale dungeon. The dungeon hall itself was empty, but inside, hundreds of people were packed tightly together. All eyes were glued to the glowing screen of the Tyrant's Desert dungeon. More players kept teleporting in, rushing into the hall, summoned by the commotion. He's coming out. Finally. I can't believe the team from Bailey Academy actually set a new record. Unbelievable. They were only in there for 14 hours, right? Heh, who says it was Bailey Academy that set the record? Don't forget, Lin Yanga also entered the dungeon. Maybe the record was his doing. A haughty voice cut through the chatter as a group of players strode into the hall, all wearing matching uniforms emblazoned with an emblem. That's Bailey Sheng, the grandson of Bailey Academy's headmaster, someone whispered. Bailey Sheng's gaze was arrogant as he led his group inside. In a cold, condescending tone, he asked, "Who is this Lin Yanga you're all talking about? Never heard of him. What team did he bring into the dungeon?" His voice dripped with disdain. Someone replied gravely, "Lin Yanga went in alone. He soloed it." Soloed it? Ha ha ha. Bailey Sheng burst into laughter, his expression twisting into disbelief. Soloing a large-scale dungeon? Are you kidding me? His eyes glinted with hostility, and he looked ready to lash out. The person flinched but mustered the courage to explain, "I'm telling the truth. Lin Yanga really went in alone. Everyone saw it." "That's right. He entered by himself and hasn't come out since." "Exactly. What, are you saying Bailey Academy has the right to bar him from entering a dungeon?" Bailey Sheng frowned in irritation. "Who is this Lin Yanga, anyway?" At that moment, someone beside him whispered, "I think I've heard of him. Over the past 2 days, he's broken 2 records in the dungeon hall, one for the mutated forest and another for the spider nest. Both low-level dungeons. Apparently, there's even a rumor that he has some kind of connection to Lord Bai Shen." Bailey Sheng glanced at the records for the 2 dungeons and was momentarily stunned by the astonishing times Lin Yanga had achieved. Realizing something, his expression darkened. "So, he's only level 20, more or less. At most, he'd be level 22. Otherwise, he couldn't have entered the spider nest," someone added. Bailey Sheng sneered disdainfully. "A little brat, barely level 22 at most, going into a large-scale dungeon alone. Doesn't he know his limits? He's just an attention-seeking fool. Breaking a couple of records in low-level dungeons doesn't mean he's invincible. No one can solo a large-scale dungeon. He's probably just napping in there," Bailey Sheng declared smugly. His words were met with nods of agreement, especially from the members of Bailey Academy, who all wore mocking smiles. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I think Lin Yanga can solo this." Bai Li Sheng turned his head toward the sound and saw Shu Han, a rather attractive girl. He hesitated to lose his temper at her and instead snorted, "What do you know?" Shu Han replied calmly, "I believe in Lin Yanga." Bai Li Sheng sneered coldly, "Your belief is worth nothing." Shu Han let out a soft snort, ignoring him. At that moment, a golden light shot out from the tyrant dungeon, illuminating the entire dungeon hall. The light landed on the display screen, which announced, "The tyrant's heart has dropped." Alongside it was the timestamp, indicating it would take another year before the item could drop again. Otherwise, the message would disappear entirely. The crowd erupted into excitement once more. It really dropped. The tyrant's heart actually dropped. Such amazing luck. It's not just luck. They must have defeated the tyrant within an hour to make this possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dropped. Bai Li Sheng burst into hearty laughter. "Well done. Absolutely brilliant. I told you, when Bai Li Academy takes the lead, not only do we break records, but we also claim the tyrant's heart. From now on, Bai Li Academy will have its own boss accessory." The members of Bai Li Academy were beaming with pride. Breaking a record and obtaining the tyrant's heart was an immense honor, and every student from their academy felt the glory. The display screen refreshed again. The previous first-place team was bumped down to second. A new record appeared, Lin Yanga, seconds. When the name Lin Yanga appeared, everyone froze. Bai Li Sheng's smile stiffened, and the pride on his face shattered instantly, as if he had fallen from heaven straight into the depths of hell. He felt as though everyone around him was mocking him, their gazes filled with ridicule. Shame, embarrassment, and bitterness surged through him, leaving an unspeakable taste in his mouth. Lin Yanga, who the hell is this guy? Bai Li Sheng clenched his fists, blaming everything on Lin Yanga. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared at the dungeon entrance, and a figure materialized. It was Lin Yanga, emerging from the dungeon. Seeing himself surrounded by a crowd, he felt uneasy, particularly because one pair of eyes brimmed with fury and a touch of frustration. "So, you're Lin Yanga?" Bai Li Sheng demanded. Lin Yanga looked at him quizzically, thinking, "Do I know this guy? Did I offend him somehow?" But this wasn't important. He had priorities. He turned to complete his quest and activated his teleportation stone. Leaving the dungeon hall, he thought, "Why would I stay here to be gawked at like some zoo animal?" Watching Lin Yanga ignore him entirely, Bai Li Sheng's face turned red with anger. He felt utterly humiliated and barked, "We're leaving." With that, he activated his teleportation stone and disappeared. His entourage followed suit, fleeing the scene. They couldn't bear to stay a moment longer, feeling everyone's judgmental gazes. The embarrassment was too much to handle, none of them wanted to return here anytime soon. Finally, they're gone. Bai Li Academy made a complete fool of themselves this time. By tomorrow, this story will spread across the entire campus. Bai Li Academy is going to be very famous. Exactly. Serves them right for being so arrogant, strutting around like they're the best. This is like Lin Yanga slamming their faces into the dirt. Did you guys notice? Lin Yanga cleared the dungeon at level 21, meaning he entered it at level 20. Level 20 soloing a large-scale dungeon. Is that even humanly possible? A necromancer, could the class itself really be that overpowered? Even if the class is strong, it can't be that strong. He must have awakened some kind of talent, probably an extraordinary one. Shu Han, overhearing these comments, felt elated as if she had won herself. She giggled, skipping away from the dungeon hall cheerfully. Back in his dorm room, Lin Yanga immediately contacted Bai Yiyuan. "What is it? Can't find a team." Bai Yiyuan's lazy voice came through the communicator, sounding like he had been resting. Lin Yanga said quietly, "I got the tyrant's heart." "Oh, you got it? That's good." "What?" The next moment, Bai Yiyuan let out an incredulous shout. "Say that again." Lin Yanga repeated himself, "I got the tyrant's heart." "Already?" Bai Yiyuan exclaimed. "I only gave you the task a short while ago." He quickly asked, "Where are you right now?" "In my dorm. Meet me at the dormitory entrance." "Alright." Just as Lin Yanga ended the call, his communicator buzzed again. A message popped up, "New record set in Tyrant's Desert Dungeon, 5,000 points and 30 contribution points earned, one-time reward." Seeing the notification, Lin Yanga's lips curved into a faint smile. The rewards for large-scale dungeons were indeed more generous than usual, though it was unfortunate they could only be earned once. At the dormitory entrance, Lin Yanga met Bai Yiyuan. Before he could say a word, Bai Yiyuan grabbed him, and the two vanished in an instant. Bai Yiyuan had used a teleportation stone to bring Lin Yanga along. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yanga found himself standing outside a small courtyard. The courtyard was situated on a mountainside, surrounded by serene bamboo forests that swayed gently in the breeze, creating a peaceful and comforting atmosphere. It was nighttime, and under the moonlight, the stars twinkled in the vast sky above. The courtyard itself was adorned with bamboo, and small magical lanterns hung from the stalks, casting a soft glow that enhanced the refined ambience. Lin Yanga gazed at the scene, momentarily captivated. He genuinely liked this kind of tranquil house. Bai Yuan seemed pleased by Lin Yang's reaction. He smiled and said, "This is my place. Not bad, right?" Lin Yang nodded in agreement. In this era of rampant monsters and ferocious beasts, few dared to live outside the safety of the cities, relying on city walls and military forces for protection. The wilderness was far too perilous. Only someone like Bai Yuan would choose to live in such a location. "Come on inside." Bai Yuan chuckled, leading Lin Yang into the courtyard. They bypassed the main building and headed straight to the backyard. There, a tea table exuded a serene aroma of freshly brewed tea. Seated beside the table was a middle-aged man, his demeanor refined and scholarly. Dressed in a long robe, he resembled a learned scholar with an air of elegance. Seeing the man, Lin Yang immediately straightened up and respectfully greeted him. "Lin Yang greets Mr. Meng." Meng Anwen, like Bai Yuan, was a figure known throughout the entire Xinxia Empire. He was one of the strongest professionals, a god-tier formation master, revered as Mr. Meng. He had made extraordinary contributions to the empire, and his achievements were immortalized in textbooks. Lin Yang had seen his photos in school materials and read about his heroic deeds. He couldn't help but feel immense respect for him. Meng Anwen smiled warmly and nodded. "Come, have a seat, and enjoy some tea." Bai Yuan laughed heartily. "No need to be so formal. Old Meng's easy to talk to." Then, turning to Lin Yang, he added, "Take out the tyrant's heart." Lin Yang retrieved the tyrant's heart from his inventory. It resembled a pulsating heart, soft to the touch, almost as if it were alive. Meng Anwen glanced at it and confirmed, "Indeed, this is the tyrant's heart." Bai Yuan looked at Lin Yang curiously. "So you really soloed the dungeon?" he asked. Lin Yang nodded, earning a strange expression from Bai Yuan. "How on earth did you pull that off?" After a brief hesitation, Lin Yang simply replied, "I just did." Bai Yuan immediately realized that he had asked a foolish question. Meng Anwen broke the silence and asked, "How was the result?" Lin Yang answered honestly, 14 hours and a bit. Bai Yuan's face lit up with shock. That speed was astonishing. This meant that Lin Yang's individual combat capability exceeded that of a 40-person team. Moreover, Lin Yang had only been level 20 when entering the dungeon. To achieve that level of strength at level 20 was simply unheard of. If he could reach the third-class advancement, Bai Yuan's thoughts trailed off, and he felt a surge of excitement building in his chest. Meng Anwen, however, remained much more composed and displayed little emotion. He merely said, "Not bad. Old Bai, you should honor your promise to him." Bai Yuan nodded, retrieving a talisman from his belongings. He said, "This cooling talisman is yours now. If you want to upgrade it to a mid-level cooling talisman or even an advanced one in the future, that'll be up to you. I can tell you the method to upgrade it." Lin Yang understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Without hesitation, he responded, "What does the Great Baishan require of me?" Seeing how perceptive Lin Yang was, Bai Yuan was quite satisfied. He replied, "No hurry. Let me ask you this. Do you want to join the Genesis Academy?" Lin Yang softly replied, "Yes." Bai Yuan chuckled and said, "I know you're fast at leveling up, so your level won't be a problem. What you're lacking are contribution points." Lin Yang nodded in acknowledgement, confirming Bai Yuan's assessment. His response was within Bai Yuan's expectations. Bai Yuan's eyes gleamed with the cunning of an old fox. "Do you think you can earn 1,000 contribution points on your own?" Lin Yang shook his head, lacking confidence. He currently had only 90 contribution points, far below the Genesis Academy's requirement of 1,000. He hadn't even reached a tenth of the goal. His plan was to sweep through every dungeon in the dungeon hall that he could enter, breaking their records. However, he had no idea how many contribution points he could earn this way. If each dungeon provided only 5 to 10 points, even clearing every dungeon below level 30 wouldn't be enough. Bai Yuan, in a tone of guidance, said, "Have you heard of the Prime Battlefield?" Lin Yang shook his head again, indicating that he hadn't. Bai Yuan took a sip of tea, speaking leisurely. "The Prime Battlefield contains many treasures that can be exchanged for contribution points. The Academy has an outpost there and assigns tasks. Completing those tasks will also earn you contribution points. In short, if you want to earn contribution points quickly, you have to go to the Prime Battlefield." Lin Yang's eyes lit up slightly, intrigued by the mention of the Prime Battlefield. Noticing Lin Yang's expression, Bai Yuan knew he had piqued his interest. He shifted the conversation and said, "However, not just anyone can enter the Prime Battlefield. Like the dungeon hall, you need to qualify first." Lin Yang looked at Bai Yuan and asked, "What do I need to do to qualify?" Bai Yuan chuckled and said, "I can grant you that qualification." "What's the condition?" Lin Yang asked directly. Having interacted with Bai Yuan a few times, he understood his nature. Everything was an exchange of equivalent value. There was no such thing as a free meal, let alone manna falling from the heavens. Bai Yuan chuckled again, clearly pleased. "Smart. The Prime Battlefield is full of treasures, and there are plenty of dungeons there as well. Occasionally, natural secret realms will even appear. Dungeons in the Prime Battlefield have a unique feature: the level restrictions are quite broad, allowing entry for those within 5 levels above or below the dungeon's requirement. It's similar to the Tyrant's Desert dungeon you just completed. If you go to the Prime Battlefield, I want you to bring back a few materials from the dungeons there. As he spoke, Bai Yuan handed Lin Yanga a list. The items listed were all dragon-related materials, such as 10 dragon hearts, 10 drops of dragon essence blood, 10 dragon horns, and 5 dragon cores. Lin Yanga stared at Bai Yuan with a speechless expression. Dragons were incredibly powerful creatures. Asking someone at level 21 to hunt dragons was no different from sending them to their death. Bai Yuan explained, "Don't worry, these aren't real dragons, just a type of beastman species known as the dragon tribe. They're essentially no different from the lion tribe you encountered in the Tyrant's Desert." Lin Yanga understood and did not doubt Bai Yuan's words. Given Bai Yuan's status, it was unlikely he would deceive him. Lin Yanga asked, "Does the cooling talisman work there as well?" Bai Yuan replied matter-of-factly, "Of course it does. What if the talisman's energy runs out?" Lin Yanga followed up. His current beginner-level cooling talisman had full energy and could be used 10 times, but it would need recharging once depleted. Bai Yuan answered, "That's simple. There are many ways to recharge it. You can go to the alchemy hall at the academy and pay an alchemy master in contribution points. If you're outside, you can hire an alchemist to recharge it for gold coins, but that depends on whether they're willing. Recharging requires a lot of materials, so it'll cost you. Alternatively, you can gather the materials yourself. Some rare materials can directly recharge the talisman, but such materials are hard to come by. In any case, recharging at the academy is the most convenient option, though it will cost contribution points." "Any other questions?" Bai Yuan asked. Lin Yanga thought for a moment and then asked, "Great Bai Shen, do you know about desert fruits?" Bai Yuan looked surprised and asked, "Did you obtain desert fruits during your run in the Tyrant's Desert?" "I did," Lin Yanga replied softly. Bai Yuan burst into laughter. "What incredible luck! These things are rare and hard to come by. They're excellent for skill cultivation. Have you used them yet?" "I have," Lin Yanga replied, "but I didn't get enough of them." The fact that even Bai Yuan acknowledged the value of desert fruits confirmed their rarity and utility. Bai Yuan patted Lin Yanga on the shoulder and said, "Don't dwell on it. These things are rare and unpredictable. Even if you run the dungeon 10 more times, you might not encounter them again. The skill cultivation room at the academy isn't as good as desert fruits, but it's decent. After the opening ceremony, I'll send you to the Prime Battlefield." Lin Yanga asked again, "If I max out a skills level, will it automatically level up alongside me when I gain levels?" Bai Yuan paused for a moment before replying, "Of course not. Skills need to be trained." Lin Yanga seemed to understand something but chose not to press further. Instead, he shifted his focus to other questions. Bai Yuan answered truthfully. His knowledge was vast and comprehensive, and for him, Lin Yanga's inquiries were mere common knowledge. After Lin Yanga left, Bai Yuan toyed with the heart of the tyrant, muttering, TSK, the tyrant's necklace, quite a remarkable piece of equipment." Meng Anwen chimed in, "Is it really appropriate to send him to the Yuan battlefield so soon?" Bai Yuan chuckled slyly and replied, "You saw it yourself. This kid can solo large-scale dungeons. That says a lot about his strength, which is already on par with some newly advanced second-tier professionals. It's good for him to train early in the Yuan battlefield." Meng Anwen spoke in a somber tone, "Looks like you're serious about grooming him." Bai Yuan tilted his head with a mischievous smile. "Why not? That old geezer is nurturing his sister, so I'll nurture him. Let's see whose protege becomes stronger in the end." Meng Anwen couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. The usually imposing and dignified Bai Yuan could sometimes act like a child. "Then why didn't you tell him that the Yuan battlefield has enemies and isn't safe?" "What's the point? He'll find out when he gets there," Bai Yuan said nonchalantly. Back in his dormitory, Lin Yanga summoned 5 skeletal warriors before collapsing onto his bed and drifting into a deep sleep. He had been fighting in the dungeon for over 10 hours straight, enduring the scorching sun in the Great Desert. Both his body and spirit were utterly exhausted, leaving him too drained to even meditate. Using the heart of the tyrant, he had traded with Bai Yuan for a beginner's cooling amulet and learned about the existence of the Yuan battlefield, as well as the method to earn contribution points. Lin Yanga's mind was already set on his next course of action. Before he knew it, he had fallen into a deep sleep, his breathing steady, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled upward, as though he were having a pleasant dream. The dungeon hall remained bustling with activity, its lively atmosphere undiminished even at night. People came and went in a constant stream, and some, seeking the thrill of adventure, preferred venturing into dungeons during the dead of night to hunt monsters in teams. Amidst the shimmering light of teleportation sigils, figures emerged one after another from a dungeon. A total of 40 individuals exited in succession, appearing in the dungeon hall. "Ha! I'm back." The knight leading the group, Qing Chuyang, shouted with excitement, his face beaming. The rest of the team shared in the elation, their joy evident after the intense battle. "Hey, isn't that the team from Bailey Academy? Looks like they succeeded." "So what if they did? They sure embarrassed themselves earlier today." The crowd whispered amongst themselves. Ching Chiuyang, the team leader from Bailey Academy, stood tall with pride. His gaze swept across the crowd as he declared, "We've completed the Tyrant's Desert Dungeon with a new record time of 15 hours and 58 minutes. Bailey Academy, stand proud." The teammates who had accompanied him into the dungeon cheered loudly in unison. Suddenly, someone pointed at the glowing leaderboard and exclaimed, "Captain, something's off." Ching Chiuyang's confidence faltered. He had been keeping track of the time since entering the dungeon. What could possibly be wrong? He turned to look at the leaderboard. The first thing he saw was the notification indicating the drop of the Heart of the Tyrant, which puzzled him further. We didn't get the Heart of the Tyrant. Who did? Just as the question formed in his mind, he saw the rankings. Their team's name was listed, but not in the top spot. They were second. The first place, Lin Yang, solo. Time, 14 hours. Ching Chiuyang's body stiffened, a chill running down his spine. He immediately recalled the lone figure who had entered the dungeon earlier than them. This is impossible. He found it hard to believe. His team had made meticulous preparations, optimized their class combinations, equipped themselves with the best gear, and coordinated flawlessly to defeat the boss and set a new record at 16 hours. Although they hadn't obtained the Heart of the Tyrant, breaking the previous record was an impressive feat, yet now, they were overshadowed by a single individual. How could this be? This is impossible. How could this happen? Ching Chiuyang's voice cracked as he struggled to accept the truth. But the leaderboard didn't lie. The other onlookers in the dungeon hall watched with amused expressions. Bailey Academy's team members felt as though they'd been crushed under Lin Yang's feet. Their faces burned with embarrassment, and some hung their heads in shame. "Captain, let's just go." "Yeah, we should head back. We can discuss this later." Ching Chiuyang finally composed himself, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of unwillingness. He glanced at the leaderboard one last time before saying, "Let's go." The members of Bailey Academy immediately used teleportation stones to vanish without a trace. As soon as they left, the dungeon hall erupted in laughter. Who would have thought Bailey Academy would get humiliated twice in one day? Lin Yang didn't even say anything. He just let his actions speak for themselves. That was hilarious. Did you see Bailey Sheng's face earlier? Priceless. Today's definitely a day for the history books. Bailey Academy's reputation is in tatters. The onlookers couldn't get enough of the drama. They knew that by tomorrow, the entire academy would be buzzing with gossip about this incident. Bailey Academy, known for its arrogance, thanks to Bailey Sheng's grandfather being the academy's headmaster, had always looked down on ordinary students. But this time, Bailey Sheng had strutted in full of confidence, only to leave in disgrace, providing endless amusement for everyone else. Lin Yang woke up naturally late the next morning. It was already 10 a.m., and his stomach growled with hunger. After getting out of bed, he felt refreshed. Apart from his mental energy not being fully restored, he was back to peak condition. Stretching lazily, he freshened up and began eating. Looking at the mountain of food in his storage space, he couldn't help but think of Ningyi, that mischievous little girl. He wondered where she had gone. After finishing his meal, Lin Yang activated a teleportation stone and returned to the dungeon hall. Although Bai Yuan had mentioned that desert fruits were rare and not something one could find easily, Lin Yang decided to test his luck. If he could encounter them again, he was confident he could quickly train his slow curse and bone armor skills to their maximum levels. He remembered Bai Yuan's words, apart from innate skills, all other skills required personal effort to train, they wouldn't automatically level up just by advancing. But his summoned skeleton mage skill had continued leveling with him after reaching its max rank. He wasn't sure if this was a unique trait of the skill or a characteristic of his class, so he wanted to verify it. "You're Lin Yang, aren't you?" A voice suddenly spoke near him. Lin Yang looked up to see someone standing at the entrance of the dungeon hall, staring directly at him. Lin Yang didn't recognize the person in front of him. He simply responded with a nonchalant and asked, "What's the matter?" The man replied, "Senior Bai Li Sheng wants to see you. Come with me." His tone carried an inexplicable arrogance, which only deepened when he noticed Lin Yang's attire. Determining that Lin wasn't part of the elite academy division but rather just an ordinary student, his expression became even haughtier. Lin Yang gave the person a glance, thinking that something seemed a bit off about him. Without another word, he walked past the man and entered the dungeon hall, leaving behind a casually dismissive remark, "Let him come himself." The man's eyes widened in shock as he watched Lin Yang blatantly ignore him. "How dare you?" "Do you even know who Bai Li Sheng is?" he shouted angrily. "I don't," Lin Yang'e replied without looking back. By now, he was already standing in front of the Tyrant Desert dungeon, preparing to enter. However, he quickly discovered that the dungeon had a cooldown time of 240 hours, a full 10 days. Waiting wasn't an option for him, not 10 days, not even 10 hours. Without hesitation, he spent 2,000 points to eliminate the cooldown and another 500 points to enter the dungeon. With a remaining balance of 125,000 points, Lin Yang'e's wealth was evident. The man's face turned shades of red and white, his teeth grinding in frustration. Lin Yang'e had completely disregarded him. Meanwhile, the sight of Lin Yang'e entering the dungeon didn't escape the onlookers, who couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. Whoa, Lin Yang'e is entering the Tyrant Desert again. Could he be aiming to break another record? Very likely. He's already set records in both the mutated forest and the spider nest. The first time might have been excusable, but breaking records twice in a row, that doesn't even give others a chance. I get it. The first time might have been due to unfamiliarity with the dungeon, but the second time, with experience, it's natural for the results to improve. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with curiosity. Everyone wondered if Lin Yang'e would break yet another record. Unlike regular dungeons, large-scale dungeons required 10 hours or more to complete. The onlookers weren't in a rush, they simply needed to wait for the final bell to see the outcome. For some reason, they had unwavering confidence in Lin Yang'e's ability to set another record. After Lin Yang'e entered the dungeon, the man who had approached him also teleported away. Upon returning to Bai Li Academy, he found Bai Li Sheng and reported, Lin Yang'e refused to come. He said you should go to him yourself. Bai Li Sheng sat in the academy's lounge, frowning. That guy is really full of himself. Indeed, he was very rude, the man added. With a cold snort, Bai Li Sheng said, just because he's able to solo the Tyrant Desert, he thinks it's a big deal. It's just a low-level dungeon. He has no idea how drastically professions change after their second transition. Some professions that are strong before the second transition become incredibly weak afterward. I called him over to give him an opportunity, to show him some respect. Since he doesn't appreciate it, forget about him. If I ever run into him outside the academy, I'll be sure to teach him a lesson. Bai Li Sheng's arrogance was well known throughout the academy. The embarrassing incident involving Bai Li Academy the previous day had already spread across the entire institution by morning. He was too humiliated to step outside and was now harboring intense resentment toward Lin Yang'e. The ideal way to regain his reputation would have been to recruit Lin Yang'e under his banner, but Lin Yang'e had given him no such chance. Within the academy, Bai Li Sheng couldn't lay a hand on Lin Yang'e. His grandfather might be the dean, but not even that would protect him if he acted out. However, if it were outside the academy, that would be a different story. The Tyrant Desert was as harsh as ever, with yellow sand flying in the air under a blazing sun. Let's hope the map hasn't randomized, Lin Yang'e muttered to himself. A wave of 135 skeleton warriors and 70 skeleton mages appeared, all marching in one direction. Along the way, the desert ghost trees were instantly obliterated as they passed. The skeleton warriors unleashed their skills without reservation, while the skeleton mages conducted rapid long-range strikes. Monsters were swiftly taken down one by one. In just over an hour, they reached the oasis. Lin Yang'e's lips curled into a smile. The map hasn't changed. The skeleton warriors surged toward the oasis like a tide, where they were met by a swarm of massive desert scorpions. However, instead of engaging immediately, the skeleton warriors dragged the scorpions along, sprinting swiftly along the oasis's waterway. The desert scorpions relentlessly pursued them. The skeleton warriors cleverly controlled their speed, staying just ahead of the scorpions without losing them. As the group advanced, more desert scorpions joined the chase, and the pursuing horde grew increasingly massive. Lin Yang'e followed at a distance of about 1,000 meters, keeping an eye on the situation. After running for half an hour, they finally spotted the silhouettes of ant larvae. Seeing this, Lin Yang'e quickened his pace, closing the distance. The skeleton warriors, in turn, stopped abruptly and engaged the desert scorpions in fierce battle. One by one, the desert scorpions fell under the skeleton warriors' blades. The overwhelming attribute advantage of the skeleton warriors made the fight a one-sided slaughter. By the time Lin Yang'e caught up, a third of the scorpions had already been eliminated. Suddenly, boom, 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 a series of explosions shattered the air, sending yellow sand flying high. Lin Yang'e had begun casting his skill, Corpse Explosion. He showed no hesitation, pouring his mental energy into the repeated use of the skill. Even after all the scorpions had been wiped out, he continued casting, using the opportunity to train his skill. He knew well that Corpse Explosion could only be effectively improved through actual combat. During the last dungeon run, he'd sensed that the skill was on the verge of leveling up. This time, after using it 30 or 40 times, consuming a third of his mental energy. The skill finally leveled up as he'd hoped. Corpse Explosion, level 3 detonates a corpse, dealing damage equal to 20% of the corpse's health to enemies within a 3-meter radius. The upgraded skill now had a larger radius and significantly increased damage. With the added boosts from his innate talent, the attack range expanded to 100 meters, and the damage reached a staggering 600% of the corpse's health. His offensive power had once again received a substantial increase. When they arrived at the entrance of the ant cave, Lin Yanga spotted a dense patch of cacti. Unfortunately, this time, there were no fruits on them. He recalled Bai Yuan's words, desert fruits were rare and could only be found by chance. A faint sense of disappointment crept into his heart, but he quickly shrugged it off. Well, I'll treat this as a leveling opportunity. Can't let those points go to waste, Lin Yanga thought to himself. Without hesitation, his skeleton army charged into the ant cave. With the experience from their previous attempt, this time the team didn't need to search for maps or exits. They advanced in almost a straight line, heading directly toward the ant queen's lair. Gradually, a swarm of ants began to trail behind them, larvae, worker ants, soldier ants, flying ants, hundreds of them. Lin Yanga donned his skeletal armor and kept a safe distance at the rear, observing the progress of the battle. When the team arrived at the ant queen's nest, the ants hesitated, clustering outside and not daring to venture in. It seemed that in many dungeons, minions rarely dared to trespass into the boss's territory, a phenomenon that Lin Yanga found entirely normal. The skeletal warriors blocked the entrance, engaging in fierce combat with the ants. By the time Lin Yanga caught up, he resolved the battle with his corpse explosion skill. Watching the endless stream of notifications popping up, Lin Yanga couldn't help but smirk to himself. Another wave of experience coming my way. From the beginning of the dungeon until now, he had already experienced 2 significant surges in experience, once with the desert scorpions and now with the ants. These 2 waves of corpses had boosted his experience by 15%. Although this was just the appetizer, the real feast was still ahead. Lin Yanga drank a bottle of basic mental potion, recovering 100 points of mental energy. Though this 100 points of mental energy was negligible for him, it was still enough to unleash 10 corpse explosions or apply his skeletal armor a few times. After clearing out the minor mobs, the team charged into the Ant Queen's chamber and immediately targeted her 4 royal guards. Focus fire. With Lin Yanga's command, the team unleashed a concentrated attack, instantly killing one of the Ant Queen's guards. At this moment, the remaining 3 royal guards entered a defensive state. Their skills activated, and a shimmering luster covered their carapaces, pushing their defenses to incredible levels. The skeletal warriors' relentless attacks continued without pause. A barrage of elemental assaults, wind, fire, lightning, ice, rained down on the guards, quickly depleting their defensive skills. The Ant Queen flapped her wings, emitting a sharp, piercing scream that initiated a sonic attack. Lin Yanga's skeletal armor flickered continuously, completely shielding him from the attack. As for the skeletal warriors, they were entirely unaffected and kept up their assault. In just 10 seconds, the shimmering defensive glow on the 3 royal guards dimmed significantly. The Ant Queen flapped her wings again, triggering her skill, Storm Smash. A raging storm swept through the chamber, scattering the skeletal warriors. However, they quickly rose to their feet upon landing and charged back to resume their relentless attacks. The skeletal mages formed a protective wall in front of Lin Yanga, acting as his shield. Watching the remaining glow on the royal guards fade to near extinction, Lin Yanga issued a mental command. The skeletal warriors activated their skill, Frenzied Strike. Within moments, the defenses of the 3 royal guards collapsed, leaving them gravely injured. The skeletal mages swiftly followed up with finishing moves, unleashing a barrage of radiant, devastating spells. At the same time, Lin Yanga raised his palm. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive explosions rippled through the chamber, devastating the entire lair. The Ant Queen let out a pained shriek as she was critically wounded, immediately entering a curled-up state. In this curled-up state, the Ant Queen's wounds began to heal rapidly. At the same time, her piercing screams echoed throughout the ant colony. Lin Yanga's lips curled into a sly smile. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Unlike last time, he deliberately refrained from clearing out the other mobs in the ant lair, leaving an overwhelming number of ants still alive. Now, he was like a hunter lying in wait, ready for the prey to deliver itself. Some of the skeletal warriors had already returned, positioning themselves in front of him. Seconds later, the sound of countless legs skittering across the ground filled the air, accompanied by the ants' sharp cries, enough to make anyone's scalp tingle with unease. The ants' heightened sense of awareness meant that hordes of them were converging from all directions. Soon, swarms of ants appeared in his line of sight, a dense, writhing mass that seemed endless. Crawling ants covered the ground, while flying ants hovered above, their sheer numbers making them impossible to count. After waiting 2 more seconds, the ants were now less than 20 meters away. Attack! Lin Yanga commanded sharply. The skeletal warriors surged forward, while the skeletal mages acted even faster, casting dozens of spells simultaneously. The chamber was instantly illuminated by the dazzling, multicolored brilliance of their magic. Screeches of pain erupted from the ant swarm as casualties began to mount. Lin Yanga locked onto his target without hesitation. Skill, corpse explosion. The deafening sound of explosions reverberated throughout the chamber, causing the entire lair to tremble. The explosions came one after another, rhythmic and relentless. Lin Yanga wasn't recklessly spamming his skills. Instead, he patiently waited for the ant numbers to accumulate before detonating them in waves. As time went on, the chamber became littered with ant corpses, piling up into small mountains. New ants scrambled over these grotesque mounds of their fallen kin, determined to reach Lin Yanga. Under the Ant Queen's summons, the ants became increasingly fearless, throwing themselves into the fray without hesitation. Waves of experience surged toward Lin Yanga like a rising tide. In the blink of an eye, his experience bar had reached 50%, a speed that was nothing short of astonishing. To put this into perspective, it typically took an average player 1 year to level from 20 to 30, or even 2 to 3 years for slower players. Yet, at Lin Yanga's pace, he could achieve this in just 1 to 2 months. Even so, he still felt it was too slow. Lin Yanga continued methodically detonating the ants. 10 minutes later, the swarms finally stopped coming. The entire ant lair had been wiped clean of monsters. The Ant Queen's scream ceased as well, her curled-up state ended, and her wounds had fully healed. But what awaited her was an overwhelming, coordinated assault from the skeletal warriors and mages. All 135 skeletal warriors simultaneously raised their massive blades, unleashing their skills. They attacked from every possible angle, beneath the Ant Queen, atop her, behind her, on her head. The freshly healed Ant Queen was instantly reduced to the brink of death. The skeletal mages followed up with their spells, delivering the final blow. The Ant Queen was practically annihilated in seconds, even more pathetically than last time, without having the chance to activate a single skill. You have slain Desert Ant Queen. Experience plus 800,000. You have obtained Silver Grade Weapon, Ant Queen's Longsword. You have obtained Silver Grade Accessory, Ant Queen's Ring. You have obtained Low Grade Monster Core, Ant Queen's Longsword, Silver Grade Weapon. Strength plus. Usable after meeting level requirements. Ant Queen's Ring, Silver Grade Accessory. Spirit plus. Usable after meeting level requirements. This time, the rewards weren't as plentiful as before. There was no Desert Ant Queen egg. Lin Yanga stepped over the queen's corpse and exited the ant lair, entering the territory of the lion tribe. Gazing at the towering castle and its fortified gates, he knew that opening the gates quickly would require siege equipment. Unfortunately, these tools weren't available in the marketplace. He would have to gather materials and find a blacksmith to craft them. He had no time for such tasks. Instead, he opted for the simplest and most direct approach, having the skeletal warriors break down the gates. At most, it would cost him a few extra minutes. With only 5 hours elapsed since entering the dungeon, his progress was already twice as fast as his previous attempt. He could afford to waste a little time. World-class boss, here I come again. Lin Yanga declared with a wave of his hand, sending his skeletal army charging forward once more. The warriors of the Lion clan fell to the ground in waves as the castle gates were effortlessly breached. Skeleton warriors surged into the castle like a relentless tide, cutting down every Lion clan monster in their path. The team advanced with unstoppable momentum, charging straight to the throne of the desert tyrant. The tyrant, who once gazed upon intruders with disdain and arrogance, now wore an expression tinged with a faint but unmistakable mockery and contempt. This look was something Lin Yanga had never encountered in previous dungeons, as if the tyrant had gained a trace of sentience. A new record is about to be set, Lin Yanga thought to himself. Originally, his purpose in entering the dungeon was to search for the desert fruit. Yet now, without finding the fruit, the situation had turned into a speedrun challenge of the dungeon. He issued the command to eliminate the tyrant while simultaneously casting a slowing curse on it. Then, retreating to a distant rooftop, he stood silently, observing the battle unfold from afar. At this point, the level 21 skeleton warriors had reached an impressive total stat value of 13,500, while the skeleton mages' mental attributes had risen to 27,000. Compared to the previous level, there was a significant improvement, making them even more formidable in battle. Their attributes now suppressed the tyrant, who only held a slight edge in terms of its unique skills. In every other aspect, the tyrant was at a disadvantage. Moreover, it was 205 skeleton warriors against a single tyrant. No matter how fiercely the tyrant resisted, the outcome was already decided. In just over 10 minutes, the tyrant fell before Lin Yanga once again, consumed by endless unwillingness. Defeated Lion Clan Tyrant, EXP plus 2 million. Acquired Golden Weapon, Tyrant's Staff. Acquired Golden Weapon, Tyrant's Longbow. Acquired Golden Armor, Tyrant's Robe plus 14. Acquired Golden Armor, Tyrant's Light Armor. Acquired World Boss Core. Tyrant Staff, Golden Weapon, requires Mental plus rank or higher to equip. Tyrant's Longbow, Golden Weapon, requires Agility plus rank or higher to equip. Tyrant's Robe, Golden Armor, requires Mental plus rank or higher to equip. Tyrant's Light Armor, Golden Armor, requires Agility plus rank or higher to equip. Lin Yang'e checked his experience points, which had now reached 84%, aligning closely with his earlier predictions. His leveling speed was indeed about 10% slower, as he hadn't cleared the monsters in the desert. If he had, he might have gained a bit more experience. Exiting the dungeon through the portal, Lin Yang'e was immediately surrounded by a throng of people. Moments earlier, the bell had rung 6 consecutive times, drawing a crowd into the dungeon hall. When they saw the new record on the Tyrant Dungeon leaderboard, they all gasped audibly. Lin Yang'e, level 21, 6 hours, 11 minutes, 33 seconds. This speed was utterly terrifying, a record that might not be broken for a century. Master Lin, can you take me through the dungeon? Master Lin, please carry me. Master Lin, help me clear the Desert Tyrant Dungeon just once. I need it for my academy quest. Master Lin. One after another, people surrounded Lin Yang'e, pleading for him to help them clear the dungeon. Most of them were ordinary students from the academy. Forming a team for the Tyrant Dungeon was notoriously difficult. Normally, they couldn't find suitable teammates. If they tried forming their own groups, the disparity in members' levels, equipment, and skills, coupled with a lack of unified leadership, almost always resulted in failure. But now, they saw hope and eagerly voiced their requests to Lin Yang'e. Faced with so many pleas, Lin Yang'e found it odd. What quest? He asked. His question caused confusion among the crowd. It's the academy quest. Every student gets assigned a series of tasks after enrolling. You have to complete these quests to qualify for admission to the independent academy. One of those tasks is clearing the Desert Tyrant Dungeon. If you can't complete it, you can substitute it with contribution points, 50 points for the Tyrant Dungeon. But contribution points are super hard to earn. We've been stuck on this task for ages. The elite students in the academy won't help us. We tried organizing our own teams, but the failure rate is ridiculously high. We rarely succeed. We don't want experience, equipment, or materials. We just want to complete the quest. Everyone spoke over each other, explaining the situation clearly. Lin Yang'e listened quietly, not immediately responding, but instead falling into thought. Suddenly, someone asked, Lin Yang'e, how could you not know about the dungeon quest? Yeah, it's an academy quest, every student gets it, another chimed in. Lin Yang'e replied, I'm a new student. I just arrived at the academy 2 days ago. The opening ceremony is the day after tomorrow. Everyone was dumbfounded. A new student? He hadn't even attended the opening ceremony yet. No wonder he hadn't received the academy quests, which were distributed uniformly. It also explained why, when he first arrived, he seemed unfamiliar with many things and needed others to guide him. But then again, a new student who had just arrived was already breaking dungeon records and solo clearing a massive dungeon no one had ever managed to solo before. This was practically rewriting the academy's history. At this rate, Lin Yang'e might end up solo clearing every dungeon in the hall. Even the hell-level difficulty dungeons might not stop him. Perhaps only the one supermassive dungeon might pose a challenge. After recovering from their shock, the crowd began pleading once more. Master Lin, do you need contribution points? We can pay in points. Yes, we can pay in points. We don't want any loot, we'll even give you extra points. Just help us complete the quest. Exactly, we'll pay in points. I'll offer 1,000 points. I'll offer 1,000 points too. 1,000 contribution points wasn't a small amount, but it wasn't exorbitant either. Most of them had some savings. Lin Yang'e quickly did the math. Solo clearing the dungeon cost him 2,500 points. Even though he currently had over 120,000 points, they would eventually run out. Moreover, he needed points to buy equipment and skill scrolls. Naturally, the more points he had, the better. If he helped them complete their quests, he could earn 39,000 points in one run without much additional effort. After some calculations, Lin Yang'e realized this was indeed a good deal. I can help you complete the quest, 1,000 points per person. But I have one condition, he said. Seeing Lin Yang'e agree, a wave of joy swept through the crowd. Lin, please go ahead. No problem, we just need to complete the mission. We don't need anything else. Exactly, we'll do whatever you say. Lin Yang'e said, if any desert fruits are found outside the ant caves, don't fight me for them. The people present were all seasoned students and had heard about the miraculous properties of desert fruits. These fruits were unparalleled tools for skill cultivation, far superior to the skill training centers. Lin Yang'e's request was reasonable. Don't worry, I won't fight for it. I don't care about desert fruits. I just want to complete the mission. Yeah, same here. I just want the mission done. Lin Yang'e said, since that's settled, who wants to go first? Me first. Let me go first. I've been stuck on this mission for a year. I've been stuck for 2 years. Let me go first. The scene quickly turned chaotic, with the entire dungeon hall erupting into a noisy mess as everyone clamored to be the first to enter the dungeon and complete the mission. Lin Yanga frowned. The situation had become far too disorderly. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Everyone, quiet down." Shu Han stepped out from the crowd. "Alright, everyone, calm down and line up. We'll go one by one. We'll queue based on how long you've been stuck on the mission. The longer you've been stuck, the closer to the front you'll be." Shu Han's suggestion was convincing, and Lin Yanga also thought it was a good idea. "Let's line up according to mission duration." Under Shu Han's direction, the crowd quickly organized themselves into a line. Each person handed over their points to Lin Yanga in turn and joined his team. Lin Yanga turned to Shu Han. "Thanks for the help. That was a lot to manage." Shu Han grinned. "It's nothing." She knew Lin Yanga wasn't much of a talker, so she had taken the initiative to manage the situation. Lin Yanga asked, "Have you completed your mission?" With a gentle smile, Shu Han replied, "I have." "You go ahead and focus. Don't worry about me." Lin Yanga nodded. "If you ever need help with a mission, you can come to me." Shu Han beamed with joy. "Sure, but you better not refuse me when the time comes." "I won't." After organizing the team, Lin Yanga received 39,000 points in total, bringing his total to over 160,000 points. Such a method of earning points was unheard of. It wasn't unusual for teams to help others clear dungeons for a fee, but typically, these teams only took 1 or 2 additional players. High-level teams, capable of reducing a 6-player dungeon to 4 players, would charge for bringing 2 extras, earning some points. This was common in the dungeon halls. However, for someone like Lin Yanga to take on 39 people at once, it was simply unprecedented. The group followed Lin Yanga back into the dungeon. What lay before them was a vast expanse of yellow sand. "Stay behind me and don't overtake me," Lin Yanga reminded them. The group quickly responded, "Got it. We'll follow your lead. Whatever you say, we'll do. If you say east, we won't go west. If you say crouch, we won't lie down." Their words left Lin Yanga both amused and helpless. With a mere thought, his skeletal army surged forth once more. The skeletal army emerged like ghostly apparitions, bringing with them an eerie, chilling wind that seemed to lower the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Whoa, so, these are Lin's summons. Undead summons, no wonder he's called a necromancer. But this number is insane. This must be a legendary class profession. I've never heard of anything like it before. There must be at least 200 of them, both warriors and mages. Incredible. So terrifying. The crowd exclaimed in awe, and some of the more timid ones even stumbled backward and fell to the ground in fright. The skeletal army advanced, while Lin Yanga strode forward with unwavering determination. The others hurried to follow, marveling at the sight. It was a revelation. An individual capable of summoning such a massive army was the very embodiment of one man, one army. Soon, the skeletal warriors encountered a desert ghost tree, a super-enhanced elite monster. To the group, it was an incredibly formidable foe, its strength rivaling that of a boss in a nightmare dungeon. Even a 40-player team would take half a minute to bring it down. "The last time I came here with a team, we ran into this desert ghost tree. It took us 2 minutes to barely defeat it." "Same here. This monster's body is insanely durable, and its strength is off the charts. Even our knights struggled to hold it off. I can't imagine how many skeletons Lin Yanga will lose just to bring it down." In their minds, the skeletons weren't particularly strong and would likely suffer significant losses to defeat the desert ghost tree. However, the skeletal warriors charged fearlessly at the desert ghost tree. Its withered branches lashed out like a violent storm, but the skeletons cut them down with their blades one by one. Then, their swords struck the desert ghost tree like lightning, while the skeletal mages unleashed a barrage of spells. Dozens of spells rained down like a storm. With a single wail, the desert ghost tree collapsed to the ground. The group was utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe what they'd just witnessed. But the system's notification didn't lie. They had indeed gained experience from the kill. "It's over already." That fight didn't even last 3 seconds. "How is it over already? This has to be a mistake. That was a super-enhanced elite monster, and it was killed so easily. Oh my god, just how high are Lin's skeleton stats?" Lin Yanga looked at the meager experience points, less than 10,000, and shook his head with a wry smile. Gains always came with losses. Soloing the dungeon would have given him 300,000 experience, but with 39 people in tow, he only got a few thousand. Still, it was worth it. After all, he'd earned 39,000 points in the process. With points, he could always earn more experience later. Worst case, he could run the dungeon a few extra times. He could have everything he wanted, and the points could even be used to buy skill scrolls. A basic skill scroll costs 800 points, while an intermediate skill scroll costs a staggering 80,000 points. His profession was unique, there were no skill books or inheritances for him. Everything had to be earned through his own efforts. He had come to understand just how crucial points were to him. Since that was the case, he resolved to earn as many as he could. Moving forward swiftly with the group, everyone had already witnessed how Lin Yanga's skeletons effortlessly slaughtered the desert ghost trees. It was almost instantaneous, a complete annihilation. Against Lin Yanga, such monsters were nothing more than trivial nuisances. Eventually, they reached an oasis. Ahead, the skeleton warriors were charging with a horde of desert giant scorpions chasing after them. Lin Yanga followed behind, and the rest of the adventurers trailed after him in confusion, unsure of his intentions. Geez, how many monsters is he pulling together? There are already over 100 of them, and the number keeps growing. Do you think he plans to use the AoE, area of effect, skills of his skeleton mages to wipe them all out at once? That must be it. I noticed earlier that his wind and ice skeleton mages both have AoE skills. The group was both nervous and excited, running after Lin Yanga. For a full 20 minutes, they sprinted. By that time, the number of desert giant scorpions following the skeleton warriors had ballooned to over 200. Some members of the group began to worry. If the skeleton warriors were defeated, would they have to flee for their lives? At that point, the only option might be to exit the instance altogether. But, looking at Lin Yanga's calm and collected expression, they had no choice but to trust him. A towering cliff appeared in the distance. They finally arrived in front of the ant nest. The skeleton warriors turned around and engaged in fierce combat with the desert giant scorpions. As the constant stream of experience notifications popped up, the group began to realize just how terrifyingly powerful the skeleton warriors were. At this rate, wiping out all the desert giant scorpions was only a matter of time. Still, they couldn't quite understand. Why not kill the scorpions one by one? Why go through the trouble of gathering them all together? Their confusion only deepened and they arrived at the battlefield. Lin Yanga raised his palm and uttered a command, skill, corpse explosion. A deafening explosion echoed, and sand erupted into the sky like a tidal wave, scattering chaotically in the air. Then, successive explosions followed, each one throwing up more waves of sand. What had started as a light drizzle of sand turned into a torrential sandstorm. The sudden, earth-shaking explosions startled everyone, causing several of them to jump in fright or even fall to the ground. Was that thunder? How could there be an explosion this loud? What the heck is happening up there? Check your experience. Look at the notifications. Someone screamed in astonishment. Experience notifications were flooding their vision like a barrage of messages. The desert giant scorpions were dying in droves. None of them had ever imagined that such a massive number of scorpions could be slaughtered in such a short period. The explosions continued for 10 rounds before finally subsiding. As the sandstorm settled, the group could see clearly, every single desert giant scorpion had been annihilated. That was too fast. How did he do it? When we got here, there were still at least 150 scorpions left. How did they all disappear in an instant? What skill was that? How could it be so devastating? This is terrifying. No wonder Lin Yanga can grind so quickly. That skill is monstrous. Lin Yanga paid no attention to their chatter. Without stopping, the team continued advancing. When they reached the cacti, they found, as Bai Yuan had said, that the desert fruits were indeed rare. None were to be seen. At the entrance to the ant nest, Lin Yanga's skeletons swiftly cleared out the juvenile ants guarding the area. Lin Yanga turned to the group and said, "Stay here. I'll call you once I've cleared out the monsters." The group quickly responded, all right, we'll wait here. No rush. It had only been a little over 3 hours since they entered the instance, and the speed at which they'd progressed was astonishing. Other teams would often take 10 or even 20 hours to clear such instances. The efficiency here was on an entirely different level. On top of that, Lin Yanga was carrying 39 other players. Who would even believe such a feat if they heard about it? Lin Yanga entered the ant nest alone, while the remaining 39 players stayed outside. They exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do next. After waiting for over 10 minutes, someone suddenly suggested, "Why don't we go pull a monster to fight ourselves? Don't court death. None of the monsters here are easy to deal with." But Lin Yanga made it look so easy. "These monsters don't seem that tough." "That's him. You're you." Totally different stories. "We're all professionals, aren't we?" The gap shouldn't be that huge. After some debate, they decided to test their theory. A few knights stepped forward to buff everyone with status effects before cautiously entering the ant nest through a different entrance than the one Lin Yanga had used. Before long, the knights came running back, with 2 juvenile ants chasing after them. "Uh-oh, we accidentally pulled 2. Healers, get ready to heal. Mages, warriors, archers, prepare to engage." The knights shouted while retreating. Once they reached the healer's range, they turned and began attacking the juvenile ants, using their signature skill, taunt, to draw the creature's attention entirely onto themselves. The rest of the group launched their attacks as well. The juvenile ants retaliated, and with a loud bang, one knight was sent flying by a powerful strike, the sheer force rattling his bones. What insane strength! "Healer, heal me." The healer immediately cast a healing spell, but the ant's second strike came just as swiftly, knocking the knight back once more. This is ridiculous. These monsters are way too strong. Where's the DPS? We need more damage. Cut the yelling, we're all attacking as fast as we can. Stay on the boss, guys. We're doing our best. The knight gritted his teeth, watching the situation unfold. He could see that plenty of hits were landing on the juvenile ants, but they seemed unfazed by the damage. It was as if the attacks were nothing more than an itch to them. On the other side, the other knight was faring no better. That's when realization struck. The ease with which Lin Yanga handled these enemies didn't mean everyone else could. The players in this group varied in levels, their equipment quality was inconsistent, and their skills lacked coordination. Naturally, their efforts felt clumsy and ineffective. After several grueling minutes, the group finally managed to kill the 2 juvenile ants. The knight collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. That was so damn hard. These monsters are insane. This is harder than any dungeon I've ever played, someone muttered. Obviously. Otherwise, why would it require a 40-person team to clear? Large-scale dungeons aren't something you can just mess around in, another replied matter-of-factly. Let's just stay put and wait for Lin the Pro to call us, a third added, sighing. I swear, I'm not moving an inch. If there had been even one more of those ant larvae earlier, we would have wiped for sure. Lin Yanga saw the experience notifications flash across his screen and had a pretty good guess at what they were up to. He couldn't help but quietly sigh to himself, they just can't stay still, can they? He had no intention of interfering, though. If these people wanted to dig their own graves, he wasn't about to stop them. After enduring the baptism of 2 ant larvae, the 39 players had finally learned to behave, sitting quietly without daring to make another reckless move. If, instead of 2 larvae, 2 worker ants had shown up, their team would have likely been annihilated. Now, they sat there in silence, secretly relieved and deciding it was better to just obediently wait for the dungeon to be cleared. After all, they'd already spent their points to enter, might as well sit back and relax. But he's been in there for over 10 minutes already. Why hasn't he even finished off one mob yet? Someone asked, confused. Isn't it obvious? He's probably pulling mobs together. Haven't we seen him do this before? Another person chimed in. True, mass pulling and AoE killing is way more efficient. The group collectively nodded in agreement. No sooner had they finished speaking than the notification messages began flooding their screens like crazy, coming in at an even faster rate than before. Their shared experience bar soared upward. See, I told you, he's definitely doing a mass mob clear. Yeah, it's way faster than killing one by one. Looks like he's probably at the boss area by now. I heard there's a queen ant in there. Supposedly, she's incredibly tough. Yeah, I've heard that too. The queen ant is said to be even stronger than bosses in other dungeons of the same difficulty, even nightmare level ones. The real problem is her self-healing ability. If you don't have enough damage output, she's nearly impossible to kill. Well, with his DPS, I'm sure it won't be an issue. Little did they know, Lin Yanga wasn't even paying attention to their chatter. He was also unaware that the queen ant had any self-healing abilities. From his perspective, she only had one chance to use her curl-up skill, and she wouldn't survive long enough for its cooldown to finish. In fact, if his damage output were just a bit higher, she might not even get a chance to use the skill at all. This was his 3rd time entering the ant nest, and he was already well acquainted with its layout. His movements were so precise and methodical that it seemed like he was just visiting an old friend. Everything proceeded smoothly, as if it were second nature. Meanwhile, outside the nest, the group was enthusiastically debating how long it would take Lin Yanga to defeat the queen ant. Some guessed 30 minutes, others 20, and a few even speculated 40 minutes. Everyone had their own opinion. 20 minutes later, another barrage of notifications flooded their screens, this time lasting even longer than before. They stared in shock at the endless stream of messages. Wow, that's a lot of mobs. No wonder he levels up so fast. Just how many mobs did he pull? We're only getting 1/40th of the experience, and even that's a huge boost to our bars. If all this XP went directly to him, I can't even imagine. If he keeps grinding like this, he could probably level up from 20 to 30 in less than a month. No, I'd say even half a month would be enough. The notifications kept coming, the experience bar climbing steadily. The messages didn't stop for over half an hour, during which the small fry in the ant nest were completely wiped out. A minute later, they received a notification that the queen ant had been slain. In total, it had taken Lin Yanga about an hour to completely clear the ant nest. Most of that time was spent dealing with the queen ant's curl-up ability, her summoned reinforcements, and her self-healing. Without those mechanics, Lin Yanga could have finished her off in under 5 minutes. A few minutes later, a skeleton emerged to guide them. It led the group through the now empty ant nest and into the territory of the Lion Clan Desert. Crossing a single mountain range and a single cavern brought them to an entirely different world. The atmosphere here was oppressive, the air scorching hot. Before long, a grand castle came into view. That's the Lion Clan Castle. The Lion King, world-class boss, the tyrant of the Lion Clan, is right at the center of that castle. Look at all those lion warriors, they've formed an entire army. The skeleton warriors charged forward without hesitation, clashing fiercely with the lion warriors stationed at the military camp. Explosions rang out one after another, and the lion warriors suffered heavy casualties. Lin Yang's pace of progression was astonishingly fast, and this time, his skill was finally noticed by the others. I saw it. His skill is corpse explosion. Yeah, I saw it too. He detonates a corpse, and all the nearby mobs get blown to bits. What an incredible skill. Lin Yang didn't care that his skill had been exposed. After all, he'd already demonstrated it in the conquest space. Once the new recruits from various regions arrived at the academy in a couple of days, his skill would inevitably become widely known. There was no point in trying to hide it. If people knew, they knew. It didn't bother him in the slightest. The lion warriors outside the castle were quickly wiped out. The skeletons, undeterred by the rain of arrows, launched a ferocious assault on the castle gates. The others couldn't help but gawk at the scene. So this is a method of siege warfare, huh? Why doesn't he use siege engines instead? I think he's just too lazy to bother using his own strength. Those skeletons are way too strong. Not only are their attacks powerful, but their defense is incredible too. Actually, it's more accurate to say that his class is just overpowered. All along the way, the level of shock Lin Yang brought them never diminished. From the initial one-shot kills to the later mass slaughter, and now to the skeletons battering down the castle gates, everything seemed so effortless, natural, and straightforward. In 2 words, absolute domination. A few minutes later, the castle gates were destroyed, and the lion beast monsters inside were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Don't come any closer. Just stay on the walls and watch. If you come down, you'll die, Lin Yang warned. This time, everyone obediently followed his instructions, staying put on the castle walls and not daring to move closer. From a distance, they could see the lion tyrant sitting on its throne in the center of the castle. Whoa, so that's the lion tyrant. Finally, we get to see it. I've only ever heard about it before, but now I can see it in the flesh. As expected of a world-class boss, it looks incredibly powerful. Apparently, even a 40-man team would take several hours to take it down. I wonder how long it'll take Lin Yang to finish it off. Probably, not very long, right? Their minds were filled with doubts. Everything seemed far too easy for Lin Yang. This dungeon hadn't put any pressure on him at all. Lin Yang stopped at a distance, letting his skeleton warriors and skeleton mages advance to freely engage the boss. He simply stood there quietly, looking a bit bored. This scene left everyone speechless. Who fights a world boss like this? It was almost insulting to the boss itself. The skeletons had already engaged the lion tyrant. Its massive axe swept through the air, sending skeleton warriors flying, but they quickly regrouped and resumed their relentless assault. The skeleton mages, stationed at a distance like immobile turrets, rained down spell attacks like a torrential downpour. Honestly, the lion tyrant doesn't look all that tough. I feel like I could go down there and get a hit in, someone joked. Go ahead and try if you want to die. With your flimsy gear, you'd be dead in one hit, probably without even a chance to leave the dungeon, another quickly retorted. Alright, I was just kidding, the person said with an awkward laugh. Everyone knew how deadly the lion tyrant was. With their current equipment, stepping into the fray would be instant death. Watching from afar was the safest option. In just 15 minutes, the lion tyrant collapsed before Lin Yang. The moment it fell, all 39 players accompanying him received notifications on their communicators that the mission was complete. Cheers erupted among them. Thank you, Boss Lin. Thank you, Big Boss. Finally, the mission's done. You're incredible, Boss. Absolutely amazing. Finally, it's over. I've been stuck on this for 2 years, 2 whole years. This mission, sniff. For those who had been stuck on this mission for over a year, or even 2, their joy was beyond words. It was an overwhelming relief. Some were even moved to tears. Watching their unusual reactions, Lin Yang could somewhat understand what they were feeling. Getting into the Shijing Academy was no small feat. Each of them had been top performers in their respective regional exams, envied by countless others. But upon entering the academy, they realized they were merely average students. There were academy-affiliated students who had access to better educational resources from a young age, making them far more talented and powerful. The halo of being a genius was stripped away, leaving many struggling to adapt to the crushing sense of inadequacy. Some true prodigies did stand out, breaking away from the ordinary students, joining independent academies, and even entering elite divisions to become true paragons. Meanwhile, the ordinary students were left grappling with mission after mission, just trying to figure out how to graduate. At this point, their lives diverged onto starkly different paths. Resources were limited, and the academy sought to identify true prodigies to invest in, pouring resources into cultivating them. Producing one top-tier powerhouse was worth far more than nurturing dozens or even hundreds of average professionals. After the mission was completed, everyone left the dungeon. As for the equipment dropped by the lion tyrant, it had nothing to do with them, they were simply satisfied with finishing the mission. This time, they hadn't set any new records. It had taken nearly 7 hours to clear the dungeon. When the group reappeared in the dungeon hall, news of their success spread like wildfire. Outside the entrance to the Lion Tyrant Desert Dungeon, a long queue had already formed, stretching all the way out of the hall. Even Lin Yanga was startled when he came out. Why are there so many people? There must be at least 100. Shu Han approached him with a warm smile. You're out. Lin Yanga nodded in response. Why are there so many people here? They're all players who want to clear the dungeon. They started calling their friends, and it snowballed from there. Most of them have been stuck on this mission for ages, Shu Han explained with a laugh. If he were to carry all these people through the dungeon, he'd easily earn tens of thousands of points. But he just didn't have that much time. After running 2 dungeon instances back to back, spending over 10 hours, he was already feeling exhausted. Noticing his fatigue, Shu Han pulled out a small vial. Feeling tired? You can use this. Fatigue potion, restores physical stamina and relieves fatigue. Effect lasts for 24 hours. Not recommended for long-term use. Shu Han smiled brightly as she explained, if you drink a fatigue potion, you won't feel tired anymore. It's not something you should rely on all the time, but using it occasionally is fine. Lin Yanga glanced at the vial in surprise. He'd never seen something like this at the trading post before. This is a private concoction from alchemists. It's not easy to find on the market. Each bottle costs 500 points. Want to buy a few? Shu Han's cheerful expression and gleaming eyes made her look like a top-tier salesperson. After enduring 2 long dungeon runs totaling over 13 hours, Lin Yanga was undeniably worn out. Under Shu Han's enthusiastic persuasion, he ended up buying 6 bottles of the fatigue potion. After drinking one, he felt as if his body was soaking in a warm spring. All his exhaustion vanished, leaving him more refreshed than after a long, deep sleep. Shu Han's lively eyes sparkled with anticipation. How is it? Pretty effective, right? Lin Yanga nodded. It's definitely effective. Hearing his affirmation, Shu Han beamed with satisfaction. 500 points well spent, right? By now, the line outside the dungeon seemed even longer, with more people joining by the minute. Each dungeon run earned 39,000 points, a staggering pace for accumulating wealth. Lin Yanga had initially entered the dungeon to search for desert fruits to enhance his skills, but with 6 bottles of fatigue potion in hand, he could continue running the dungeon and earn even more points. A moment later, Lin Yanga once again led 39 people into the dungeon. Despite having done this multiple times, the team not only didn't get smaller but showed a clear tendency to grow. Those who had already completed the dungeon began calling their friends, eager to bring more people along. None of them wanted to miss out on this opportunity. Meanwhile, some information about Lin Yanga had unknowingly spread. At Bailey Academy, Bailey Sheng had caught wind of the news. Sitting at a stone table, he rhythmically tapped the surface, as if mimicking someone's movements. So, he's relying on the group damage skill from corpses, Bailey Sheng muttered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. And that overly powerful skeleton army. This means that as long as his summoning technique is restricted and he has no corpses to use, Lin Yanga would be utterly useless. Every class has its weaknesses, and his is right there. Bailey Sheng analyzed Lin Yanga's skill set, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Lin Yanga had not only caused him to lose face in front of everyone but also significantly tarnished Bailey Academy's reputation. Without Lin Yanga, the new record should have belonged to Bailey Academy. They might have even acquired the Tyrant's Heart, an item Bailey Sheng had long coveted. In his mind, Lin Yanga had stolen the honor and opportunity that rightfully belonged to Bailey Academy, and this filled him with jealousy. After pondering for a moment, Bailey Sheng said coldly, "Go summon Ling Zhen from Qianlong Academy. Tell him I have something to discuss." Inside the dungeon hall, Lin Yanga successfully completed another run after 7 hours. After drinking a fatigue potion, he felt no exhaustion at all. Both his body and mind brimmed with energy. The miraculous effects of the potion left him astonished. The alchemist who created such a potion must be incredibly skilled. Since the results were so effective, he decided to continue. Calculating the time, he noted that there were still over 30 hours until the opening ceremony. If he moved quickly, he could squeeze in 5 more dungeon runs, potentially earning nearly 200,000 points. Perhaps he might even encounter another desert fruit during those 5 runs. He glanced around the dungeon hall and noticed that Shu Han had already left. He speculated that she had likely gone back to rest. Lin Yanga resumed gathering points, assembling a group, and promptly leading everyone into the dungeon. This marked his 8th time entering the Tyrant Desert Dungeon. Except for the first time when he stumbled upon a desert fruit, he hadn't encountered one again in the subsequent 6 runs. Let's hope for some luck this time, Lin Yanga silently prayed. Meanwhile, in Bai Yuan's courtyard, Ning Tairan was fuming, glaring at Bai Yuan with a beard full of indignation. That boy you've taken a liking to is completely out of control. Bai Yuan raised an eyebrow, his expression puzzled. What happened? Lin Yang'e has always been calm and composed. What could he have done that's so reckless? Meng Anwen, sitting nearby, poured a cup of tea for Ning Tairan and said, "Old Ning, don't get worked up. Have some tea and tell us slowly." Ning Tairan huffed, clearly exasperated. That boy is in the dungeon hall, charging people to carry them through the Tyrant Desert dungeon. Bai Yuan looked even more confused. Charging people to help them clear dungeons. That's perfectly normal, isn't it? People have been doing that for years. But he's taking 39 people through at once. Ning Tairan slammed the table in frustration. Those people who've been stuck on dungeon tasks for years are now all completing them successfully because of him. Suddenly, Bai Yuan slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. This kid is brilliant. What a clever move. How much is he charging? I hope he's not giving those people a bargain. Ning Tairan's eyes widened with anger, his voice rising. You're missing the point. You know very well why the Academy designed these tasks. The purpose of the Academy's tasks was to use large-scale dungeon challenges to filter out the most outstanding talents. Those who were stuck on dungeon tasks often had underlying issues, whether it was insufficient strength or poor character. Bai Yuan took a sip of tea, speaking leisurely. Of course, I know, but so what? The rules were set by the Academy, and nowhere do the rules forbid people from helping others clear dungeons. He's simply operating within the boundaries of the system. Old Ning, go ahead and find me a single Academy rule that Lin Yang'e has violated, Bai Yuan said with a smirk. Ning Tairan's beard practically stood on end as he spluttered in frustration. But he really couldn't find a single rule Lin Yang'e had broken. Bai Yuan continued, I've been dissatisfied with these tasks for a long time. Over the years, how many promising students have been held back simply because they lacked social connections and couldn't find a team? Don't pretend you don't know about this. I actually think Lin Yang'e did a great thing. The Academy's system is overdue for an overhaul. Ning Tairan was so furious that it seemed steam would shoot out of his ears. He drank 3 large cups of tea but still couldn't calm his anger. Standing up abruptly, he said, You two are clearly in cahoots. Bai Yuan chuckled. At your age, you're still this hot-tempered. Let me tell you now, if you dare to touch Lin Yang'e, I'll dismantle the dungeon hall myself. Ning Tairan's lips twitched. He knew Bai Yuan wasn't bluffing. If he hadn't known that Lin Yang'e was someone Bai Yuan intended to nurture, he would have stepped in to stop him long ago. Fuming, Ning Tairan stormed off. Meng Anwen chuckled as he watched him leave. Old Ning's temper will never change. Bai Yuan waved it off. A leopard doesn't change its spots. That old man, there's only one person in the entire world who can keep him in check. Meng Anwen knew exactly who Bai Yuan was referring to and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Back in the Tyrant Desert dungeon, it was Lin Yang'e's 8th run. This time, his prayers were answered. He finally encountered the desert fruit. Though his expression remained calm, there was a faint trace of joy in his eyes. With the desert fruit, he could now upgrade 2 of his skills to their maximum levels. If his guess was correct, max level skills might even scale with his level as he progressed. At that moment, he was only 1% away from leveling up. If he waited until he reached level 22 to refine his skills, he'd have to train an additional level's worth. Desert fruit. That's a divine treasure for skill refinement. Ha! I can't believe we actually found one, someone exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to pick the desert fruit. Suddenly, a skeleton emerged, blocking their path. Lin Yang'e's expression turned stern. We agreed beforehand, the desert fruit belongs to me. After I finish refining my skills, the rest will be yours. Indeed, he had clearly stated this before entering the dungeon. However, someone protested, there's so much desert fruit here. Why should it all go to you? Lin Yang'e's gaze turned icy as he stared them down. Say one more word, and I'll kick you out. As the team leader, he had the authority to remove members from the group. Being kicked out of the group here meant being forcibly ejected from the dungeon, resulting in mission failure. The man immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. Yet from his eyes, defiance was still evident. And it wasn't just him, several others shared the same sentiment. Lin Yang'e couldn't be bothered to care about what they were thinking. The skeleton warriors and skeleton mages had already formed a defensive line around every single cactus. No one was getting their hands on his desert fruits. Looking at the skeletons lined up like a well-trained army, the others shut their mouths. Whatever they might say once they left the dungeon, Lin Yang'e couldn't care less. Why is the wind picking up? This wind feels strange, so cold. It's Lin Yang'e's skill. Lin Yang'e had started using his skill. Bone armor manifested repeatedly across his body, each time summoning a chill wind out of thin air. Little by little, the accumulated cold began to lower the surrounding temperature, the chill seeping into everyone's core. At level 1, bone armor only consumed 10 points of mental energy, making it incredibly quick to train. Once upgraded to level 2, the mental energy consumption doubled to 20 points. However, Lin Yang'e wasn't concerned about the cost. While munching on desert fruits, he repeatedly activated bone armor, as effortlessly as breathing. After all, these desert fruits were miraculous, hailed as divine items for skill training. The only downside was that they couldn't be harvested for later use and were incredibly rare to find. The others could only watch with envy as Lin Yang'e devoured one desert fruit after another, his skill improving with each activation. They longed for the fruits but didn't dare make a move. The skeleton army wasn't just for show, and Lin Yang'e was the team leader. After all, if he kicked them out of the dungeon, they'd leave empty-handed. Some gazes betrayed jealousy, even hatred, as if Lin Yang'e had stolen something that rightfully belonged to them. But Lin Yang'e didn't care. If anyone dared try to take his fruits, they were welcome to try. With no need to worry about mental energy consumption, the training speed of bone armor was staggering. In just half an hour, Lin Yang'e had leveled it up to level 21. Bone armor, level 21, summon bones to form armor, providing 2,100 points of constitution-based defense. Duration, 5 minutes. This skill can also be used on others. At level 21, bone armor provided 2,100 points of constitution-based defense, an impressive feat even without talent enhancements. For a mage of the same level, their total constitution attribute might barely exceed 300 points, and with equipment, at most 400 to 500. Bone armor, however, offered 2,100 points of defense, surpassing even a mage's shield. Moreover, it could be cast on others. And with Lin Yang'e's talent that amplified effects by 30 times, the defense shot up to a staggering 63,000 constitution points. Lin Yang'e figured that even if he stood still and let the tyrant attack him, the tyrant wouldn't be able to break through his defense. He even felt that as long as he had enough mental energy, he could take on the tyrant head-on without needing his skeleton army. After all, the damage from soulfire wasn't negligible. With bone armor training complete, Lin Yang'e moved on to training slow curse. Crimson light flared across the sandy ground, covering the earth in an ominous glow. The curse emitted a droning sound, like a voice from the depths of hell descending upon the mortal world. As the skill's level rose, the crimson light grew brighter, its range expanding. Eventually, when slow curse was cast, it felt as though the entire world was shrouded in its cursed domain. Slow curse, level 21, curse enemies within a 105-meter radius, reducing their speed by 105%. Duration, 1 minute. With the talent amplification, the effect was even more terrifying. It could slow most enemies to a crawl, and the range was massive, 3,150 meters. Even in large-scale battles, this radius could cover a significant portion of the battlefield. Lin Yang'e tested casting slow curse into the sky. With a resonating hum, the entire sky turned crimson, as though the world had been draped in a blood-red veil. The sight alone was enough to terrify anyone watching. Regardless of the skill's effects, its appearance was undeniably intimidating. Lin Yang'e was satisfied. Now, only corpse explosion remained at level 3, but there was no helping that, it required actual corpses to train. About a third of the desert fruits remained, roughly 60 or 70 pieces. They were no longer of much use to Lin Yang'e. Plucking 3 more fruits, he turned to the others. The rest is yours to split. I'm heading into the ant cave. Stay out here and don't come in. With that, Lin Yang'e entered the ant cave. Moments later, the sound of continuous explosions echoed from within. Desert fruits could only be preserved for 5 minutes after being picked. Lin Yang'e made full use of this time. Without worrying about mental energy consumption, he charged through the cave, detonating everything in his path. Whenever his mental energy ran out, he'd eat another fruit and continue blasting, leaving no corpse untouched. The entire ant cave shook violently, as though it were on the verge of collapse. Outside the cave, the others, hearing what Lin Yang'e said, immediately lit up with joy. They rushed toward the desert fruits, scrambling to grab them. After all, desert fruits were divine items for skill training. Even 1 or 2 pieces could raise their skills by a level or 2. Chaos erupted as they fought over the fruits, some even resorting to physical altercations. Lin Yang'e couldn't care less about them. Whatever happened to these people wasn't his concern. To him, they were nothing more than a bunch of clowns. The only relationship they had was transactional. He took their money to guide them through the dungeon. Beyond that, he had no interest in them. The next day, Xia Shui and Zhuo Mei left the dormitory together. After spending a night bonding, the two had grown much closer, chatting as if they had known each other for years. While Zhuo Mei wasn't particularly talkative, she still spoke considerably more than Lin Yang'e. At least Xia Shui could have a proper conversation with her, unlike Lin Yang'e, who could barely manage a word. Zhuo Mei was curious about Lin Yang'e, the national top scorer, so most of their conversation revolved around him. When they went to the cafeteria for breakfast, Xia Shui treated her. "From now on, your meal expenses are on me," she declared. When it came to spending gold coins, the young lady Xia didn't bat an eye. Her family was wealthy, and she was as indulgent as one could imagine. After breakfast, the two headed to the school plaza, where the opening ceremony was to take place. At 8 a.m., an hour before the ceremony began, many students had already gathered, grouping themselves by province. When Xia Shui and Zhua Mei arrived, they spotted Feng Xiu. Dressed in a long robe with a sword strapped to his back, he cut a striking figure, exuding an extraordinary air of confidence. Xia Shui immediately recognized that Feng Xiu came from a similarly affluent background. Such poise could only come from a life of privilege. Standing there, Feng Xiu's presence naturally drew attention. Many female students couldn't help but steal glances at him, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "So handsome," they whispered. "Swordsman profession, huh? So cool. I think I'm in love." The female classmates' eyes sparkled with admiration, but Feng Xiu paid them no mind. He was long accustomed to this kind of attention. Spotting Xia Shui and Zhua Mei nearby, Feng Xiu walked over and greeted them with a casual, "Hey." Xia Shui smiled back. "You're quite popular, huh?" Feng Xiu gave a helpless shrug. This was a topic that always left him feeling a bit exasperated. Shifting the conversation, he asked, "Have you seen Lin Yang?" Xia Shui shook her head. "Nope, but that guy should show up, right?" Feng Xiu gazed into the distance. "He'll definitely come." Outside the dungeon hall, Lin Yang and his group had just finished their dungeon runs. The last batch of participants had been cleared, and the time now was 8:30 a.m., leaving half an hour until the opening ceremony, still plenty of time. After checking his stats and skills, Lin Yang confirmed that he had finally reached level 22 after completing this round of dungeons. As he had anticipated, his skills had leveled up alongside him. Lin Yang had come to understand the nature of his profession. As long as he trained his skills to their maximum level in sync with his current level, those skills would automatically level up whenever he did. This progression gave him a significant edge over many other professions. He headed to the quest center to turn in his completed tasks, exchanging all the materials he had collected for points. Across 8 dungeon runs, all the materials had fallen exclusively into his hands, allowing him to accumulate a massive stockpile. The materials alone earned him a full 1,000 points. Considering that each dungeon run required 2,500 points, the materials covered nearly half the cost. Adding in the 6 runs where he guided others, Lin Yang had amassed approximately 240,000 points in total. His current balance had reached a staggering 350,000 points, placing him firmly in the wealthy class, by any measure. Yet to Lin Yang, this was far from enough. A single intermediate skill scroll cost 80,000 points, meaning his 350,000 points could only buy 4 scrolls, a mere drop in the bucket. If purchased with gold coins instead, each scroll would cost a jaw-dropping 10 million coins. "It's still early. I need to find a way to earn even more points," Lin Yang thought to himself as he left the dungeon hall and headed toward the academy square. By now, most of the new students had already gathered at the square, and the opening ceremony was about to begin. Xia Shui grew anxious. Why isn't that guy here yet? Only 10 minutes left, she fretted. Suddenly, Feng Xiu's gaze shifted in a certain direction. He's here. Lin Yang approached with steady steps, his presence as imposing as a towering mountain, calm yet weighty. After countless dungeon trials, his aura had undergone a subtle but profound transformation, setting him apart from the other freshmen. One glance was enough to notice the stark difference. Feng Xiu's eyes narrowed sharply, and he murmured, "He's gotten stronger." Xia Shui nodded in agreement. "It does seem like it. This guy looks even more formidable now." A glint of battle intent flashed in Zhua Mei's eyes as she asserted, "He's still carrying traces of combat on him. He must have just come out of a dungeon." Feng Xiu nodded in approval of her observation. Lin Yang's arrival instantly drew the attention of many. "That's Lin Yang, the national top scorer. He seems different from before, doesn't he? Feels like he's even stronger than during the exams. Seriously, just looking at him is intimidating." The students murmured among themselves. Many of them had encountered Lin Yang in the conquest space, where his presence had been pivotal. Without him, it was certain that many lives would have been lost in that space. Xia Shui waved her arms enthusiastically and shouted, "Hey, Lin Dummy, we're over here." Lin Yang spotted her and smiled, the combat aura around him dissipating in an instant. He quickened his pace slightly and walked over. "You're all here already." Xia Shui rolled her eyes. "Obviously, if we weren't here, it'd mean we didn't make the cut, wouldn't it?" Realizing the lapse in his words, Lin Yang gave an embarrassed chuckle. Out of the blue, Zhua Mei asked, "What level are you now?" Lin Yang didn't hold back and answered directly, "Level 22. What?" Xia Shui let out a startled yelp before quickly covering her mouth. Even Feng Xiu was taken aback. How had he reached level 22 in just a few days? During the exam, What level had he been? How had he leveled up so quickly? Xia Shui stared at him in shock. How did you train? How did you level up so fast? Lin Yang'e replied nonchalantly, just ran a lot of dungeons, that's all. Feng Xiu spoke in a low voice, the academy has a dungeon hall with loads of different dungeons. If you have enough points, you can even spend them to remove dungeon cooldowns, letting you run them repeatedly. Xia Shui nodded. Her family background granted her access to far more information than the average person. Zhua Mei, however, wasn't as familiar with these details, so she simply listened quietly without interrupting. Xia Shui pressed on. So you've just been grinding dungeons in the hall this whole time? Lin Yang'e nodded in confirmation. With a sigh, Xia Shui remarked, well, you've got plenty of points to burn, so you can afford it. But I can't. With the little points I have to save them for more important things. You know how hard it is to earn points. Lin Yang'e didn't quite know how to respond. In his view, while earning points wasn't exactly easy, it wasn't insurmountably difficult either. Making a fortune was one thing, but earning enough for daily needs shouldn't be that hard. Feng Xiu added solemnly, even if you're grinding non-stop, your leveling speed is still insane. Reaching level 22 in just a few days was astonishing. What they didn't know was that if Lin Yang'e hadn't spent the last 2 days helping others clear dungeons, he might have already reached level 24 by now. For him, leveling wasn't much of a challenge at all. A crisp bell chimed, signaling the official start of the opening ceremony. The previously empty podium suddenly had someone standing on it. Greetings, students. I am Director Chiu from the Academic Affairs Office of Xia Jing Academy. You can call me Director Chiu. First of all, welcome to Xia Jing Academy. I'm sure many of you were considered geniuses in your high schools, achieving titles like City Top Scorer, Provincial Top Scorer, or even National Top Scorer during the exams. But those achievements are now in the past. From this moment forward, you are all simply freshmen of Xia Jing Academy. Here at Xia Jing, you will learn things you've never encountered before. You'll face a variety of dungeons and engage in countless battles. There will be mentors guiding you through new skills and teaching you different survival techniques. At the same time, you are also required to complete the tasks assigned by the Academy, Director Chiu announced. The specific tasks have already been sent to each of your communicators. You can check them yourselves after the ceremony concludes. I'll briefly explain now. In the Academy, students are divided into 3 tiers, regular students, department students, and top-tier Academy students, he continued. Feeling a bit tongue-tied? You'll get used to it. These 3 tiers enjoy different levels of resources, so everyone must strive to climb higher. The higher you go, the more extraordinary your life will be, Director Chiu passionately declared, his voice filled with vigor. Meanwhile, in the void above the misty clouds, a few figures floated in midair. Bai Yuan, among them, sneered, that old Chiu. Every year it's the same speech. Can't he come up with something fresh? Ning Tairan snorted coldly, if you think you can do better, why don't you go up there? Ever since the day before, Ning Tairan seemed to be at odds with Bai Yuan, always taking the opportunity to retort. Bai Yuan, unfazed, replied, fine, I'll do it next year. Old Meng, how about you write me a speech? Meng Anwen shook his head. I'm not writing anything for you, just wing it. Bai Yuan's face immediately darkened. Frustrated, he exclaimed, Old Meng, you can't do me like this. Meng Anwen simply turned his head away, ignoring him. Director Chiu spoke for a solid 20 minutes, covering everything he needed to say. Some of the content was useful, while other parts felt more ceremonial, but everyone had to endure it regardless. Then, his tone shifted as he announced, at our opening ceremony, we have a traditional program that everyone loves, the New vs. Senior Student Challenge. Senior students can challenge new students, but they must wager a certain amount of points, he explained. New students can choose to decline. However, if the new student wins, they will take all the senior students' points. Of course, he added with a smile, whether you win or lose, new students won't have to pay any price. As Director Chiu's words fell, a group of senior students stepped onto the stage. Bai Yuan scoffed, same old routine. Isn't it just a way to suppress the newbies and put them in their place? What's the fun in that? Ning Tairan, however, disagreed. These new students are all top scorers, city champions, provincial champions, you name it. Each of them is as proud as can be. If we don't knock them down a peg, they'll really think they're invincible. Bai Yuan understood this reasoning, of course, and chuckled. I just wonder if anyone will be bold enough to challenge Lin Yang'e. Challenge Lin Yang'e? Meng Anwen, expressionless, remarked, no one would be that foolish to seek their own humiliation. The idea of such a program intrigued many. After all, winning meant rewards, and losing wasn't such a big deal, just a bit of embarrassment. Plus, losing to a senior wasn't exactly shameful. On the contrary, it would be the senior who looked bad if they lost. The crowd began to stir. Someone asked, Director Chiu, how are we supposed to win against senior students when our levels and skills differ? And what about safety? Director Chiu had anticipated such questions. Smiling, he answered, good questions. The academy has already accounted for these concerns. The matches will take place on a professional dueling platform, where both participants' levels will be suppressed to match the lower level, he explained. For example, if one person is level 22 and the other is level 17, both will be suppressed to level 17. All attributes will align with that level. The same goes for skills. Any skills above level 20 will be unusable during the match, he added. As for safety, you have nothing to worry about. The protective formations ensure that even a lethal blow won't cause any real harm. And with divine level healers in the academy, regrowing a severed limb is just a matter of minutes. The academy's thorough preparations seem to level the playing field, sparking fighting spirit in many of the new students. Senior students, too, wore confident smiles, clearly relishing this traditional program. Their task from the academy was to teach the newcomers some valuable lessons. At that moment, a senior student stepped forward, carrying a longbow. He pointed at a new student who also carried a longbow and declared, I challenge you. The new student was a provincial champion, proud and confident. Without hesitation, he accepted the challenge. Following this, one senior student after another stepped forward, issuing challenges to the new students. Some accepted, while others declined. Lin Yang'e, I challenge you. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Lin Yang'e looked up to see Ling Zhen, the challenger. This guy just couldn't leave him alone, constantly picking fights. A flash of killing intent crossed Lin Yang'e's eyes, though he knew he couldn't act on it within the academy. Ling Zhen pressed on, taunting, Lin Yang'e, you're the national top scorer this year. Do you dare accept? Or are you scared? Lin Yang'e's voice was steady as he asked, how many points are you wagering? 5,000 points, Ling Zhen replied without hesitation. Lin Yang'e shook his head. That's too little. Ling Zhen frowned deeply. Lin Yang'e had just dismissed 5,000 points as too little. Enraged, Ling Zhen demanded, how many points would it take for you to accept the challenge? Lin Yang'e raised a single finger. 100,000. The entire crowd fell silent. Most people here had, at most, around 10,000 points, and the majority had only a few thousand. The idea of 100,000 points was simply staggering. Ling Zhen sneered. Are you joking? Do you even know what 100,000 points means? Do you even have 100,000 points? You wouldn't be worth that much even if you sold yourself. Lin Yang'e replied calmly, how about this? Let's make it a wager. I'll put up all my points as the bet. If I win, you'll pay me the same number of points I have. If I lose, all my points will be yours. Do you dare, Senior Ling Zhen? Lin Yang'e emphasized the word senior, as if issuing a final challenge. Xia Shui's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. Lin Yang'e, typically reserved and quiet, rarely spoke at such length. For him to do so now meant he had a plan. She knew Lin Yang'e wasn't one to talk unnecessarily. If he spoke, it was with purpose. Clearly, there was history between him and Ling Zhen. Now the ball was in Ling Zhen's court. Hesitation flickered across his face as everyone's eyes bore into him, waiting for his response. He had initiated the challenge, but now he seemed reluctant to follow through. It was a situation where retreating would mean complete humiliation. Ling Zhen thought of his trump card, gritted his teeth, and said harshly, why wouldn't I dare? I agree. The crowd began to disperse, heading toward the academy's martial arts arena. Meanwhile, several hidden big shots lingering in the void chuckled lightly on the side. Meng Anwen shook his head and remarked, this guy is really dumb. Bai Yiyuan also joined in with a laugh, indeed, foolish. People like him are the ones who die quickest on the battlefield, nothing more than cannon fodder. And in dungeon runs, he might even drag down his teammates. Agreeing to something without even knowing the opponent's depth, there's simply no saving him, Bai Yiyuan added. In the eyes of these two, Ling Zhen seemed utterly worthless. Ning Tairan also chimed in, if he loses, he won't even be able to afford the compensation, even if he sells everything he owns. Bai Yiyuan teased with a grin, how many points does Lin have, anyway? Ning Tairan thought for a moment and replied, at least 300,000. So much? Bai Yiyuan was so shocked he nearly jumped out of his seat. Even for seasoned academy students who constantly dealt with dungeon missions, accumulating 300,000 points was no small feat. Meng Anwen also chuckled and added, quite the little tycoon, isn't he? By the time everyone arrived at the martial arts arena, the stands were already filled with many senior students. They were well aware that there would always be such a spectacle after the annual opening ceremony and had arrived early to enjoy the show. The academy's healers had also prepared themselves, and an array was activated on the combat platform. A shimmering light barrier enveloped the entire stage. The first match, Yu Fei vs Su Nianda. Following this announcement, the two contestants were introduced. Coincidentally, both were elven archers. Yu Fei came from Feilong Academy and was level 24, while Su Nianda was the provincial champion from Hejiang and level 16. Both contestants selected a set of standard bows and arrows without any attribute bonuses from the arena and then stepped onto the combat stage. Under the suppression of the array, Yu Fei's level was quickly reduced to 16, and all skills above level 20 were sealed. At this moment, his state was entirely equivalent to when he was level 16. Although they were now of the same level, Yu Fei appeared completely relaxed, showing no signs of concern. In contrast, Sun Yinda seemed somewhat tense. Yu Fei smirked and said casually, "Junior, I'm starting now." "Alright, please go easy on me, senior," Sun Yinda replied politely. As soon as the words fell, twang, a sharp sound of the bowstring echoed. An arrow shot out like lightning. Sun Yinda quickly sidestepped to dodge and began his counterattack. However, when he raised his bow, Yu Fei had already vanished from sight. Confused, Sun Yinda thought, where did this guy go? Suddenly, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. A dagger was already pressed against his skin. Yu Fei had somehow circled behind him. "Us archers have quick-step skills, you know." "Junior, you're too careless," Yu Fei teased as he retreated, putting some distance between them and giving Sun Yinda another chance to prepare. Otherwise, that dagger could have left Sun Yinda severely injured, if not worse. This time, Sun Yinda decided to take the initiative. He aimed carefully, pulling back his bowstring and locking onto Yu Fei. Just as he released his arrow, Yu Fei also drew his bow and fired off a skill, triple arrow. The single arrow split into three. The first arrow precisely intercepted Sun Yinda's shot, while the other two flew straight toward him. Alarmed, Sun Yinda quickly dodged. But just as he did, Yu Fei fired again, this time using magic arrow. Unlike ordinary arrows, this was a skill-created magical projectile, much faster than a physical arrow. Before Sun Yinda could fully evade, the magic arrow hit him squarely, forcing him back several steps with a cry of pain. Yu Fei pressed his advantage, firing a rapid succession of arrows. Sun Yinda scrambled to dodge but was quickly struck again. "I surrender," he shouted, raising a white flag in defeat. Yu Fei smiled and said, "Junior, as archers, we can't just rely on hiding behind knights and shooting arrows. We need to learn how to face enemies on our own. After all, in the future, we'll face more than just dungeon monsters. There won't always be a knight standing in front of you." Sun Yinda bowed sincerely and responded, "Thank you, senior. I've learned my lesson." This was precisely the Academy's intention, to help new students recognize their own shortcomings and aid in their future growth. The matches continued one after another, with senior students overwhelmingly dominating the newcomers. Having experienced countless real battles within the Academy, their mastery of combat techniques and skill application far surpassed that of the new recruits. Xia Shui also accepted a challenge but lost miserably. Against a mage of the same level, she was completely suppressed from start to finish and ultimately had to concede. Stomping her foot in frustration, Xia Shui declared, "I won't give up. Just give me time, and I'll be stronger than them." Xua Mei comforted her, saying, "It's okay. I lost too. I'll keep you company." You're the best, Mei," Xia Shui replied, feeling consoled. Watching this, Feng Xiu couldn't help but wonder, how can losing still make them this happy? Lin Yanga, equally perplexed, exchanged a glance with Feng Xiu. Both shook their heads in silent agreement. Girls' thoughts were truly impossible to fathom. The next match, Ling Zhen versus Lin Yanga. Lin Yanga stepped forward as Xia Shui cheered from behind, "Go get him, Lin. Smash him." Her confidence in Lin Yanga was unwavering. Both contestants ascended the stage, and their information was displayed for everyone to see. Ling Zhen, from Bailey Academy, level 21, class, Sorcerer. Lin Yanga, the national champion, level 22, class, Necromancer. The entire audience, including those in the stands, collectively turned to look at Lin Yanga. A national champion? That wasn't particularly rare. But a level 22 newcomer? That was unheard of, rarer than the most precious of treasures. That's him, the one from the dungeon hall who set a new record. Yeah, he's also called Lin Yanga. I thought it might just be someone with the same name, but it's really him. And he's been running the Tyrant Desert Dungeon these past 2 days, carrying 39 people at a time. I heard he charges 1,000 points per person. One dungeon run nets him nearly 40,000 points. He's making a fortune. This is going to be a good show. If Lin Yanga wins, Ling Zhen might have to sell everything he owns. Who would have thought we'd witness such a spectacle today? Totally worth it. On the spectator stands, the crowd buzzed with chatter, each person watching as if anticipating an entertaining show. On the dueling platform, a protective formation enveloped it, isolating the two competitors from the outside world. Ling Zhen sneered coldly, saying, "Lin Yanga, what kind of nonsense is this about being the top scorer in the nation? In front of me, a national top scholar is worth nothing." Lin Yanga responded indifferently, "Your level is lower than mine." Ling Zhen's expression shifted, as Lin Yanga's words were indeed true. Still, he pressed on, saying, "Since I was a child, I've had an outstanding aptitude. I joined the academy, received elite training, and entered the college. A genius like me is leagues beyond someone like you. Lin Yang'e remained calm. Your level is lower than mine. Ling Zhen's face darkened further, and he growled angrily, so what if your profession is strong? That's just because of some lucky fluke. On the battlefield, combat awareness is what truly matters. Your level is lower than mine, Lin Yang'e repeated in that same unperturbed tone. Ling Zhen was on the verge of exploding with rage. Unable to contain himself, he spat, "Did your mother never teach you how to talk?" Lin Yang'e's expression changed instantly. He had no mother, neither in this life nor in the last. A deadly intent surged in his gaze. Ling Zhen flinched at the sight. That look in Lin Yang'e's eyes was identical to what he had seen in the dungeon hall before. It was as if Lin Yang'e was truly capable of killing him. Still, Ling Zhen forced himself to maintain composure. He sneered and said, "You're just relying on your summoning spell and corpse explosion skills. Without corpses and the ability to summon, you're no better than trash. If it weren't for the Academy's protection, you'd be long dead." At that moment, a skeletal warrior materialized beside Lin Yang'e, its great blade swinging as it charged toward Ling Zhen. In Ling Zhen's hand appeared a talisman, which he promptly crushed. A faint breeze swept through, and the skeletal warrior vanished without a trace. Only then did Lin Yang'e realize that his summoning ability seemed to have been sealed. He could no longer call forth his undead minions. Ling Zhen burst out in triumphant laughter. "See that? This is called a summoning seal talisman, specifically designed to counter summoners. Your summoning skills are useless now. There are no corpses here, and without your summons, you're nothing at all." As he spoke, he raised his staff, flames igniting at its tip. "Fear me. Even if I don't kill you today, I'll make you feel the searing agony of fire." Ling Zhen eagerly awaited a look of panic on Lin Yang'e's face. However, much to his disappointment, Lin Yang'e remained utterly composed, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion. High above, Ning Tairan murmured, "This Ling Zhen is really underhanded, using a summoning seal talisman. That's a tool specifically meant to deal with summoners." Meng Anwen added, "The summoning seal talisman is an intermediate grade item. How could a level 21 warlock like him even obtain one?" Ning Tairan replied, "Seems like someone behind Ling Zhen wants to target Lin Yang'e." Bai Yuan, however, appeared unconcerned. Smiling, he said, "If they think Lin Yang'e's skills are limited to summoning, they're in for a rude awakening. Just watch, they'll pay the price for their ignorance." Back on the dueling platform, Lin Yang'e spoke indifferently. "Ignorance." As he spoke, he pressed his palm downward, and a layer of skeletal armor materialized over his body. Ling Zhen's attack was already upon him, a storm of flames raining down, but it was as though the fire had no effect on Lin Yang'e. The blazing inferno fell like torrential rain, transforming the dueling platform into a sea of flames. Ling Zhen erupted into maniacal laughter. "It's a good thing you're over level 20, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use my level 20 skill." "My skill, Flame Rainfall, impressive, isn't it? That burning sensation must be unbearable, right?" Yet, to Ling Zhen's utter astonishment, Lin Yang'e emerged from the sea of flames as if strolling through a garden. His skeletal armor gleamed brilliantly, forming an impenetrable barrier that entirely nullified the fiery onslaught. To the level 22 skeletal armor, Ling Zhen's feeble attacks were no more significant than the sting of an ant, incapable of inflicting any damage. Ling Zhen froze, his anticipated outcome completely overturned by reality. His heart filled with confusion and terror. He shouted frantically, "Impossible. This is impossible." Fireballs and ice shards rained down in torrents from Ling Zhen's staff, striking Lin Yang'e, but each one was effortlessly deflected by the unyielding skeletal armor. None could penetrate its defenses. Lin Yang'e said calmly, "Had enough. Your skills are too weak." With that, flames flickered in Lin Yang'e's palm. A single spark, like a shooting star, descended onto Ling Zhen's head. "Aw!" A blood-curdling scream echoed across the sky. Ling Zhen clutched his head, collapsing to his knees, wailing in agony. Blood poured from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, a gruesome sight. In the next instant, he vanished from the dueling platform, reappearing outside its boundary. Moments later, a beam of light descended from above, enveloping him as the Academy's senior healer began treatment. In truth, if not for the protective formations on the dueling platform, Lin Yang'e's previous strike would have killed Ling Zhen outright. Ling Zhen had believed that by sealing Lin Yang'e's summoning abilities, he had rendered him powerless. However, he had gravely underestimated Lin Yang'e's true strength. With skeletal armor for defense and soul flames for offense, these two skills alone were more than enough for Lin Yang'e to dominate in one-on-one combat. The scene of Ling Zhen being instantly defeated left the audience, who had been eagerly prepared with snacks and drinks for an intense battle, utterly stunned. They had anticipated a thrilling fight, yet the match ended so quickly and anticlimactically. All they saw was a brief flash of light in Lin Yang'e's palm before Ling Zhen was eliminated in an instant. It had all happened too fast, catching them off guard. Moreover, Curiosity about Lin Yang's skeletal armor surged among the crowd. What kind of skill was this, with such formidable defensive power that Ling Zhen's seemingly impressive spells couldn't even scratch him? Under the meticulous care of the senior healer, Ling Zhen finally recovered, though his face remained bloodied and his appearance pitiful. Fear lingered in his eyes, and when Lin Yang's gaze swept over him, he couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. You lost, Lin Yang said flatly. Ling Zhen finally realized he had indeed been defeated. However, he felt fortunate that his life had been spared. As long as he was alive, everything else was secondary. At worst, he would lose some points. It wasn't the end of the world. As the protective formation dissolved, Lin Yang stood expressionless on the dueling platform, his skeletal armor still radiating a faint white glow, lending him an aura of icy detachment. Director Chiu stepped onto the stage and announced Lin Yang as the victor. Following the declaration, the point settlement process began. After checking Lin Yang's points, Director Chiu's expression turned momentarily astonished. He couldn't help but glance deeply at Lin Yang. Lin Yang has won this match. According to the agreement between the two parties, Ling Zhen must transfer 358,000 points to Lin Yang, Director Chiu announced, concluding the matter. What? Ling Zhen screamed as he jumped up from the ground. How could you possibly have that many points? He pointed a trembling finger at Lin Yang, his voice shrill and panicked. 358,000 points. Even if you sold me, it wouldn't be enough. This is impossible. He's only been at the academy for a few days. There must be some mistake, definitely a mistake. Ling Zhen ranted like a madman. Director Chiu's gaze turned cold as he looked at Ling Zhen. Ling Zhen, are you implying that I'm lying? His voice was as icy as a bucket of cold water poured over Ling Zhen, instantly sobering him. Ling Zhen quickly shook his head. No, I didn't mean that. Director Chiu's expression darkened further. His authority was being challenged, by Ling Zhen, no less, and in front of an audience. This was a direct affront. Was Ling Zhen courting death? Ling Zhen, pay the points, Director Chiu demanded coldly. Ling Zhen's face crumbled. I don't have that many points. Director Chiu operated his communicator briefly. You currently have 128,000 points. I will transfer those to Lin Yang now. As for the remaining 230,000 points, you can borrow, sell your possessions, or find another way, but you must repay them within 6 months. If you fail, you will be expelled from the academy. I know your background. I will personally visit your family to collect the debt. After saying this, Director Chiu left in anger. As the head of the academic affairs office at Xiaojing Academy for many years, he had never been publicly questioned like this. His dignity had taken a hit. Lin Yang received the 128,000 points, raising his total to 486,000 points, though he also gained a debt of 230,000 points that Ling Zhen owed him. As Lin Yang descended from the dueling platform, he glanced at Ling Zhen with a faint look of disdain. You reap what you sow. If anyone embodied this saying, it was Ling Zhen. From the moment Lin Yang entered the academy, Ling Zhen had treated him with hostility. Now, he had finally brought ruin upon himself. Lin Yang also knew this matter would not end here, if they crossed paths in the wilderness. With that, the new students' opening ceremony came to a close. Starting tomorrow, the instructors would begin their lectures. The curriculum had already been arranged, and there would be no changes. Students could choose freely which classes to attend. The academy never enforced mandatory attendance. On the way back, Xia Shui looked at Lin Yang with curiosity. How did you become so strong all of a sudden? Lin Yang chuckled softly. That was a difficult question to answer. Xia Shui continued, will you take me to run dungeons in the future? Lin Yang nodded. The two of them had run dungeons together before, so he agreed. Xia Shui immediately beamed with excitement. Just then, Lin Yang's communicator buzzed. It was a message from Bai Yuan, telling him to prepare and be ready to depart in 1 hour. Lin Yang recalled that Bai Yuan had mentioned taking him to the Yuan battlefield after the opening ceremony. It seemed the man was as good as his word. Confused, Lin Yang replied, prepare what? Bai Yuan quickly responded, gold coins. Only then did Lin Yang realize that while points were crucial within the academy, gold coins were the primary currency in the outside world. Xia Shui asked curiously, what's going on? Lin Yang replied with a simple then added, Bai Shen wants to take me to the Yuan battlefield. Xia Shui tilted her head. What's the Yuan battlefield? Even she didn't know. Feng Xiu suddenly spoke up. The Yuan battlefield is a real battlefield, the front line of the human race. For thousands of years, our ancestors have waged war against the abyssal monsters there. Xia Shui looked at Feng Xiu with wide eyes. So it's that kind of place. Isn't it dangerous? Feng Xiu took a deep breath. I don't know much about it, but yes, it's definitely dangerous. However, there are also many opportunities there, dungeons, secret realms, and rare treasures. They're very valuable. Lin Yang'e headed to the trading post to sell all the materials and equipment he had obtained from the Tyrant Dungeon. Although these items could be exchanged for academy points, the points they'd fetch weren't worth his time. Lin Yang'e, now flush with resources, didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. The golden equipment dropped by the tyrant was particularly valuable. Combined with the materials, he managed to sell everything for over 2 million gold coins, instantly making him wealthy. Next, he purchased some basic mental recovery potions. Although they didn't restore much, they were better than nothing. As for other equipment, Lin Yang'e didn't feel the need for anything in particular. With 140 skeletal warriors and 70 skeletal mages under his command, his confidence was unwavering. Equipment had little value to someone like him. Lin Yang'e also searched the 2 trading posts for fatigue potions but couldn't find any. These potions were incredibly useful, granting 24 hours of stamina with no side effects, but they were nearly impossible to come by. It seemed he'd have to contact Shu Han to acquire some. Only then did he realize he hadn't saved Shu Han's contact information. Using a teleportation stone, he visited the dungeon hall but still couldn't find Shu Han. The hour quickly passed, and Bai Yuan arrived promptly. "Are you ready?" Bai Yuan asked. Lin Yang'e nodded. He had prepared money and the food left by Ning Yi last time, which was enough to last him a month. Bai Yuan led him to his courtyard and called out, "Old Meng, send us to the Yuan battlefield." A towering structure appeared in the void. It was the Xinxia Tower. Lin Yang'e had seen it before. The last time he traveled to Mermaid Island, it had been through this tower. The Xinxia Tower held mysterious powers and also allowed for challenges. Ning Yi had once warned him to be fully prepared before attempting the Xinxia Tower, especially the first challenge, as it was the most critical. Bai Yuan had said something similar. Lin Yang'e currently had 2 opportunities to challenge the Xinxia Tower, but he still didn't know how best to use them. Bai Yuan chuckled. Thinking of challenging the tower? Lin Yang'e nodded slightly. No rush. Wait until you've advanced to your 2nd class before you attempt it. The Xinxia Tower isn't like ordinary dungeons, Bai Yuan explained. It's not an easy challenge. Many people rush into it unprepared and, while they might gain some benefits, it's often not worth wasting such an opportunity. Listening to Bai Yuan's words, Lin Yang'e temporarily put aside the idea of challenging the tower. He decided to wait until he completed his 2nd class advancement before making another attempt. Bai Yuan's advice was firmly etched in his mind. The Xinxia Tower erupted with countless beams of light as runes appeared in the sky. These runes formed a teleportation array, enveloping the 2 of them. "Let's go." Bai Yuan's voice echoed as the 2 vanished from their original location. This time, the teleportation process felt unusually long, far longer than any previous experience. Lin Yang'e silently counted the seconds in his mind. 30 seconds passed, yet the teleportation continued. By now, it was clear that the distance far exceeded the boundaries of the Xinxia Empire, and the range continued to extend. Finally, after 2 minutes, the teleportation came to a halt. Lin Yang'e immediately sensed a completely different atmosphere. The air was thick with a primal, malevolent aura, carrying a faint stench of blood mixed with a cold, chilling essence, an unpleasant and oppressive feeling. He furrowed his brows instinctively. It was a sensation he had encountered before in the battlefields of the dimensional space, particularly during the Abyssal Demon's invasion, where the aura had been even more suffocating. "This is the aura of the abyss." Bai Yuan's voice reached his ears. Lin Yang'e opened his eyes. Before him stretched a dim sky, and the 2 of them stood within a teleportation array. Ahead was a majestic hall forged entirely from steel. At the very top of the hall floated a spherical object, rotating slowly in midair. Numerous eyes adorned its surface, staring unblinkingly. "That's the Watchful Eye," Bai Yuan explained, pointing at the sphere. "It's specifically designed to monitor the abyss and prevent surprise attacks." Lin Yang'e nodded in understanding. Feng Xiu had once mentioned that the Yuan battlefield was where humanity waged war against the abyss, though Lin Yang'e's knowledge of it was limited. Bai Yuan led him out of the teleportation array and toward a specific direction. They arrived before a towering fortress surrounded by walls that soared dozens of meters high. The walls were lined with soldiers, each exuding an imposing aura. Lin Yang'e estimated that these were all professionals at least at level 40 and had completed their 2nd class advancement. Lin Yang'e's presence drew their attention. When they noticed Bai Yuan, however, their expressions turned respectful. "Do they all know you?" Lin Yang'e asked curiously. Bai Yuan gestured to the 5-star emblem on his shoulder and replied, "They don't recognize me, they recognize this." It was a purple-gold 5-star badge, with 5 stars embedded within. Lin Yang'e didn't quite understand its significance. Bai Yuan elaborated, "You'll get one soon as well. First, let's get your paperwork done." The fortress was massive. They walked through a series of corridors for quite some time before arriving at a standalone building bustling with activity. Crowds of people were coming and going, and a long line of individuals waited to be served inside. Military ID Registration Office. Lin Yang'e read the sign in front of the building, realizing it was the place to obtain a military ID. As a regular here, Bai Yuan bypassed the main entrance and led Lin Yang through a smaller side door. Inside was a modest office where someone was busy working, their head buried in papers. Without looking up, the person said, "If you need something, head to the main office to the right." Bai Yuan strode over, slammed his hand on the desk, and barked, "I don't have time for this. Get it done now." The worker was about to retort angrily but froze upon seeing the emblem on Bai Yuan's shoulder. They immediately stood at attention and saluted, their tone turning deferential. "Greetings, General." Bai Yuan grunted in acknowledgement, his voice impatient. "Issue him a military ID." The worker's demeanor shifted entirely, now eager to please. "Right away, sir. It'll be done immediately." Lin Yang handed over his Summer Capital Academy ID card. This card was recognized nationwide and served as sufficient identification. Simply being associated with Summer Capital Academy earned one a degree of reverence. Even after graduation, the ID card would remain a lifelong symbol of distinction. The worker quickly processed the paperwork and returned within minutes, handing over a white emblem. The emblem was identical in design to the one on Bai Yuan's shoulder, except it was plain white with no stars. With the emblem in hand, Bai Yuan led Lin Yang out of the office. The worker watched them leave, wiping sweat from his brow. Good heavens, a 5-star divine general, what's someone of his caliber doing here? Unable to contain his curiosity, he pulled up records to confirm his suspicions. When the data matched, he exclaimed, "Bai Shen. It's Bai Shen." Overwhelmed with excitement, the worker dashed off to report the sighting to his superiors. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan continued guiding Lin Yang to another location. "This is your military ID," he explained. "Keep it on your person, don't store it in your spatial inventory. That way, whenever you kill abyssal creatures on the Yuan battlefield, your contributions will be automatically recorded." He went on to explain the ranking system. White signifies the lowest rank, private. Then there's black for sergeant, silver for lieutenant, gold for major, and purple for general. The stars indicate merit within each rank. The more stars, the higher your achievements. Advancement follows a 10-star system. Once you exceed 10 stars, you move up a rank. Someone like me, for example, is a 5-star divine general. In the entire Xinxia Empire, there are fewer than 10 of us at this level. As Bai Yuan spoke, a hint of pride crept into his tone. It was well-deserved. His countless battlefield exploits were legendary, worthy of being immortalized in textbooks and celebrated across the nation. Lin Yang recalled a story he'd heard. During an abyssal invasion, 3 abyssal kings led an army to infiltrate human territory, launching a surprise attack on a Xinxia city. The city, sparsely defended by professionals, was on the brink of falling. Tens of thousands of civilians faced certain death, destined to become fodder for the abyss. In the city's darkest hour, Bai Yuan appeared like a god descending from the heavens. Alone, he decimated the entire abyssal army. 2 of the abyssal kings were slain, the 3rd severely injured and forced to retreat. Despite suffering grievous injuries himself, Bai Yuan held his ground without reinforcements, healers, or support. That battle solidified his legend and earned him the title of Bai Shen, White God. His reputation had been forged through blood and fire. With deep respect, Lin Yang affixed his military emblem to his shoulder, mirroring Bai Yuan's. Bai Yuan then led him to a grand hall. Its name was inscribed above the entrance, Hall of Heroic Souls. His emblem visible, Bai Yuan received salutes from the guards, who allowed them to pass without question. Inside the Hall of Heroic Souls stood countless memorial plaques. The entire space was suffused with a solemn, almost sacred atmosphere. Lin Yang stepped inside, instinctively straightening his posture in reverence. "This is where the Xinxia Empire honors its fallen heroes," Bai Yuan explained. "They fought and died on the battlefield, dedicating their lives to our nation. Even in death, they do not return to their hometowns. Their souls remain here, continuing to guard the Xinxia Empire with their spiritual strength." Then, with a wide sweep of his large hand, Bai Yuan clasped his fist and respectfully performed the ancient Xinxia ceremonial bow toward the memorial tablets in the Hall of Heroic Souls. Lin Yang followed suit. "Today, the descendant of Xinxia, Bai Yuan, humbly beseeches the wisdom of the empire's ancestors to protect the younger generations. Today, the descendant of Xinxia, Bai Yuan, humbly beseeches the wisdom of the empire's ancestors to protect the younger generations. Today, the descendant of Xinxia, Bai Yuan, humbly beseeches the wisdom of the empire's ancestors to protect the younger generations." Bai Yuan repeated the solemn prayer 3 times, each time louder and more reverent than the last. The countless memorial tablets within the Hall of Heroic Souls began to tremble and emit radiant beams of light, illuminating the entire hall. From the brilliance emerged a phantom-like tower. Though small in size, the tower exuded a commanding and awe-inspiring presence, its black surface radiating an air of grim determination and menace. "This is the demon-slaying tower," Bai Yuan announced. direct your mental will into it and leave your imprint. So this was the demon-slaying tower. Lin Yang'e refrained from asking questions and immediately did as instructed. Bai Yiyuan explained, even if you perish on the Yuan battlefield, we will have a way to resurrect you. Consider this your last thread of hope. Lin Yang'e stared at Bai Yiyuan in astonishment, finally understanding the profound significance of his earlier invocation, to protect the younger generations. To awaken the will of the ancestors within the Hall of Heroic Souls was no easy feat. He noticed that Bai Yiyuan's 5-star Divine General emblem now had one less star, reduced to a 4-star emblem. To grant him this lifeline, Bai Yiyuan had forcibly sacrificed one of his stars. Thank you, Lin Yang'e said, deeply moved. Though countless words swirled in his mind, he could only express himself with those 2 simple words. Bai Yiyuan laughed heartily. What's all this talk of thanks between men? Just stay safe on the Yuan battlefield and kill as many enemies as you can. Alright, let me formally brief you about matters concerning the Yuan battlefield. At this point, Bai Yiyuan finally got to the main topic. The Yuan battlefield was the foremost frontline where humanity clashed with the abyss. Unless one could storm into the abyss itself, this was the main theater of war. Every nation had established outposts here, with fortresses forming defensive lines. The Xinxia Empire, being one of the strongest human nations, boasted particularly formidable fortresses collectively known as the Eternal Great Wall. This wall consisted of 9 fortresses, lined up consecutively with over 1,000 kilometers separating each one. Together, they formed an unbreakable barrier. Signal towers and magical observation devices were stationed along the wall, manned year-round by professional combatants. The fortress they currently stood in was Fortress No. 1, the very frontline stronghold. Since the construction of the Eternal Great Wall, it had never been breached by abyssal creatures, unlike the fortresses of other nations, which frequently fell, leading to devastating casualties and constant cries for aid. The Yuan battlefield was also home to countless smaller battlefields, or dungeons, where humanity sought resources, equipment, and power-ups by entering them. Abyssal creatures, however, actively sought to prevent humanity's access to these dungeons, often launching ambushes as humans entered or exited them. The battles were relentless, occurring at every moment. The closer one got to the abyss, the higher the dungeon levels, and the greater the danger. Among these dungeons, there existed a peculiar race calling themselves the Dragon Clan. Possessing a degree of intelligence and formidable combat power, they dropped valuable materials upon defeat. Though not true dragons, their materials could be used by humans to forge equipment, which, naturally, the abyssal creatures sought to prevent. Fights near dungeon entrances are the fiercest and most perilous. Be extra cautious when you're there, Bai Yiyuan warned. And before you set out, make sure to bring teleportation stones. Due to the abyssal energy, these stones are single-use items and even then carry a risk of failure. Bring plenty. Also, abyssal creatures are capable of using curses. You'll need curse resistance potions as well. Lin Yang'e nodded. Understood. But what if my cooldown amulet runs out of energy? Bai Yiyuan replied, the fortresses have advanced alchemists who can recharge it for you, though they'll usually prefer materials over gold. If you're out of materials, you can always return to the Xiaojing Academy through the teleportation array we used to come here, though the cost is quite steep. Lin Yang'e absorbed Bai Yiyuan's words. Everything necessary had been said, and Bai Yiyuan took his leave after bidding Lin Yang'e farewell. Lin Yang'e then headed to the fortress's trade hub. Fortunately, it was connected to the Imperial Trading Network, with some exclusive items available for purchase. These military supply items came with strict rank restrictions. Your level determined what you could buy. Being a private with only a tiny amount of military merit, Lin Yang'e found his options limited. Among the things he could purchase were teleportation stones for returning to the fortress, priced at a steep 10,000 gold coins each. Despite their high cost and single-use nature, he bought 10. Curse resistance potions were also available, priced at 10,000 gold coins per bottle. They provided a 20% boost to curse resistance for an hour. Lin Yang'e considered them but ultimately decided against purchasing. There were also special battlefield exclusive equipment items. Known as battlefield gear, these were superior to dungeon gear of the same level and offered additional damage bonuses against abyssal creatures. However, they also required corresponding military merit to purchase. After browsing, Lin Yang'e realized why Bai Yiyuan had advised him to stock up on gold. While Bai Yiyuan had faith in his ability to earn military merit, he evidently doubted his ability to amass wealth. The cost of battlefield gear was astronomical, tens of thousands of gold coins for even the most basic soldier-grade equipment. Officer-grade gear ran into millions, far beyond Lin Yang'e's means. After familiarizing himself with the fortress layout, Lin Yang'e decided to venture out into the Yuan battlefield. A kind-hearted fortress guard stopped him. Young man, you're only level 22. Did an elder from your family bring you here? The weakest monsters out there are level 30, and abyssal creatures roam as well. It's dangerous. The guards stationed at the Eternal Great Wall were all seasoned professionals, at least level 40 and having undergone their second-class advancement. Lin Yang'e's concealment badge couldn't fool them. Lin Yang'e politely but firmly replied, "Thank you, but I'm just going to take a look. Hearing his determined tone, the guard didn't press further but sighed. Be careful out there. If you encounter danger, come back immediately. As Lin Yanga walked farther away, disappearing from view, the guard shook his head in resignation. Another reckless youngster. I just hope he doesn't get into trouble. Every year, many met unfortunate ends due to overconfidence. Most ventured in teams, and solo adventurers were rare. Those who did were usually well-leveled, at least above level 30. Even then, danger was ever present. To see someone like Lin Yanga, a mere level 22, heading into the Yuan battlefield was almost unheard of. After Lin Yanga left, another team departed the fortress, heading deeper into the battlefield. The Yuan battlefield was suffused with the ominous aura of the abyss, a thin mist hanging in the air and severely impairing visibility. Even when Lin Yanga strained his eyesight to the limit, he could see no farther than a short distance ahead. Suddenly, the skeletal armor on his body began to glow. Lin Yanga's heart skipped a beat. He was under attack. Yet, as far as his eyes could see, there was no visible source of the attack. The skeletal armor continued to flash incessantly. The assault had not ceased. An invisible monster. The Yuan battlefield truly was unsafe. Several skeleton warriors emerged from his side. Reacting instantly to their master's predicament, the skeleton warriors' soul fires flared up violently, their eyes glowing red as they swung their massive blades toward a specific direction. The blades cleaved through the air, producing the sound of fabric tearing, accompanied by a shrill, piercing screech. Only then did Lin Yanga get a clear look at the creature attacking him. The monster resembled a wisp of smoke, shrouded in the mist, making it almost impossible to discern with the naked eye. It was only under the skeleton warrior's assault that its form became faintly visible. Battlefield Wraith. Level, 30. Strength, 6000. Agility, 2000. Spirit, 2000. Constitution, 5000. Skill, physical immunity. To his surprise, the first monster he encountered on the Yuan battlefield turned out to be a Wraith-type creature. Monsters like this were unique to the Yuan battlefield and could hardly be found anywhere else. At level 30, its stats weren't particularly impressive, comparable to an enhanced elite monster from a nightmare-level dungeon. However, its ability to remain hidden until it initiated an attack made it exceptionally tricky to deal with. Fortunately, Lin Yanga's skeletal armor, with its near-absurd defensive capabilities, had managed to block the battlefield Wraith's onslaught. Lin Yanga was only slightly startled by the appearance of the Wraith on the battlefield, but what intrigued him more was its skill. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the battlefield Wraith let out another piercing screech. Its skill, physical immunity, activated, causing its body to become even more intangible, like drifting smoke. The skeleton warrior's blades now sliced through empty air, unable to inflict any damage. Yet the Wraith could still attack the skeleton warriors, and Lin Yanga could clearly sense that his warriors were taking damage. Meanwhile, their attacks passed harmlessly through the Wraith's body without leaving a scratch. It really is immune to physical attacks, Lin Yanga muttered. Let's test elemental damage. With a thought, he summoned several skeleton mages. As soon as they appeared, the mages launched an onslaught of elemental spells. Explosive flames and icy storms bombarded the Wraith. The battlefield Wraith let out agonized screams as the elemental attacks tore into it, dealing massive damage. After just a few rounds of combined spells, the Wraith was slain. Kill confirmed. Soul Essence obtained. Soul Essence contains the will of the battlefield's fallen. Can be used to enhance weapons and equipment. The experience gained, 300,000, was fairly standard. However, the material called Soul Essence was something Lin Yanga had never encountered before. Its ability to enhance weapons and equipment seemed promising, making it a useful resource. This encounter taught Lin Yanga an important lesson: skeleton warriors weren't omnipotent, and neither were skeleton mages. If there were monsters immune to physical attacks, there could just as easily be ones immune to elemental attacks, or even monsters immune to both. Should such creatures appear, both his warriors and mages might become ineffective, forcing him to remain vigilant. As he continued toward the dungeon, Lin Yanga pondered his abilities. Skeleton warriors rely on physical attacks, skeleton mages on elemental attacks, and soul flames are a form of spiritual attack. But what about corpse explosion? What kind of attack is that? Recalling his experiences using corpse explosion, he realized that it seemed to be a hybrid attack, combining various types, physical, elemental, and others, based on the vitality of the corpse. Let's tentatively classify it as life-based damage for now. I'll analyze it further when the time comes. Every skill has its strengths and weaknesses. I can't afford to be careless. He remembered his sister Lin Mohan's words, always be cautious in everything you do. The Yuan battlefield was vast, having expanded significantly over centuries of war. It was said that at the deepest point of the battlefield lay the abyssal gate, leading directly to the abyss itself. The exact origins of the abyss were lost to history, but it was known that when the Abyss appeared, it launched a massive invasion against humanity, marking the start of this war. To the human race, the Abyss was synonymous with evil, destruction, and death, a common enemy of all humankind. The farther he ventured from the fortress, the more monsters he encountered. Battlefield wraiths roamed this death-filled landscape aimlessly, attacking any living being they encountered, be it humans or abyssal demons. The harsh environment, centuries of bloodshed, and the taint of abyssal energy had given rise to all manner of peculiar monsters. One type resembled wild dogs but had 2 mouths on its head. These creatures moved at incredible speeds and attacked anyone in sight, their mouths alternately spewing flames like mages. Another type was made entirely of stone, with blood from the battlefield seeping into its form. Wrapped in various elemental energies, these monsters had extraordinarily high resistance to elemental attacks. It took Lin Yang 10 skeleton mages and a full minute of coordinated assault to bring one of these stone monsters down. Such creatures were numerous on the Yuan battlefield, and even if they were cleared out, more would quickly take their place. It was impossible to kill them all. Occasionally, he would encounter human teams while advancing. They weren't always from the divine Xia Empire, some were from other nations. When they saw Lin Yang, they often appeared surprised. Solo adventurers were rare on the Yuan battlefield. However, upon noticing his skeletons, they quickly understood. About half an hour left. I should reach the dungeon soon, Lin Yang muttered. He had been walking for over 2 hours. Suddenly, the mist ahead surged violently. His instincts kicked in, and he became alert. 3 figures emerged from the mist, a knight, an archer, and a seer. The trio was fleeing in panic, their movements frantic and disoriented, as if escaping from something terrifying. The mist churned even more violently, as if something larger was approaching. The fleeing knight caught sight of Lin Yang and shouted, "Run! Abyssal demons are coming!" With a final yell, the knight bolted like a terrified rabbit, his face a mask of sheer terror. The seer and archer following him said nothing, their heads down as they rushed past, too frightened to speak. Abyssal demons? That was one of the reasons Lin Yang had come to the Yuan battlefield. In addition to the dungeon, encountering abyssal demons was another objective of his journey. Bai Yuan had told him that the abyssal demons appearing here wouldn't be too powerful, implying that Lin Yang should be capable of handling them. At that moment, the mist began swirling even more violently. Within seconds, it was torn apart by the forceful arrival of a group of pitch-black creatures. These monsters resembled wild dogs, each 2 meters long and over a meter tall. Rows of sharp fangs jutted from their jaws, glinting with an eerie blue light. They emitted a piercing screech as they ran, their foul stench and the heavy smell of blood filling the air. Their speed was astonishingly swift, seemingly even faster than the fleeing knights. Lin Yang's fingertips glimmered faintly with light as she cast a detection spell, which transformed into a gentle breeze that swept outward, instantly revealing the information of these creatures. Abyssal Hellhound. Level, 31. Strength, 5000. Agility, 6000. Spirit, 2000. Constitution, 5000. Skill, Bite. Sensing the probing breeze of the detection spell, several of the abyssal hellhounds immediately turned their attention toward Lin Yang and charged at her. There were about 30 of these monstrous hounds, and now roughly 10 of them were heading straight for her. Lin Yang could clearly see the remnants of flesh and tattered clothing hanging from their jaws. These creatures had just feasted on humans. Someone had died, likely one of the adventurers who had been fleeing alongside the knights, devoured by these beasts. Lin Yang's gaze turned cold in an instant as she muttered under her breath, "You deserve death." The skeletal warriors at her side seemed to sense their master's emotions. A crimson glow flared in their eye sockets as they shot forth like arrows, charging toward the hellhounds. 10 skeletal warriors met 10 abyssal hellhounds. In terms of attributes, the skeletal warriors overwhelmingly outmatched the hellhounds, with nearly triple their stats. The difference in strength placed them on entirely different levels. Upon collision, the abyssal hellhounds were quickly overwhelmed. The skeletal warriors swung their massive blades, slashing and hurling the hellhounds aside. Meanwhile, the skeletal mages were not idle. They began casting spells, one after another, targeting the hellhounds. The attacks landed with devastating precision, causing the beasts to wail in agony. Their furious roars echoed, scattering the surrounding mist and filling the air with an oppressive sense of dread. Hearing the cries of their kin, the pack of abyssal hellhounds that had been pursuing the 3 knights abruptly shifted their focus and began charging toward Lin Yang instead. At the same time, the hellhounds locked in battle with the skeletal warriors were already on the brink of death after enduring relentless blows. The skeletal mages delivered the final strikes, killing them one by one. Kill confirmed. Obtained abyssal hellhound Fong. The sergeant's insignia on Lin Yang's shoulder glimmered faintly as it absorbed military merit. Killing abyssal creatures not only granted experience points and materials but also awarded military merits. Lin Yang was well aware that the more she killed, the more merit she would accumulate. As the remaining abyssal hellhounds surged toward her, Lin Yang raised her palm, which began to glow faintly with energy. Skill, corpse explosion. With a deafening roar, the mist within a 90-meter radius erupted violently, scattering upward into the sky. The previously obscured view became crystal clear in an instant. The newly arrived abyssal hellhounds were obliterated in the explosion, leaving none alive. Not a single one of them could withstand the catastrophic damage inflicted by the corpse explosion. The sergeant's insignia now shone even brighter. The 30 abyssal hellhounds had earned Lin Yanga over 9 million experience points and an additional 30 merit points. A faintly shimmering star began to appear on the insignia, though it had yet to fully take shape. Still, Lin Yanga was satisfied. If only there were more hellhounds like this, she thought. The 3 knights, who had been fleeing for their lives just moments earlier, were left dumbfounded. The hellhounds that had been relentlessly chasing them suddenly turned on Lin Yanga. When they thought for sure that she was doomed, they instead witnessed her unleashing unprecedented power, utterly annihilating the hellhounds. She's incredible. Is she a high-level adventurer? Those are undead summons. I've never seen someone with this kind of profession before. Me neither. She has both warriors and mages, and in such numbers, too. Lin Yanga glanced at them from afar, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, before leading her skeletal minions further into the depths of the abyssal battlefield. As the mist gradually closed in and obscured her figure completely, the 3 survivors finally dared to stand up cautiously. Their hearts were filled with awe and reverence. Lin Yanga was overwhelmingly powerful, likely a high-level adventurer. The gap between high-level and low-level adventurers was significant, both in strength and status. The knight slumped to the ground with a look of relief on his face. No matter what, we're safe now. Too bad Oldley didn't make it out. He sacrificed himself for us. When we get back, we must take care of his family. Absolutely. If Oldley hadn't shielded us, we wouldn't have escaped either. After resting briefly, the 3 activated their teleportation stones and disappeared from the battlefield. In the deepest part of the abyssal battlefield, where the realm connected directly to the abyss, darkness stretched endlessly, like a bottomless void. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within. Huh, why did a pack of my little dogs suddenly die? Could it be a high-level adventurer? In that case, let's release a few more of them. As the voice faded, pairs of blood-red eyes began to appear in the pitch-black abyss, gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Packs of abyssal hellhounds surged forth from the infinite darkness. Lin Yanga finally arrived at the entrance to the dungeon. A massive vortex swirled slowly amidst the mist, emitting a deep humming sound as flashes of light flickered within. Gathered at the entrance were numerous adventurers, some from the Divine Summer Empire and others from foreign nations. Campfires were scattered across the area, with groups of people gathered around them, roasting meat and chatting. They discussed strategies for conquering the dungeon, dividing loot, and dealing with the monsters inside. The scene reminded Lin Yanga of the entrance to the West Sea Mine dungeon, so familiar, it felt like déjà vu. The nearby monsters had already been cleared, making the area exceedingly safe. With so many people around, even if monsters began to respawn, they would be swiftly dealt with. Lin Yanga dismissed her skeletal minions and walked forward slowly. Her arrival quickly drew the attention of others. So young, can't be more than 20. A white-tier sergeant insignia with no stars, just a private. A 5-star badge, she's from the Divine Summer Empire. Let me take a look. What level is she? The adventurers here were straightforward and uninhibited, lacking the formalities often seen within the Empire. As soon as Lin Yanga appeared, several probing detection spells brushed lightly against her. Ah, she's using a shielded badge. Why so secretive? What's there to hide? Young one, what level are you? What's your profession? Want to join our party? We're short on people. We're all from the Divine Summer Empire. We could help you clear the dungeon. Lin Yanga's 5-star badge clearly identified her as a citizen of the Divine Summer Empire. Most of the adventurers at the dungeon entrance were also from her homeland, and they were all quite enthusiastic. Travelers from the Divine Summer Empire were known for their camaraderie, often banding together when far from home. At the entrance to the instance, Lin Yanga examined the instance information. The instance was named Dragonfront Outpost, and was set at level 26. It offered 3 difficulty levels, Normal, Nightmare, and Hell, each with different maximum party size limits. Normal allowed 4 players, Nightmare 6 players, and Hell 12 players. The level requirement was plus or minus 5 levels, meaning players between levels 21 and 31 could enter. The adventurers gathered outside the instance were mostly between levels 26 and 30, with the lowest being level 25. No one below level 25 was in sight. This was understandable. Other than rare exceptions like Lin Yanga, almost no one below level 25 dared to venture into the Yuan battleground. Even the weakest monsters outside the battleground were not something sub-25 level adventurers could handle. Looking at the instance information, Lin Yang mused to himself, so there's a hell difficulty. I wonder what it's like. In the past, he had only ever attempted nightmare-level instances and had never encountered a hell difficulty instance before. Within the instance hall, instances below level 40 typically didn't have a hell difficulty. The Yuan battleground truly was something extraordinary. Young man, decided yet? There's still a spot in our party. Doesn't matter what level you are, a knight from the Xinxia Empire called out to Lin Yang. The knight bore a 5-star sergeant insignia on his shoulder, with 7 white stars, a 7-star veteran, a testament to his extensive experience slaying abyssal creatures. Teaming up with a stranger in an instance carried risks. If they encountered a reckless player, it could endanger the entire party. However, the knight's companions didn't object to his offer, indicating that he was a decent individual and that his team was strong enough to handle unexpected situations. Thank you, Lin Yang politely declined the invitation. He then selected hell difficulty and stepped into the instance. As Lin Yang disappeared, several people outside the instance were stunned. He went in. I saw the vortex light up just now. He definitely went in. Going solo into an instance. That's suicide. Well, you never know. Maybe he's some kind of master player who can solo instances. Where are all these masters coming from? TCH, let me check. We'll see soon enough. Yushinxia folks always like to brag. A man dressed in Sakura Empire attire stepped forward, pulled out a talisman, and threw it into the vortex. The vortex immediately erupted in dazzling light, a dungeon detection talisman. A sudden exclamation arose. Detection spells were primarily used to investigate people and objects. Dungeon detection talismans, however, were specially designed to probe instances. By using one, it was possible to identify how many teams were in the instance at each difficulty level and whether there had been any casualties. It was said that more advanced dungeon detection talismans even allowed communication and information sharing between the inside and outside of an instance. However, the talisman this person used was a basic one, capable only of displaying basic information about the teams within the instance. As the light flickered, the instance information gradually became visible. Normal difficulty, 1 team, 4 players. Nightmare difficulty, 2 teams, 12 players. Hell difficulty, 1 team, 1 player. Someone exclaimed, no way, he went into hell difficulty. You've got to be kidding me, he actually chose hell difficulty. Is he trying to die? Does he even know what hell difficulty entails? The Sakura Empire player who had used the detection talisman clicked his tongue and chuckled. A Xinxia player attempting to solo hell difficulty. This is truly eye-opening. How long do you think he'll survive in there? All the Xinxia players present turned to glare at him, their eyes filled with displeasure. Their expressions seemed to say, this is blatant mockery. The veteran knight who had earlier invited Lin Yang suddenly drew his longsword. The blade radiated a chilling aura and gleamed with golden light. It was a gold-tier weapon. The ability to wield gold-tier equipment demonstrated that the knight had reached level 30. His entire set of equipment was gold-tier, from his armor, helmet, gloves, and boots to his accessories. The exceptional quality of his gear, combined with his rich combat experience, made his team an exceptionally formidable one. With such a team, they could handle enemies several times their number with ease. The onlookers now understood why the veteran knight had been so confident in inviting Lin Yang earlier. His team was strong enough to handle almost any situation. The Sakura Empire player's face turned pale. He was well aware of the veteran knight's team's strength. They were among the best in the area, practically unmatched. The other Sakura Empire players, noticing the situation, quickly averted their gazes and pretended not to know him, as if his earlier provocation had nothing to do with them. The veteran knight snorted coldly, watch yourself. Even a small country like Sakura dares to provoke Xinxia? Are you tired of living? A flicker of anger flashed in the Sakura Empire player's eyes, but he didn't dare respond. He feared that one more word would prompt the knight's sword to strike. The knight sheathed his sword and returned to his group, a trace of regret in his eyes. Too young. Such a shame. Lin Yang was far too young. To have made it here, he undoubtedly possessed extraordinary talent. But his arrogance and ignorance would likely lead to his death in the instance. The veteran knight wasn't the only one who felt this way. Several other Xinxia players also thought it was a pity. A hell difficulty instance. How could anyone possibly solo it? Inside the instance, Lin Yang found himself facing a mountain. Atop the mountain was a fortress-like structure, and in front of him stretched a wide road leading straight to the fortress. The instance's name, Dragonfront Outpost, suggested that the fortress was likely the titular outpost. The road climbed steadily upward, sloping toward the mountain's peak where the fortress stood. He could feel the oppressive atmosphere unique to a hell difficulty instance. It was a peculiar, stifling sensation, entirely different from nightmare instances, as if something was firmly restraining him. This feeling, it seems familiar, Lin Yang muttered to himself, puzzled. He recalled experiencing a similar sense of restriction before, back in the combat space. Quickly, he checked his storage space, only to find that it was inaccessible. This meant he couldn't use potions or escape the instance with a teleportation stone. To leave the instance, Lin Yanga was left with only two options: return to the starting point where he had entered or defeat the boss to unlock the instance exit. In other words, if he encountered danger, there would be no retreat. Without access to the storage space, there's no way to resupply. Without the ability to escape at will, I must always leave myself an alternative. So this is a hell difficulty instance. The monster strength is as terrifying as expected. Lin Yanga began to seriously reflect on the differences between hell difficulty instances and nightmare level ones. Through the hazy light, three long shadows emerged, entering Lin Yanga's field of vision. Three monsters, clad in armor and wielding long spears, were slowly marching in a straight line along the road ahead. Their sharp horns gave them a dragon-like appearance, though their size and form were far from that of true dragons. True dragons were often tens or even hundreds of meters tall, while these so-called dragonkin stood at just over 3 meters, dwarfs in comparison to the majestic dragons. Despite the distance, the three monsters quickly detected Lin Yanga's presence. Letting out a couple of beastly cries, they began charging toward him. Lin Yanga's gaze sharpened. In an instant, a dense legion of skeleton warriors and skeleton mages appeared around him. The skeleton warriors darted forward like lightning, swiftly surrounding the three monsters in multiple layers, while the skeleton mages began casting a barrage of spells, raining down magical attacks on the monsters. The three monsters roared and swung their long spears wildly, the strikes clanging against the skeleton warriors with metallic resonance. Interspersed among the magical attacks, Lin Yanga cast a detection spell, targeting the dungeon monsters. Dragonkin Spearman, Hell Level Elite Monster. Level, 30. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 6,000. Spirit, 4,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skill, Spear Sweep. Seeing the monster's stats, Lin Yanga couldn't help but silently gasp. These attributes surpassed those of ordinary monsters in large-scale instances and even exceeded those of super-enhanced elite monsters. They were on par with the bosses of nightmare-level instances. So this is hell difficulty. It was truly overwhelming. A typical party venturing in here would likely be terrified into retreat just by encountering these three monsters. No wonder a 12-person team was recommended for hell difficulty, and even then, success wasn't guaranteed. Although the Dragonkin Spearmen possessed formidable stats, they were still slightly inferior to the skeleton warriors, whose numbers totaled 140. However, just as Lin Yanga was analyzing the situation, the Dragonkin Spearmen's long spears suddenly began to glow red. Skill, Spear Sweep. The three Dragonkin Spearmen activated their skills simultaneously, forming wide, fan-shaped arcs of attack that enveloped all the skeleton warriors encircling them. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impact sounds rang out as all the skeleton warriors struck by the skill froze in place, caught in a stun effect. Lin Yanga immediately noticed that the skeleton warriors had been incapacitated by the Dragonkin Spearman's skill, as if struck by a wave of force. Taking advantage of the stun, the Dragonkin Spearman's attack speed surged. The metallic clanging of their strikes against the skeleton warriors echoed incessantly. However, with a constitution stat of 15,000, the skeleton warriors were practically unscathed. These attacks were little more than scratches to them. Lin Yanga could easily imagine what would happen to a different party in this situation. If a knight were stunned and the healer couldn't respond in time, the consequences would be disastrous. Though these Dragonkin Spearmen were relentlessly attacking the skeleton warriors, they remained trapped in the encirclement, unable to break free. This left them vulnerable to the skeleton mages' relentless bombardment. One spell after another struck the Dragonkin Spearmen, each dealing significant damage. Amidst their roars and attacks, the monsters finally succumbed to the repeated magical assaults after a few seconds. Defeated level 30 Dragonkin Spearman. Experience plus 600,000. Obtained Dragonkin Hide. The experience reward was decent, and Lin Yanga was fairly satisfied. After all, defeating hell difficulty Dragonkin monsters required about the same amount of effort as fighting other creatures, yet yielded significantly more experience, an excellent trade-off. The stun effect on the skeleton warriors lasted for a full 20 seconds before dissipating. Lin Yanga committed this duration to memory. During those 20 seconds, the skeleton warriors had been nothing more than helpless targets. This was a critical issue that demanded attention. If there were more Dragonkin monsters, they could exploit this window to launch concentrated attacks on the skeleton warriors, putting them in real danger. Moreover, Lin Yanga had already tested and confirmed that he couldn't recall stunned skeleton warriors back to him. Hell difficulty instances were far more challenging than nightmare level ones. In fact, even in large-scale instances, Lin Yanga had always been able to bulldoze his way through. But here, for the first time, he found himself needing to strategize carefully. He silently recast bone armor on himself to ensure his own safety. The structure of this instance was straightforward, a single road leading directly to the end, flanked by sparse forest on either side. Within the forest, Lin Yang'e could spot several dragonkin spearmen resting. His arrival quickly drew their attention, and one by one, the dragonkin spearmen began charging out of the forest, roaring. The skeleton warriors stepped forward, slashing at the dragonkin spearmen to draw their attention, before retreating into the forest. Lin Yang'e had opted for the oldest but most practical strategy, pulling mobs and executing group kills. The skeleton warriors lured the dragonkin spearmen deeper into the forest, successfully attracting more of them. From a distance, Lin Yang'e observed the scene, his lips curling into a faint smile. He knew this would be another profitable engagement. Suddenly, the skeleton warriors that had ventured into the forest to pull more mobs froze in place. A flood of information poured into Lin Yang'e's mind. Those skeleton warriors were under heavy attack and their health was rapidly dwindling. When he attempted to recall them, he found it impossible. Lin Yang'e's heart tightened as he rushed forward with the remaining skeleton warriors. He soon saw several of his skeleton warriors surrounded by dragonkin spearmen. They were clearly stunned, and their bodies were bound by what appeared to be translucent chains, a mage's skill, wind shackles. Scanning the area, Lin Yang'e's eyes locked onto a group of dragonkin monsters standing in the corner of the forest. They wielded massive staves, dragonkin mages. 6 dragonkin mages were casting spells in unison, using their abilities to completely immobilize the skeleton warriors that had ventured too close. It wasn't just the dragon mage casting control spells, the dragon spearmen weren't idle either. At the moment, the skeletal warriors were under dual control, shackled by the chains of wind while also trapped in a state of dizziness. The dragon spearmen demonstrated a certain level of intelligence, orchestrating their skills one after another to keep the skeleton warriors in a perpetual state of control, leaving them utterly powerless to counterattack. Lin Yang'e recalled the description of the dungeon. The monsters here exhibited faint intelligence, unlike the purely instinct-driven creatures in other dungeons. This weak intelligence allowed them to employ basic tactics. If Lin Yang'e had only a small number of skeletons, handling this situation would have been exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, his skeletal army was numerous. After assessing the situation, Lin Yang'e wasted no time. A tide of skeletons surged forward like a flood. The sudden assault of the skeleton warriors disrupted the attack rhythm of the dragon spearmen, plunging them into disarray. The dragon spearmen retaliated swiftly, continuously stunning the skeleton warriors. However, the skeletons surrounded them tightly, preventing them from breaking through, while the dragon spearmen themselves, under the effects of dizziness, were unable to launch proper attacks. Skeleton warriors on the outskirts couldn't break through, while those inside were immobilized, silently enduring the dragon spearmen's onslaught. Some dragon spearmen leapt high, attempting to break free of the encirclement, but the skeleton warriors outside leapt simultaneously. Those inside aimed to break out, those outside aimed to break in. The two collided mid-air, crashing back to the ground. Fire, ice, lightning, storms, an onslaught of spells from the approaching skeleton mages descended in a torrent, utterly suppressing the dragon spearmen. Suddenly, the sky turned red. A massive rain of fire fell like a waterfall, covering nearly all the skeleton mages. The dragon mages ignored the skeleton warriors and launched a direct assault on the skeleton mages instead. This revealed that while the dragon mages had intelligence, it wasn't particularly advanced. However, the skeleton mages possessed a passive elemental resistance skill, increasing their resistance to elemental damage by 300% and reducing incoming damage by threefold. A spell that would normally deal 1000 points of damage now inflicted only 333 points. Furthermore, the skeleton mages had a constitution of 7,200, no small number, making them difficult to kill outright. Enduring the fire rain, they continued their focused attacks on the dragon spearmen. 2 rounds of skills, lasting no more than 5 seconds in total, brought a dragon spearman crashing to the ground with a wretched cry. Lin Yang'e, encased in his ever-glowing bone armor, charged through the fire rain. From a distance of 100 meters, he entered the range of his corpse explosion skill. Raising his palm, he activated the ability, Corpse Explosion. The sound of explosions erupted, accompanied by the anguished cries of the dragon spearmen. Many were blasted apart, killed mid-air before even hitting the ground. A flood of experience notifications appeared on his screen, along with a treasure trove of dragon materials, though they were mostly dragon hides. Not a single one of the 4 specific dragon materials Bai Yuan had requested was among them. The silvery white glow of the bone armor was blinding, its defensive power equivalent to a constitution of 64,000. It allowed Lin Yang'e to remain unshaken amidst the fire rain, exuding an air of unyielding strength. 2 more violent explosions later, all the dragon spearmen had fallen. The skeleton mages immediately shifted their focus to the dragon mages. Dragon Mage, Hell Level Elite Monster. Level, 31. Strength, 5000. Agility, 3000. Spirit, 12000. Constitution, 8000. Skills, Chains of Wind, Rain of Fire. As expected, Chains of Wind, it was the signature control skill of support-type mages. Miao Yu had demonstrated it before on Mermaid Island. The 6 dragon mages had lower constitution stats than the dragon spearmen, and under the relentless magical barrage of the skeleton mages, they were quickly annihilated one by one. Kill confirmed. Obtained dragon hide. Kill confirmed. Obtained dragon hide. Obtained dragon horn. 6 notifications flashed in quick succession, but one in particular caught Lin Yang's attention: dragon horn. Since his storage space was sealed, he couldn't check the specifics. However, the notification was clear: he had indeed obtained a dragon horn. Out of 6 dragon mages, only one had dropped a dragon horn, suggesting the drop rate was exceedingly low. Lin Yang'e realized that completing the material collection in a single dungeon run was unlikely. He would likely need to grind this dungeon repeatedly. The skeletal warriors finally recovered from their stunned state. Lin Yang'e recalled the heavily injured ones into his summoning space, where they could heal rapidly. He also withdrew the skeleton mages, who had sustained some damage from the earlier fire rain. For the first time in all his dungeon runs, Lin Yang'e chose to pause and rest mid-clear. In the past, he had always steamrolled through without interruption. This gave him time to reflect on the earlier battle. 140 skeleton warriors with overwhelmingly strong stats had been rendered helpless by the dragon spearmen, whose stats were clearly weaker. The dragon spearmen, with their area of effect attacks and 20-second stun effects, had completely neutralized the skeleton warriors. Had that situation persisted, his skeleton warriors would have been decimated. If he had been even a moment slower to act, the few skeleton warriors that had charged into the woods would have met a grim fate. Since summoning his skeletal army, the only time Lin Yang'e had faced the risk of losing his skeleton warriors was in the West Sea Mines dungeon. Nothing of the sort had occurred since then. This had led him to believe his skeleton warriors were invincible in melee combat. But now, he realized this wasn't true at all. The invincibility of the skeleton warriors was based on their superior stats. If faced with powerful control skills, their attributes became useless. At best, they could hold out for a little longer before their inevitable demise. The skeleton warriors had a glaring weakness. On the surface, the solution would be for him to acquire counter-control skills. However, at level 22, he couldn't yet unlock new abilities. He could only work with the skills he already possessed. After some thought, he devised a strategy. It wasn't the optimal solution, but it could address some of the issues. At the very least, it would help him handle situations like this in the future. Level 30 skills, he murmured to himself, don't let me down. At level 10, he gained Corpse Explosion. At level 20, he unlocked Summon Skeleton Mage. He eagerly anticipated that the level 30 skill would not disappoint him. After taking a short break, he summoned the skeleton mages from the summoning space once more. All the injuries they had sustained earlier were fully healed. The party pressed forward, and soon, a patrol squad appeared before them, 6 dragon spearmen in formation. Fortunately, there were no dragon mages among them. Earlier, the dragon spearmen and dragon mages had been scattered, but due to his reckless rushing, the skeletons had been surrounded and beaten down. Learning from his mistake, he was more cautious this time. So, the skeleton warriors charged forward again. Surrounded? No problem. This time, he decided to counter with an encirclement of his own. Only 2 skeleton warriors darted ahead swiftly, using their superior agility to draw the dragon spearmen far away, leaving them no chance to close the distance. Meanwhile, he watched the situation with the dragon mages closely. As long as their spells didn't immobilize the skeleton warriors, the dragon spearmen wouldn't be able to land an attack. This time, he avoided running into the small forest and instead sprinted along the main road. After luring dozens of dragon spearmen, the skeleton warriors quickly retreated. Prepare. Lin Yang'e gave the command. All the skeleton mages were ready. As the dragon spearmen entered the range of the mage's spells, a red glow shimmered in Lin Yang'e's palm. The skill, Curse of Slowness. A massive crimson net descended from the sky, enveloping the entire dungeon area. With a thunderous hum, an enormous red shackle appeared simultaneously on each of the charging dragon spearmen. Curse of Slowness, level 22 curses enemies within a radius of 110 meters, reducing their speed by 110% for a duration of 1 minute. With upgrades, the skill's range expanded to 3,300 meters, and the speed reduction amplified to 300%, a staggering 33 times slower. Instantly, all the dragon spearmen slowed to a crawl. Where they had been sprinting moments ago, they now looked like they were moving in slow motion. Even with their high agility, comparable to a level 20 professional, they were unbearably slow in Lin Yang'e's eyes. The skeleton mages began to focus their attacks. The skeleton warriors charged forward and unleashed their skills. At their current sluggish pace, the dragon spearmen couldn't reach Lin Yang'e before the skeleton mages had already launched 2 rounds of attacks. Combined with the skeleton warriors blocking their advance, there was no chance for them to break through. Once one dragon spearman fell, the rest could be swiftly eliminated in succession. Suddenly, Lin Yang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no." From the small forests on both sides, a large number of dragon spearmen started charging toward him. Red shackles hovered over their heads, all affected by the curse of slowness. Behind them, dragon mages followed in tow. A panoramic glance revealed no fewer than 100 dragon spearmen and over 20 dragon mages. "I completely forgot about the range," he muttered to himself. This was his first time using Curse of Slowness in combat since upgrading it to level 22, and he had overlooked its immense 3,300-meter radius. Naturally, it had dragged out all the monsters lurking in the forests on both sides. "Well, this isn't a bad way to aggro enemies, except for how slow they're moving," Lin Yang noted. The dragon monsters, running in slow motion, gave him plenty of attack time. The dragon spearmen activated their skills, forcing the skeleton warriors to retreat. Most managed to avoid the attacks, but a few were slightly slower and got struck, rendering them stunned. Even so, Lin Yang didn't give the dragon spearmen any further chances to harm the skeleton warriors. With a series of anguished cries, the slow-motion dragon spearmen fell under magical bombardment. Explosions echoed through the dungeon as the dragon spearmen lured in by the skeleton warriors were wiped out completely. In the distance, the remaining dragon spearmen and dragon mages were still on their way. Slowed by 33 times, their speed was barely on par with level 20 professionals, making their approach painfully sluggish. Lin Yang waited for them to enter the range of the skeleton mages' attacks before initiating targeted elimination. The skeleton warriors charged out once more, simultaneously attacking and acting as a wall to keep the dragon spearmen at bay. Suddenly, transparent shackles appeared on the skeleton warriors, wind bind. The dragon mages continuously cast their spells, trapping the skeleton warriors in place. While their movement was hindered, they could still use skills. "The range is insane," Lin Yang thought to himself in shock. The dragon mages were at least 300 meters away from the skeleton warriors, yet they could already unleash their abilities. Their range far exceeded that of the skeleton mages. Back when the skeleton mages were at the iron tier, their range was only 50 meters. At the bronze tier, it extended to 100 meters, and now at silver tier, it reached 200 meters. Even so, it was no match for the dragon mages. For a mage, having a greater range was a huge advantage. It ensured safety, created opportunities for kiting, and allowed them to dictate engagements, just like now. The 20 dragon mages unleashed skill after skill, quickly binding the skeleton warriors. Then, fiery rain rained down in waves. The immobilized skeleton warriors could only endure the assault passively. This was their glaring weakness, no counter-control abilities, making them highly susceptible to being restrained. "Focus fire," Lin Yang commanded, pointing to the dragon spearmen at the forefront. The skeleton mages immediately concentrated their attacks. At the same time, Lin Yang's hands flared with soul fire. The skeleton warriors, now reduced to little more than damaged sponges, held the line against the onslaught. Thankfully, their physical resilience was high, so it would take considerable time for the dragon mages to kill them. After 2 rounds of focused attacks from the skeleton mages and Lin Yang's soul fire, one dragon spearman was swiftly eliminated. Its corpse detonated with a thunderous explosion. However, the range of the corpse explosion skill wasn't enough to affect the dragon mages, who remained stationed 300 meters away, continuously casting fiery rain and controlling the skeleton warriors. They made no moves to close the distance. "If only I had a knight," Lin Yang thought. A knight could use a provocation skill to pull the dragon mages closer or a chain skill to drag them into melee range. Knights also had resistance to crowd control, rendering wind bind ineffective against them. Aside from knights, Lin Yang also considered mages with silence skills, which could disable the dragon mage's offensive capabilities. But right now, he had no choice but to rely on the skeleton mages to advance quickly and target the dragon mages with focused attacks. He would assist with soulfire, interrupting their spells as much as possible. This forced both sides into a direct confrontation. The skeleton warriors, still bound, could only act as stationary targets until the effects wore off, unable to even retreat into the summoning space. This dungeon run was proving to be the most challenging one Lin Yang had ever undertaken. The Hell difficulty level was living up to its name. If Bai Yuan found out he had chosen Hell difficulty, he'd probably spit blood. At this moment, Bai Yuan had already returned to Xiaojing Academy. Meng Anwen, sitting leisurely while sipping tea and enjoying the view, seemed to be observing something. When Bai Yuan returned, Meng Anwen poured him a cup of tea and asked about his mission. Upon learning that the item had been delivered, Meng Anwen noticed Bai Yuan's meticulous effort. Bai Yuan had sacrificed a great deal of military merit, dropping from a 5-star divine general to a 4-star, all to plant a mark on Lin Yang. Meng Anwen reminded him that the materials Lin Yang'e needed would only drop at nightmare difficulty, with a low drop rate at that. Bai Yuan, however, believed that with a cooldown amulet, running it 7 or 8 times should suffice. Meng Anwen speculated that Lin Yang'e might have chosen hell difficulty instead. Bai Yuan spat out his tea. After a moment's thought, he conceded that if Lin Yang'e actually managed to clear it, the rewards would be tremendous. Kill, obtained Dragon Clan Horn. Finally clearing out the Dragon Clan mages, the skeletal mages were left injured. Lin Yang'e recalled them into the summoning space for healing and managed to acquire 2 more horns. The drop rate was exceedingly low. During the battle, the skeletal warriors had largely been spectators, standing idly by. Lin Yang'e found an empty space to sit and rest. At this point, only a third of the dungeon had been cleared. He had never struggled this much in a dungeon before. Glancing unintentionally at the distant dungeon exit, still within view after hours of fighting, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He hadn't expected the hell level difficulty to be this extreme. The problem was the monster's wide array of control skills, which left him completely unprepared. Looking at the distant outpost fortress, emitting a faintly mocking aura, Lin Yang'e's lips curled into a slight smile. Since he was here, he was determined to fight to the end. After a brief rest, feeling that the skeletal mages had almost recovered, he once again set out toward the fortress. The area ahead, spanning 3,000 meters, was already devoid of monsters. The slow curse skill had drawn most of them over earlier. Passing through the cleared 3,000 meters, the dungeon path was now open all the way to the fortress, which had fully come into view. With the vision of a level 22 professional, Lin Yang'e could clearly make out the entire structure. Its appearance bore a strong resemblance to human fortresses. On the walls stood Dragon Clan monsters, mages and archers pacing back and forth, their defenses tight and secure. Lin Yang'e felt a headache coming on. Fighting mages was always troublesome, but the only upside was that the fortress gates were wide open. Outside the fortress, there were still quite a few Dragon Clan monsters. He began clearing them out one by one. In this setting, area of effect attacks weren't necessarily faster, especially with mages in the mix. He had to tackle them bit by bit, leveraging the skeletal warriors' numerical and attribute advantages. Though slower, it was more methodical, reminiscent of his very first dungeon run. Bit by bit, no rush. Let's play it safe and return to basics, Lin Yang'e murmured to himself. He completely set aside the dismissive attitude he had held earlier and began advancing cautiously, step by step. Using the numerical superiority of his skeletal warriors, he systematically eliminated the Dragon Clan monsters outside the fortress. After an entire hour, the area outside the fortress was finally cleared. He gained yet another Dragon Clan horn. The materials Bai Yuan needed consisted of 4 items: Dragon Clan hearts, Dragon Clan essence blood, Dragon Clan horns, and Dragon Clan crystal cores. 10 horns were required, while the quantity of the other materials varied. As of now, Lin Yang'e had collected 5 Dragon Clan horns, but he had yet to obtain any of the other materials. He understood that these materials were exceedingly rare and that relying on this single dungeon run likely wouldn't suffice. After a brief rest, Lin Yang'e checked his mental energy levels. Including his mental energy boosting gear, his total mental energy was 3,300, of which 2,200 remained, exactly 2/3. During the process of individually clearing the Dragon Clan monsters earlier, he hadn't expended much mental energy and had even managed to recover a bit. Turning his gaze to the towering fortress, Lin Yang'e began formulating a plan. The monsters on the fortress walls consisted of 2 types, archers and mages. He was already familiar with the mages, but he hadn't yet encountered the archers. Even so, he could imagine that the archers wouldn't be easy opponents either. He commanded a few skeletal warriors to charge forward, his eyes fixed on the fortress. When the distance closed to 300 meters, the Dragon Clan mages and archers atop the fortress simultaneously noticed the skeletal warriors. The archers immediately drew their longbows, arrows whistling as they flew, while the mages' staffs emitted a faint breeze, starting off with wind bind. The moment they made their move, Lin Yang'e decisively ordered the skeletal warriors to retreat. The arrows missed their mark, but Windbind seemed to have a mind of its own and successfully struck one of the skeletal warriors, leaving it immobilized. Without hesitation, a second skeletal warrior dashed over, grabbed the bound warrior, and began retreating. The attacking Dragon Clan archers and mages leapt down from the fortress, pursuing at a rapid pace. Lin Yang'e had successfully lured the monsters out for easier confrontation. Once outside the fortress, the Dragon Clan mage and archer were quickly surrounded by skeletal warriors. Dragon Clan Archer, Hell Level Elite Monster. Level, 31. Strength, 8,000. Agility, 10,000. Mental, 3,000. Constitution, 8,000. Skills, Arrow Rain, Binding Arrow. Just from the skill names, Lin Yang'e could tell that the Dragon Clan archers also possessed control skills. He felt that his strategy was correct. Every monster here seemed to have some form of control ability. If they were too numerous, his skeletal warriors would lose their effectiveness. But against smaller groups, the warriors could fully utilize their strengths. After all, their attributes were strong, and their damage output was considerable. Once the two monsters had been lured out, the skeletal warriors surrounded and pummeled them. In mere seconds, both monsters were dealt with. Kill, obtained Dragon Clan Essence Blood. So, Dragon Clan Essence Blood comes from the archers, Lin Yang amused. Mages dropped horns, archers dropped essence blood, while the level 30 spearmen dropped nothing. Lin Yang continued using the same strategy, repeatedly luring monsters from the fortress and eliminating them one by one. Half an hour later, the fortress was entirely devoid of monsters. Finally done. Lin Yang clapped his hands, striding into the fortress. The fortress wasn't large, as the dungeon's name suggested, it was merely an outpost. The interior space was limited. Oddly enough, aside from the mages and archers on the walls, he didn't encounter any other monsters. Just as confusion began to creep in, one of his skeletal warriors was suddenly attacked. The force of the attack was overwhelming, and the skeletal warrior was gravely injured in an instant. The unexpected strike startled Lin Yang. Instinctively, he recalled the wounded skeletal warrior into the summoning space. The recall was successful, but the skeletal warrior's condition was dire. Though it hadn't been controlled, its bones were riddled with dense cracks, as if they might shatter at any moment. The injuries were severe. In less than 2 seconds, the skeletal warrior had nearly been annihilated. If they had been a few seconds late, this skeletal warrior would have surely perished. Lin Yang's heart trembled as he muttered to himself, such incredible attack power. This was the first time he had encountered such devastating damage. Even the world-class boss, the Lion Clan tyrant, hadn't caused this level of harm to his skeletal warrior. What unnerved him the most was that he had no idea where the attack had come from, and even the skeletal warrior had failed to detect the assailant. For a creature as perceptive as the skeletal warrior to not notice the attacker was unprecedented. Quietly, Lin Yang re-equipped his bone armor, preparing for any potential ambush. A few seconds later, another skeletal warrior was struck, suffering equally severe injuries. Without hesitation, Lin Yang recalled the injured skeletal warrior, bringing all of his skeletal warriors back to his side. The unknown enemy was the most terrifying of all. Two skeletal warriors attacked, with a 10-second interval, and their positions hundreds of meters apart. The mode of attack is nearly identical, both strikes came from behind. Either the enemy moves at incredible speed, or there's more than one. Regardless of the truth, he needed to find this hidden enemy as soon as possible. The situation was growing precarious, and his eyes turned sharp with determination. The difficulty of this hell-level dungeon was proving to be far beyond his expectations. For Lin Yang, the challenge of hell-level dungeons didn't lie in the raw attack strength or sheer number of monsters. Instead, it was the fact that all the monsters here possessed control abilities, which severely hindered the combat effectiveness of his skeletal warriors. Skeletal mages and skeletal warriors formed layers of defense around Lin Yang, enclosing him securely in the center. Until he identified the stealthy monster, he refused to move forward. His breathing gradually steadied as he calmed his mind completely. After about 10 seconds, another skeletal warrior was attacked. This time, 3 skeletal warriors were struck simultaneously. Now, Lin Yang was prepared. The moment the skeletal warriors were attacked, the skeletal mages unleashed their skills in perfect sync, with a delay of no more than 0.1 seconds. Ice Storm and Tornado Fury, 2 devastating area of effect skills, were deployed simultaneously, covering a range of 10 meters and requiring no specific target. Within the skill radius, icy shards rained down from above while fierce tornado winds howled relentlessly. The combination created a deadly storm, with ice shards spinning like arrows in the chaotic winds. Amidst the chaos, faint silhouettes began to emerge. At last, the previously unseen enemy was revealed. The nearby skeletal warriors immediately unleashed their skills, their massive blades glowing with a fiery red light. Skill, Furious Strike. With a chorus of pained screams, the hidden monsters were fully exposed. They were dragon-like creatures wielding daggers and clad in black light armor, assassins. Lin Yang's mind instantly supplied the term, assassins. In the next moment, his detection skill was already flying toward the creature. Dragon Assassin, Hell-level Elite Monster. Level, 32. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 2,000. Constitution, 5,000. Skills, Stealth, Fatal Strike. The creature's stats were extreme. Its strength and agility reached a staggering 10,000, while its spirit was laughably low. Coupled with its stealth and fatal strike skills, its burst damage was truly terrifying, capable of severely wounding even skeletal warriors with a single blow. Moreover, their stealth mode wasn't broken when they launched an attack, making them extraordinarily dangerous predators. However, Lin Yang had managed to flush them out. Once the stealth skill was disrupted by an attack, their advantage disappeared. Their frail constitution became a fatal weakness. Under the concentrated firepower of the skeletal warriors and mages, the 3 dragon assassins were instantly annihilated. Killed level 32 dragon assassin. Experience plus 640,000. Obtained, Dragon Heart. A flicker of joy crossed Lin Yang's mind. So the dragon hearts come from dragon assassins. Mages drop horns, archers drop blood essence, and assassins drop hearts. Now I just need to figure out where the crystal cores come from. He gazed into the depths of the fortress, which was shrouded in the silence of night. At the far end, there was a plaza, the final area of the dungeon. Although he hadn't encountered any dragon monsters along the way, he knew there had to be plenty of assassins lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. His formation remained tight, with skeletal warriors on the outer edges, skeletal mages inside, and Lin Yang at the core. The team advanced cautiously through the fortress. As expected, they were ambushed multiple times along the way. The skeletal mages were quick to respond, using area of effect skills to force the assassins out of hiding. The skeletal warriors would then unleash a barrage of attacks, instantly eliminating the exposed enemies. Though the warriors suffered severe injuries from each ambush, Lin Yang found these encounters surprisingly manageable, as the assassins lacked control skills. The skeletal warriors could quickly recover within the summoning space, as long as they weren't killed outright. Finally, the team reached the dungeon's final area, where the boss awaited. On the rock walls behind the plaza, intricate carvings of dragons adorned the surface, lifelike and majestic, as if the creatures were about to soar into the sky. At the center of the plaza stood a towering statue, roughly 10 meters tall, shaped like a dragon monster. As Lin Yang approached, the entire fortress began to quake. The statue cracked open, and shards of stone rained down like a storm. The boss was awakening. A terrifying aura seeped out from the statue, spreading like a phantom and enveloping the entire dungeon. Lin Yang felt his breath catch in his throat. The overwhelming sense of oppression bore down on him like a mountain, sending a chill through his heart. This was the unmistakable pressure of a vastly superior level. Using detection, the boss's stats came into clear view. Outpost Guardian, Hell level boss. Level, 33. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 13,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 15,000. At first glance, its stats didn't seem overwhelmingly superior to those of the skeletal warriors, but this was a boss, a creature with immense vitality. With its staggering constitution of 15,000, its defense was nearly impenetrable, making it incredibly difficult to bring down. What worried Lin Yang the most were its 2 abilities, Mass Knockback and Mass Stun, both of which had control effects. His skeletal warriors had already suffered enough from control skills in this dungeon. Reacting swiftly, Lin Yang retreated, forcibly widening the gap between himself and the Guardian to at least 500 meters. His palm glowed red as he readied his next move. The statue shattered completely, and the Guardian let out a thunderous roar, seemingly announcing its arrival. A crimson net of energy descended like a tide, accompanied by a deep hum. A blood-red shackle materialized above the Guardian's head, dragging out its roar into a drawn-out wail. Its movement slowed to a crawl, reduced to 1/33 of its original speed, and every action became sluggish. In that instant, the skeletal warriors surged forward like a tidal wave, their blades glowing as they unleashed their skill, Furious Strike. Simultaneously, the skeletal mages unleashed a barrage of spells, raining destruction down upon the Guardian. With its speed reduced by 33 times, the Guardian couldn't react in time. By the time it finished its roar, its body was already swarmed by skeletal warriors, with more crowding around its feet. The skeletal warriors' skills had all been unleashed, and over 100 massive blades hacked at the Guardian with relentless force. Yet, rather than flesh and blood, the strikes only produced the clanging sound of metal. The Guardian's defenses were formidable, its body covered in scales. The warriors' attacks merely created sparks as their blades clashed against its impenetrable armor. Lin Yang knew that damage was inevitable, but it was due to the fact that the skeleton warrior was only level 22, while the boss was a towering level 33, an entire 11 levels higher. Moreover, this was a hell-level boss, far stronger than nightmare-level bosses of the same rank. Attempting to solo a level 26 dungeon, and one filled with dragon-type monsters no less, Lin Yang had directly challenged the highest difficulty. As the roar subsided, the outpost Guardian glanced down at the skeleton warrior beneath its feet, a flicker of anger flashing in its eyes. While its intelligence wasn't on par with that of humans, it was clearly smarter than other dragon-type monsters. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from its body, skill, resistance boost. The crimson shackles atop its head visibly dimmed, appearing less vivid and vibrant. The effects of the curse had been weakened. The outpost Guardian's movements immediately quickened. Not good, Lin Yang muttered to himself, instantly applying another slow curse. However, it was ineffective. The radiant light surrounding the Guardian significantly reduced the curse's effects. It drew the massive blade from its back, 6 meters long and 1 meter wide, and swept it in front of itself like a violent gale. Skill, AoE knockback. The skill activated, and without exception, every skeleton warrior, whether on the ground or mid-action, was knocked back. The skill's range was vast, sending the skeleton warriors flying at least 20 meters away. Following that, the outpost guardian leaped high into the air, the giant blade in its hands shining brightly once more. With a thunderous crash, it struck the ground. Skill, AoE stun. This time, the range was even larger. A powerful shockwave swept across a 50-meter radius, stunning all the skeleton warriors simultaneously. Like motionless wooden stakes, they stood frozen in place, completely losing their combat capability. With the skeleton warriors immobilized, the outpost guardian began its fierce assault on them, its massive blade repeatedly slamming down on their bodies. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air, a clear sign of damage. Fortunately, the skeleton warriors had incredibly high stats and could withstand the attacks for a short time. While the outpost guardian possessed powerful crowd control skills, its attack power wasn't on par with a dragon-type assassin. Lin Yanga took a step back, maintaining a distance of 500 meters from the guardian at all times. The skeleton warriors couldn't move, nor could they be withdrawn into their summoning space. Lin Yanga commanded the skeleton mages to launch a full-scale attack. A barrage of spells rained down on the outpost guardian, exploding into bursts of dazzling light. The outpost guardian, clearly pained by the barrage, shifted its focus from the skeleton warriors to the skeleton mages. With a flash of its massive blade, it leapt directly toward the mages, its blade glowing with light as it activated another AoE stun skill. Again, Lin Yanga's reaction was lightning fast. In an instant, he withdrew all the skeleton mages into the summoning space. The guardian's massive blade slammed into the ground, unleashing another powerful shockwave, but the skeleton mages had already vanished. The guardian seemed puzzled, its targets had disappeared without a trace. Quickly turning back, it resumed its assault on the skeleton warriors. The one under attack sustained increasing damage, its bones riddled with cracks, as if it might collapse at any moment. 30 seconds later, the stun effect wore off. The skeleton warriors rushed back into the fray, surrounding the guardian once more. Lin Yanga withdrew the heavily damaged skeleton warrior the moment the effect expired and summoned the skeleton mages again, instructing them to attack from the maximum range. As soon as the skeleton mages reappeared, the outpost guardian leapt into the air, its massive blade flashing as it launched yet another skill aimed at the mages. Lin Yanga reacted swiftly, immediately withdrawing the mages back into the summoning space. The shockwave rippled out once more, but Lin Yanga's speed ensured that the mages were already gone, taking no damage. The outpost guardian was visibly perplexed. Just moments ago, its targets had been there, and now they were gone again. Suddenly, it felt a sharp pain. Some skeleton warriors had returned and were hacking at it with their weapons. Light radiated from the guardian's body as it activated its knockback skill again, sending the attacking skeleton warriors flying. It then unleashed yet another AoE stun, rendering the skeleton warriors immobile and defenseless once more. "This is getting ridiculous," Lin Yanga muttered in frustration. The outpost guardian's attack power wasn't overwhelming, but its crowd control skills were infuriating. It seemed as though the cooldown times didn't even exist. In truth, there was a cooldown, it was just exceptionally short. Lin Yanga estimated it at around 10 seconds, but the stun effect lasted for 30 seconds, resulting in an endless loop of stuns and control. It was practically cheating, a nuisance to the extreme. This was precisely why Bai Yuan had thought Lin Yanga wouldn't stand a chance of defeating it. Lin Yanga's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. He summoned the skeleton mages again, instructing them to spread out in all directions. They formed a large circle around the outpost guardian, with a diameter of nearly 400 meters, leaving the guardian at the center. This way, it couldn't control all the skeleton mages at once. A torrent of spells rained down on the outpost guardian from all sides, as the skeleton mages stood far apart. At most, the guardian could control 2 or 3 of them at a time. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lin Yanga felt he had finally found a way to deal with it. But in the next moment, his hair stood on end. The outpost guardian raised its head and locked its gaze on him. The best way to deal with summoned creatures was to kill the summoner directly. Even with its limited intelligence, the guardian had figured this out. With a thunderous roar, the ground cracked as it leapt high into the air, lunging straight at Lin Yanga. Damn it! Lin Yanga gritted his teeth and cast bone armor on himself. Flames flickered in his hands. Skill, Soulfire. The airborne guardian let out a pained howl, but it didn't stop its advance. The blade in its hands glowed as it activated another AoE stun skill. The massive weapon crashed to the ground just 10 meters from Lin Yanga, sending out a shockwave. Lin Yanga's bone armor sparkled with silvery white light. "Huh, I'm not stunned." Lin Yanga was astonished. The guardian's skill had no effect on him. In the next instant, he realized why. The bone armor had blocked the shockwave. So the bone armor can not only absorb damage but also resist control-type skills. Overjoyed, Lin Yanga's mind raced, a new strategy forming in his mind. The skeletal armor shimmered incessantly with a dazzling radiance, resembling an unbreakable shield that successfully deflected the relentless, ferocious attacks of the outpost guardian again and again. The assaults were like feudal waves crashing against the shore, instantly dissipating into nothingness, unable to inflict any substantial damage on Lin Yanga. Meanwhile, Lin Yanga continuously unleashed his soul flames, coordinating with the skeletal mage to maintain a relentless assault on the guardian. Never had he imagined that he would one day take on the role of a tank, yet all of this was thanks to the formidable defensive capabilities of the skeletal armor. It provided a defense equivalent to a constitution stat of 64,000, not only capable of resisting various abnormal statuses but also entirely ignoring the effects of control-based skills. In the blink of an eye, 30 seconds had passed, and the skeletal warriors gradually recovered. With a single thought, Lin Yanga recalled all of them into his summoning space, only to immediately release them without hesitation. In an instant, the skeletal warriors surged forth like a tidal wave, surrounding the guardian. Without a word, they began swinging their weapons madly, launching a frenzied attack. The outpost guardian, enraged, retaliated by unleashing a group stun skill. Yet, just as it initiated the skill, Lin Yanga reacted swiftly, recalling all the skeletal warriors into his summoning space. The massive blade struck the ground with a deafening crash, triggering a powerful shockwave. However, not a single skeletal warrior remained within its range. The only one left standing was Lin Yanga, completely unharmed, his skeletal armor effortlessly absorbing the impact of the shockwave. As the shockwave subsided, Lin Yanga once again released his skeletal warriors, resuming the assault on the guardian. His focus remained unwavering as he closely observed the guardian's every move. The moment it activated another skill, he would promptly withdraw his skeletal warriors, only to summon them back as soon as the skill ended. Taking advantage of the cooldown intervals of the guardian's abilities, the skeletal warriors managed to deal significant damage. In this way, Lin Yanga maintained firm control over the rhythm of the battle, forcing the outpost guardian into his carefully orchestrated tempo. The guardian's injuries grew progressively severe, while the skeletal armor rendered it utterly powerless. With its limited intelligence, the guardian could not comprehend how this seemingly unimposing individual could so effortlessly negate its control skills. Lin Yanga skillfully executed every step of the battle, deciding when to summon the skeletal warriors, when to withdraw them, when to replenish his skeletal armor, and when to employ his soul flames. He mastered each decision with precision. For him, this battle was not simply a victory, it was a significant moment of growth. No longer did he rely solely on his skeletal warriors. Instead, he began to lead the charge himself, slowly recognizing that he was not just a summoner but also a mage. He could no longer approach battles purely from the perspective of a summoner. After a grueling 15-minute battle, the outpost guardian finally fell before Lin Yanga, its unwillingness evident in its death throes. Outpost guardian defeated. Experience plus 3,300,000. Obtained gold grade weapon, Hell Outpost dagger. Obtained gold grade armor, Hell Outpost shield. Obtained gold grade accessory, Hell Outpost bracelet. Obtained dragon crystal core ×2. Obtained job advancement certificate. Obtained title, Dragon Warlord. Hell Outpost dagger, part of the outpost set gold grade weapon, all attributes plus 500, assassin class skill amplification plus 50%, usable by characters level 30 and above. Hell Outpost shield, part of the outpost set gold grade armor, all attributes plus 300, control skill resistance rate plus 50%, control duration reduction plus 50%, usable by characters level 30 and above. Hell Outpost bracelet, part of the outpost set gold grade accessory, all attributes plus 200, spirit recovery speed plus 30%, usable by characters level 30 and above. Dragon crystal core, extremely rare material, usable in crafting a variety of items. Job advancement certificate, required for second job advancement. Only drops in hell difficulty dungeons, soulbound, non-tradable. Dragon Warlord title, all attributes plus 500, skill cost reduction minus 50%, title awarded for solo completion of the Hell difficulty Dragonfront Outpost dungeon. Lin Yanga's body shimmered with the unique glow of leveling up. This solo run of the Hell difficulty dungeon had taken nearly 10 hours, and once again, he successfully leveled up. In less than a day since arriving at the prime battlefield, he had rocketed from level 22 to level 23, a truly astonishing pace. At this moment, Lin Yanga had no time to dwell on his level up. His attention was entirely fixed on the array of rare items he had obtained. Even with his usual composure, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. He had seen Dragonfront dungeon weapons before in the Fortress 1 trading post. The weapons from the Dragonfront dungeons were distinctive. Weapons from the normal outpost difficulty and the Nightmare outpost difficulty both originated from the Dragonfront outpost. dungeon. However, the former came from normal difficulty, while the latter came from nightmare difficulty. Though both were gold-grade weapons, their attributes varied significantly, and so did their prices, often differing by several times. Normal outpost weapons were the weakest among gold-grade weapons, costing merely 300,000 gold coins and carrying no military rank requirements. Nightmare outpost weapons, on the other hand, were comparable to top-tier gold-grade weapons, priced between 1.5 to 2 million gold coins, and could only be purchased by soldiers ranked 5-star corporal or higher. As for Hell outpost weapons, their attributes completely surpassed gold grade, reaching the level of platinum grade weapons. The same applied to armor. Being able to use equipment with platinum grade attributes at level 30 presented an enormous boost to combat strength. However, Lin Yanga had never seen Hell outpost series equipment in the trading post. The Hell difficulty dungeon was simply too challenging, with few willing to attempt it. As a result, the equipment was exceedingly rare, often kept within teams for personal use, and was seldom put up for trade. The Dragon Crystal Core was an item required for Bai Yuan's quest, and he now understood why. It was dropped by dungeon bosses, which explained why only 5 pieces were needed. For Bai Yuan's quest, Lin Yanga had already completed a significant portion in just one Hell difficulty dungeon run, acquiring 8 dragon horns, 4 dragon essences, 4 dragon hearts, and 2 dragon crystal cores. He had already completed over a third of the quest requirements. With just 2 more runs, he would meet Bai Yuan's demands. Next, his attention fell on the job advancement certificate. He hadn't expected to obtain the certificate necessary for a second job advancement. It was something he had never considered before. He only knew that the second job advancement was incredibly difficult and that the job advancement certificate was a required item. He didn't expect to obtain it so early. Since the certificate couldn't be traded and had to be earned personally, many adventurers found themselves stuck at level 40 without the necessary certificate for their second advancement. Finally, his gaze landed on the title. He hadn't anticipated that soloing a dungeon could earn him a title. This was truly beyond his expectations. Titles are notoriously difficult to obtain, but their significance is immense. Those who manage to earn a title are truly extraordinary individuals. The key lies in the uniqueness of the titles. Each one is exclusive and can only belong to a single person. At least until that person dies, no one else can claim the same title. This also meant that he was the first person in the world to solo clear the Dragonfront Outpost dungeon on Hell difficulty. Just the thought of it was astonishing. Such an overpowered control-type skill, who else but someone as monstrously powerful as him could achieve it? Title: Dragon War King. Effect: all attributes plus 500, skill cost reduced by 50%. The benefits of this title were simply overwhelming, especially the 50% reduction in skill cost. It meant that using abilities such as Soulfire or Corpse Explosion would become far more manageable. Even replenishing summoned skeleton warriors and skeleton mages would now be significantly more efficient. Lin Yanga couldn't wait to activate the title. He immediately checked his updated stats. Name: Lin Yanga. Class: Necromancer. Unique. Level: 23, 0.18%. Title: Dragon War King. All attributes plus 500, skill cost reduced by 50%. Strength: 390, plus 500. Agility: 390, plus 500. Spirit: Constitution: 390, plus 500. Equipment: Spirit Longsword, Spirit Robe, Spirit Ring. Summon Space: Skeleton Warriors. Quantity: Skeleton Mages. Quantity: 70. Talent: Comprehensive Amplification, Level 3, Unique. Passive Skills: Damage Transfer, Elemental Resistance, Level 1. Active Skills: Soulfire, Level 23, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Level 23, Corpse Explosion, Level 3, Slow Curse, Level 23, Bone Armor, Level 23, Summon Skeleton Mage, Level 23. Comprehensive Amplification, Level 3 amplifies all skill effects by 30 times. Damage Transfer: all damage taken by the Necromancer is transferred to summoned units. Elemental Resistance, Level 1 passive skill that increases the Necromancer's and summons resistance to elemental attacks by 10%. Soulfire, Level 23 burns the target's soul, dealing burn damage. Power scales with the caster's spirit stat and skill level. Summon Skeleton Warrior, Level 23 summons a silver rank Skeleton Warrior. Corpse Explosion, Level 3 detonates a corpse, dealing damage equal to 20% of its health to enemies within a 3-meter radius. Slow Curse, Level 23 curses enemies within a 115-meter range, reducing their speed by 115% for 1 minute. Bone Armor, Level 23 summons bones to form armor, granting 2,300 constitution points worth of defense for 5 minutes. Can also be cast on others. As his level increased, the attributes of all his skills were enhanced accordingly. The hidden trait of the Necromancer class ensured that skills matching his level would automatically upgrade as he leveled up, saving him a tremendous amount of time on skill training. With his recent level up to 23, the stats of his skeleton warriors had reached a staggering 16,500 across the board, while the spirit attribute of his skeleton mages had skyrocketed to 33,000. His combat power had taken yet another leap forward. Time to take a break and let the skeletons recover before diving back in, Lin Yang thought to himself. Although he had successfully cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon once, Bai Yuan's mission was far from complete. Naturally, he needed to continue farming the instance. Despite the Hell difficulty being incredibly challenging, the experience gained was immense, and the loot drops were far superior. Plus, since using the cooldown amulets was necessary, why not make the most of them in the toughest dungeon? Using them on nightmare difficulty would be a waste. The moment he exited the dungeon, an overwhelming stench of blood hit his nose, accompanied by an incessant cacophony of roars. His bone armor continued to glimmer faintly, its silvery light reaching skyward as if proclaiming his heroism and might to the world. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood, and the roars came one after another. The radiant bone armor was especially eye-catching. Lin Yang had barely stepped out of the dungeon before finding himself in the midst of a fierce battlefield. Around him, several abyssal hellhounds were ferociously biting at him, as if trying to devour him whole. The dungeon entrance, compared to when he had first entered, was now unrecognizable. The ground was littered with severed limbs and mangled remains. Everywhere he looked, packs of abyssal hellhounds prowled, completely encircling the area around the dungeon entrance. Nearby, several human teams were trapped in the abyssal hellhounds' onslaught, locked in desperate combat. A whip-like streak of ice lashed out, flinging away one of the hellhounds near Lin Yang. Immediately after, a glowing arrow streaked through the air, striking another hellhound and exploding with a thunderous roar, sending several of the beasts flying. "Young man, get over here," a stern voice called out as the flash of a sword sliced through another hellhound. The knight who had earlier invited Lin Yang to join his party was leading his squad in a charge toward him. Seeing that Lin Yang was under attack by hellhounds right at the dungeon's entrance, the knight and his team had rushed over without hesitation. Lin Yang had noticed them long ago, but he had been analyzing the battlefield's overall situation. He knew that understanding both oneself and one's enemy was the key to emerging victorious in battle. With his bone armor and damage transfer, even if he stood still and let the hellhounds attack, it would be nearly impossible for him to sustain any damage. What he hadn't anticipated was that, in just a few seconds, someone would come to rescue him, specifically, the very same 7-star veteran knight who had previously extended the dungeon invitation. To Lin Yang, this knight seemed like a good person. That was his first impression. "Young man, stop spacing out," the knight barked as he reached Lin Yang's side, raising his shield to protect him. His teammates quickly followed, a mage, an archer, a support seer, and a senior cleric, forming a classic 5-person party. The cleric glanced at Lin Yang and said, "No injuries." The knight let out a sigh of relief. "Good, then," he added, "we'll cover you from the hellhounds. Quickly use a teleportation stone to return to the fortress." The knight didn't bother asking how Lin Yang had managed to survive coming out of the dungeon, as it clearly wasn't the time for such questions. "What's going on?" Lin Yang asked. The knight's expression turned grim as he replied, "Those creatures from the abyss unleashed an army of wild hounds to surround us." "Then why haven't you left?" Lin Yang asked again. He could tell that this group was well equipped, powerful, and highly skilled in combat. Together, they were undoubtedly a formidable team. At this moment, the healer in the team spoke up. Quite a few people were ambushed as soon as they exited the dungeon earlier. Caught off guard, several have already been bitten to death. She added with a trace of teasing in her tone, "Which is why our kind-hearted captain refuses to leave. He wants to save people." Despite her joking demeanor, it was clear that she didn't take the abyssal hellhounds seriously. On her uniform, she also wore a sergeant's badge, its 5 stars gleaming brightly against the white emblem. The rest of the team bore similar badges. They were seasoned veterans. Having slain countless abyssal creatures, they held no regard for abyssal hellhounds, the lowest tier of such monsters. The archer, mage, and knight quickly formed a combat perimeter, effortlessly repelling the oncoming hellhounds. The distant sounds of howls and screams echoed. Someone was injured. The archer's eyes flashed as he activated his eagle eye skill, surveying the situation. "It's the Sakura Nation team. Someone's had their arm bitten off." "An arm? That's nothing. It'll grow back," someone remarked nonchalantly. As long as one didn't die, a severed limb could be regenerated by a high-level healer. The key was survival, missing arms or legs were trivial matters. After the battle on Mermaid Island, Lin Yanga had lost all goodwill toward the Sakura Nation team. At this moment, the seer used a dungeon detection talisman. The results showed that there was no one left inside the dungeon. The knight's expression shifted slightly, and he announced, "We prepare to break through." Without a word, the seer began replenishing her status, knowing that in the chaos of the upcoming breakout, there might be no time for recovery. The group was already bracing themselves for combat. The healer glanced at Lin Yanga and asked, "Why are you still here and not back at the fortress?" Lin Yanga smiled faintly and replied, "I still have dungeons to farm." Just as he spoke, a chilling wind swept past, and suddenly, a swarm of skeletons appeared before them. The skeletal warriors immediately joined the fray, their massive blades slashing down on the abyssal hellhounds with resounding crashes. The skeletal mages unleashed their magic, flames erupted in the sky, frost spread across the ground, tornadoes lifted the hellhounds into the air, tearing them apart, while bolts of lightning rained down, leaving the creatures battered and bloodied. What the hell? What's going on? The sudden scene startled the group preparing to break through. The seer, who was mid-buff, nearly lost her breath, her skill forcibly interrupted. Abyssal hellhounds had no control-type abilities, but in the face of these skeletons, they were utterly powerless, shredded into pieces and dying where they stood. The group stared at Lin Yanga in shock, at a loss for words to express their current astonishment. Shock upon shock piled onto their expressions. Soon, a vast space had been cleared around them. "Stand behind me," Lin Yanga said in a low voice. "Why?" the group asked, dumbfounded, not understanding his intent. Lin Yanga explained, "I'm about to use an AoE skill, and I don't want to accidentally injure you." The group suddenly understood. To them, Lin Yanga was becoming increasingly enigmatic. They stepped behind him, and Lin Yanga raised his hand, locking onto the corpse of an abyssal hellhound. Skill, corpse explosion. A deafening blast echoed as the ground trembled, and fragments of flesh and bone flew everywhere. The powerful wind generated by the explosion surged past with a howling sound. Before the group's stunned eyes, a large section of the battlefield had been completely cleared, littered with the mangled remains of abyssal hellhounds. Lin Yanga began walking forward, and the group hurried to follow. Every so often, Lin Yanga would cast corpse explosion, rapidly advancing the battlefront. Countless abyssal hellhounds were slaughtered. On his shoulder, his sergeant's badge glinted brightly. When the death toll of the abyssal hellhounds reached 100, the first star lit up on his badge, and the communicator on his wrist buzzed in sync. Military merit, 100. Promoted to 1-star private. Earned, 1,000 points, 5 contribution points. Lin Yanga glanced at the communicator's display. So, killing abyssal creatures earned military merit, which not only promoted one's rank but also granted points and contribution credits for Xiaojing Academy. No wonder they said earning contribution credits required venturing into the origin battlefield. The reason was clear now. Xiaojing Academy's mission was to cultivate exceptional practitioners for humanity. If these practitioners didn't venture into the origin battlefield to slay abyssal creatures, what were they training for? Retirement. Lin Yanga's lips curved into a faint smile. 1,000 contribution points. It seemed like he was on the right track. Abyssal creatures were truly valuable, offering experience, materials, items, military merit, points, and contribution credits, a complete package. He thought to himself that after completing Bai Yuan's task, he might as well focus on hunting abyssal creatures. With such excellent rewards, it would be a waste not to kill them. He continued using corpse explosion, and with every blast, a large number of abyssal hellhounds were obliterated. In just a few minutes, he had accumulated 100 military merits. His sergeant's badge remained aglow, and another star appeared on it, advancing his rank to 2-star private. The communicator buzzed again. Military merit, 200. Promoted to 2-star private. Earned, 1,000 points, 5 contribution points. For others, climbing the military ranks was a challenge, but for Lin Yanga, it was effortless. He had single-handedly cleared 2/3 of the abyssal hellhounds surrounding the dungeon. The remaining ones were still attacking other human teams. Lin Yanga refrained from using corpse explosion further, as the skill, though powerful, was too prone to causing collateral damage, risking accidental kills among allies. Instead, the skeletal warriors charged forward, cutting through the hellhounds like slicing through meat, steadily advancing. Though not as efficient as explosions, the progress was consistent. Before long, the abyssal hellhounds were completely eradicated. His military merit reached 272, just shy of the next star. A staggering 242 abyssal hellhounds had fallen to Lin Yanga's hands. After the battle, many people collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Thank goodness, we're finally saved. Why were there so many abyssal hellhounds? Could the abyss be preparing for another large-scale invasion? You're overthinking it. It's just that there are too many wild dogs in the abyss. This kind of battle is surely happening in more than just one place. There must be plenty more in the origin battlefield. I think the army in the fortress might make a move, otherwise, the abyss battlefield is far too dangerous, almost impossible to traverse. Stop overthinking. Those who need treatment should get treated, and those who need to return should go back. Some people had sustained injuries, losing limbs or worse. They quickly used teleportation stones to return and sought healers for treatment, since the sooner the wounds were treated, the better the results. Lin Yanga withdrew his skeletons and walked back to the entrance of the dungeon. A knight approached him with a smile on his face. "Young man, let me introduce myself. I'm Shixingyan, a paladin, level 31, from the Summer Capital Academy." Lin Yanga softly replied, "Lin Yanga, level 23, Necromancer, also from the Summer Capital Academy." Shixingyan's smile grew broader upon hearing they were from the same academy. "Ah, a junior. Which year are you from?" Lin Yanga glanced at the time. It was already past midnight. "This year's intake. I just attended the opening ceremony yesterday." "What?" The shield in Shixingyan's hand slipped and fell to the ground with a loud clang. His eyes widened in shock as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. He wasn't the only one. His teammates exchanged incredulous looks, equally dumbfounded. They stared at each other in disbelief. After all, they were students of the prestigious Summer Capital Academy, each one considered Lin Yang as senior. Yet now, they were utterly shocked by the performance of this freshman standing before them. In their understanding, freshmen were typically only level 15 or 16. They participated in the traditional opening ceremony activities, often getting trained by their seniors, and then settled into academy life, learning skills, completing tasks, and earning the qualifications to enter the dungeon halls. Only after grinding in the dungeon halls, gaining experience, and leveling up would they take on missions leading them to the Abyss battlefield. But Lin Yanga, a freshman who had just arrived, was already on the Abyss battlefield, and with such terrifying capabilities. They swallowed hard. Shixingyan, full of confusion, asked, "Junior, did you say your class is Necromancer? Why haven't I heard of that before?" Lin Yanga softly replied, "It's a new class." "Ah, so it was a new class. No wonder they hadn't heard of it before." A senior sister, who was a cleric elder, also approached, her face full of curiosity. She smiled and said, "Junior, your class is truly impressive. Let's get to know each other. I'm Liang Yu, level 31, cleric elder." Lin Yanga nodded politely. "Hello, senior sister." Liang Yu, straightforward and cheerful, said, "No need to be so formal. By the way, thank you for your help earlier. If it weren't for your timely intervention, while we could have still broken through, it would have taken a lot more effort. It certainly wouldn't have been as easy as it was." It was true. With their abilities, breaking through was not impossible, but it would have required a fierce battle, and they might have sustained injuries. Lin Yanga's appearance swiftly resolved the crisis, making things much easier for them. Lin Yanga said solemnly, "Killing abyssal creatures is our duty." Hearing Lin Yanga's words, Shixingyan's impression of him instantly improved significantly. He exclaimed, "Junior Lin is absolutely right. Killing abyssal creatures is the responsibility of us professionals. When I reach level 40 and complete my second advancement, I'll charge into the abyss itself and slay the abyssal monsters there." The others in the team nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. Liang Yu snorted lightly and said, "Easier said than done. Reaching level 40 isn't hard, but the second advancement quest isn't simple. The hell-level dungeons aren't so easy to clear." Shixingyan, ever the hearty and optimistic one, waved his hand dismissively. "No rush. Let's focus on earning money and military merits first. We'll aim to get our military ranks up to lieutenant before level 40. By then, we'll have learned new skills, changed into all platinum tier equipment, and gathered a solid team. We'll definitely clear the hell-level dungeon. I know of a hell-level dungeon near the border of the Divine Summer Empire that's not too difficult, relatively easier to clear." Liang Yu furrowed her brows, thinking for a moment before saying, "Are you talking about the level 35 dungeon on the border with Stick Nation?" "Exactly, that's the one." Liang Yu nodded. "That dungeon is indeed not too difficult, but the professionals from Stick Nation often guard the entrance and won't let us in. What's there to worry about? It's just Stick Nation. If they dare block the entrance, we'll teach them a lesson." Shixingyan clearly didn't take Stick Nation seriously. The Divine Summer Empire and Stick Nation shared a border, and occasional conflicts between professionals from both nations were not uncommon. The dungeon they mentioned happened to be located along the border. Stick Nation's professionals often guarded the entrance, preventing those from the Divine Summer Empire from entering, leading to frequent clashes. Stick Nation was minuscule compared to the Divine Summer Empire. Its territory was over 100 times smaller. Dungeons within Stick Nation were scarce, and resources were limited, unlike the Divine Summer Empire, which had abundant dungeons and resources. As a result, the Divine Summer Empire's authorities often turned a blind eye to these minor disputes, as long as they didn't escalate to fatalities. A little friction was not necessarily a bad thing. Shi Xingyan's loud voice caught the attention of other professionals nearby. Some glanced over, clearly not from the Divine Summer Empire. Shi Xingyan glared back without hesitation and shouted, "What are you looking at? Unhappy? Want to come over and fight?" The person was startled by Shi Xingyan's boldness and quickly looked away. Shi Xingyan snorted disdainfully, "That guy's from Stick Nation. Daring to provoke the Divine Summer Empire, he must be itching for a beating." As they talked, the group continued their conversation. Lin Yang'e, however, didn't join in. He didn't know much about the dungeon they were discussing, so he simply listened quietly while resting and recovering his stamina to prepare for the next dungeon run. The last dungeon had been a grueling 10-hour battle, and it had not been easy. Lin Yang'e had never considered using fatigue potions. He believed they were only for emergencies and shouldn't become a dependency. Groups of professionals started setting up campfires near the dungeon entrance, chatting and laughing as if the earlier events had never occurred. On the Abyss battlefield, professionals were often thick-skinned and used to extraordinary events. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary here. From time to time, other professionals joined in. Apart from teams from the Divine Summer Empire, there were groups from other nations. People tended to stick with their own. Professionals from the Divine Summer Empire stayed together, while those from other nations kept to themselves. The foreign professionals, who had witnessed Lin Yang'e's skeleton army wreak havoc earlier, now looked at him with a mix of awe and reverence. They occasionally glanced over, whispering among themselves, but none dared to approach, maintaining a respectful distance. By now, the corpses of the abyssal hellhounds had vanished. The ground of the Abyss battlefield seemed like an invisible maw, swiftly consuming the bodies and leaving no trace of them after death. Shi Xingyan had also started a fire. He took out some food he had prepared in advance, grilling it over the flames. He also took out a bottle of liquor, smiling as he said, "Junior Lin, care for a drink? This isn't just any ordinary liquor, it's medicinal wine crafted by a gourmet. It can dispel fatigue and speed up recovery. We always take a few sips after a fight, and it works wonders." Lin Yang'e shook his head and replied, "I don't drink." Shi Xingyan revealed a look of regret and said, "This medicinal wine is really good, you should try it." Liang Yu handed the medicinal wine to Lin Yang'e, saying, "Although this medicinal wine has the taste of alcohol, it won't get you drunk. Just give it a try." Lin Yang'e curiously examined the bottle in his hand. Delicious fruit wine, fragrant and tasty, relieves fatigue, restores stamina. That was the only description provided. He had never seen anything like this before in the exchange market. However, he was familiar with the gourmand profession, which belonged to the life skills category. Gourmands could create various culinary items, some of which not only tasted great but also provided special effects. Lin Yang'e took a sip. The taste was sweet and pleasant, indeed delicious. After a few more sips, he felt his fatigue noticeably diminish. Though the effect wasn't as strong as a fatigue potion, it was enough to alleviate and improve his condition without completely eliminating the exhaustion. "We're heading into another dungeon run later. Lin Xueti, want to join us?" Shi Xingyan asked as he roasted some meat, glancing at Lin Yang'e. Lin Yang'e shook his head. "I'll solo it." It was a clear refusal. Shi Xingyan, aware of Lin Yang'e's powerful skeletons, figured he might actually be capable of soloing it. He didn't press him further and said, "Alright, but next time don't choose hell difficulty. That's not something humans are meant to clear. Even a team of 12 elite players has a hard time with it. The fact that you lasted so long in there, I truly admire you," Shi Xingyan continued, giving him a thumbs up. Liang Yu chimed in, "Exactly. The monsters in there are all about control skills, so annoying. Last time we went, we couldn't stop casting skills and had to keep healing non-stop. It was exhausting." "It's all this guy's fault," she said, pointing at Shi Xingyan. "His equipment is trash, his skills are lacking, and he couldn't even tank a single mob. We almost wiped last time because of him." Shi Xingyan quickly defended himself. "Hey, that wasn't my fault. I was only level 29 at the time, hadn't even learned my level 30 skills yet, and I was still wearing silver tier gear. What do you expect?" Liang Yu snorted, "Even now, it's not much better. The hell level outpost is not something we can handle." Shi Xingyan replied, "I just need a shield. Once I get the outpost shield, we can tackle a level 30 dungeon and even attempt nightmare difficulty." Liang Yu retorted, "As if that's easy to come by. Among the outpost series equipment, the shield is the hardest to drop. We've run it so many times and still haven't seen one. It's not even available in the exchange market. If we don't get it soon, we'll hit level 32 and exceed the dungeon's entry requirements. By then, you won't be able to get the shield, and we'll be stuck." "What do we do then?" she added. Shi Xingyan reassured her, "Don't worry, we'll get it eventually. Worst case, I'll just buy a different golden tier shield. It might have slightly worse stats, but it'll still work." As he spoke, he handed over a skewer of roasted meat. "Here, Lin Xueti, have some meat." Liang Yu smiled and said, "Lin Xueti, do you need any equipment? If we come across something, we can sell it to you at a discount." Shi Xingyan nodded in agreement. "The outpost set is excellent, top-tier golden gear. Especially the shield, better than some platinum tier equipment. Even though you're only level 23, it's good to start preparing golden gear now. Once you hit level 30, you'll be ready to use it. Lin Yang'e wasn't sure about the stats of the Nightmare Outpost shield, but he had seen the Hell Outpost shield before. Its attributes were indeed impressive, especially the additional effects, 50% resistance to control skills and 50% reduction in control duration. For a knight, these were god-tier attributes, significantly enhancing survivability and even potentially saving one's life in critical moments. He asked, can the Hell Outpost gear and Nightmare Outpost gear form a set? Liang Yu elegantly chewed on her meat and softly replied, of course. Hell Outpost gear is incredibly rare, though. There are hardly any teams that can clear Hell level Outpost. Shi Xingyan shook his head. It's extremely difficult. As far as I know, only the teams from the Creation Academy, Genesis Academy, and Flame Emperor Academy in our Xiajing University have managed to clear it. I'm not sure about other teams. Liang Yu scoffed. Creation Academy, Genesis Academy, Flame Emperor Academy, they're full of monsters. Of course, they can clear it. As for anyone else, they shouldn't even dream about it. Shi Xingyan was about to say something more when his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He jumped up abruptly, stammering, this is. Shi Xingyan trembled, unable to form a coherent sentence. The others also widened their eyes in disbelief. Liang Yu's mouth hung open wide enough to fit 2 eggs inside. With a clatter, the meat and wine in her hands dropped to the ground. In Lin Yang'e's hands was a shield, Hell Outpost shield. The shield was none other than the legendary Outpost shield. It wasn't an ordinary shield, nor was it from a nightmare level run. It was the real deal, Hell Outpost shield. The intricate patterns on the shield glimmered with dazzling golden light. Within the gold shimmered faint traces of purple, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty and signaling its extraordinary nature. Shi Xingyan's eyes were as wide as saucers, and he was panting heavily. It took him a while to calm down enough to stammer, Lin Xueti, where did you get that shield? Lin Yang'e remained calm, his expression indifferent as he replied, the outpost guardian dropped it. Just now. Shi Xingyan couldn't believe his ears. He asked again to confirm, Lin Xueti, are you saying this dropped from the boss in a hell level run? Lin Yang'e gave a slight nod. Shi Xingyan continued, so it really is from a hell level. Before he could finish, Liang Yu cut him off. She directly asked, Lin Xueti, did you solo the hell level outpost dungeon? Her question was straightforward and much clearer than Shi Xingyan's rambling. Lin Yang'e responded with a light confirming, I did. Impossible. This was the thought that simultaneously erupted in everyone's minds. Soloing a nightmare level dungeon was something they might reluctantly accept, but soloing a hell level dungeon, that was pure fantasy. But the truth was laid bare before their eyes. The Hell Outpost shield was unmistakably genuine. These individuals had run the outpost dungeon countless times, so familiar with its equipment and material drop mechanics that it was like the back of their own hands. Shi Xingyan's eyes burned with desire as he stared intently at the Hell Outpost shield. Junior, would you sell me this shield? He asked. Lin Yang'e tossed the shield to Shi Xingyan casually and said, see if it completes the set. Shi Xingyan caught the shield with excitement, wasting no time in equipping it. In an instant, a golden pillar of light shot to the heavens, as if tearing apart the surrounding mist. Dozens of eyes at the scene were immediately drawn to the spectacle. It's the outpost set. Someone's completed the outpost set. It's them. Well, that's not surprising. They've been grinding this dungeon for ages. Completing the set makes sense. I've heard the outpost set bonuses are insane, even better than some platinum-grade equipment. That's the Hell Outpost gear. Nightmare tier gear doesn't even compare, it's barely on par with top-tier gold equipment. Many in the crowd looked on enviously. Completing a full set was no easy feat. Weapons, armor, accessories, all needed to be gathered. And accessories included bracelets, necklaces, rings, earrings, and more. In other words, to complete an outpost set, at least 6 pieces of outpost gear were required. However, in the Nightmare tier outpost dungeon, at most 1 piece of gear dropped per run, and even then, it wasn't guaranteed to suit one's class. Accessories had an even lower drop rate, making the task of completing a set incredibly challenging. Now, Shi Xingyan had finally completed the outpost set, and his shield was a hell-tier item, drastically boosting its attributes. Liang Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked, how is it? She was, of course, asking about the set's attributes. Shi Xingyan couldn't hide his excitement. It's amazing. All attributes plus 1000, an extra 50% boost for knight classes, and damage received is halved. Having damage, this attribute was crucial for knights, significantly improving the entire team's safety by several times over. Liang Yu's eyes lit up. So you've gotten even tougher now. Shi Xingyan, still immersed in joy, suddenly realized the awkward phrasing of his earlier words when he noticed the peculiar glances from his teammates. Liang Yu, too, realized her double entendre, and her cheeks turned crimson. Shi Xingyan quickly changed the subject. Senior Lin, how much for this shield? Sell it to me. Lin Yang'e replied softly, just give me what you think is fair. Liang Yu had previously mentioned that they'd help him farm the dungeon and sell any drops to him at a discount. Now, Lin Yang'e was returning the favor by not naming a specific price, trusting Shi Xingyan to offer a fair amount. Golden tier shields typically ranged from 200,000 to 2 million gold coins, with set items being even pricier. This Hell Outpost shield, with attributes rivaling platinum-grade equipment, plus its rarity as a Hell-tier dungeon drop, would fetch a staggering price, far exceeding top-tier golden equipment and even some lower-end platinum gear. After some thought, Shi Xingyan said, "Junior Lin, how about 10 million gold? Would that work for you?" This offer was 5 times higher than the price of a top-tier golden shield. Given all the factors, it was a reasonable price. However, Lin Yang'e shook his head. Shi Xingyan grew nervous. "Junior Lin, that's all the gold I have." Liang Yu and the others also looked uneasy. To them, 10 million was already a generous price. Lin Yang'e replied, 10 million is way too much. It's just a golden tier item, it's not worth that much. Too much. Everyone began to see Lin Yang'e in a new light. Shi Xingyan, on the other hand, felt a bit embarrassed. This shield isn't just any golden tier shield. It's worth that price. Lin Yang'e still shook his head. "In that case, let's settle at 5 million. If that's acceptable, we'll trade. If not, return the shield to me." There was no way Shi Xingyan could return something he had already equipped. Without hesitation, he transferred 5 million gold to Lin Yang'e. This transaction brought their relationship even closer. In the depths of the abyss, within a world shrouded in darkness, flames suddenly ignited. From within the fire, a massive crimson eye slowly emerged. "Too many of our underlings have been killed. Go check on the situation." "As you command." Another voice responded. The crimson eye closed, the flames extinguished, and silence and darkness reclaimed the space. Lin Yang'e sipped a few more mouthfuls of fruit wine, and the fatigue in his body quickly dissipated. His energy returned, and he felt reinvigorated. He refrained from using his mental energy to summon more skeletons. The 140 skeletal warriors and 70 skeletal mages he already had were sufficient for now. He needed to conserve his mental strength for the dungeon runs. After eating and drinking their fill, Shi Xingyan's party's dungeon cooldown ended. Shi Xingyan rose slowly and said, "Junior Lin, we're heading back into the dungeon." Now that Shi Xingyan had completed the outpost set, the rest of the team still needed a few pieces to finish theirs. They would have to run the dungeon several more times to see if they could complete the sets. Lin Yang'e nodded. "Be careful." Shi Xingyan also cautioned, "You be careful too. Hell-tier difficulty is no joke." Suddenly, the group turned their heads in unison toward a specific direction. From the swirling mist, a 6-person team emerged. This team radiated battle-hardened energy, clearly having just finished an intense fight. Their arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Beneath each of their feet, glowing halos shimmered, accelerating their speed to double that of other practitioners of the same level. They moved like flashes of lightning, with the mist parting to either side as they advanced. "A halo, those are holy knights," someone exclaimed. "My god, holy knights. Legendary tier professions. They're from the divine Xia Empire. Judging by their attire, they must be from the same academy. Could it be someone from the Xiaojing Academy? I heard that the top-tier academies in Xiaojing Academy even have legendary class professionals," someone murmured. "Legendary class professionals, so powerful, so enviable," another voice chimed in. Lin Yang'e glanced in that direction as well, his eyes glimmering slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "What a coincidence," he muttered. Among the approaching group, Lin Yang'e spotted Ning Yi. The unexpected meeting here was indeed a stroke of fate. Shi Xingyan whispered, "That's the team from Jinjian Academy." Jinjian Academy held a prominent reputation within the Xinxia Empire. It was one of the top academies, though slightly less renowned than Xiaojing Academy. Many top-tier professionals had also emerged from Jinjian Academy. Lin Yang'e was puzzled. Why was Ning Yi mingling with people from Jinjian Academy? Their levels were evidently not aligned. The individuals from Jinjian Academy all wore golden tier equipment, a clear indication they'd reached level 30. Yet Ning Yi, the last time they'd met, she had only just reached level 20. The team advanced straight toward the dungeon. Ning Yi also noticed Lin Yang'e. Her small face lit up with surprise and delight. She quickly broke away from her group, darting toward Lin Yang'e like an exuberant little sprite. Her crisp and clear voice rang out, "What are you doing here?" Her voice was melodic and pleasing to the ear. Lin Yang'e replied softly, "I'm here to complete a mission." Ning Yi giggled, "What a coincidence. I'm here for a mission too." Her radiant smile was captivating, and her beauty was undeniable. Especially when she looked at Lin Yang'e, her gaze sparkled like starlight. Shi Xingyan and Liang Yu exchanged knowing smiles. How could they not understand what was going on here? Before Lin Yang'e could respond further, Ning Yi eagerly guessed, "Let me guess, your mission involves needing dragon materials, perhaps dragon horns or something similar." But she quickly shook her head, dismissing her own guess. No, that's too simple for you. I bet your mission requires dragon cores, those dropped by the dungeon bosses, right? Lin Yanga smiled and nodded. Ningyi hadn't guessed everything, but she wasn't far off. He did indeed need dragon materials, though not just the cores. Realizing she was right, Ningyi broke into an even brighter smile. That's the same as me. I also need dragon cores. At that moment, a voice suddenly interjected, who's this? A knight approached slowly, his sharp gaze locking onto Lin Yanga like an eagle sizing up its prey. His attire was distinctive, sword in one hand, shield in the other, clearly marking him as a knight. Unlike Shixingen, who was a holy knight, this man was a radiant knight, a legendary class professional. The distinction between a holy knight and a radiant knight was subtle in name but vast in rank. The radiant knight not only possessed nearly all the skills of a holy knight but also had additional aura-based abilities. These aura skills were immensely powerful, devastating in offense, impenetrable in defense, and capable of intricate control. It was this unique skill set that elevated the radiant knight into the ranks of legendary class professionals. Shixingen's eyes gleamed with envy as he watched the radiant knight approach. Becoming a radiant knight was his dream, a dream shared by every knight class professional. Liang Yu leaned in and whispered encouragingly, "Don't be jealous, you'll have your chance." Shixingen nodded slightly. He understood. As a holy knight, he still had opportunities for advancement during his second and third profession evolutions. If he succeeded, he too could become a radiant knight. However, the path to such evolution was arduous, and he never assumed it would come easily. He recognized Liang Yu's words as an attempt to comfort him, so he simply nodded again and replied, "Yeah, I know." Meanwhile, the radiant knight had already stopped in front of Lin Yanga. For some reason, his gaze carried a hint of wariness as he looked at Lin Yanga. Seeing this, Ningyi quickly stepped forward and explained, "He's my friend." The radiant knight nodded slightly, then introduced himself solemnly, "Zhou Lisheng, level 30, radiant knight." Out of courtesy, Lin Yanga also introduced himself in a quiet tone, "Lin Yanga, level 23, necromancer." Zhou Lisheng frowned slightly. Necromancer? He'd never heard of such a profession before, but Ningyi's reaction was much more dramatic. She exclaimed loudly, "Wow, you're already level 23, how are you leveling up so fast? I'm only level 21, how are you so much higher than me?" Her exaggerated tone, coupled with a hint of playful complaint, made Lin Yanga chuckle. "I'll take you through the dungeon," he offered. Ningyi immediately nodded enthusiastically. "Really? Yay, that's awesome." The expression on Zhou Lisheng's face shifted instantly. Didn't we agree to go through the dungeon together?" Ningyi laughed cheekily. "Sorry, thanks for offering to take me, but I won't need your help now. My friend will take me instead, so you don't have to trouble yourself." Zhou Lisheng's face darkened further, and when he looked at Lin Yanga, there was now a clear hostility in his eyes. "Him?" Zhou Lisheng said, his voice laced with disbelief. "He's only level 23. He probably needs someone to carry him through the dungeon. How does he plan to carry you?" Clearly, Zhou Lisheng couldn't believe that Lin Yanga could handle the dungeon, let alone take someone else with him. Liang Yu leaned closer to Shixingen again and murmured, "This guy's jealous." Shixingen nodded in agreement. "That much is obvious. And it's not just a little jealousy, either." Ningyi simply said, "That's none of your concern. If he says he can take me, then he can. Anyway, thanks for bringing me here." Although Zhou Lisheng was still visibly displeased, he didn't know how to respond. His gaze, now fully charged with hostility, remained fixed on Lin Yanga, as if trying to see through him. Lin Yanga, however, remained completely indifferent. He didn't even bother acknowledging Zhou Lisheng. In his eyes, what did so-called legendary class professionals matter? Even if Zhou Lisheng was level 30, so what? When the time came for a fight, he wouldn't hesitate to act decisively. If killing was necessary, he wouldn't hold back. Seeing Lin Yanga's utter disregard for him only made Zhou Lisheng more agitated. But he couldn't lash out. After all, from beginning to end, Lin Yanga hadn't paid him the slightest attention, making any outburst on Zhou Lisheng's part seem childish. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Lisheng said seriously, "Fine, just be careful. If he can't manage, come find me anytime." Ningyi laughed and said, "Don't worry, he can handle it." Zhou Lisheng didn't want to drag this out any further. He turned and rejoined his group. Shortly after, their team entered the dungeon. With 5 members and Zhou Lisheng leading, it was clear they had chosen the nightmare difficulty. Even with a legendary class professional in their midst, they wouldn't dare tackle hell difficulty. It was practically suicide. Unless all 5 of them were legendary class professions, they might still have a chance to contend with the monsters of hell difficulty. Watching the 5 people enter the instance, Shixingen relaxed. Just moments ago, there had been concern that conflict might break out between both sides, and Shishingen had been fully prepared for battle. He would undoubtedly stand on Lin Yanga's side. Even if the others were legendary class professions, he wouldn't back down. After all, who could predict the outcome of a fight without trying? Junior Lin, we're heading into an instance, so we won't stick around to play third wheels. Junior Lin, take care. Junior Lin, don't get so caught up staring at the girls that you forget to fight the monsters. The group teased Lin Yanga and then turned to enter their own instance. Ningyi blushed slightly at their words, stomping her foot and retorting, what kind of people are they, talking nonsense like that? Lin Yanga felt slightly awkward as well and said, let's head into the instance too. Ningyi immediately chimed in, sure. Another chance to slack off. Lin Yanga knew all too well about this girl's tendencies. If given the opportunity, she would never put in extra effort. If not for her abundant access to resources, she'd likely have surpassed level 21 long ago. The two formed a team and approached the instance entrance. Ningyi smiled and asked, so, what difficulty are you taking me to clear? Normal or nightmare? She was well aware of the difficulty level of the outpost instance. It was far tougher than most instances of the same level. She knew Lin Yanga was strong, so clearing normal difficulty would be no problem, and there might even be a chance for nightmare difficulty. As for hell difficulty, she instinctively dismissed it, it wasn't something she even considered. She continued, if it's normal difficulty, the drop rate for the boss's crystal core will be pretty low. Nightmare difficulty would be better, with about a 1/3 chance. Lin Yanga shook his head and replied, hell, huh. Ningyi was stunned, then her face lit up with excitement. Yours? Lin Yanga nodded, his tone firm. Yes, that's amazing. I've been wanting to see what hell difficulty looks like for so long. Ningyi jumped up in glee, not even considering the danger involved or the possibility that Lin Yanga might not be able to handle the hell difficulty instance. She fully trusted Lin Yanga's words. If he said they could clear it, then it was as good as done. Lin Yanga used a cooldown talisman to reset the instance's cooldown timer. The cooldown for the Dragonfront Outpost instance was a full 24 hours, and he couldn't afford to wait that long. The two of them selected hell difficulty and stepped into the instance. Their conversation had not been particularly quiet, and many people near the instance entrance overheard them. Skeptical expressions appeared on their faces as they murmured among themselves. Clearing a hell difficulty instance with just 2 people. That's absurd. Exactly, there's a limit to how much you can brag. The last time I heard of someone clearing a hell difficulty instance, it was a full team from the Genesis Academy of Xiaojing University, wasn't it? Yeah, I remember that too. They had 12 people, 5 of whom were legendary class professions, and all of them were equipped with top-tier golden gear. I remember one of them, a woman wielding dual swords. She was from a particularly powerful class. That's the Blade Dancer class. Even among legendary class professions, it ranks in the top tier. If even Genesis Academy needed a full team to clear it, these two trying to do it is just asking for death. Maybe they're just going in to take a look around and then planning to leave. The crowd chuckled, clearly waiting to see Lin Yanga make a fool of himself. Previously, when Lin Yanga attempted a hell difficulty instance, many had been eagerly anticipating his failure. Now, with the Abyssal Hellhound's earlier attack, those individuals had either perished or retreated to the fortress. Otherwise, they would surely be shocked to know how long Lin Yanga had lasted in the instance. As time passed, more and more professionals arrived at the instance's entrance, and it was as though the Abyssal Hellhound attack had never occurred. People began forming teams, setting up stalls, and shouting to recruit members, making the area increasingly lively. Inside the hell difficulty instance, the atmosphere was stifling and oppressive. Fortunately, it wasn't heavy with the stench of rot, otherwise, Ningyi would have already been covering her nose and complaining. Just as they entered, Lin Yanga suddenly patted his forehead and said, I forgot. Ningyi asked curiously, forgot what? Lin Yanga replied, I forgot to give you something. I'll give it to you after we're done. Once inside an instance, storage spaces were sealed, and nothing could be taken out. Lin Yanga had planned to give Ningyi the Hell Outpost dagger but only remembered after entering. Still, it didn't matter much. Ningyi was only level 21, far from the required level 30. Giving it to her after the instance would be just as fine. Ningyi giggled. No rush. Just give it to me after we're done. I want to see what kind of good stuff it is. Alright. 140 skeletal warriors and 70 skeletal mages appeared simultaneously in the instance. Lin Yanga activated bone armor, not only protecting himself but also casting it on Ningyi. Ningyi looked at the bone armor materializing on her body with amazement. Is this a defensive skill you cast on me? Lin Yanga nodded. This way, you'll be safer. Hehe, you're so nice. Ningyi was overjoyed, her smile as radiant as a mischievous sprite. For his second time entering the instance, Lin Yanga didn't opt for the pull and slaughter method he'd used previously. Instead, he chose a more precise approach, clearing monsters little by little. The dragon-type monsters in the instance, except for the assassins, all possessed crowd control skills. Pulling groups of monsters was not only dangerous but also didn't significantly improve efficiency. It was more practical to take things step by step. Thanks to upgrades, the attributes of the skeletal warriors and skeletal mages had been enhanced again, with their attack power now considerably higher. Moreover, with Lin Yange's previous experience, he was now even more adept at handling the challenges of the instance. In the blink of an eye, the 3 dragon lancers on the road were cleared out. Following that, the skeletons moved into the small forest from the left, systematically cleaning up the path ahead. Ningyi watched with eyes sparkling and exclaimed, "That looks so easy." Lin Yange chuckled lightly and replied, "It's not hard indeed." Ningyi stuck out her tongue and said, "It's easy for you, but for others, it's like climbing a mountain. Running a nightmare-level dungeon feels like life and death. No way it's this effortless." Still, this lady has good taste. From now on, I'll stick with you for leveling. You're not allowed to leave me out. Lin Yange shook his head and said, "I won't." Ningyi's crisp, melodious laughter echoed through the dungeon, dispelling much of the oppressive atmosphere of the hell-level instance. Lin Yange wasn't much of a talker. Most of the time, he simply listened to Ningyi chatter. She seemed to have an endless amount to say, pouring out her recent experiences as if venting grievances. Recently, she had been assigned to perform some tasks. Originally, she could have stayed comfortably leveling in the dungeon hall, but instead, she was sent outside to the level 22 Ruins dungeon. There, she had to acquire 2 items to complete the task, one from soloing the normal level dungeon and another from teaming up to clear the nightmare level version. The level 22 dungeons in the wild are way harder than the ones back at the academy. I almost cried soloing that Ruins dungeon. I nearly died several times. Later, when I joined a team, the others' gear was terrible. They were already level 22 and still using black iron equipment, with only a silver weapon. For the nightmare level boss, they even made me, a level 20 assassin, tank it. Lin Yange listened to her complaints, secretly amused. Wild dungeons were indeed slightly harder than the same level ones in the dungeon hall, and soloing even a normal difficulty run carried risks. Gear and skills outside could be all over the place, making battles naturally tougher. While he found her stories amusing, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern. Ningyi continued, "Still, this lady is amazing. I completed the first part of the mission smoothly and got my reward." She raised her delicate, fair hand in front of Lin Yange, her face beaming with pride. On her finger was a ring set with a red gemstone that gleamed like fire. Lin Yange recognized it instantly. It was the Goblin King's ring, reputed to be the best accessory under level 40. The plus 10 to all stats might seem modest, but the key was its ability to enhance all skills by 1 level, a game-changing effect that significantly boosted combat power for many classes when they reached their limits. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Ningyi grinned mischievously. Lin Yange smiled. "Very beautiful. Crafting a boss accessory like that wasn't easy. It required the main material and numerous supplementary materials, not to mention finding an alchemist. For most people, even after obtaining the main material, gathering everything else and locating an alchemist could take years. The fact that Ningyi had completed it so quickly suggested her exceptional background. Lin Yange surmised that her task was part of her family's plan to cultivate her abilities. "Is the second part of the mission here?" Lin Yange asked. Ningyi nodded. "The old man has high standards. I need to collect 1 dragon core and reach level 25, with at least the rank of a private first class." She gestured to the insignia on her shoulder, a sergeant's badge, but it was blank. Noticing the 2-star badge on Lin Yange's shoulder, her eyes widened in surprise. "You're already 2-star. Lin Yange nodded. "I killed some abyssal hellhounds." Ningyi muttered. "We ran into a pack of abyssal hellhounds on the way here too. This mission is such a hassle. Materials, levels, rank. Will you help me with it?" Lin Yange didn't refuse. "Sure." A few hours passed, and they had fought their way to the fortress. The monsters outside were cleared, and Lin Yange, familiar with the terrain, lured out the monsters from inside the fortress and eliminated them. Their experience points soared rapidly. After clearing the mages and archers on the fortress walls, Lin Yange's experience bar reached 40%, while Ningyi leveled up, breaking into level 22. Her face lit up with joy. "Level 22 already, so fast. It's just like last time on Mermaid Island. Leveling with you is so easy. Teaming up with others is always so exhausting and dangerous." From the very first time they met, she had clung to Lin Yange, unwilling to let go. Once inside the fortress, they were surrounded by skeletons. Lin Yange whispered that there were stealth monsters lurking within. Ningyi gave a spirited shout, her bright eyes gleaming, and pointed to a corner. There, a skeleton mage unleashed an area of effect spell, revealing the hidden dragon assassins, who were swiftly dealt with. Ningyi giggled, explaining that her skills allowed her to see through invisibility. As an assassin, she naturally naturally possess stealth and anti-stealth abilities, similar to the mage's Mage Sight or the archer's Hawkeye, but the assassin's version was even stronger. With her guidance, the dragon assassins were easily hunted down one by one. What would have required using skeleton warriors as bait now became much simpler. With the smaller enemies cleared, only the boss remained. The dragon guardian statue loomed menacingly, an aura of terror emanating from it. Lin Yanga cast bone armor on both of them and told Ning Yi to stand atop the fortress wall. Why? Ning Yi asked curiously. He's different. I'll tank, Lin Yanga replied. Though confused, Ning Yi obediently climbed up to the high wall. From there, she could only make out Lin Yanga's silhouette. She activated a skill, enhancing her vision. Finally, I can see clearly, she muttered, giggling. She sat down, intending to grab something to eat, but the storage space was locked, preventing her from retrieving anything. After rummaging in her pocket for a while, she finally pulled out a sweet potato. Good thing I came prepared. Carefully peeling the sweet potato, she began nibbling on it slowly. If Lin Yanga were there, he would have recognized it as the sweet potato he had given her. Unexpectedly, she had kept it until now. Thankfully, the storage space preserved food, so it was still fresh. Meanwhile, Lin Yanga had set up his formation. Having gained experience from last time, he was now much more proficient. Skeleton mages formed a circle around the plaza, trapping the sentry guardian in the center, while the skeleton warriors were stored away. Standing in front of the statue, Lin Yanga, clad in bone armor, remained completely unperturbed. After reaching level 23, the defense of his bone armor had increased again, now equivalent to the defense of someone with 69,000 constitution. Even if the sentry guardian attacked, it would take a long time to break through. The statue began to tremble, its outer shell cracking and falling away. The entire plaza rumbled, and the fortress quaked. Watching Lin Yanga put away the skeleton warriors, Ning Yi grew even more curious. Why did you store the skeleton warriors? Aren't they going to fight? She had absolute confidence in Lin Yanga's ability to win and harbored no doubts, only pure curiosity, like a child eager to learn. The sentry guardian fully awakened. Lin Yanga's palm ignited with soul flames, launching an attack directly at its soul. The skeleton mages joined in, casting various spells that rained down on the sentry guardian. It howled in pain before letting out an enraged roar. Lin Yanga pressed his palm downward, and red light filled the air. A crimson shackle appeared above the sentry guardian's head, abruptly cutting off its roar, leaving it disjointed and intermittent. The full slow effect took hold, making its movements sluggish and nearly impossible to escape. But soon, white light radiated from the sentry guardian, diluting the slow curse and restoring much of its speed. Lin Yanga realized the curse's effectiveness had been severely weakened, now only slowing the guardian by 3 to 4 times, far from the original 34.5 times the skill was supposed to achieve. The outpost guardian trembled violently, its entire body radiating light as it unleashed its skill, mass repulsion. Lin Yanga remained steadfast, his skeletal armor absorbing the brunt of the attack, rendering the repulsion effect ineffective. Enraged, the outpost guardian let out a furious roar and leapt high into the air, bringing its massive blade crashing down. From atop the city wall, Ning Yi let out a startled cry, assuming Lin Yanga would be crushed into a pulp. However, the skeletal armor flared with intense light, firmly blocking the blade. Lin Yanga emerged unscathed, and the guardian's group-wide stun also failed to take effect. At that moment, a group of skeletons, about 20 in number, materialized around the outpost guardian. As soon as they appeared, they activated their skill, Frenzied Strike. Their blades, glowing with a crimson hue, fell upon the guardian, shattering its scales. The guardian let out a pained wail, its soul flames flickering incessantly. As Lin Yanga's current most powerful single-target damage skill, it had never disappointed him. It even surpassed the damage output of the skeleton mages. After unleashing their skills, the skeleton warriors launched a frenzied assault, striking blow after blow. 10 seconds later, the outpost guardian's cooldown ended, and it unleashed its skills once more. Lin Yanga promptly recalled all the skeleton warriors the moment the skills were activated. Once the guardian's skill effects dissipated, a fresh batch of 20 skeleton warriors appeared, unleashing another wave of attacks. When the outpost guardian used its skills again, the skeletons vanished once more. Ning Yi was in awe. Who knew a boss could be fought like this? Who knew that mages could serve as tanks? Who knew summoners could be so versatile? And who knew skeletal armor could offer such incredible defense? Her eyes curved into crescents as stars sparkled within them, brimming with admiration for Lin Yanga. Lin Yanga continued his assault in this cyclical manner, with far greater efficiency than before. In just 10 minutes, the seemingly formidable outpost guardian was ground down and fell, collapsing in unwilling defeat. You have slain the outpost guardian, EXP plus 1,650,000. Obtained golden weapon, infernal outpost magic sword. Obtained golden armor, Infernal Outpost Magic Robe. Obtained Golden Accessory, Infernal Outpost Ring. Obtained Dragon Crystals X2. Ningyi has received the Class Advancement Certificate. Gazing at the attributes of the Magic Sword and Magic Robe, Lin Yang'e thought he could switch from his Spirit set to the Infernal Outpost set once he reached level 30. While mage-specific bonuses were of no use to him, the all-attribute boosts were far superior to the Spirit set. Ningyi leapt from the city wall, sprinting toward Lin Yang'e before diving into his arms. "What's wrong?" Lin Yang'e asked, a bit at a loss, not understanding what had just happened. Ningyi exclaimed joyfully, "The Class Advancement Certificate. I got the Class Advancement Certificate. Isn't the certificate a guaranteed drop?" Lin Yang'e asked, puzzled as to why she was so excited over something that was guaranteed in hell-level dungeons. Realizing her overreaction, Ningyi quickly stepped back, her face flushed as she lowered her head. To mask her embarrassment, she swiftly changed the topic. "Even though it's guaranteed, it's not that simple. For example, a hell-level dungeon requires at least 12 players, and sometimes as many as 18 or even 24. Each time you clear it, only one Class Advancement Certificate drops, and it's given randomly to someone who doesn't already have one. That means if you're in a fixed team, a 12-person team needs to clear it 12 times, an 18-person team 18 times. Clearing hell-level dungeons is exhausting and dangerous, and doing it a dozen times would drive anyone crazy. That's why the Class Advancement Certificate is the hardest part of the second advancement. Countless people get stuck at this step." Lin Yang'e thought about the Academy's dungeon tasks, where passing the massive Tyrant Desert dungeon was mandatory. Many people were stuck there as well. The two scenarios were strikingly similar. Lin Yang'e didn't dwell on it. With the boss defeated, the dungeon restrictions were lifted. He took out the Infernal Outpost dagger and handed it to Ningyi. "This is for you." After this second dungeon run, most of the tasks assigned by Bai Yuan had been completed. They now had 12 dragon horns, far exceeding the requirements. There were also 8 vials of dragon essence blood and 7 dragon hearts. One more run would suffice. They had 4 dragon crystals, with Lin Yang'e needing 5 and Ningyi needing 1. By this calculation, one more run would definitely be enough. Previously, Lin Yang'e had planned to leave after finishing the tasks. However, he now changed his mind. After becoming more proficient, the hell-level, Dragonfront Outpost, dungeon had proven to be an ideal leveling spot. The experience rewards were substantial, and the equipment drops were excellent. Though he couldn't farm mobs as quickly as with AoE attacks, single-target kills weren't inefficient either. Most importantly, he wanted to collect the entire Infernal Outpost set, not just for himself, but for Ningyi as well. The set's attributes were tempting, even to him. Ningyi held the Infernal Outpost dagger, unable to put it down. While she couldn't use it yet, there was no harm in admiring it. The dagger was exquisitely crafted, its slightly curved blade forming a graceful arc, with attributes surpassing even top-tier golden weapons. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. "Is this really for me?" she asked. Lin Yang'e nodded and casually handed her a dragon crystal. "And this too." Ningyi's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Thank you. Let's head out for a break and come back later to farm again," Lin Yang'e suggested. This time, his proficiency had allowed him to clear the dungeon in just 6 hours, a significant improvement from before. Plus, chatting with Ningyi along the way made it neither boring nor particularly tiring. Outside the dungeon, the sound of barking filled the air as fierce battles raged on. Abyssal hellhounds had returned after several hours, this time in even greater numbers. The dungeon exit was completely surrounded by hellhounds. Anyone exiting the dungeon immediately became a target, and several people had already fallen prey to the hellhounds, with even more injured. An oppressive aura blanketed the area as professional combatants from the Divine Xia Empire banded together, fighting desperately against the hellhounds. Teams formed defensive lines, with healers continuously casting skills to keep everyone alive. Shi Xingyan's team had become a critical part of the defense, with the outpost set proving invaluable and significantly reducing their burden. "Thank goodness for the outpost set. We'd have been in serious trouble otherwise," Shi Xingyan said with relief. They had been ambushed right after exiting the dungeon, and everyone in the team had sustained injuries. Liang Yu was almost constantly using healing skills while simultaneously gulping down potions. Under such intense combat, the consumption of mental energy was overwhelming, necessitating replenishment amidst the battle. "This won't do. We need to break through," she said. There were at least 500 abyssal hellhounds surrounding them, leaving no way out. Glancing at the densely packed hounds outside, Liang Yu realized that if they didn't break through, they would be trapped and ultimately perish here. "It's no use," the team's archer suddenly interjected. He glanced at the sky and said, "There's an abyssal demon up there. It won't let us leave." The mist swirled in the air, but with his eagle-eye skill, he could see more details. Liang Yu's heart sank with urgency. "Then what should we do?" she asked. Shi Xingyan responded firmly, we hold on. We wait for Lin Shuadi to come out. His skills are the nemesis of abyssal creatures. Once he's here, these hellhounds will be reduced to nothing. Everyone thought of Lin Yang as terrifyingly powerful area of effect skills. With just a few strikes, this place could be wiped clean. Liang Yu knew that their only viable option was to hold their ground. The abyssal hellhounds weren't the real problem. The real threat was the abyssal demon in the sky, which was the source of their headaches. At that moment, a flash of light appeared at the dungeon's entrance. Someone had come out. The abyssal demon in the sky swept its cold gaze downward, its expression tinged with disappointment. Not them. I don't sense the aura of my child, it muttered. In that case, let's devour them. Before the people being transported out of the dungeon had even fully arrived, the hellhounds had already pounced, tearing into them with ferocity. Screams of agony immediately filled the air. Zhou Lisheng had just exited the dungeon and hadn't even stabilized his footing or regained his vision before he heard the cries of his companions. What's going on? He roared angrily. With a flash, the aura beneath his feet shifted. The once pure white ring of light transformed into a sea of rippling flames. As his aura changed, identical auras appeared beneath the feet of his teammates as well. This was the hallmark of the Holy Light Knight's aura ability. As long as teammates were within its range, they could share its effects. The skill, Repulsion Aura. As the aura manifested, the abyssal hellhounds that had been biting and clawing were immediately flung away. A half-meter radius around each person became a forbidden zone that the hellhounds couldn't breach. Zhou Lisheng, now shielded by the aura, ignored the hellhounds entirely and began surveying his surroundings. So many abyssal hellhounds, he muttered in shock. He had never seen such a massive pack before. There were at least 500 or 600 of them. 2 of his teammates had already been injured by the hellhounds, and the team's healer was busy using skills to treat their wounds. Shi Xingyan noticed Zhou Lisheng's group emerging from the dungeon and shouted loudly, "Be careful, there's a demon in the sky." Zhou Lisheng instinctively looked up, and his vision momentarily darkened as he saw a massive demon swoop down toward him, wings spread wide. His combat instincts kicked in immediately. Sword in his left hand, shield in his right, he assumed a defensive stance. The demon, armed with a spiked mace covered in thorns, swung it down with terrifying force. Zhou Lisheng, confident in his aura's abilities, showed no fear. "It's useless. You won't break through my aura," he said in a low voice. The abyssal demon, however, sneered maliciously. "Die," it growled. The attack landed, and Zhou Lisheng's expression changed drastically. His repulsion aura had failed to activate. With a loud bang, the spiked mace crashed into his shield, sending Zhou Lisheng flying through the air before he hit the ground hard. The team's healer reacted quickly, casting a healing spell on Zhou Lisheng just as he was about to hit the ground. Lying on his back, Zhou Lisheng coughed violently, spitting out blood, his face etched with fear. That strike had been devastating, nearly fatal. His shield had been utterly ineffective, and even his aura, which had never failed him before, had proven useless. Shi Xingyan held his head in his hands. "You talked so big, and now you're just a weakling." Liang Yu nodded in agreement. Useless. Absolutely useless. The abyssal demon loomed above them, countless detection skills from the team landing on it. One by one, the team members displayed expressions of despair. It was level 36, far above their own levels. How could they possibly fight this? Even demons of the same level were notoriously difficult to defeat, let alone one this much stronger. Shi Xingyan, after using his own detection skill, muttered to himself, "This is bad. Now I just hope Lin Shuadi doesn't come out. It'd be better if he waits until they leave." The abyssal demon flapped its wings, circling in the air with a chilling, bloodthirsty aura. Its voice was cold and menacing. TSK, a Holy Light Knight, a legendary class. It grinned cruelly. Killing a Holy Light Knight will be quite the reward. At that moment, one of Zhou Lisheng's teammates pulled out a special item and activated it. A beam of light shot into the sky, exploding brilliantly, a signal flare visible from hundreds of miles away. "We've sent out a distress signal. Hang in there. Help will be here soon," Zhou Lisheng shouted encouragingly. The abyssal demon sneered. "It'll be too late." The dungeon entrance glowed once again as more people emerged. The flying abyssal demon suddenly halted its movements, its attention shifting away from Zhou Lisheng. Its eyes burned with rage. "It's you. You're the one who killed my child," it roared. "I'll tear you apart." With that, it dove down at incredible speed. "Watch out!" Shi Xingyan shouted loudly, immediately guessing who had just emerged. He tried to rush over to help, but the sheer number of abyssal hellhounds blocked his path, making it impossible to get through. Lin Yanga had just exited the dungeon. Before he could even take in his surroundings, he was met with an overwhelming darkness. Almost simultaneously, his skeletal armor erupted with a dazzling light. The abyssal demon's spiked mace struck the skeletal armor, but it was as if the blow had vanished into thin air. There was no sound, no impact, nothing. The abyssal demon froze in disbelief, completely at a loss for what had just happened. Zhou Lisheng was equally stunned. "Did you even eat breakfast?" he blurted out. The strike that had nearly killed him just moments ago now seemed as feeble as a gentle tap. Lin Yang finally got a clear view of the scene before him. He had vaguely heard someone shouting about killing him, and now, in his line of sight, was a grotesque creature. Its face resembled that of a dog, its claws were oddly canine, its body was covered in fur, and it had wings sprouting from its back. "What kind of monster is this?" Lin Yang muttered, struggling to find words to describe the bizarre amalgamation. It looked part beast, part hellhound, with the addition of wings, like some kind of hybrid abomination. This abomination of a creature was swinging its spiked mace at him with wild fury. Thankfully, his skeletal armor absorbed every blow, rendering the attacks completely ineffective. Why can't I break it?" The abyss demon was smashing down in a frenzy. Lin Yang felt fortunate that he had donned an additional set of skeletal armor before heading out. Having been ambushed last time, he had grown much more cautious. Upon exiting an instance, there was a brief moment of vulnerability lasting over a second, during which it was easy to be attacked and injured. Thankfully, he had come prepared this time. A flicker of flames ignited in Lin Yang's palm. Skill, Soul Flame. A fireball suddenly appeared on the forehead of the abyss demon and sank into its head. It clutched its head in agony, screaming miserably, almost dropping its spiked club. Lin Yang didn't relent. Skill, Slow Curse. A crimson glow enveloped the surroundings, casting a radius of 3,450 meters. All the abyssal hellhounds within the area were shackled with a red chain above their heads, their movement slowing down by an astonishing 34.5 times. "Whoa, slow motion performance. Interesting," Shi Xingyan exclaimed excitedly. The situation posed no more threat to them. Even the agonized howls of the abyss demon slowed down, dragging into elongated sounds. "Kuyurce." It raised its head to look at Lin Yang, its movements now pitifully sluggish. Ning Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. The scene was simply too comical. The abyss demon flapped its wings, attempting to take flight, but several skeletons quickly seized its wings. Giant bone blades swung down, slashing at its body repeatedly. Skeletons clung to its limbs, while others leapt onto its back, attacking it madly. The abyss demon let out a prolonged, agonized wail. More skeletons charged towards the cursed abyssal hellhounds. Skeleton mages unleashed their skills, eliminating one with a single strike in mere moments. Lin Yang raised his hand. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the ground. Several professional adventurers nearby were startled, falling to the ground in shock. In the aftermath of the blast, abyssal hellhounds fell in droves, dead. The badges on Lin Yang and Ning Yi's shoulders gleamed brightly. The abyssal hellhounds brought them both military merits and experience points. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive massive explosions, only the abyss demon remained standing before Lin Yang. The rest of the abyssal hellhounds had been wiped out. The remaining hellhounds further away were left to other professionals and skeletons to handle. The other adventurers quickly realized that, under the effects of the curse, the abyssal hellhounds were almost incapable of resisting. With such a golden opportunity, they couldn't afford to hesitate. One by one, they raised their weapons and began attacking in a frenzy, slaughtering the creatures. Lin Yang cast a detection spell on the abyss demon. Abyssal hellhound demon, ordinary demon. Level, 36. Strength, 8,000. Agility, 8,000. Intelligence, 3,000. Constitution, 8,000. Skills, Flight, Powerful Attack. Hellhound Demon, what an awful name. Though it was considered an ordinary demon in the abyss, its level 36 stats were nothing to scoff at. Compared to human professionals of the same level, its attributes were significantly superior. Ordinarily, such a disparity in attributes would render the two sides incomparable. However, human professionals had skills, equipment, teams, coordination, and support. With such combinations, the abyss had found it increasingly difficult to contend with humanity in recent years, resulting in a stalemate between the two sides. After examining the creature, Lin Yang issued a command to his skeletons. The skeletons immediately unleashed their skills, their blades glowing with a red hue. "Stop!" A sudden shout rang out. However, the skeleton warriors followed only Lin Yang's orders and ignored anyone else. Skill, Berserk Strike. 10 skeletons simultaneously activated their skills. Under their massive bone blades, the abyss demon was killed on the spot. Kill confirmed. Demon Essence Blood obtained. Demon Essence Blood contains the power of the abyss. Alchemists and blacksmiths can use it to craft equipment. Ning Yi received the same notification. Her small face lit up with joy again. 50 military merits. To earn that much from hellhounds, you'd have to kill 50 of them. No, for a two-person team like us, we'd have to kill 100. The military badges on their shoulders now displayed new stars. Lin Yang's badge now showed 4 stars, making him a 4-star private. Ning Yi's badge had gained 1 star, making her a 1-star private, with a 2nd star already forming and not far off. Zhou Lisheng's face darkened as he shouted angrily, "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" His tone was harsh, full of reprimand, and carried an air of arrogance. Lin Yang frowned slightly. "And why should I listen to you?" As Lin Yang's mood shifted, the surrounding skeletons all turned their gazes toward Zhou Lisheng. The skeleton mages instantly aimed their spells at him. In that moment, Zhou Lisheng found himself locked in place by countless killing intents. Zhou Lisheng's teammates reacted immediately, but more skeleton warriors and mages locked onto them, rendering them immobile. It was only then that Zhou Lisheng realized Lin Yang was different from ordinary people. Just watching those skeletons slaughter abyssal hellhounds like cutting through melons and vegetables, and encircling an abyss demon without much effort, it was clear that Lin Yang was far stronger than him. Sweat poured down Zhou Lisheng's face like rain, but he refused to lose face. Forcing himself to speak firmly, he said, "I was suggesting you keep it alive for interrogation. Maybe it could provide some intelligence about the abyss." Lin Yang shook his head. Not interested. This response left Zhou Lisheng speechless, unsure of what to say. After a brief standoff, the skeletons quickly disappeared. "Don't let it happen again," Lin Yang said coldly, before pulling Ning Yi away. They walked toward Shixingen. Ning Yi's small hand was held in Lin Yang's, her face flushed red with embarrassment, but she didn't pull away. Once Lin Yang left, Zhou Lisheng and his group let out a collective sigh of relief. In that brief moment, they had felt as though a blade was pressed against their necks, convinced that their lives were about to end. To them, Lin Yang was utterly terrifying. Though he didn't speak much, his actions carried an overwhelming sense of menace. Especially the skeletons he controlled. Not only were they numerous, but they were also shockingly powerful. Despite being only level 23, Lin Yang had managed to suppress their entire team of level 30 professionals, rendering them unable to act. What was more, their team even included a legendary class professional, a Holy Light Knight. At that moment, Zhou Lisheng had been utterly terrified. If even a level 36 abyss demon could be effortlessly slaughtered, what chance did he have? As a Holy Light Knight, a legendary class professional with a full set of golden equipment, Zhou Lisheng prided himself on his numerous aura skills. Yet, he doubted he could withstand the onslaught of Lin Yang's skeletons. His instinctive response was to yield and seek survival. However, even as he yielded, Zhou Lisheng felt deeply humiliated. A legendary class professional, a level 30 Holy Light Knight, brought to fear by a mere level 23 kid. If word of this got out, it would be the ultimate disgrace, the most shameful mark of his life. I ought to stand above the clouds, basking in the reverence of all, radiating brilliance. How could there ever be a blemish on me? Complex emotions intertwined in Zhou Lisheng's heart, a glint of hatred flashing in his eyes as he stared intently at Lin Yang's retreating figure. Sooner or later, you will kneel before me and beg for my forgiveness. He had this confidence because the career progression of a paladin of the Holy Light meant that as levels increased, skills grew stronger. Right now, he was merely at the beginning, and he still had a chance for further career advancement. He saw Lin Yang holding Ning Yi's hand, and amidst his hatred, a trace of jealousy emerged. "You will also belong to me one day. I will make you understand who the real powerhouse is." Lin Yang had already approached Shixingen. "Is everyone alright?" Shixingen patted his shield. All good, all good." Thanks to this, the enhancement provided by the Watchtower set was overwhelmingly strong. Its nearly double damage reduction attribute had considerably boosted Shixingen's combat capabilities. Although some in the team were slightly injured, under Liang Yu's healing, they had fully recovered. The Abyssal Hellhound had been slain, and the Abyssal Demon Dogs had been cleared out. The battlefield had once again returned to its former calm. In just a short while, the corpses would completely sink into the ground, as if nothing had ever happened. The earth silently buried the past, day after day, year after year. No one truly knew how many corpses were buried beneath this ancient battlefield. These corpses enriched the land, spawning wave after wave of monsters that roamed the origin battlefield endlessly, as if they could never be fully exterminated. The team returned to the dungeon entrance, but Shixingen hadn't left yet. He wasn't the only one. Many teams who had just experienced the battle also lingered nearby. Everyone gathered together, reigniting campfires in an attempt to dispel the surrounding fog. At some point, Ning Yi had joined Liang Yu, and the two were whispering to each other. Shixingen was busy cleaning his sword. These abyssal demon dogs are merely the most insignificant existences in the abyss. They don't even qualify as cannon fodder. That abyssal hellhound you killed earlier, it has the ability to mass-produce abyssal demon dogs. Sometimes, when their numbers grow too large, the demon dogs will leave the abyss and come to the origin battlefield to harass the professionists here. But it's just harassment, nothing more. Actually, we've encountered situations like this a few times before. If you stay on the origin battlefield long enough, you'll run into them eventually. It's just that the scale this time was larger, mainly because of that hellhound. Otherwise, breaking through wouldn't have been difficult for us. Listening to Shi Xingyan's explanation, Lin Yang felt a tinge of doubt in his heart. In the deeper regions of the origin battlefield, aren't there advanced professionists stationed there? How could these abyssal demon dogs slip past them and make their way here? Their current location was near the Eternal Wall, closer to human territories. The deeper regions of the origin battlefield were the true front lines where advanced human professionists were active. How the abyssal demon dogs managed to bypass those lines of defense was something Lin Yang couldn't figure out for the moment. Shi Xingyan chuckled. Have you ever participated in the Academy's large-scale trials? Lin Yang nodded. I have. The Academy's Divine Summer Tower has the capability for large-scale teleportation. Naturally, the Abyss can do the same. Lin Yang suddenly understood. How had that not occurred to him? Shi Xingyan set up a grill and began roasting food again. But such teleportation does have certain limits. It can only transport creatures like the abyssal demon dogs. More advanced demons can't make it through. For example, that hellhound from earlier, only one or two of them can occasionally be teleported over. In all the time I've been here, I've only encountered a hellhound twice. That one earlier was the second. Lin Yang could imagine that if the Abyss had teleportation capabilities, humanity would undoubtedly have countermeasures in place. Otherwise, if demons could be teleported over in large numbers at will, humanity wouldn't even stand a chance in this war, they would have been wiped out long ago. At that moment, the surrounding mist began to churn violently, exuding waves of strong presences. Shi Xingyan glanced over. The Eternal Wall's garrison is here. Earlier, Zhou Lisheng's team had sent out a distress signal. Upon receiving it, the garrison stationed at the Eternal Wall fortress had rushed over. A total of 12 arrived, including knights, warriors, mages, archers, and support roles. Every profession was present. Each of them was above level 40, advanced professionists with formidable combat power. Upon assessing the situation on site, they couldn't help but reveal expressions of astonishment. The mountains were littered with the corpses of abyssal demon dogs, at least 500 to 600 of them. The group approached the dungeon entrance, and the leading knight, radiating an aura of authority, asked gravely, who sent the distress signal earlier? Zhou Lisheng stepped forward. I did. He proactively presented his identification. The knight examined it, his gaze lingering on Zhou Lisheng for a moment longer. Legendary class professionists were rare. As long as such individuals didn't perish, there was a high likelihood they would become significant figures in the future. His tone softened considerably. What happened here? Was there a powerful individual passing through? Zhou Lisheng didn't lie and recounted the events in detail. Such matters couldn't be concealed anyway, a quick inquiry with others would reveal the truth. The knight turned his astonished gaze towards Lin Yang after hearing the account. Lin Yang's level and profession were plain to see in his eyes, a mere level 23 professionist. How could someone like that have possibly wiped out so many abyssal demon dogs? Moreover, the hellhound's corpse was right there, unmistakably real. It was difficult to believe, but the evidence was undeniable. After asking Zhou Lisheng a few more questions, the knight walked over to Lin Yang. His eyes immediately fell on the badge on Lin Yang's shoulder. It was a 5-star private badge. Achieving 5-star private required 500 military merits. A military badge never lied, which meant Lin Yang had indeed slain numerous abyssal demon dogs. You've done well, young man, the knight said, his tone filled with respect. Professionists with military merit were truly worthy of admiration. They had made tangible contributions to humanity. What's more, Lin Yang had reached the rank of 5-star private at only level 23, whereas many professionists hadn't even achieved 3-star private by level 30, let alone 5-star. Lin Yang slowly stood up, speaking solemnly. It's our duty. Good, very good. The knight laughed heartily before waving his hand. Let's go. With no danger left, they had no reason to linger. Shi Xingyan explained, they usually patrolled the deeper regions of the battlefield. Whenever anyone sends out a distress signal, they'll rush over immediately. Just wait, you'll see more people showing up soon. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the mist churned violently again. Teams from all directions hurried over. Shi Xingyan added, these are all teams training in hunting nearby. When they see a distress signal, they'll rush here as fast as they can. Looking at the teams rushing in from all directions, Lin Yang deeply felt a powerful conviction among them, a belief in unity. The moment they saw a distress signal, they came to provide reinforcements without hesitation, completely disregarding their own safety. Lin Yanghe also understood that if he were the one to see such a signal, he, too, would rush to help without a second thought. It was this unity that allowed humanity to survive. If everyone only cared about themselves, humanity would have long been obliterated by the abyss. The arriving reinforcements saw that the danger here had already passed and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They decided to rest for a while. The number of reinforcements was overwhelming, their numbers several times greater than those initially present, instantly making the area outside the dungeon bustling with activity. Among the teams, Lin Yanghe noticed a few individuals who were acting solo. Solo adventurers in the abyssal battlefield typically had absolute confidence in their own strength. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the sky. A pure white brilliance pierced through the thin mist, as if a hazy moon had appeared in the sky. Shi Xingyan was momentarily stunned and murmured, "She's here too." Lin Yanghe looked up, his gaze falling on the approaching figure. Though she had not yet arrived, the powerful aura she exuded preceded her, making it clear that this was no ordinary person. Shi Xingyan explained, "Her name is Mo Yun, the princess of the Mo family from Xiajing City. Her class is Holy Summoner." A Holy Summoner, now that was a legendary class. Mo Yun's arrival instantly attracted the attention of many. In the sky, a unicorn materialized, radiating a holy light that illuminated the ground like daylight. Sitting atop the unicorn, Mo Yun surveyed the area, and upon realizing the battle had already concluded and there was no danger, she prepared to leave. Mo Yun was extraordinarily beautiful, her demeanor exuding an air of pride, like a goddess who could not be easily approached or desecrated. Many people gazed at her with admiration in their eyes. Her beauty was so striking that it bordered on perfection. Even Zhou Lisheng couldn't help but reveal a look of infatuation as he gazed at Mo Yun. However, Mo Yun, with her lofty demeanor, merely glanced indifferently in his direction before turning to leave. At that moment, she suddenly paused. Her gaze lingered on Lin Yanghe for a brief moment, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. There seemed to be something about Lin Yanghe that she found repellent. However, she said nothing and swiftly departed on her unicorn, disappearing into the sky with an air of aloofness and pride. Lin Yanghe had also been observing her closely, though his attention was focused on the military insignia on her shoulder. It was a silver lieutenant badge adorned with 4 stars, a 4-star lieutenant. This was undeniable proof that she had slain countless abyssal creatures. Shi Xingyan elaborated, "She seems to be searching for something. She usually operates deep within the distant battlefields and rarely comes to this area." Ning Yi suddenly interjected, "I know what she's looking for, Nirvana Soul Crystals." Shi Xingyan was taken aback. "She's looking for Nirvana Soul Crystals. That explains a lot." His eyes gleamed with longing as he, too, seemed captivated by the idea of Nirvana Soul Crystals. Nirvana Soul Crystals were an incredibly rare material. When professionals reached their second rank, they would further clarify their class specialization. During this process, there was a slim chance to achieve class ascension. For instance, Shi Xingyan's Paladin class could potentially ascend to Holy Light Paladin during his second rank advancement. If successful, he would leap from a rare class to a legendary class. However, the probability of class ascension was exceedingly low. It was almost negligible. Yet, the appearance of Nirvana Soul Crystals had changed this dynamic. These crystals could drastically increase the chances of class ascension, turning the impossible into the possible. According to research, using a Nirvana Soul Crystal could raise the probability of successful class ascension to over 30%, roughly 1 in 3, a stark improvement from the original odds of 1 in tens of thousands. That said, Nirvana Soul Crystals were exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. Shi Xingyan remarked, "In the depths of the distant battlefields, there are creatures called battlefield wraiths. They are level 39 to 40 and have a chance of dropping Nirvana Soul Crystals, though the probability is extremely low." Ning Yi added, "Then there's the battlefield Ghost King. It's guaranteed to drop Nirvana Soul Crystals." Shi Xingyan shook his head. "The battlefield Ghost King hardly ever appears, and it's a world-class boss, exceptionally difficult to deal with." Ning Yi rested her chin on her hand. "True, it's very hard to beat. Someone once found the battlefield Ghost King but couldn't assemble a suitable team, so they had no choice but to watch it disappear." Shi Xingyan distributed the roasted food he had prepared. "When I reach level 40, before my second rank advancement, I'll probably come here to search for Nirvana Soul Crystals." It wasn't just him, his teammates shared the same ambition. After all, who wouldn't want class ascension? Lin Yanghe understood this desire. He could empathize with their feelings. But if someone like Mo Yun, already in possession of a legendary class, were to undergo class ascension, what would her class evolve into? Moreover, theoretically, class ascension could happen twice, once at level 40 during the second rank advancement and again at level 70 during the third rank advancement. Could it be that there's a level beyond legendary classes? Lin Yang'e recalled from his studies that legendary classes represented the pinnacle of known professions. Hidden classes were excluded from conventional rankings and couldn't be compared directly. Ning Yi's laughter chimed like a songbird's. When the time comes, I'm going to look for Nirvana Soul Crystals too. Ning Yi's class was Shadow Assassin, a rare class. If she could achieve class ascension, she would become a legendary class Abyss Hunter. Class ascension was a dream cherished by all professionals. The only hurdle was obtaining Nirvana Soul Crystals. Ning Yi looked at Lin Yang'e with eyes full of anticipation. Let's go look for Nirvana Soul Crystals together when the time comes, okay? Lin Yang'e nodded. Okay. He was indeed tempted. If he could undergo another class ascension, what kind of enhancements would he gain? The possibilities were endless. After a long break, everyone was full and well rested. Thanks to the effects of the delicious fruit wine, their fatigue had completely dissipated. Lin Yang'e and Ning Yi stepped into the dungeon once more, while Shixingen and his team set off for other dungeons. Without cooldown amulets, they couldn't afford to waste the 48-hour cooldown period. During this time, they would tackle other dungeons. The Dragon Clan Outpost dungeon was quite special. Inside, there were Dragon Clan monsters that dropped the outpost gear set. It was also the most frequented dungeon among those of the same level. This time, Ning Yi had learned to be clever. She had prepared food in advance and tucked it into her pockets. Even if her storage space couldn't be used, she wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. Lin Yang'e was genuinely curious about how such a tiny person managed to stuff so much food into her pockets. The skeletons were fiercely loyal. Skeleton warriors slashed away at monsters at the front lines, acting as shields, while skeleton mages cast spells and unleashed abilities from the rear. Ning Yi, like a cheerful little lark, chattered non-stop, recounting all her experiences, observations, and even embarrassing moments to Lin Yang'e without the slightest reservation. Lin Yang'e became the perfect listener. No matter what Ning Yi said, he listened attentively. Ever since that time when they had held hands and embraced, their relationship seemed to have grown closer, with a subtle shift occurring between them. By the third time they entered the Hell Difficulty dungeon, their proficiency had improved once again. Lin Yang'e battled with ease, hardly needing to think, and their progress sped up significantly. Deep in the abyss, that flame-filled eye appeared once more. Its presence caused the very ground of the abyss to quake, emitting rumbling sounds. It was filled with rage, eager to see what was happening on the prime battlefield. Why had so many abyssal hellhounds suddenly been killed? And all in an instant no less. Even a hellhound demon had fallen. Yet, a mysterious and invisible force within the prime battlefield prevented it from prying further. There's something strange going on here. Let's try again, it muttered. After a long while, the eye shut once more, and the abyss returned to its former silence, the darkness once again enveloping the land. Not long after, human adventurers appeared within the abyss. Was that just now the Flame Demon King? Probably. It seems like it's their turn to stand guard at the abyss entrance. That guy craves battle. It'll definitely stir up trouble for us humans. I just hope the people on the prime battlefield stay safe. Why worry? It's been so many years, and it's not the first time it stood guard. Nothing major will happen. I've already reported the earlier events. The higher-ups will deal with it. It's not our concern. After exchanging a few words, these adventurers quickly dispersed. All of them were at least level 40, high-ranking professionals. They operated near the border of the prime battlefield and the abyss entrance, keeping themselves informed of recent events and passing the information along to ensure the higher echelons could respond accordingly. No matter how fractured the human empires were in their day-to-day affairs, even harboring conflicts, they stood united when it came to opposing the abyss. At Xiajing Academy, Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen were still seated in the same spot. Meng Anwen spent 360 days out of the year here, barely moving, and no one except a select few knew what he was up to. He had been meditating in silence for a long time, not uttering a word for half the day. Bai Yuan didn't disturb him. Suddenly, Bai Yuan's eyelid twitched. He immediately asked, "How is it?" Meng Anwen opened his eyes. "Pour me some tea." Bai Yuan hurriedly poured him a cup, his attitude exceedingly respectful, even showing a flattering smile. "Quick, tell me, what's the situation?" Meng Anwen sipped the tea and replied nonchalantly, "I contacted the Hall of Heroic Souls and the Demon-Slaying Tower. I found news about Lin Yang'e. He's fine and has killed quite a few abyssal hellhounds. He's already a 5-star corporal now." Bai Yuan was shocked. That fast? It's only been 2 days, and he's already a 5-star corporal. Meng Anwen explained, the Flame Demon King is on duty at the Abyss entrance and sent a bunch of abyssal hellhounds to harass the prime battlefield. Lin dealt with them. He even killed a hellhound demon. Bai Yiyuan took a deep breath. Incredible. Even a hellhound demon. Though hellhound demons were the weakest of abyssal demons, they could fly in commanded packs of hellhounds, making them a nuisance for most professionals. But it just so happened that one landed underground, right in front of Lin Yanga. Under the effects of a slowing curse, it lost its chance to flee and was hacked to death by the skeleton warriors. After confirming Lin Yanga's safety, Bai Yiyuan relaxed and changed the subject. How's the preparation for this year's professional tournament coming along? Meng Anwen replied, it's almost ready. The announcement should be out tomorrow or the day after. Bai Yiyuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This tournament is going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to it. Naturally, by interesting, he was referring to Lin Yanga. I didn't expect this, Meng Anwen suddenly remarked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What now? What did you see this time? Bai Yiyuan asked eagerly. I saw the nemesis of Old Ning. How amusing. I bet Old Ning is going to be absolutely furious, Meng Anwen said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Bai Yiyuan slapped his thigh and roared with laughter. I can hardly believe it. I'd love to see Old Ning's face, furious, sputtering, but completely helpless. Outpost Guardian defeated. Experience plus 1,650,000. Acquired gold tier weapon, Infernal Outpost Longsword. Acquired gold tier armor, Infernal Outpost Leather Armor. Acquired gold tier accessory, Infernal Outpost Ring. Acquired Dragon Clan Crystal Core X2. Infernal Outpost Longsword, part of the Outpost set gold tier weapon. All attributes plus 500, Knight class skill amplification plus 50%, usable at level 30+. Infernal Outpost Leather Armor, part of the Outpost set gold tier armor. All attributes plus 300, Assassin class skill cost reduction minus 20%, usable at level 30+. Infernal Outpost Ring, part of the Outpost set gold tier accessory. All attributes plus 100, fatigue recovery speed plus 30%, usable at level 30+. Dragon Clan Crystal Core, extremely rare material, usable in crafting various items. Lin Yanga handed the leather armor and ring to Ning Yi. The ring's attributes didn't stack, and since it was identical to his own, one was enough. The leather armor was for assassins, archers, and similar classes, so it wasn't useful for him. With a faint glow surrounding him, Lin Yanga leveled up after clearing this dungeon, reaching level 24. Seeing Lin Yanga's level up, Ning Yi was even more thrilled than if it had been her own, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. You leveled up again. This is too fast. From your class change until now, it hasn't even been a month and you're already level 24. I bet the other students are still stuck at level 16 or so. You're way ahead of them. Ning Yi marveled at the pace, estimating that at this rate, Lin Yanga might surpass level 30 within the next month. Lin Yanga smiled faintly. Isn't faster better? As he spoke, he cast a layer of bone armor over Ning Yi and said, we've had 2 unexpected incidents already. Better to be cautious. Twice now, he had been ambushed during dungeons. He wasn't worried himself, as he could transfer damage, but Ning Yi was different. Being caught off guard could spell trouble for her. I mean, what are the odds of being ambushed every single time? Ning Yi protested confidently. Better safe than sorry. You're doing the right thing, Ning Yi said with a playful smile, her demeanor akin to that of a sweet, well-behaved little girl. This time around, the area outside the dungeon was unusually peaceful, with no signs of trouble. A large crowd had gathered nearby, sitting in groups, roasting meat, drinking, forming teams, and even setting up stalls to sell goods. The entrance to the dungeon was almost turning into a bustling marketplace. Lin Yanga spoke in a low voice, if we run the dungeon a few more times, and luck is on our side, we might be able to complete your outpost set. Ning Yi's face lit up with joy. The Hell Outpost set, that's the kind of treasure people dream about. She kept admiring the Hell Outpost dagger in her hand, as if she could never get enough of it. You've looked at it so many times already, Lin Yanga muttered. Even inside the dungeon, Ning Yi would take it out to admire it every now and then, as though expecting to find some hidden detail. Lin Yanga couldn't understand it. After all, a dagger was just a dagger, what could be so different about it? Ning Yi rolled her eyes at him. You big dummy. Of course, the dagger itself was the same, but what made it special was who gave it to her. Unfortunately, Lin Yanga, the epitome of a dense, oblivious guy, couldn't grasp the significance. Lin Yanga pulled out some food. Hungry? Ning Yi glanced at the food in front of her. Isn't this what I bought last time? You haven't finished it yet? Lin Yanga nodded. I don't eat much. Ning Yi gave a soft huff, clearly implying that he was suggesting she ate a lot. So what if she ate more? She was the kind of girl who could eat all she wanted and not gain a single pound, envy-inducing, wasn't it? With that thought, she snatched the food from Lin Yanga's hand and took a big bite, her expression adorably smug. The two of them sat together, chatting and laughing. Ning Yi was beautiful, with a crisp and pleasant voice that naturally caught the attention of those nearby. Seeing that they were only a duo, a few people approached to ask about forming a party, but Ning Yi politely turned them all down. Those who had seen Lin Yanga's prowess firsthand, however, were much more cautious. They had vivid memories of the scenes, the slaughtered abyssal hellhounds, the abyssal demon whose wings had been severed and body reduced to scraps. Even a level 36 abyssal demon had been effortlessly taken down by him. With such images lingering in their minds, no one dared to provoke him. Instead, they stood by, watching like spectators, waiting to see which unlucky soul would have the audacity to challenge this harbinger of doom. The thick mist began to churn, and a massive, glowing beast emerged, pulling a large cart out of the fog. A Shikigami, someone exclaimed, immediately recognizing the true nature of the beast. It was a Shikigami belonging to an Onmyoji from Sakura country. Onmyoji, a legendary class unique to Sakura country, was a profession steeped in mystery and power. The Shikigami pulled the cart to the dungeon entrance, where a group of people leapt down from it. The cart then disappeared, and the Shikigami vanished as well. There were 11 of them in total, all clad in gleaming golden gear, each radiating an impressive aura. Among them were 2 knights, 3 supports, 5 mages, and 1 Onmyoji. 11 people. Are they attempting the hell difficulty? Someone speculated. Could be. With an Onmyoji in their party, they're probably aiming for the Hell Dungeon. The Hell Dungeon is insanely difficult, but the rewards are amazing. Hell Outpost gear, profession change tokens, those are treasures anyone would want. Too bad it's nearly impossible to find a team for it. Most successful Hell Dungeon clears are done by fixed teams. Have you heard? They say if someone manages to solo clear a Hell-level Outpost dungeon, they can earn a special title. I've heard about that. Titles are even rarer than top-tier equipment. But no one's ever pulled it off. If someone really earned that title, I wonder who it would be. Their loud chatter reached Ning Yi's ears. She leaned closer to Lin Yanga and whispered, "Moyu, is what they're saying true?" She knew Lin Yanga had soloed the Hell-level Outpost dungeon. If there was a title to be had, he would surely have it. It's true. The title is called Dragon Battle King. Ning Yi's eyes sparkled at the revelation. Really? What kind of stats does it give? All attributes plus 500, skill energy cost reduced by 50%. Hearing the stats, Ning Yi let out a gasp of amazement. That's incredible. All attributes plus 500 was already formidable, making it a top-tier boost at their level. The 50% reduction in skill energy cost, that was practically game-changing. It cut consumption in half. Lin Yanga nodded. The title was indeed exceptional. With it, his energy consumption had significantly decreased, making it much easier for him to tank as a shield for the Outpost Guardian. He hardly ever had to worry about running out of energy now. Ning Yi's exclamation had caught the attention of others nearby. Among the newly arrived group, the Sakura country Onmyoji noticed Ning Yi. His eyes lit up with a possessive gleam, and a strong desire emerged within him. But then his gaze shifted to Lin Yanga, and a flicker of hatred crossed his face. So it's them. What a small world. He might not remember Ning Yi, but he would never forget Lin Yanga. Back on Mermaid Island, Lin Yanga had personally killed 2 of his Shikigami, forcing him to flee in disgrace. The loss of his Shikigami had taken a great deal of effort to recover from, and failing the mission had left his reputation in tatters. The grudge had long been set in stone. The Onmyoji leaned toward his companions and whispered a few words. The group immediately began moving toward Lin Yanga. Lin Yanga stepped in front of Ning Yi, his expression turning cold. They're up to no good. Back on Mermaid Island, the Onmyoji had escaped quickly. But here, Lin Yanga had no reason to hold back. The Onmyoji and his party approached, all of them equipped to the teeth and clearly unafraid. This was too good an opportunity for him to pass up. When they were about 10 meters away, they stopped. By this time, a few skeletal figures had already appeared around Lin Yanga. If they got any closer, the skeletons would attack. The Onmyoji stared at Lin Yanga with a dark expression, mixed with some surprise. Back on Mermaid Island, Lin Yanga had been under level 20. But now, the Onmyoji couldn't gauge his level at all. That meant the concealment badge was working, and the level gap between them was now less than 10. The fact that Lin Yanga had made it to the primordial battlefield was proof enough that he had leveled up significantly. Thinking about this, a surge of hatred rose in his heart again. If it weren't for Lin Yanga killing his 2 Shikigami back then, he would have undoubtedly leveled up by now. Suppressing the hatred churning within him, he opened his mouth and said, "Sakura Nation, level 30 Onmyoji, Tojo Taro. The other party introduced himself, and as a citizen of the Xinxia Empire, Lin Yanga would not be rude in return. The Grand Xinxia Empire, with its millennia-old heritage as a top-tier global power, had never faltered in its etiquette. He responded, Xinxia Empire, level 24 Necromancer, Lin Yanga. The moment Lin Yanga revealed his level, mocking laughter erupted from the group behind Tojo Taro. Tojo Taro frowned deeply. I didn't expect his leveling speed to be this fast. The astonishing speed at which Lin Yanga had leveled up caused a trace of unease to creep into Tojo Taro's heart. Moreover, the horde of skeletons surrounding Lin Yanga filled him with a deep sense of dread. Tojo Taro thought to himself that if he couldn't deal with Lin Yanga this time, the next encounter would be even more challenging. Who knew what level Lin Yanga would reach in another 6 months or a year? This time, Tojo Taro had brought an elite squad, confident enough to conquer the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon. Such a rare opportunity was not one he wanted to miss. The two of them already bore grudges against each other, and with his personality, he had to settle the score. In his mind, he believed Lin Yanga likely harbored the same thoughts. As Tojo Taro arrived, several Xinxia Empire professionals nearby stood up one after another. Tojo Taro's brows furrowed involuntarily as he suddenly realized something critical he had overlooked: Xinxia Empire's famed unity. Under the watchful gaze of hundreds of Xinxia Empire professionals, it would be nearly impossible to act against Lin Yanga in such a situation. Yet, the thought of giving up left him feeling unwilling. Tojo-kun, don't act, someone whispered a reminder in Tojo Taro's ear. The pressure of being scrutinized by hundreds of eyes weighed heavily on him. Even though his squad was comprised of elites and confident in overcoming the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon, the sheer number of Xinxia Empire professionals here, 10 times their own, was overwhelming. If surrounded, there was little doubt they would perish here. Tojo Taro quickly acknowledged this reality, nodding subtly before addressing Lin Yanga. At the Pro League, I'll face you again to settle this once and for all. I hope you won't disappoint me. Even though he couldn't act now, he wasn't about to leave without making a statement. Harsh words had to be exchanged, and his pride had to be maintained. Surprisingly, he truly only spoke these few words and refrained from making a move. After that, he turned and left. From start to finish, he said no more than 2 sentences and made no provocative actions. The surrounding Xinxia Empire professionals, who had been on high alert, also began to relax. Since the other side didn't act, there was no reason for them to act either. Ning Yi leaned close and whispered into Lin Yanga's ear, he won't act. There are too many people here. Lin Yanga nodded in agreement. Yeah, he won't act, and neither will I. There were simply too many people present, professionals from various countries. Both sides were hesitant to act casually. After all, this was a world where strength reigned supreme, but neither of them was strong enough yet. Their fists weren't hard enough. Only when their fists were big enough could they act with impunity. Just like Bai Yuan, if he wanted to do something, or kill someone, who would dare to utter even a word of dissent. Bai Yuan had done plenty of things that shook the world in the past. Take, for example, the time he stormed into Stick Nation and massacred indiscriminately. To this day, the people of Stick Nation were still terrified of him. From Tojo Taro's gaze just now, Lin Yanga could clearly sense the intense hatred within. The enmity between them was far from resolved. One day, it would have to be reckoned with. Tojo Taro and his group of 11 entered the dungeon, heading toward the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon. Their team was one short of the maximum number allowed, yet they were evidently brimming with confidence in their abilities. As they disappeared into the dungeon, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated without a trace, and the crowd resumed their laughing and chatting as before. Lin Yanga and Ning Yi sat back down. Time flies. The Pro League is coming up again, Lin Yanga remarked, clearly familiar with the Pro League. In this world of professionals, the Pro League was the most prestigious event, held once every 5 years. It was a grand occasion that professionals from all over the world looked forward to. Professionals of all kinds would participate, engaging in fierce competition. It wasn't just combat-focused professionals who had events to participate in, even support and life-oriented professionals had their own competitions. Of course, the most thrilling events were still the battles between combat-focused professionals, including team battles, solo duels, and no-holds-barred free-for-alls, among other formats. This year's Pro League was set to take place in the Xinxia Empire, and as a global powerhouse, the scale of the event was unprecedented. Countless professionals from around the world would gather in the Xinxia Empire. Ning Yi suggested, we should sign up and participate when the time comes. Lin Yanga smiled faintly. There's only the 2 of us. Team battles require a 5-person team. Ning Yi laughed. Then let's find a few people. With you here, it doesn't matter if we get people who just stand around and do nothing, she teased. Plus, there's always the solo competition. You have to sign up for that. The rewards for winning first place are amazing. Lin Yanga nodded. Every Pro League offered incredibly enticing rewards to its champions. As more teams entered the dungeon, the crowd outside gradually thinned. Suddenly, the insignias on the shoulders of all the Xinxia Empire professionals began to glow, emitting a radiant white light that enveloped the surroundings. The atmosphere instantly became tense under the glow of the light. A military order. What's going on? Could it be an abyssal creature invasion? Someone exclaimed in alarm. The sudden activation of their military insignias could only mean something significant had happened. Moments later, a voice emerged from the glowing insignias. All soldiers of the Xinxia Empire, return to the fortress, assemble. From the moment they donned the sergeant badge, they had become soldiers of the Xinxia Empire. While they could act independently during peacetime, the moment war erupted, they were required to obey orders unconditionally. Without hesitation, all Xinxia soldiers activated their teleportation stones and returned to the fortress. Within the primordial battlefield, even those adventurers engaged in combat within instances received the same command. Despite having reached the boss, or even being in the midst of an intense battle with it, they all disengaged and swiftly exited their instances, using their teleportation stones to return to the fortress. At this moment, the soldiers of the Xinxia Empire were fully assembled. In merely a minute's time, not a single Xinxia soldier remained in front of the outpost instance. Professionals from other nations were dumbfounded. What kind of speed was this? What kind of cohesiveness? A single command, and the entire force returned. Someone threw a detection charm into the instance. They're gone. They really all left, even the ones inside the instance. Xinxia Empire, Xinxia Army, truly formidable. What terrifying unity. This kind of thing could never happen in our country. What we value is freedom, whether we return or not is our personal choice. The state has no right to order us. As they were still discussing, a similar glow emanated from the sergeant badges on their own bodies. Then, a direct command followed, ordering them to return as well. In an instant, those who had been loudly proclaiming their freedom fell silent. Even those who had defiantly claimed they would never follow orders obediently used their teleportation stones to return to their respective fortresses. The primordial battlefield suddenly became sparse, with only a handful of people left. Among them were Taro Higashijo and his team, who had entered a Hell instance and were unaware of what was happening, as the Hell instance cut off the signal from their sergeant badges, preventing them from receiving any notifications. Lin Yanga and Ning Yi appeared together inside the fortress. Beams of light flickered continuously as others teleported back. Everyone's expressions were particularly solemn. They all understood that something major must have occurred. Brother Lin, Miss Ning, a voice called out. Turning toward it, they saw Shi Xingyan waving at them. Shi Xingyan and his team had also returned to the fortress. Ning Yi, her face full of confusion, asked, "What's going on?" In this moment, her playful and mischievous demeanor was gone, replaced by seriousness and gravity. She knew that something truly significant must have happened. Liang Yu pointed toward the watchful eye atop the fortress and said softly, "Look at it." Lin Yanga and Ning Yi both looked up. Lin Yanga muttered under his breath, "It's not spinning." Since arriving at the fortress, the watchful eye had been in constant rotation, never ceasing for even a moment. And now, it had stopped. Something unusual was definitely happening. Shi Xingyan spoke slowly. The direction the watchful eye points to is the direction of an enemy invasion. That direction is the abyss, which means a large number of abyssal creatures are approaching. Otherwise, it wouldn't have summoned all of us back. Lin Yanga caught on to a crucial piece of information. It was the watchful eye itself that issued the military command and summoned everyone back. Shi Xingyan chuckled and said, "Surprised? I was just as shocked the first time I encountered this. The watchful eye is far more powerful than we imagine. I don't fully understand it either, but it's said that every large-scale battle is commanded by it. Even those with great strength have to follow its orders. So that's how it is." Lin Yanga now realized he had underestimated the watchful eye. He had always thought it was merely a surveillance tool for monitoring the abyssal creature's movements. He never expected it to also be responsible for commanding battles. Just a few minutes later, the buzzing sound signaling the end of teleportation echoed. The entire fortress was suddenly enveloped in a protective barrier, its activation reverberating through the structure. All professionals below level 30, to the walls. The sergeant badges of those below level 30 all glowed simultaneously, and they were collectively teleported to the walls. It was clear that this, too, was arranged by the watchful eye, which was overseeing everything and preparing for the battle ahead. Within the fortress, the watchful eye was the undisputed commander. Begin free team formations. Professionals below level 30 are prohibited from leaving the fortress. A soft breeze swept through, and the effect concealing badge levels disappeared. Everyone's professional ranks were now fully visible. Lin Yanga understood the intent behind the watchful eye's actions. It was protecting those below level 30. In the primordial battlefield, professionals below level 30 were relatively weaker and more prone to accidents. Meanwhile, professionals above level 30, equipped with golden tier gear, were much more resilient, especially when working in well-coordinated teams. After all, the attributes of golden tier equipment were not to be underestimated. Everyone quickly began searching for familiar faces to form teams. Naturally, Lin Yang'e and Ning Yi teamed up together without seeking out anyone else. Lin Yang'e didn't need a team, his skeleton summons couldn't benefit from support buffs. As for Ning Yi, she was an assassin below level 30, so there was no need for her to leave the fortress to fight, nor was there much risk for her to remain. Many melee professionals like Ning Yi, who were below level 30, ended up alone. On the other hand, most of the professionals above level 30 had already formed teams, typically comprising 6 members, 1 knight, 2 supports, and 3 damage dealers. For instance, Shi Xing'an already had a complete team. Though they were missing 1 damage dealer, their teamwork was impeccable, making them just as capable as any other team in battle. Among professionals above level 30, solo players were exceedingly rare. The boost from support abilities significantly enhanced combat effectiveness. At that moment, divine light flickered above the fortress. A figure resembling a radiant full moon appeared in mid-air, Mo Yun, mounted on her unicorn, gazing down at the ground with an aloof expression. She was a solo player, with no teammates. She held herself in high regard, looking down on other professionals, and others wisely chose not to approach her. Lin Yang'e felt a bit puzzled and remarked, "I don't see any level 40 professionals who've completed their second advancement." Ning Yi also shook her head and said, "I have no idea why." Everyone present was below level 40 and had yet to complete their second-class advancement. Among them, Mo Yun, who hovered in the sky, was already level 39, making her the highest-level professional in the area. On the platform beneath the observation eye, a figure of immense stature appeared, a man who stood like a towering mountain. His nameplate read, Ni Xiong, level 60, Legion Overlord. Legion Overlord was his profession, an exceedingly rare, legendary class. However, this profession typically served little purpose outside of large-scale Legion wars, where its true potential could be unleashed. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, "The Overlord profession of the Ni family from the southwest. This is a genuine Legion-class profession. The Ni family's bloodline profession, an exclusive class. In a Legion, this is the most critical role, akin to a godlike existence. With him here, this battle will surely end in victory." Ni Xiong raised his sword high, exuding an imperial majesty. With a commanding voice, he declared, "Hear my command, form the Legion." Instantly, the badges of every soldier present began to gleam, and one by one, they joined the Legion. At this moment, no one dared to refuse, no one even entertained the idea of rejecting the call. The Legion is formed. I am your Legion commander. All military achievements will be unified and redistributed after the battle. The Legion is formed. You are now comrades in arms. Friendly fire is disabled. Fight to your heart's content. The Legion is formed. Should anyone falter or retreat in battle, they will face punishment once the fight is over. As he finished speaking, Ni Xiong slashed his sword downward, and a massive halo emerged around him. The halo rapidly expanded, sweeping over everyone present. Strength. A deep, resonant voice echoed, and everyone's strength attribute was increased by 50%. Agility, spirit, constitution. With each shout, another halo surged forth, enhancing every participant's 4 core attributes by 50%. Lin Yang'e was astounded. This was a collective enhancement for the entire Legion, completed in a single instant, unlike the Prophet class, which required individual application of buffs. But the enhancements weren't finished yet. Elemental resistance, mana empowerment, bloodthirsty strike. More skills erupted in quick succession, enveloping everyone in a cascade of buffs. Elemental resistance, increases resistance to elemental damage by 50%. Mana empowerment, boosts spell damage by 30%. Bloodthirsty strike, physical attacks now absorb the enemy's life force to heal the attacker. With these buffs stacking atop one another, the Legion's overall combat strength skyrocketed. Most importantly, these effects did not conflict with the buffs from Prophet class professionals. As a result, the Legion's battle prowess surged by at least 4 or 5 times. Lin Yang'e couldn't help but marvel silently. Too bad his summoned skeletons couldn't benefit from these buffs. If his skeleton army could also be enhanced to this degree, what a spectacular sight that would be. Perhaps, one day, there will be an opportunity, Lin Yang'e thought to himself. He was already powerful enough. If he continued to grow stronger, how would others even survive? Who else could solo the hell difficulty dungeons? Who else could take on world-class bosses single-handedly? At present, only he was capable of such feats. Once the buffs were complete, the teleportation process resumed. Professionals above level 30 were transported to different locations. Melee classes like knights, warriors, and assassins were sent outside the fortress, while ranged classes like support, mages, and archers were stationed on the city walls. The support classes could provide buffs and healing from a distance, while the melee fighters would defend the fortress without stepping outside the range of supportive skills. Experienced warriors quickly formed ranks, preparing to meet the enemy head-on, while the less experienced followed suit. The gates were sealed shut. On the Eternal Great Wall, light shimmered as a protective barrier enveloped the structure. For the warriors outside, there was no retreat, this was the battlefield. They had to fight to the death, with no room for hesitation or cowardice. Meanwhile, the ranged professionals on the wall were in relatively safer positions. As the preparations concluded, a vast black mist began to rise about a kilometer away. The chilling wind that accompanied it swept toward them, carrying an all-too-familiar aura that Lin Yang immediately recognized, the aura of abyssal demons. Moments later, countless black figures burst forth from the fog, an overwhelming horde of abyssal hellhounds, their numbers so vast that they were impossible to count, likely exceeding tens of thousands. The hellhounds charged toward Fortress 1 with terrifying howls, their cries chilling to the bone. Soon after, other demons emerged from the black mist, primarily abyssal dog demons that Lin Yang had encountered and slain in the past. Their levels ranged from 36 to 38. As Shi Xingyan had previously mentioned, the abyss was incapable of teleporting higher-level demons to this area. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught, many professionals grew visibly nervous. Most of them were only accustomed to fighting small groups of monsters in dungeons and had never faced an enemy force of such staggering magnitude. Gripping their weapons tightly, their palms and foreheads broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Ni Xiong unleashed one final skill. Skill, Morale Surge. Morale Surge, dispel fear and boost morale. For 10 minutes, defense is increased by 30% and attack power is increased by 30%. This was the final buff before the battle. In the blink of an eye, the abyssal hellhounds had crossed the kilometer-wide gap and reached the fortress. The warriors let out a unified battle cry, their spirits soaring, and clashed head-on with the oncoming horde. From atop the city walls, arrows rained down like a storm, while mages unleashed their spells in a dazzling display of destruction. High in the air, Mo Yun rode atop her unicorn as it unleashed a massive orb of holy energy. The orb crashed into the ground with divine radiance, obliterating over a dozen abyssal hellhounds in a single strike. At level 39, Mo Yun far outclassed the level 31 hellhounds. Her holy power was a natural counter to the abyssal creatures, and combined with her buffs, her attacks were utterly devastating, leaving the hellhounds no chance of survival. Tisk, TSK. Impressive, little lady, why don't you come back and bear my children? A sinister laugh echoed as a new enemy appeared. A flying abyssal demon, a dog demon, swung its spiked club toward Mo Yun. However, her unicorn reacted with lightning speed, dodging the attack while delivering a powerful kick to the demon. With a pained scream, the demon was sent hurtling backward. However, in the next moment, more demons swarmed in, launching a siege against Mo Yun. For the moment, Mo Yun could only fend off the attacking demons, unable to spare any effort to deal with the abyssal hellhounds. On the city walls, mages and archers were unleashing their attacks with full force, spells and arrows raining down like a torrential storm. Lin Yang lightly tapped her finger, and in a flash, 70 skeletal mages appeared below the city walls. What is that? Where did so many skeletons come from? Damn, they're all mages. The sudden appearance of the skeletal mages startled the people on the city walls. However, their initial alarm quickly gave way to relief as the skeletal mages began collectively targeting the abyssal hellhounds. The power of the skeletal mages was no weaker than that of level 30 human mages, and their extraordinary mental strength granted them unparalleled endurance, making energy consumption a non-issue. The skeletal mages were like combat machines turned into turrets, continuously unleashing their spells. Scared me to death. I thought they were skeletons from the abyss. Quit joking, the abyss doesn't have skeletons. Don't overreact. Skeletons are part of the undead faction. There's no undead in the abyss. I've never heard of it. By the way, whose summoned creatures are these? There are just too many of them. Some people instinctively looked toward Lin Yang. They had seen her skeletons in action before and knew just how formidable they were. Following the release of the skeletal mages, 140 skeletal warriors also emerged, leaping down from the city walls to join the fray. Even without any buffs, the level 24 skeletal warriors boasted an incredible 18,000 in their 4 main attributes, easily surpassing level 30 knights in combat prowess. Against the abyssal hellhounds, they were utterly dominant. These skeletons are incredible. Not just incredible, their numbers are insane. This summoner is too powerful. Since when was there such an overpowered class? Each skeleton looks like it's on par with a top-tier warrior. This battle is as good as won. Lin Yang raised her palm, a red glow emanating from her hand. Skill, slow curse. With a thunderous boom, the entire battlefield was engulfed in red light. Crimson shackles appeared above the heads of the abyssal hellhounds, and their speed plummeted instantly. Within a 3,600-meter radius, their movements were slowed by a staggering 36 times, making them appear as if they were moving in slow motion. At first, the human combatants struggled to adjust to the sudden change, but soon their confusion turned to elation. Whoa, whose skill is this? The effect is insane. This must have slowed them down dozens of times. There's no threat left at all. It's like playing a game. Come on, let's start target practice. Even the demons in mid-air who were surrounding Mo Yun were affected by the curse, their movement significantly slowed. However, due to their higher level and stronger attributes, they fared slightly better than the hellhounds. Curse! Damn humans! A furious roar echoed from within the black mist 1,000 meters away. The range of the slow curse was so vast that even the entity within the mist seemed to have been affected. Lin Yanga speculated that the black mist was a portal to the abyss, but its exact location within the abyss was unclear. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the mist, exploding into a shower of firelight in the air. Strangely, the flames didn't harm anyone, instead burning away the crimson shackles of the slow curse. The shackles quickly faded and shattered in the flames, and the curse was dispelled. The abyssal hellhounds and demon hounds swiftly regained their normal speed. At that moment, more abyssal demon hounds emerged from the black mist, their numbers now exceeding 100. They charged straight into the battlefield, with some heading for Mo Yun to launch a coordinated assault. Ha! Without the curse, you're all going to die. I didn't expect humans to have a class proficient in curses. It doesn't matter, abyssal demons are the masters of curses. You're all doomed. The demons howled wildly in glee, but their triumph lasted only a second. In the next moment, the net of curses descended once again, the slow curse was back. The frenzied howls came to an abrupt halt, even dragging into elongated tones. If you dispel the curse, I'll recast it. Let's see who's faster. Once again, flames appeared in the air, burning away the shackles and dispelling the curse. But Lin Yanga immediately recast it the moment it vanished. Back and forth they went, neither side giving an inch. The ones suffering the most were the abyssal demons and hellhounds, their combat rhythm utterly disrupted, turning the battle into a farce. The human combatants were unaffected, seizing the opportunity to unleash a torrent of attacks, dealing massive damage in a short time. Under the influence of the curse, the hellhounds were utterly defenseless and were cleared out one by one. For the humans, it was an exhilarating slaughter, unlike anything they had ever experienced. One demon hound fell from the sky, easily dispatched by Mo Yun. Slowed to a crawl, the dozen or so demon hounds seemed to be the ones surrounded by Mo Yun instead. The unicorn's attacks were ferocious, each strike inflicting devastating damage on the hounds. In the black mist, the demons were driven into a frenzy, the fog surging violently. You're dead. An enraged voice echoed from the mist, but Lin Yanga paid it no mind, continuing to cast her curses relentlessly. The battle's rhythm had been completely disrupted. A furious roar erupted from the mist, followed by a deluge of ethereal flames that swept over the battlefield. The flames burned continuously, obliterating the curses and leaving no chance for Lin Yanga to recast them. Without the curse, the battle rhythm returned to normal. Under the protection of their formations, the human mages unleashed their area of effect spells with abandon, dealing damage to groups of enemies simultaneously. However, the sheer number of abyssal hellhounds seemed endless, as if no matter how many were killed, more would take their place. Some demon hounds managed to break through, charging toward the fortress, only to be blocked by the energy shields surrounding it. No matter how fiercely they attacked, they couldn't breach the shield and were forced to return to the battlefield to fight the human warriors. The demon hounds were significantly stronger than the abyssal hellhounds, posing a considerable threat to the human combatants, especially those below level 35, who found themselves in grave danger. From atop the city walls, support classes continuously cast healing spells to aid the warriors below. Cries of pain echoed as some fighters sustained serious injuries. A demon hound grabbed one combatant and hurled him far away. This is bad. He's too far. He's out of my healing range. What do we do? He's going to die. The warriors below were surrounded and unable to break free to rescue him. The man was thrown into the midst of the hellhounds and was moments away from being torn apart. Just then, a beam of light enveloped him, and he disappeared in an instant. A second later, he reappeared on the city wall, saved by the Watcher's Eye, which oversaw the entire battlefield and teleported those in danger back to safety. While it couldn't guarantee zero casualties, it minimized the losses as much as possible. The healers immediately tended to his wounds, and within seconds, he was back to fighting, leaping off the walls to rejoin the battle. Fighting, slaying demons. In this moment, the resolve of the Xinxia people was united like never before. Lin Yanga observed the battlefield, fully aware that continuing the fight like this could drag on indefinitely, with potential casualties mounting. She suddenly raised her head and said to Ni Xiong, I request permission to leave the city and join the battle. Ni Xiong's gaze fell on Lin Yanga, and many other combatants turned their attention to her as well. Ning Yi, understanding what Lin Yanga intended to do, looked at her with concern but didn't stop her. After a brief moment, Ni Xiong nodded in agreement. Permission granted. Be careful, Ning Yi said worriedly. Don't worry, Lin Yanga replied calmly. Lin Yanga patted Ning Yi's small hand lightly before turning around and leaping off the city wall. After requesting permission to join the battle outside the city and receiving approval, he had jumped without hesitation. His actions left many onlookers baffled, sparking a wave of discussion. Why did he go down there? What is he planning to do? Wasn't he the one who cast that curse earlier? Not just the curse, the skeletal warriors on the battlefield and the skeletal mages on the city walls were all summoned by him. He's a necromancer. He looks like a summoner, and his summons are indeed powerful and numerous, but why would he go down there himself? No idea. The Legion commander approved it, so there must be a reason. Coincidentally, Lin Yanga landed right next to Shishingen. Shishingen had just fended off an abyssal hellhound when he turned to see Lin Yanga, startled. Lin Jr., why are you down here too? Lin Yanga gave a faint smile and uttered two simple words, clean up. These two words, though brief, carried an air of absolute dominance. 1,000 meters away, the abyssal demons lurking in the black fog also spotted Lin Yanga. They immediately let out enraged roars. He dares to leave the city. Kill him with everything we've got. Dozens of abyssal hellhounds turned their sights on Lin Yanga, charging at him en masse. The abyssal dog demons followed suit, rushing toward him as well. Even the demons that had been locked in combat with Mo Yun redirected their focus, converging on Lin Yanga. In that instant, Lin Yanga became the primary target of every abyssal creature on the battlefield. Watch out! Without hesitation, Shishingen stepped in front of Lin Yanga, shielding him. The abyssal dog demons and hellhounds were already upon them. But Lin Yanga's lips curled into a small smile. Perfect timing. With a slight downward press of his palm, he enveloped both himself and Shishingen in layers of bone armor. The battle had been raging for several minutes, and the ground was littered with the corpses of abyssal hellhounds. Lin Yanga's smile deepened as he glanced at the bodies around him. Locking onto the nearest corpse, he activated his skill, Corpse Explosion. Boom! A deafening explosion sent a massive wave of abyssal hellhounds flying in pieces. Even the abyssal dog demons were severely impacted, screaming as they were hurled backward. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, explosions erupted in quick succession. Wave after wave of abyssal hellhounds were obliterated, while the abyssal dog demons, though tougher, were struck multiple times mid-air before crashing to the ground, broken, with wings crippled, barely clinging to life. Lin Yanga moved swiftly across the battlefield, expanding the range of his destruction. Any abyssal creatures that survived the explosions were mercilessly finished off by skeletal warriors. Skeletal mages leaped down from the city walls, joining the battlefield in a thorough cleanup, leaving no abyssal creature alive. Before anyone realized it, the battlefield had fallen into an eerie silence. All eyes turned to Lin Yanga in awe. He stood amidst the carnage like a god of death, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. What kind of skill is that? It's terrifying. Incredible. That skill is a battlefield weapon. My god, he cleared the entire field by himself. What use are we now? He can summon hordes of powerful skeletons, cast curses, and launch devastating area attacks. This class is unstoppable. How can a necromancer be this strong? Ning Yi's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, overjoyed by Lin Yanga's prowess. In mere minutes, Lin Yanga stood victorious amidst the battlefield, surrounded by skeletal warriors. Not a single abyssal creature remained. Above the battlefield, Missouri Yun observed Lin Yanga and his skeletal minions with lingering disdain in her eyes, though it was noticeably less intense than during their first encounter. The black fog churned violently, and a voice emerged from within. So, you were the one who killed my little pets the last 2 times as well. I'll remember you, Lin Yanga, necromancer of the divine Xia Empire. I'll remember you, and I swear I'll kill you. The voice was filled with madness and venom, brimming with hatred for Lin Yanga. Lin Yanga remained unfazed by the abyssal demon king's threats. Instead, he began walking toward the black fog. The professionals on the city walls watched in stunned confusion, murmuring among themselves. What is he doing now? No idea. Surely he's not planning to attack the black fog. That's the abyssal demon king's teleportation array. It's way beyond our level. Wait, look at his skeletons. The skeletal warriors were dragging the corpses of abyssal dog demons, sprinting toward the black fog. They bypassed Lin Yanga and hurled the bodies into the fog. Just as the corpses were about to disappear into the mist, Lin Yanga activated his skill, detonating them. Explosions roared one after another as at least 30 corpses were thrown into the black fog and blown apart. Arg! The black fog churned violently, twisting and dissipating as an enraged howl erupted from within. You dare! I'll kill you! I swear I'll kill you! Lin Yanga sighed softly. As expected, he couldn't truly harm the opponent. The gap in level was too vast. The corpses of 30-something abyssal dog demons were far from enough to inflict significant damage, let alone destroy the teleportation array. He knew he still had a long road ahead. Suddenly, a blazing eye of flame appeared within the black fog. The moment the flaming eye manifested, a chill ran down Lin Yanga's spine. He retreated rapidly as skeletal warriors materialized before him, forming a barrier between him and the eye. A beam of fiery light shot forth from the flaming eye, hurtling toward Lin Yanga. The skeletal warriors blocking its path were flung aside like ants, unable to withstand its force. The fiery beam struck Lin Yanga, causing his bone armor to erupt in dazzling light. He staggered back as the bone armor cracked apart within 2 seconds, shattering entirely. The fire then struck Lin Yanga directly. The damage transfer effect activated, redirecting all of the damage he should have taken to his skeletal minions. Cracks spread across the skeletons' bodies under the overwhelming force. The fire's power was immense, and Lin Yanga's own defenses were too weak. The damage was more than enough to kill him hundreds of times over. The skeletons suffered grievous injuries as the attack bypassed their physical defenses entirely, dealing pure damage. Lin Yanga, however, remained composed. While retreating, he swiftly cast another layer of bone armor on himself. The new armor shone brightly before shattering under the relentless assault. At this moment, the Watcher's Eye activated. Lin Yanga vanished instantly, reappearing atop the city wall. The fiery beam, now unobstructed, slammed into the fortress's protective barrier. The barrier roared under the impact, glowing brilliantly and illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. Not only the fortress barrier but the entire eternal Great Wall began to radiate light. Amid the dazzling brilliance, a ray of energy shot out from the Watcher's Eye, piercing into the black fog. A pained scream echoed as the flaming eye within the fog was grievously injured and vanished on the spot. Lin Yanga, I will never let you go. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the black mist dissipated and vanished, leaving everyone to breathe a collective sigh of relief. It was finally over. However, the manner in which this war concluded was far too extraordinary, almost entirely the work of Lin Yanga alone. Without a doubt, when it came time to distribute the military merits, Lin Yanga would undoubtedly claim the lion's share. Are you okay? Ningyi's small face was filled with worry as she clutched Lin Yanga's hand, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yanga shook his head and forced a faint smile. I'm fine. Even he hadn't expected that the Abyssal Demon King would make a personal move in the end. Its attack was overwhelmingly powerful, even with the teleportation array as a buffer, the force was beyond what his body could endure. His skeletal armor, which boasted a staggering 72,000 constitution, had held out for only 2 seconds before shattering under the assault. It was terrifyingly fragile in the face of such might. Fortunately, the damage transfer ability had saved him, otherwise, he would have been finished. He admitted to himself that he had been reckless. He shouldn't have gone in, and he definitely shouldn't have attempted to destroy the Black Mist. It was entirely beyond his capabilities. He realized that his overconfidence after clearing the battlefield had nearly cost him dearly. He was lucky, very lucky, to have survived. Retracting his skeletal warriors and skeletal mages into the summoning space to recover, Lin Yanga watched as the fortress's protective shield gradually dissolved. The battle was finally over. The Eye of Observation resumed its slow rotation above the fortress, its mystical gaze scanning the skies. Occupation holders began sitting on the ground, chatting and laughing. No casualties, this was the best possible outcome. Whenever people looked at Lin Yanga, their gazes were filled with admiration and respect. His performance in the battle had been nothing short of extraordinary. However, among those admiring gazes, there was one exception, Zhou Lisheng. His eyes held a trace of jealousy. He, too, had been on the battlefield, valiantly fighting on the front lines, his aura shining brightly. He had given it his all, slaughtering the abyssal hellhounds without hesitation. As a legendary class occupation holder, he lived up to the title. His combat power was formidable, and the aura beneath his feet was so powerful that the abyssal hellhounds couldn't even get close to him. But his aura was limited to benefiting himself and his teammates. It had no effect on the larger army, which meant he had only managed to kill a handful of abyssal hellhounds. If this battle had dragged on longer, if it weren't for you, the one standing in the limelight would have been me, Zhou Lisheng thought bitterly. It's all because of you, because you ended the battle so quickly, stealing my moment to shine. I am a legendary class occupation holder. I am a holy light knight. I am the one who should bask in glory. His resentment toward Lin Yanga deepened, especially when he saw Ningyi anxiously holding Lin Yanga's hand. His hatred surged further. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, wishing that the Abyssal Demon King's attack had killed Lin Yanga. Why was Lin Yanga still alive? Abyssal Demon King, you useless piece of trash, he spat venomously under his breath, closing his eyes to block out the sight that only aggravated him further. A few minutes later, from the highest point of the fortress, Ni Xiong's deep, resonant voice echoed across the field. Now, we will begin distributing military merits. Everyone perked up immediately. The moment of reward had arrived. Although it was clear that Lin Yanga would take the majority of the credits, the others were still eager to see how much they would receive. Ni Xiong's voice rolled across the crowd like thunder. In this battle, we have collectively slain numerous abyssal hellhounds. Fortress defense merit, 3,000. No one retreated or showed cowardice, 2,000. Total military merit, 25,000. Our total number of occupation holders, 1,052. Excluding Lin Yanga and Mo Yun, each person will be awarded 20 merits. Mo Yun will receive 500 merits, and Lin Yanga will receive 3,500 merits. Everyone reacted with a knowing expression. This division of merit was entirely expected. While 20 merits might seem modest, it was actually quite a lot. Under normal circumstances, earning 20 merits required killing 20 abyssal hellhounds. For a 5-person team, that meant slaying 100 abyssal hellhounds just to earn 20 merits each. To earn that amount in a matter of minutes during a fortress defense was already quite generous. No one objected to Mo Yun receiving 500 merits. After all, she had single-handedly killed 2 abyssal hellhounds and numerous abyssal hellhounds as well. As for Lin Yanga, everyone was in unanimous agreement. His performance was nothing short of awe-inspiring. At least 80% of the abyssal hellhounds had died at his hands. Out of 100 abyssal hellhounds, Mo Yun had taken down 2, while the rest were obliterated by Lin Yanga. Without his curses at the beginning of the battle, the fight wouldn't have gone nearly as smoothly. His 3,500 merits were well-deserved, and even Mo Yun had no objections. The only person dissatisfied was Zhou Lisheng. Why do I only get 20 while he gets 3,500? He fumed internally. Why is my score not even a fraction of his? I'm a holy light knight, a legendary class occupation holder. How could I be inferior to him? But he dared not voice these thoughts aloud. In the army, orders were absolute, and the commander's word was final. To question it would be to invite trouble, possibly even expulsion from the legion. As the merits flowed into their military badges, some soldiers saw their ranks rise, while others found themselves just a step away from promotion. The influx of merits brought joy to many. Ning Yi jumped up excitedly, thrilled that she had been promoted to a 2-star private. I didn't even do anything, and I still got 20 merits, the little girl exclaimed, deeply satisfied. Lin Yanga's military badge, however, shone far brighter than anyone else's. Its brilliance was several times that of the others. Stars began to appear on his badge, 6, 7, 8, all the way to 10. Then, his badge underwent a transformation, changing from a white private's badge to a silver second lieutenant's badge. A second lieutenant was already considered an officer rank. On the battlefield, any enlisted soldier, regardless of their level, would have to address him as Sir. Even if they were level 50 or had undergone their second-class advancement, as long as their rank was below Lin Yanga's, they were bound by military regulations to show respect. Once the badge turned silver, it stopped evolving. It bore no stars. Of the 3,500 merits Lin Yanga had earned, 500 had elevated him to a 10-star private. The remaining 3,000 merits had pushed him to a second lieutenant. Beyond this point, each additional star required 10,000 merits, 100 times the previous requirement. Advancing further in rank would be extraordinarily challenging. To achieve such feats, he would need to venture deep into the abyssal battlefield and hunt true abyssal demons. Ning Yi glanced at the silver badge on Lin Yanga's shoulder. Wow, you're a second lieutenant now. Greetings, sir. She playfully saluted him, leaving Lin Yanga both amused and exasperated. You might be the youngest second lieutenant ever, she said cheerfully. At just 18 years old, Lin Yanga had only recently completed his major exams. Most occupation holders his age were either entering advanced academies or struggling to find their place in the world. None could compare to him, already over level 20, fighting on the abyssal battlefield, and slaying countless abyssal creatures. A second lieutenant of his age was truly unprecedented. Many were overjoyed as their military ranks were promoted, basking in the moment until the brilliance faded entirely. The Legion commander, Ni Xiong, continued speaking. Lin Yanga, 18 years old, is officially the youngest second lieutenant in our nation's history. By approval, he is specially granted the title Star of Xinxia. As his words fell, Lin Yanga's sergeant badge erupted with dazzling light once more, completely enveloping him. Title acquired, Star of Xinxia. Star of Xinxia, all attributes plus 300, skill consumption reduced by 20%, damage reduction by 10%. Lin Yanga glanced at the title's attributes. Compared to his own Dragon Battle King title, it fell short. Additionally, the two titles could not coexist. He could only use one at a time. Needless to say, he would certainly choose the Dragon Battle King title. Ni Xiong revealed a peculiar expression. You already have a title. His words immediately caught everyone's attention. No one expected Lin Yanga to already possess a title. Titles were not something easily obtained, they required meeting highly stringent and unique conditions. What's more, a single title could only belong to one person at a time. The previous holder of the Star of Xinxia title was unclear, but with Lin Yanga becoming the youngest second lieutenant in the Xinxia Empire's history, the title naturally passed to him. Lin Yanga nodded. Yes, I already have a title. Ni Xiong asked, where did you obtain it? From the Dragonfront Outpost dungeon, Hell difficulty, Lin Yanga replied without hesitation. There was no point in hiding it, no one could take it from him anyway. A collective gasp spread through the crowd. Everyone present was taken aback, their shock rendering them speechless. Even Mo Yun, who had always been prideful, struggled to believe it as her gaze fixed on Lin Yanga. She herself had once attempted to solo the dungeon but was forced to retreat in utter defeat. So the rumors were true, there really is a title for the hell difficulty of the Outpost dungeon. He actually soloed the hell difficulty of the Dragonfront Outpost dungeon. My god, how is that even possible? Is this something a human can accomplish? I thought that title was just a myth. I didn't think it was real. Maybe only someone like him could manage it. Who else could summon so many creatures, and ones that are so powerful at that? As the murmurs grew louder, Ni Xiong barked sharply, silence. The crowd immediately fell quiet. The Legion had not yet disbanded, and at present, Ni Xiong was still the highest-ranking commander. In a flash of light, Lin Yanga was transported to Ni Xiong's side. Could you describe the title's effects and how you obtained it? The Empire's database requires such records. At this point, Ni Xiong was no longer issuing an order but making a request. Titles were part of one's personal information and inaccessible without permission. However, for the sake of the Empire's archives, he had to discuss it with Lin Yanga. Lin Yanga did not conceal anything. I earned it by soloing the Hell Difficulty Dungeon Dragonfront Outpost. Its effects are, all attributes plus 550% reduction in skill consumption. Ni Xiong's eyes gleamed with admiration. An excellent title, especially the 50% reduction in skill consumption. That's incredibly beneficial for mage-type professions. You're quite remarkable. As a trade-off, I'll grant you access to the military facilities within the fortress. Lin Yanga was slightly surprised. Certain facilities within the fortress were strictly military and off-limits to ordinary individuals. Military merit acted as the key to access, with a minimum rank of 3-star second lieutenant required. Currently, Lin Yanga wasn't even a 1-star second lieutenant, so he originally had no right to enter. He hadn't expected Ni Xiong to hold the authority to grant him access. It was then that Lin Yanga noticed the badge on Ni Xiong's shoulder, a purple badge. He was a general, and the 3 stars on the badge shone brilliantly. Ni Xiong said, "You can use the military facilities, but they still require military merit as payment. Your merits are limited, so spend them wisely." Lin Yanga nodded slightly. "Thank you, sir." After Lin Yanga returned, Ni Xiong finally issued his last command. With this battle concluded, the Legion is disbanded. And so, a sudden and intense battle came to an end. Everyone was now free to return to their own affairs. Though the confrontation had lasted less than an hour, each person had experienced something extraordinary. Lin Yanga's overwhelming abilities had left them in awe. The revelation that he had soloed the Hell Difficulty dungeon only deepened their disbelief. At this moment, the teleportation array lit up, and squads of people began to return. These were high-ranking professionals, all military personnel. Clad in uniform attire, they exuded an imposing presence. Upon exiting the teleportation array, they quickly departed without saying a word to the other professionals present, not even sparing them a glance. Among them, Lin Yanga recognized one familiar face, the guard stationed at the city gate who had kindly warned him to be cautious. That guard hadn't been present during the earlier battle, along with all the other high-ranking professionals. They had seemingly vanished to address other pressing matters. Soon, many people's communicators began to ring. During the battle, the communicators had been jammed, but now communication was restored. As people answered, various voices emerged. "Did you hear? Just now, abyssal creatures launched attacks on nations across the globe. They say Xinxia Empire's Fortress No. 7 was hit by high-level monsters. The fighting there was brutal. What about Fortress No. 1? It's the furthest from the abyss. Was it safer?" Shi Xingyan approached Lin Yanga, his expression somewhat grave. "The abyss didn't just attack us here." Through Shi Xingyan's explanation, Lin Yanga gradually learned the broader situation. It turned out the abyss had launched a large-scale assault, targeting multiple locations simultaneously. Within the Xinxia Empire, aside from Fortress No. 1, where they were stationed, Fortresses No. 7 and No. 8 had also come under attack. All the high-ranking professionals in the military had been deployed to support those fortresses. Reportedly, the battles in those locations were even fiercer, with third-tier professionals participating in the fray. This wasn't limited to the Xinxia Empire. Sakura Nation, Stick Nation, and Eagle Nation had also been attacked, and the intensity of those assaults was no less severe. Shi Xingyan remarked, "Our Xinxia Empire was relatively fortunate, with no significant casualties. I hear Sakura Nation and Stick Nation suffered heavily, they lost many professionals." For professionals, injuries or even the loss of a limb might not be a major concern. But if one lost their life, there was truly no remedy. War, especially the war between humanity in the abyss, is unimaginably brutal. It is a battle for survival between races, no survivors, no prisoners, and no surrender. Only two outcomes exist: life or death. Shi Xingyan continued, our fortress number 1 is the furthest from the abyss. Along the way, there are 9 other fortresses shielding us from the abyssal forces, so the impact here is minimal. Moreover, the Empire's top-tier powerhouses have set up layers of defenses, making it extremely difficult for the abyss to transport overly powerful demons here. However, this doesn't mean absolute safety. Some demons are skilled at stealth and might infiltrate quietly to carry out assassinations. So, when you're operating on the origin battlefield, you must be exceptionally cautious. This time, Lin Yange's performance had been too outstanding. The abyssal demons had already etched his name into their memory. If they had the chance, they would stop at nothing to eliminate him. At only level 24, Lin Yange could effortlessly slay abyssal creatures over level 30. Once he fully matured, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the abyss. In the past, there had been other prodigies among humanity, some of whom had tragically fallen victim to assassinations by the abyss before they could reach their potential. Lin Yange couldn't help but be more vigilant. Solemnly, he said, I'll be careful. Ning Yi ran up to Lin Yange, her face lit up with a radiant smile. Done chatting? She asked cheerfully. Lin Yange nodded and replied, yes, we're done. Let's rest in the city for a bit, and then we can go grind some dungeons. Ning Yi nodded eagerly, her excitement evident. Sure. She could hardly contain her happiness at the thought of dungeon crawling with Lin Yange. Just then, a ringing sound interrupted them. Ning Yi's communicator buzzed. She answered it with a playful grin, saying, Grandpa, what made you think of calling me? Weren't you supposed to leave me alone during missions? From the communicator came a voice, old yet commanding, where are you right now? Ning Yi replied, I'm at fortress number 1 on the origin battlefield. The voice on the other end audibly sighed in relief. Stay where you are. I'll come over immediately. Ning Yi's expression shifted slightly, and she let out an oh. After ending the call, she turned to Lin Yange and said, my grandpa's coming over. Lin Yange didn't show much reaction, merely nodding and saying, then we'll wait for him. Ning Yi seemed a bit uneasy. Why would grandpa suddenly decide to come here? She wondered aloud. Lin Yange thought for a moment and said, maybe he's worried about you. The communicator was shielded just now, it's only natural for an elder to worry about their granddaughter. A few minutes later, a figure emerged from the teleportation array, an old man clad in the distinctive long robes of the divine Xia Empire, looking spirited and full of energy. Grandpa, Ning Yi called out sweetly. Lin Yange's eyes narrowed slightly. This elderly man was no ordinary figure. The emblem of the Xia Capital Academy on his attire indicated he was associated with the prestigious institution, and the 5-star general insignia on his shoulder marked him as a divine general, on par with Bai Yuan. Such individuals were few and far between in the divine Xia Empire, each a legendary figure immortalized in textbooks. His surname was Ning, and he was a 5-star divine general, Ning Tairan. A wave of respect surged through Lin Yange's heart. This was a man of the same caliber as Bai Yuan, a towering figure in history. To think he was Ning Yi's grandfather, it all made sense now. No wonder Ning Yi didn't think much of mid-tier skill scrolls, she was Ning Tairan's granddaughter. Ning Tairan stepped out of the teleportation array, visibly relieved to see Ning Yi safe and sound. But in the next second, his expression darkened. His sharp gaze narrowed, pupils constricting with danger, as he noticed his precious granddaughter's hand entwined with that of a young man. And this young man, he knew him. Lin Yange. Ning Tairan barked sharply. Lin Yange was momentarily stunned. You know me? He asked. Let go of that filthy paw of yours. Ning Tairan growled again. Pardon. Lin Yange was baffled, unable to immediately grasp the temper of this legendary figure. Ning Yi, however, understood perfectly. With a soft humph, she stepped in front of Lin Yange, shielding him. Grandpa, what do you think you're doing? She demanded. Seeing Ning Yi, Ning Tairan's imposing aura dissipated instantly. His face broke into a smile as he said, nothing, just testing this boy's courage. It seems he's got some nerve. Ning Yi snorted and glared at him. You're not allowed to bully Muyu, or I won't talk to you anymore. Ning Tairan's expression shifted dramatically. That won't do at all. Don't worry, Grandpa won't bully him. Otherwise, that old rascal Bai Yuan will tear down my dungeon hall. Now that's more like it, Ning Yi said with a satisfied nod. She turned to Lin Yange and said, this is my grandpa. You've probably guessed his name already, so I won't bother introducing him. Lin Yange nodded. Greetings, Elder Ning, he said politely. Ning Tairan waved dismissively. Alright, no need for all the formalities. Though his tone toward Lin Yange remained curt, he made an effort to restrain his temper for Ning Yi's sake. Still, his eyes lingered on their clasped hands. Ning Yi showed no intention of letting go of Lin Yange's hand, leaving Ning Tairan helpless. Why did you rush over here, Grandpa? Ning Yi asked. Ning Tairan huffed and said, I'm here to take you back. That fool, your second uncle, actually let you come to the origin battlefield for a mission. He must be losing his mind in his old age. Ning Yi's expression turned peculiar. But second grandpa said it was your order to assign me this mission, she replied. Ning Tairan froze for a moment before retorting, that's utter nonsense. That fool acted on his own without consulting me. I happened to be busy at the time, and he seized the opportunity. He reached out, trying to pull Ning Yi away. Come on, my dear granddaughter, let's go home. No more missions, he urged. But Ning Yi dodged his hand, shaking her head. Since second grandpa assigned the mission and I accepted it, I have to see it through. You taught me to always finish what I start. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Ning Tairan grew anxious. There are plenty of missions you can do back at the academy. Why insist on staying at the origin battlefield? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is here? What if something happens to you? He argued. That fool, your second uncle, is an absolute idiot. When I get back, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Ning Yi pouted and said, there's no danger with Muyu around. He promised to take me dungeon crawling, and I'm going to complete my Hell Outpost set. She kept referring to Lin Yanga as Muyu, which made Ning Tairan's face darken further. The jealousy was practically visible as he glared at Lin Yanga. Boy, say something. The origin battlefield is too dangerous. I don't want Yi risking her life here, he said, his tone carrying an unmistakable threat. Lin Yanga spoke softly, I respect Yi's choice. You. Ning Tairan widened his eyes, his expression fierce. Ning Yi stepped forward and said, Grandpa, you are not allowed to threaten Muyu, or I won't talk to you anymore. Ning Tairan's imposing demeanor immediately melted away like snow under the sun. He forced a smile and said, all right. You said you want to run the Hell Outpost dungeon with this boy. How about Grandpa sends a few people to join you and help? In his mind, a Hell-level dungeon would require at least 10 people, and forming a party could be troublesome. If he sent some of his own people, they shouldn't refuse, right? Unexpectedly, Ning Yi replied, no need. Muyu's taking me to solo it. That's impossible. Are you two trying to get yourselves killed? Ning Tairan couldn't stay calm, exclaiming loudly. Ning Yi let out a dismissive humph and said, Grandpa, take a look at this. She waved the Hell Outpost dagger in front of Ning Tairan, showing it off. Ning Tairan still looked incredulous. You two are really running a hell difficulty dungeon? Ning Yi giggled and said, not we two. To be precise, Muyu is running it for me. I don't have to do anything, just eat snacks and clear the dungeon effortlessly. Really? Ning Tairan was left speechless. He had some understanding of Lin Yanga's dungeon clearing abilities. This was the guy who had solo carried a team of 39 through the Tyrant Desert, a massive dungeon. But to think he could solo run a hell-level dungeon from the Dragon Clan? If that were true, then when Lin Yanga leveled up further, wouldn't he be able to solo other hell-level dungeons too? At the very least, Ning Yi's gear was no longer something he needed to worry about. With this realization, Lin Yanga, this kid, seemed a bit more pleasing to the eye. As he scrutinized Lin Yanga, his gaze landed on the sergeant insignia on Lin Yanga's shoulder. His eyes widened in shock as he let out another exclamation. How did you become a second lieutenant? How is this even possible? Ning Yi rolled her eyes and said, Grandpa, can you stop freaking out? You're not young anymore. Can't you calm down for once? Second uncle is much better than you. He never panics no matter what happens. Isn't becoming a second lieutenant pretty normal? Alright, Grandpa, you should head back now. We'll return in a few days, don't worry. After being lectured by his granddaughter, Ning Tairan finally calmed down and said, then make sure to come back for the upcoming professional tournament in a few days. I know. Now go back already, Ning Yi said, growing impatient. Lin Yanga also bid farewell to Ning Tairan, saying, don't worry, sir. I'll take good care of Yi. Ning Yi tugged Lin Yanga away, leaving Ning Tairan standing there in a daze. People bustled around them, yet it seemed as if no one noticed Ning Tairan, as though he didn't exist. Similarly, during their conversation earlier, no one nearby had overheard a single word. It was clear this was one of Ning Tairan's tricks. Otherwise, given his status, anyone seeing him would undoubtedly gather around. No, this kid isn't normal. I need to investigate. After mulling it over for a while, Ning Tairan turned around and headed toward the fortress. Officer's rest area quickly restores stamina and eliminates fatigue. Officer's skill training ground accelerates mental recovery and enhances skill training speed. Officer's teleportation array allows transport to several designated locations. Military merit exchange shop enables the purchase of specific supplies using military merits. These were the facilities of Fortress No. 1, most of which were inaccessible to professionals below level 40. Reaching a 3-star second lieutenant rank below level 40 was an exceedingly rare feat. Even those who had completed a second-class transfer and surpassed level 40 might not necessarily hold a second lieutenant rank. Originally, Lin Yanga wouldn't have qualified either. However, due to his exceptional performance in combat and his title as the Star of Xinxia, Ni Xiong had had granted him special privileges. That said, using these facilities came at a steep cost. In the officer's rest area, an hour of full stamina recovery and fatigue elimination cost 200 military merits for a second lieutenant. For a colonel, it was halved to 100 merits, while generals could use it for free. The skill training ground was similarly priced. The facilities at Xiajing Academy were comparable, but the militaries were more effective. Lin Yang found this reasonable. After all, military merits were hard-earned, and if the effects weren't worthwhile, no one would bother with them. Military merits were far harder to earn than academy points, requiring real bloodshed and effort. Lin Yang and Ning Yi entered the military merit exchange shop hand in hand. The Empire had its own exchange shop, and the academy had a point-based shop. He hadn't expected there to be one for military merits too. Lin Yang browsed the items on display. There were no pieces of equipment, only rare potions. His eyes lit up as he spotted the fatigue potion, the same one he had bought from Shu Han. It cost 200 military merits per bottle. Considering it took killing 200 abyssal hellhounds or a couple of dog fiends to earn that amount, Shu Han charging him 500 points for one had actually been a great deal. Anti-curse potion, increases curse resistance for 30 minutes. Elemental resistance potion, increases resistance to elemental attacks by 50% for 30 minutes. Control resistance potion, increases resistance to control type skills by 50% for 30 minutes. Unfortunately, these potions only worked on the user and had no effect on summoned creatures. Otherwise, they would make hell difficulty dungeons a breeze. Dungeon escape talisman, instantly exits a dungeon. Please carry one at all times in hell difficulty dungeons. 100 military merits each. Lin Yang bought two, giving one to Ning Yi for emergencies. She happily tucked it into her pocket, delighted by anything Lin Yang gave her. The shop also sold recovery potions. Basic recovery potion, heals injuries and restores 500 mental energy, with a 1-minute cooldown. On the battlefield, where every second counted, a single potion that combined two effects was far superior to carrying two separate ones. Its recovery effect far surpassed ordinary potions. The basic version could heal most injuries while restoring 500 mental energy, 5 times the amount of a standard mental energy potion. Its healing capabilities were also vastly better. The key was its short cooldown of just 1 minute. With enough potions, you could use one per minute. The downside, they were expensive, costing 100 military merits each. Lin Yang thought that if he had enough military merits, he could use these potions to train skills in conjunction with the officer's skill training ground. The effects might rival those of desert fruits, but the key consideration was still military merits. They were hard to come by. After buying the dungeon escape talismans, he had less than 4,000 military merits left. He couldn't spend them all, as dropping below 1,000 would demote him to a 10-star private. He purchased 10 basic recovery potions, giving 5 to Ning Yi. As the shop's light illuminated the room, Mo Yun walked in. It was the third time Lin Yang had seen her. The first 2 times, she had been riding her unicorn in the sky, exuding an air of arrogance. This time, she had dismounted, making her seem slightly less aloof. Mo Yun's sergeant insignia was silver, with 3 shining stars, marking her as a 3-star second lieutenant, granting her access to the shop. Upon entering, she glanced at Lin Yang before turning to Ning Yi. Is he your boyfriend? Ning Yi's cheeks flushed as she grabbed Mo Yun's arm, calling her Sister Yuner. It turned out they knew each other. Mo Yun was from the Mo family in Xiajing and had studied at Xiajing Academy, so it was natural for her to know Ning Yi. Mo Yun's beautiful eyes swept over Lin Yang as she said, "Be good to Yi, or you'll answer to me." Ning Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sister Yun. He treats me quite well." Lin Yang gave a faint smile. Mo Yun responded with a quiet and stopped speaking, heading off to shop for supplies. She was accustomed to solo runs and liked to prepare thoroughly. Restorative potions were a necessity. Ning Yi was a little afraid of Mo Yun. As Mo Yun sifted through items, Ning Yi stuck out her tongue and tugged at Lin Yang, eager to leave. "Sister Yun, you take your time. We'll head off first." Lin Yang found it amusing. This little girl was actually afraid of Mo Yun. Truly, everyone has their match. "Wait." Mo Yun called out to them. Ning Yi stuck out her tongue again, forcing a smile. "Sister Yun, do you have any other instructions?" Mo Yun handed them 2 items. "Take these." Ning Yi accepted them and read the description. Targeted teleportation stone, can teleport to a designated location. She asked, "Sister Yun, why are you giving me this?" Mo Yun explained, "One is for him. I'm searching for the battlefield Ghost King. When I find it, I'll need your help to fight it." Many people knew she had been hunting for Nirvana soul crystals for a long time. The drop rate was abysmally low, and only the world-level boss, Battlefield Ghost King, guaranteed a drop. However, this boss was elusive, appearing for only half an hour before relocating. It was difficult to assemble a team in time, and often, by the time the team was ready, the boss had disappeared again. Lin Yang spoke in a low voice, "The Battlefield Ghost King is level 38. I'm only level 24. I may not be able to handle it. Mo Yun replied, if you can solo the Hell Outpost dungeon, you'll be fine. Besides, I don't know when I'll find it. At the rate you're leveling, you might already be level 30 by then. Without waiting for Lin Yanga to respond, she continued, taking it down will benefit you too. The boss guarantees Nirvana Soul Crystal drops, at least 3, sometimes 5 or 6. I only need 1. The rest are yours. To be frank, I found the boss before, but I couldn't take it down alone. I was too slow to assemble a team, and I don't trust others. You're the one I've chosen because of E. You have the ability, and I only want 1 crystal. The rest are extra for you. I've calculated this perfectly, you have no choice but to agree. That night, Ningyi found a room in the fortress and rested. Meanwhile, Lin Yanga spent his military merits staying in the officers' skill training grounds. This place had no division between beginner, intermediate, or advanced levels. Its effectiveness was equivalent to the advanced skill training pavilion at the Xia Capital Academy. In a meditative state, his mental energy could recover from empty to full in less than an hour. Taking advantage of the powerful effect of his Dragonkin Battle King title, which halved skill consumption, Lin Yanga began summoning skeleton warriors. Originally, summoning one level 24 skeleton warrior required 700 mental energy points. Now, it only required 350. Summoning a level 24 skeleton mage, which originally needed 2,100 points, now only needed 1050. With his equipment and title bonuses, Lin Yanga had a total of 4,200 mental energy points. Each cycle, he could summon 12 skeleton warriors or 4 skeleton mages. When his mental energy was depleted, he would meditate to recover. After calculating the time, he first summoned 10 skeleton warriors, gradually increasing their number to 150. The rest of his mental energy he used to summon skeleton mages, bringing their total to 90. The summoning space was filled to capacity with 240 skeletons. He stayed in the training grounds for 6 hours, using up 1,200 military merits. The merits flowed away like water. After a night of rest, both he and Ningyi were fully recovered. They chatted and laughed as they headed toward the Dragonkin Frontline Outpost dungeon. Lin Yanga still had 8 cooldown resets left on his amulet, while Ningyi had 9, more than enough. Following yesterday's major battle, many more professionals had rushed to the outpost dungeon overnight. The entrance was bustling once again. Normally, the scene would be disorganized, but in times of conflict, the cohesion of the Xinxia Empire was astonishing. Professionals from other nations, such as the Stick Nation, Sakura Nation, and Eagle Nation, had witnessed this firsthand yesterday. They now sat apart, distinctly separated from the Xinxia Empire's professionals. Lin Yanga and Ningyi emerged from the mist, walking side by side. The two looked like a perfect pair, a match made in heaven. Upon seeing them, the Xinxia Empire's professionals all stood up and fixed their gaze on Lin Yanga. This scene was baffling to the professionals from other nations. What's going on? Why is everyone standing up? What's so special about those two? The guy looks ordinary, but the girl's really pretty. Someone who recognized Lin Yanga hissed, "Shut up. That's a god of slaughter. Don't mess with him." A god of slaughter? That's scary. Scary. Killing you would be as easy as squashing a chicken. The man was startled and immediately shrank back, unable to comprehend how this seemingly harmless young man could be so fearsome. Ningyi giggled. They're all looking at you. Lin Yanga's performance on the battlefield yesterday had earned him universal respect. Soloing the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon was unprecedented. At 18 years old, level 24, and already a second lieutenant, he had achieved what no one else had. Such a person had limitless potential. He might even become a figure as legendary as the White God. How could they not be in awe? Even the proudest individuals could not guarantee they would reach the heights of the White God, but everyone believed that as long as Lin Yanga didn't fall, he would become the second White God. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yanga entered the dungeon with Ningyi. With 150 skeleton warriors and 90 skeleton mages, their efficiency in clearing the dungeon was even higher than before. Ningyi, meanwhile, pulled snacks from her pocket and began munching. Her pocket seemed like a treasure chest, filled with all kinds of treats. Lin Yanga smiled as he watched her, prompting Ningyi to blush slightly. "Don't look at me like that. I just like eating." Lin Yanga chuckled. "It's cute." Ningyi giggled, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "Who's cuter, me or Sister Yun?" "You are," Lin Yanga replied without hesitation, his tone sincere. Ningyi beamed with delight. "Since when did you get so good at talking?" "I'm just being honest." Ningyi seemed to find a topic of interest and began chatting about Mo Yun. The Mo family and Ning family were longtime allies. The Mo family carried the bloodline of summoners, producing powerful summoners in every generation. Mo Yun was the strongest of her generation, directly transitioning into the Holy Summoner class, a legendary profession. It was rumored she also had a special talent, making her a gifted class holder, though the specifics of her talent were unknown. Being a legendary class holder was already extraordinary, and combined with her gifted status, Mo Yun had a high chance of becoming a top-tier powerhouse. When they were children, Mo Yun acted as the leader, and no one dared to disobey her. Because of this childhood dynamic, Ning Yi grew up fearless of almost everything, except for Mo Yun. "What's your family's bloodline?" Lin Yang asked. Ning Yi giggled. "My family, we have a mage bloodline. But I'm an exception, I didn't inherit the family bloodline." A mage bloodline producing a shadow assassin was indeed rare. It was clear that Ning Tairan doted on Ning Yi immensely. As they talked about their childhoods, Lin Yang occasionally shared bits of his own. From his few words, Ning Yi could imagine that Lin Yang's upbringing had been far less privileged than hers. "Don't worry, you'll see your sister soon," someone reassured. "The professional tournament is coming up, maybe your sister will participate. When the time comes, we'll go together." Lin Yang nodded lightly. "Alright." In just over 4 hours, the Sentry Guardian fell before Lin Yang once again. Killed Sentry Guardian, XP plus 1,650,000. Obtained Gold Grade Weapon, Hell Sentry Dagger. Obtained Gold Grade Armor, Hell Sentry Heavy Plate. Obtained Gold Grade Accessory, Hell Sentry Bracelet. Obtained Dragon Crystal Core X2, Hell Sentry Dagger, part of Sentry Set Gold Grade Weapon, all attributes plus 500, Assassin Skill Amplification plus 50%, usable by level 30+. Hell Sentry Heavy Plate, part of Sentry Set Gold Grade Armor, all attributes plus 300, Night Skill Consumption minus 20%, usable by level 30+. Hell Sentry Bracelet, part of Sentry Set Gold Grade Accessory, all attributes plus 200, Mental Energy Recovery Speed plus 30%, usable by level 30+. Dragon Crystal Core, extremely rare crafting material, usable for creating various items. Ning Yi stretched out her hand. "Can I have the dagger?" Lin Yang handed it over without hesitation, though his expression was curious. "What do you need it for?" "I'm not telling you, but it'll be useful," Ning Yi teased mischievously, keeping the reason a secret. Lin Yang chuckled softly, unbothered. Having grown familiar with the process, he skillfully equipped both of them with skeletal armor before leaving the dungeon. This was their 4th time running this dungeon, and they had become incredibly adept at it. This time, it had been almost effortless. The key, of course, was Ning Yi's lively company. Her constant chatter and laughter made clearing the dungeon feel more like a pleasant excursion than a grueling challenge. What others struggled through with sweat and exhaustion, grinding their way through the hell difficulty dungeon, Lin Yang breezed through as though taking a casual stroll. "Move aside." Just as they left the dungeon, a harsh shout rang out. "Huh, another commotion. Why did trouble always seem to follow them out of dungeons?" A large hand reached toward Lin Yang, apparently intending to push him aside. In a flash of white light, Lin Yang's skeletal armor blocked the shove, leaving him unmoved. His vision gradually cleared, revealing a scene that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. A luxurious red carpet now spread across the ground, extending all the way from the dungeon entrance to a lavish gold and crimson carriage. But the horses pulling this extravagant carriage were no ordinary steeds, they were flame warhorses. Their hooves burned perpetually with fire, flames that neither snow nor water could extinguish. Once considered a monstrous breed, flame warhorses had been tamed by beastmasters, selectively bred, and eventually turned into mounts for humans. While these creatures were relatively common in Western nations, they were a rare sight in the Xinxia Empire. Moreover, not just anyone could afford the privilege of riding a flame warhorse, let alone using them to pull a carriage. This alone was enough to indicate the extraordinary status of the carriage's owner. The thick red carpet stretched seamlessly from the carriage to the dungeon entrance, smoothing over the rough terrain. The sound of hoofbeats echoed as 10 armored professionals mounted on flame warhorses flanked both sides of the red carpet, exuding a commanding presence. Lin Yang and Ning Yi, newly emerged from the dungeon, found themselves standing right in the middle of the carpet. The man who had tried to push Lin Yang frowned, his face darkening. He applied more force in an attempt to push him aside but still couldn't budge him. Lin Yang's skeletal armor had withstood blows from the Hell Difficulty Sentry Guardian. Even a level 36 Abyssal Hellhound, wielding a spiked club, had failed to leave a scratch. There was no way a mere level 30 professional could make an impact. Unable to move Lin Yang, the man turned his attention to Ning Yi. He reached out to shove her aside while shouting angrily, "Get off the carpet. Don't dirty His Highness's path." Lin Yang's expression darkened. The man's face was distinctly Western, clearly not a native of the Xinxia Empire. Without a word, a skeletal warrior materialized beside Lin Yang, its massive blade already swinging toward the offender. If someone wanted him to move, then let's see who'd end up moving. The man's face turned pale as he scrambled backward, narrowly avoiding the skeleton's blade. The blade crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, shattering a large section of the red carpet into pieces. Bold of you. The knights flanking the carpet instantly drew their weapons, their powerful auras locking onto Lin Yang. But in the same moment, an even stronger wave of pressure rose in response, enveloping the area. Nearby professionals from the Xinxia Empire stood up one by one, their postures tense and ready to intervene. In this place, if anyone dared to challenge someone from Xinxia, they'd first have to contend with the wrath of the Xinxia professionals. Ning Yi leaned close to Lin Yang, whispering softly, "They're probably from the Golo Church. Be careful." Lin Yang nodded slightly. "I know." Unlike the Xinxia Empire, where nations held the greatest power, Western territories were dominated by religious institutions. The Golo Church was one such institution, its influence surpassing even that of smaller nations like Sakura Nation. "Stand down." A low voice came from within the carriage. Instantly, the Flame Knights sheathed their weapons and withdrew their pressure. A young man clad in ornate armor emerged from the carriage, stepping gracefully onto the red carpet. The armor gleamed with gold, intricate and resplendent, with faint flames flickering across its surface. Ning Yi's sharp eyes narrowed as she analyzed him. That's not ordinary gold-grade equipment. It was custom-made by a skilled blacksmith. And his accessories, those were crafted by alchemists, not ordinary dungeon drops. All his gear looks like part of a matching set. It's probably a handcrafted set. A full set of handcrafted gold-grade equipment was worth far more than even the best standard gold-grade gear, with significantly enhanced attributes. It might not rival the Hell Sentry set, but it would certainly surpass the Nightmare Gold set. The young man's voice was low but carried authority. "How could you act so rudely? Step aside." The chastised professional immediately retreated respectfully, standing silently at attention without another word. This young man was clearly the so-called His Highness mentioned earlier, a figure of significant status. He approached Lin Yang and Ning Yi, his steps deliberate as he spoke. "My subordinate was rude earlier. I apologize on his behalf." Though his words were polite, his tone carried an unmistakable arrogance. There wasn't even a trace of sincerity in his apology. "Rogers," he introduced himself, his voice brimming with pride. "From the Golo Church. Level 31. Fire God Warrior." The name alone made several nearby professionals gasp, clearly recognizing the title. Of course, not everyone was familiar with it. A Fire God Warrior of the Golo Church. Is that supposed to be impressive? The Golo Church worships divine entities. They have unique professionals said to inherit the power of their gods. Fire God Warriors are supposedly blessed with the power of the Fire God. That sounds pretty powerful. It's not just talk, it really is powerful. It's classified as a legendary tier profession. Legendary tier? More like someone with fire elemental talent hyped up by religious propaganda. It's not that mystical. Whether or not Fire God Warriors truly inherited divine power, even if they merely possessed fire elemental talents, they were undoubtedly formidable, enough to earn their legendary tier designation. Lin Yang cast him a calm glance and responded in a deep voice, "Lin Yang. Xinxia Empire. Level 24. Necromancer." Rogers didn't seem to care about Lin Yang's introduction, perhaps not even fully taking note of it. He extended his hand toward Ning Yi and said, "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of inviting you to run a dungeon together?" A flicker of disgust flashed in Ning Yi's eyes. She didn't like Ragus very much. In her view, Ragus might seem polite and refined on the surface, but deep down, he was deceitful. Ning Yi had always trusted her instincts. She'd been like this since childhood. The first time she met Lin Yang, she could sense his straightforwardness, which is why she was willing to be friends with him. Lin Yang caught the expression in her eyes and, without hesitation, said, "No need. You're not qualified." Ragus froze on the spot, his expression distorted, but he struggled to maintain his composure. "I should be more qualified than you," he replied, forcing a smile. Lin Yang shook his head. "That's just what you think." "Ha!" Ragus laughed angrily. "You're only level 24, it's normal for you to have such a limited perspective. Do you even know what dungeon I'm about to run?" Ragus continued, puffing up with arrogance. "I'm going to solo the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon and claim that legendary title." Then he turned back to Ning Yi and added, "Beautiful lady, after I successfully solo the Hell Difficulty dungeon and obtain that title, I shall come back to invite you again." Ning Yi's large eyes sparkled as she looked at him like he was an idiot. Pointing to her temple, she asked, "Is something wrong with your head?" Laughter erupted among the surrounding Xinxia players. Ning Yi was clearly implying that Ragus might not be mentally sound. Ragus's face turned red, then white, and back again. For the sake of maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, he couldn't lash out at Ning Yi. Though anger boiled within him, he held it back with great difficulty, his fists clenched so tightly they turned red. Lin Yang glanced at him with an odd expression. "You won't get that title," he said flatly. Then, exchanging a look with Ning Yi, he activated his cooldown amulet, its faint light flashing as the two of them re-entered the dungeon. Ragus suddenly clutched his forehead and burst into laughter. "Saying I can't get the title? If I can't, who else could possibly achieve it?" His voice carried an overwhelming arrogance. Previously, people thought Mo Yun was conceited, but compared to Ragas, even Mo Yun had to concede defeat. Ragas wasn't just arrogant, he was ostentatious to an extreme degree. From his flaming warhorse-drawn carriage to his entourage of professional players, to the red carpet he had laid out, everything about him screamed extravagance. He was deliberate in his actions, wanting other players from different nations to witness how he would solo the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon and claim the unclaimed legendary title. As he laughed, Ragas scanned the crowd to gauge their reactions. But instead of admiration or awe, all he saw were mocking faces. Something seemed off. "Go and find out what's going on," Ragas ordered. He might have been ostentatious, but he wasn't stupid. He could sense that something was amiss. It didn't take long for the results to come back. The title had already been claimed. Someone had already beaten him to the feat of soloing the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon. And that person was none other than the level 24 Necromancer who had just entered the dungeon moments ago, Lin Yanga. Ragas was stunned. The news that Lin Yanga had soloed the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon wasn't even a secret anymore. All the Xinxia players present knew about it. Back then, Lin Yanga had straightforwardly admitted to it in front of the entire army, he just hadn't shared the title stats. When the Xinxia players saw Ragas so dramatically announce his plan to solo the dungeon and claim the title, they had all looked at him like he was a joke. After all, there could only be one title. According to the rules, only the first person to complete the dungeon solo could receive it. As long as Lin Yanga was alive, Ragas could dream all he wanted, but he'd never get that title. Even if his solo performance surpassed Lin Yanga's, it wouldn't matter. Upon learning this, Ragas's face turned red, then green, then back again, as though he were performing some kind of elaborate face-changing act. It was quite the spectacle. A dangerous glint appeared in Ragas's eyes, and a murderous aura began to seep out. He stared at the dungeon entrance, clenching his fists tightly, before making up his mind. He no longer cared about maintaining his gentlemanly facade. Lowering his voice, he ordered, "Come here." The flaming warhorses and the imposing knights of the Holy Grail Church dismounted and gathered around him. Ragas whispered instructions to them, and their expressions turned serious. "Your Highness, are you really planning to do this?" one of them asked hesitantly. "If something goes wrong, it'll cause a lot of trouble. Even though this is the primordial battlefield, this region belongs to Xinxia," another added. "Most of the players here are from Xinxia." But Ragas had made up his mind. As long as we're discreet, nothing will happen. Even if they die, others will simply assume they met their end inside the dungeon. Though his subordinates were allowed to voice their concerns, they had no authority to override his commands. The hierarchy within the church was strict, and as their leader, Ragas's orders were absolute. "If that's your decision, then we'll carry it out," they finally agreed. Ragas pulled out a scroll. In the world of professional players, many items existed in scroll form, such as skill scrolls, magic scrolls, and so on. Scrolls could serve a variety of functions. He activated the scroll, which immediately began to glow. Shielded by the 11 knights and the flaming warhorses, it was impossible for outsiders to see what Ragas was doing. What are they up to? Looks like they're discussing something, probably strategizing for the dungeon. Not that it matters, they can't get the title. Soloing is pointless now. True, but with their gear and Ragas's legendary class profession, clearing the Hell Difficulty dungeon shouldn't be a problem. Ragas's confidence in soloing the dungeon was clearly supported by his capabilities. Soon after, the dungeon entrance lit up, and all 12 of them entered together. "They've gone in. Guess they've given up on soloing and switched to a group run. Those Holy Grail Church guys are so pretentious. They just can't stand losing face. I've heard everyone in the Holy Grail Church is crazy. It's not just the Holy Grail Church. None of the churches are particularly sane. Good thing only the Holy Grail Church showed up today. If another church had come along, things would have been even more entertaining. They've embarrassed themselves enough already, coming in so high profile, only to find out the title was already taken by Lin Yanga. These little churches think they can compete with Xinxia? Not even close." Outside the dungeon, only the flaming warhorses were left. Having been tamed, the horses wouldn't wander off without their master's orders. In the dungeon, the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages tirelessly exterminated the dragon-like monsters. Lin Yanga and Ningyi were still chatting happily. Ningyi's laughter was as bright as ever. "I really want to know what kind of expression that guy, Rogues, has on his face right now." Lin Yanga found it amusing as well. Probably a little awkward, I'd imagine. Ningyi displayed a mischievous grin. It'd be even better if he went on to solo the hell level difficulty, struggled through it with all his might, only to find out there's no title reward waiting for him. Now that would be hilarious. Rogues had come for the title, after all. If he went through all that effort and found nothing, he might just cry. But, Ningyi tilted her head. But the Hell Outpost isn't exactly easy to clear. Even if he has great gear in a legendary class profession, it's not guaranteed that he could make it through. In Ningyi's eyes, only Lin Yanga was capable of clearing it. Not even her sister Yun'er could do it, so surely Rogues wouldn't stand a chance. Suddenly, Lin Yanga lifted his head and looked towards the dungeon exit. Several figures appeared there. What's going on? How could anyone enter the dungeon world that belonged solely to him and Ning Yi? As the figures became clearer, it turned out to be none other than Rogues and his group. Ning Yi was taken aback. They used a dungeon tracking scroll. She quickly explained to Lin Yanga. It turned out that by using a dungeon tracking scroll, one could track and enter someone else's dungeon. Originally, it was a tool developed by abyssal demons to hunt down human professionals within dungeons, but eventually, the method of creating it was discovered and mastered by humans. Rogues grinned wickedly and pulled out another scroll, activating it. A peculiar aura instantly swept across the entire dungeon. Ning Yi's face changed again. It's a teleportation sealing scroll. We won't be able to use our dungeon escape tokens now. Lin Yanga checked and, sure enough, the dungeon escape tokens had dimmed and lost their luster. Rogues and his group rushed forward, gradually surrounding Lin Yanga and Ning Yi. Rogues smirked coldly, surprised. Bet you didn't think I'd track you in here. I heard you solo cleared a hell-level dungeon and even got the title. Well, I have no choice but to kill you. Otherwise, I can't get that title myself. The reasoning was, admittedly, quite shameless. To pursue a title, Rogues had invaded someone else's dungeon and even brought a full party of 12 people. It was utterly unreasonable. Rogues dropped all pretense, tearing away his facade. Feeling hopeless, helpless, scared, terrified? Don't worry, my beautiful lady. I won't kill you so easily. I think you'll make a fine toy. As the rumors went, the people of the church were all lunatics. Once they went mad, they were no different from rabid dogs. Even Lin Yanga, who always acted with restraint and avoided unnecessary trouble, like killing people from other nations in public, was bound by no such limitations here in the dungeon. Especially now that the dungeon escape tokens were sealed. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Lin Yanga's lips. Ning Yi showed no signs of fear or worry. Instead, her beautiful eyes burned with flames of anger. Rogues froze for a moment upon seeing this. What are you smiling at? Lin Yanga spoke softly. You used a teleportation sealing scroll. I can't leave now, but I'm guessing neither can you. The corner of Lin Yanga's mouth curved upward again, his smile icy cold. Rogues didn't immediately grasp the meaning behind Lin Yanga's words. The next second, the sound of cracking bones echoed continuously. A massive horde of skeletons surged forward. In an instant, the skeletons had completed a counter-encirclement. 10 skeletons ran to the dungeon's entrance, firmly guarding it to prevent Rogues and his team from escaping. What's happening? Rogues was panicked and completely at a loss for what was going on. How had they suddenly been surrounded? He suddenly recalled Lin Yanga's profession, necromancer. These skeletons were likely Lin Yanga's summoned creatures. Know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. You didn't even bother to understand my class and skills before barging in here to die, Lin Yanga said coldly. The intent to kill was clear. There was no way these people were leaving alive. The skeleton warriors had them surrounded, while the skeleton mages stood on the perimeter, their skills at the ready. Despite being surrounded, Rogues didn't seem too afraid. You think a bunch of trashy skeletons can kill me? I'm a fire god fighter, a legendary class profession. Attack. At his command, flames erupted from his body. For a moment, the fire rose sky high, painting the dungeon's sky a blazing red. Skill, fire god's body. Flames surged from Rogue's body, his height now exceeding 2 meters. His massive frame was imposing, like a towering giant. This is my skill, fire god's body, he declared with a triumphant laugh. With its activation, all my attributes are tripled, my skill attack power is tripled, and the damage I take is reduced by 3 times. Plus, I'm immune to all control skills. He then drew a golden greatsword, madness gleaming in his eyes. His teammates worked tirelessly to boost his stats, piling buffs onto him. With each enhancement, his aura grew more menacing. Even though Rogues was only level 30, in his fully buffed state, his power surpassed that of some level 38 or 39 professionals. His followers brimmed with confidence, their morale high. To them, Rogues was invincible, a symbol of victory. After all, he had triumphed in countless battles before. In his fully enhanced state, Rogues was utterly frenzied. He roared, below level 40, I am invincible. Ning Yi furrowed her brows slightly and murmured, I knew there was something off about him. Lin Yanga, now understanding as well, spoke calmly. Indeed, especially after he used that skill, he seems to have gone completely mad. Roger's condition was clearly abnormal, something anyone could discern at a glance. However, the strength of a legendary class profession was unquestionably formidable. Just the attributes of the body of the fire god alone were already astonishing. Even with some negative effects, they were not entirely unacceptable. In this state, Rogers could easily annihilate an entire team single-handedly. With adequate preparation and a supply of potions at the ready, he might even have a chance of soloing the Hell Sentinel dungeon's mobs. But as for the dungeon's boss, the Sentinel Guardian, Lin Yanga was certain Rogers had no chance of victory. Lin Yanga lightly tapped his finger, issuing a command, attack. In an instant, a skeletal warrior with a gaping, bloodthirsty maw surged forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. At the same time, a massive crimson net descended from above, enveloping them, a slow curse. While Rogers himself was immune to curses, his teammates were not so fortunate. Red shackles appeared above their heads, and their movements slowed significantly. Damn it, it's a curse. Dispel it, quickly. Hurry, they're coming. The teammates panicked, and the support classes reacted swiftly, immediately dispelling the curse on the forward knights, restoring them to normal speed. However, as the knights regained their footing and raised their shields to collide with the skeletal warrior, there was a thunderous clash. With two loud crashes, the knights were sent flying backward, screaming in pain. Their expressions were filled with horror. They had never imagined that a skeletal warrior could possess such overwhelming strength. After knocking back the two knights, the skeletal warriors surged forward like a tidal wave, swarming the group. Rogers roared, brandishing his massive golden greatsword, which was over 1.5 meters long, and engaged the skeletal warriors in fierce combat. The greatsword clashed with the skeletal warrior's blade, producing an explosive sound as sparks flew. Rogers' body trembled violently. How is this possible? How are they so strong? These skeletal warriors boasted base attributes of up to 18,000, far surpassing the strength of even ordinary dungeon bosses. Even with Rogers in his full set state, bolstered by the dual effects of the body of the fire god and various supportive buffs, he was unable to match their power. The fact that he wasn't sent flying like the knights could already be considered an impressive feat. The two knights, healed mid-air, charged back into the fray using their skills, Group Taunt, Extreme Defense. Group Taunt shifted the skeletal warriors' focus, making the knights their new targets. Meanwhile, Extreme Defense temporarily elevated their defense to its maximum. Simultaneously, the healers in the group continuously cast healing spells, while the mages and archers unleashed their full offensive capabilities. Yet, their attacks barely made a dent in the skeletal warriors. The difference in attack power was simply too vast. Killing just one skeleton took an exorbitant amount of time, let alone when skeletal warriors were pouring in from all directions like an unending tide. Barely 2 seconds into the battle, the entire team was already in despair. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting one of the healers dead on. The healers screamed in agony, their healing spell interrupted as electricity coursed through their body, leaving them paralyzed. Before they could cast another spell, they were bombarded by fire, ice, wind, and a barrage of elemental attacks. The magic attacks from 90 skeletal mages descended like a torrential storm, engulfing the entire team. Rogers, caught off guard by the sudden assault, was utterly overwhelmed and plunged into despair. He couldn't understand why this was happening. He had always considered himself invincible below level 40, so how could he fail to defeat a mere level 24 necromancer? Only now did he realize, there was no such thing as a necromancer in his memory. This was a brand new, unknown profession whose depths he had never fathomed. Lin Yanga had been right, charging in recklessly without understanding his opponent's skills was like kicking a steel plate. Without control skills, even the Hell Sentinel Dungeon's boss would struggle to withstand the onslaught of skeletal warriors and mages. As for these adventurers, while they did possess control skills, their numbers were far too few to restrain such a horde of skeletons. In the blink of an eye, the team was utterly overwhelmed by the relentless attacks, and death came swiftly. Amid the chaos, the mage, being the most physically fragile, was the first to fall under the barrage of magic. Lin Yanga turned to Ning Yi and said, "Cover your ears." Ning Yi obediently complied. Lin Yanga stepped slightly to the side, blocking Ning Yi's view. He raised his hand. Rogers witnessed this and felt a surge of foreboding. What's he doing? The next moment, skill, corpse explosion. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated through the battlefield, unleashing devastating damage. Even though the damage was reduced threefold, Rogers was still gravely injured. What kind of skill is this? Rogers, jolted back to clarity by the explosion, turned to look behind him. He saw that, aside from himself, no one else was left standing. All 11 of his teammates had perished. Only now did he realize, he had foolishly walked into his own demise by entering this dungeon unprepared. You can't kill me. Rogers screamed hysterically, terror finally overtaking him in the face of death. I'm the divine son of the fire temple of the Holy Rollo Church. If you kill me, you'll die too. But Lin Yanga wasn't one to hesitate. If he decided to act, he would see it through to the end. Divine son or not, if someone needed to die, they would die. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions engulfed Rogers completely. When the dust settled, Rogers lay on the ground, nearly obliterated, his body shattered beyond recognition, dead beyond a shadow of a doubt. From the very start, Rogers and his team had been utterly suppressed by Lin Yanga and his forces. They had no chance to counterattack. In less than 10 seconds, they were completely annihilated. To Lin Yanga, killing them was as easy as slaying a group of ordinary mobs. Once the battle ended, the skeletal warriors swiftly stripped the corpses of their equipment. Since they couldn't use storage space at the moment, they piled the gear to the side for collection after the dungeon was cleared. The equipment was all golden tier, and top-notch at that, worth a fair amount of money. Roger's personal gear, in particular, was a handcrafted set of exceptional value. For Lin Yanga, killing these people was as mundane as completing a routine task. He and Ning Yi continued progressing through the dungeon. Ning Yi grinned and said, "He was from the Holy Rolo Church, you know. Aren't you afraid?" Lin Yanga chuckled dismissively. "Afraid of what? If they dare provoke me, I'll tear down the entire Holy Rolo Church someday." Ning Yi, eager to stir up trouble, quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes. I'll go with you to tear it down when the time comes." Far away in the majestic headquarters of the Gyuro Holy Court in the distant land of Gyuro, a grand statue within the towering palace began to tremble violently. The entire palace quaked with it, alarming the professionals within the Holy Court. An elderly top-tier professional hurried over, sensing the disturbance. His expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock, "Rogers is dead." Soon after, several other powerful professionals arrived, each of them wearing expressions of anger. They spoke one after another. "Quick, find a healer. Luckily, we made Rogers leave behind a mark back then. Who knows if he'll make it in time for the professional tournament. The people accompanying him are probably dead too. When he revives, we must get to the bottom of what happened." Several hours later, Lin Yanga once again cleared the watchtower dungeon. At this point, he was only 10% away from reaching level 25, just one more run, and he would level up. Ning Yi had also successfully reached level 23. Upon leveling up, she smiled brightly, as if the entire world had suddenly become more vibrant. Teaming up with Lin Yanga to level up was incredibly easy and comfortable. Recalling the grueling struggle she endured when climbing from level 20 to 21, Ning Yi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It had been so difficult back then. From that moment on, she decided to stick with Lin Yanga. No one would ever be able to separate them. They gathered Rogers and his group's equipment, stored it in their inventory space, and planned to sell it off later for a good amount of money. Lin Yanga really needed money at the moment because once he hit level 40, he'd need to consume a large number of intermediate skill scrolls, each costing 10 million gold coins or 80,000 points. With his current wealth, he could barely afford a few. After leaving the dungeon, the pair saw the restless flame warhorses waiting outside. It seemed the horses had sensed their master's death, as they kept letting out low growls, with flames flickering from their hooves. Lin Yanga and Ning Yi exchanged a glance but chose to ignore the creatures. They walked to the side to rest. They had already agreed to keep what had happened to Rogers and his group to themselves. As far as anyone else was concerned, those people died in the dungeon. They had no intention of interacting with the flame warhorses, as it would leave no evidence and no one could pin the blame on them. When they exited the dungeon, the sight of them drew little attention. This had become routine. A group of people nearby was drinking and talking loudly, as if the troubles of the world had nothing to do with them. "I told you, there's no way those guys could clear it faster than Lin Yanga." "Exactly, Fire God Gladiator, Gyuro Holy Court's prodigy. They're nothing but trash compared to Lin Yanga." "Well, it depends on who you're comparing them to. They're trash next to Lin Yanga, but compared to us, we're the trash." "Don't say that." "So what if he's a legendary level professional? Who knows, maybe when we undergo our second job advancement, we'll ascend to greatness too." "Keep dreaming. The odds of that happening are minuscule. Be realistic." Why should nobles and heroes be predetermined? Who knows what the future holds? Maybe one day we'll surpass even Bai Shen. As the group drank, their words became increasingly unfiltered. Lin Yanga, though usually reserved, found their spirited chatter somewhat comforting. In the face of the abyssal threat, humanity needed this kind of vitality. At the Xia Capital Academy, in Bai Shen's courtyard, Ning Tairan walked in with a sour expression. "Ah, old Ning has graced us with his presence." A rare occasion indeed, Bai Yuan teased while pouring him a cup of tea. "Why the long face? Who's upset you?" Bai Yuan continued with a smirk. Ning Tairan plopped down heavily, gulping 3 cups of tea in quick succession. "That brat Lin Yanga, he's too much." Bai Yuan's curiosity was piqued. "When did you run into that kid Lin Yanga?" Meng Anwen chimed in. "He went to Fortress Number 1 yesterday." "Oh, I see," Bai Yuan said, understanding dawning. "So, did you see him with Ning Yi?" Ning Tairan glared at Bai Yuan. "Come clean, did you tell that kid to seduce Yi?" "Rubbish," Bai Yuan snapped. "With Lin Yanga's talent, does he even need to try? He could have girls lining up for miles with just one word. Get lost. If it weren't for you, why would my Yi take a liking to a guy who can't even string 2 words together?" Ning Tairan shouted even louder. The two began bickering back and forth, neither willing to back down. Meng Anwen, meanwhile, closed his eyes and silently enjoyed the drama. For 2 consecutive days, Lin Yang'e and Ning Yi repeatedly cleared the Hell Sentinel dungeon. As Lin Yang'e's level steadily climbed, his efficiency in clearing the dungeon increased as well. By the time the energy of their cooldown charms was depleted, Lin Yang'e had reached level 26, with 45% experience. Ning Yi, too, had surpassed level 25. In just 5 or 6 days since entering the Origin battlefield, they had gone from level 22 to level 26. Their leveling speed was astonishing. What took others months or even half a year, they accomplished in mere days. After finishing their last dungeon run, they returned to Fortress No. 1 and found a restaurant to grab a meal. Over the past 2 days, they had been so focused on clearing dungeons that they hadn't had time to rest. The cooldown charms need recharging. I'm planning to return to Xia Capital Academy to find an alchemist. I can't find one here, Lin Yang'e said. Ning Yi, her mouth full of food, mumbled, I need to head back too. I have to report to Second Grandpa and see if he has any new tasks for me. If he dares to trick me, I'll pluck out his beard for sure. She waved her little fists as she spoke, her menacing expression utterly adorable. Lin Yang'e looked at Ning Yi and suddenly reached out to wipe the food off the corner of her mouth. Ning Yi froze, her entire face turning bright red, unable to say a word. Lin Yang'e also felt a bit awkward and withdrew his hand. We've already completed our Hell Watchtower set. Bai Yi might have more tasks for me. If there's nothing else, I plan to head deeper into the Origin battlefield to earn some military merits. Ning Yi, her face still flushed, said softly, take me with you, okay? Alright. The two made their way to the trading post within the fortress. Lin Yang'e placed some of the unwanted equipment into the consignment system. The Hell Watchtower gear was incredibly valuable, worth hundreds of millions at the very least. Selling directly to the trading post would result in a significant loss. Following Ning Yi's suggestion, Lin Yang'e decided to consign the items for sale. Upon a successful transaction, he would only need to pay the trading post a 10% fee. Inside the trading post, there wasn't a single piece of Hell Watchtower gear available, only Nightmare Watchtower gear. Using the Nightmare Watchtower items as a reference, they set their prices higher accordingly. They took stock of their equipment, and the inventory was indeed quite impressive. Hell Outpost Longsword, Hell Outpost Great Axe, Hell Outpost Longbow, and 2 Hell Outpost Staves. Beyond weapons, there was also a shield, light armor, heavy armor, rings, bracelets, and more. Every time they cleared a dungeon, 2 to 3 pieces of equipment would drop. Since they didn't need to split the loot, Ning Yi didn't want any of it either. Everything went to Lin Yang'e. The weapons were uniformly priced at 10 million gold coins each, the light armor and heavy armor at 5 million apiece, rings and bracelets at 3 million each, and the shield was priced uniquely at 15 million. Altogether, without even counting materials, the total value of the Hell Outpost equipment reached 90 million gold coins. Next was the dragon materials. Someone had posted a task at the trading exchange, offering to buy dragon materials in bulk at very high prices. Lin Yang'e kept the required materials to complete the task and sold the rest, instantly converting them into 20 million gold coins. Finally, there were the items obtained from rogue professional players under Rogas's command. Lin Yang'e dumped these directly at the trading exchange. There were 11 complete sets of equipment, all top-tier golden grade. Each set was worth around 10 million, and after selling them, Lin Yang'e's wealth exceeded 100 million gold coins. Once all the Hell Outpost equipment was sold, his total assets would surpass 200 million. Lin Yang'e suddenly felt that intermediate skill scrolls weren't as expensive as they used to seem. Ning Yi smiled and said, don't get ahead of yourself just because you have some money now. A few 100 million is nothing, really. Lin Yang'e chuckled helplessly. To Ning Yi, even hundreds of millions of gold coins seemed like pocket change. He had no idea how much wealth it would take to truly catch her attention. Ning Yi continued to explain, when you advance to your second-class transfer, you'll need a lot of materials, and just those will cost tens of millions. You'll also need to buy intermediate skill scrolls at levels 40, 50, and 60, and even a few billion gold coins won't be enough. As for advanced skill scrolls, not only does no one sell them, but even if someone did, each one would cost at least 1 billion. So, really, this is nothing. After listening to Ning Yi, Lin Yang'e finally calmed down. Indeed, as she said, it wasn't that much money in the grand scheme of things. Ning Yi went on, a lot of the best things can't be bought with gold coins. My grandfather once said that among top-tier professionals, bartering is the main form of trade. There's also another hard currency, military merits. If you go to fortresses ranked 6 or higher, you can use military merits to buy many things. Selling everything he could, Lin Yanga was left with only one set of equipment, the Vulcan set. This set was obtained from Ragas and was jointly crafted by blacksmiths and alchemists. Though it was golden grade, its attributes far surpassed other top-tier golden sets and were close to those of the Hell Outpost equipment. It was specifically designed for the legendary class Fire God Warrior, with corresponding skill bonuses. For anyone else, it wasn't very useful. Lin Yanga struggled with the decision. Selling it didn't seem wise, but discarding it felt wasteful. In the end, he decided to bring it back and let Bai Yiyuan handle it. Using a teleportation array, they returned to the Xiaojing Academy. The prolonged teleportation left Ning Yi pale. Her delicate face was pressed against Lin Yanga's chest, her eyes tightly shut. It took her a while to recover. She still wasn't used to teleportation. She said she was going to find her second grandpa and left. Lin Yanga contacted Bai Yiyuan. From the communicator came Bai Yiyuan's deep voice. Upon learning of Lin Yanga's return to complete the mission, Bai Yiyuan was initially silent before exclaiming in surprise. After confirming the mission was completed, he impatiently told Lin Yanga to come over. Lin Yanga used a teleportation stone to arrive at Bai Shen's courtyard. Meng Anwen was sitting with his eyes closed, resting. Bai Yiyuan informed him that the mission was completed, but Meng Anwen wasn't surprised. He believed that with Lin Yanga's abilities, completing his task wouldn't be difficult. When Lin Yanga entered, Bai Yiyuan looked him over, astonished at how quickly he had reached level 26. Upon hearing that Lin Yanga had been grinding dungeons and even taking others along, Bai Yiyuan became even more puzzled. When Lin Yanga mentioned that he had been running hell dungeons with Ning Yi, Bai Yiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and even Meng Anwen chuckled. Lin Yanga presented the materials and the cooling amulet to Bai Yiyuan. Bai Yiyuan remarked that recharging the cooling amulet wasn't easy, but Lin Yanga cut him off directly, saying that Bai Shen himself had said he preferred straightforwardness. Bai Yiyuan agreed to handle it and brought up the upcoming professional tournament, urging Lin Yanga to participate and take the championship in his group. Then, Lin Yanga took out a set of equipment. It was the Golden Vulcan set from the Holy Vulcan Temple of the Gyuro Church. After explaining the events leading to its acquisition, Bai Yiyuan frowned in thought while Meng Anwen sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Bai Yiyuan urged Meng Anwen not to destroy the place and then put away the set, stating he would involve Old Man Ming as well. Meng Anwen agreed to help recharge the amulet. Half an hour later, a massive fireball, over 100 meters in diameter, appeared in the skies above the Gyuro Church. It blotted out the sun, plunging the area into shadow. The church's members were terrified, unable to discern where such a phenomenon had originated. Ning Tairan and Bai Yiyuan stood in midair, and Ning Tairan roared, demanding that Gubbert show himself. The main temple of the Gyuro Church trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. All the professionals of the church looked on in fear, unable to comprehend the identity of these terrifying individuals. If the enormous fireball were to fall, at least half of the church would be annihilated. They had never witnessed such a massive fireball before. Gubbert was the name of the church's pope. For the visitors to call him by name, and for no one to dare refute them, was a testament to their overwhelming presence. Under such pressure, who would dare speak up? That would be tantamount to seeking death. From the main temple of the Gyuro Church, 7 figures emerged, flying straight toward Ning Tairan. They were the upper echelon of the church, 6 elders and Pope Gubbert himself. Every one of them was a top-tier professional, above level 70 and having completed their 3rd class transfer. The Pope is here. The elders are here too. Surely everything will be fine. Let's hope so. But the aura of those 2 individuals, they don't seem to fear even the Pope. The members of the church felt a sliver of relief seeing the Pope and elders take action. In their eyes, the Pope and elders were peak professionals who could certainly resolve the crisis. Who dares seek me? Gubbert called out in a low voice. But the moment he saw who had come, his expression changed drastically. He froze, stunned. He recognized Ning Tairan, a god-tier professional from the Xinxia Empire, immensely powerful. Although Gubbert himself was a top-tier professional, he still fell short compared to Ning Tairan. As for the person standing beside Ning Tairan, Gubbert's pupils contracted sharply, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The god of death of Xinxia. He was here too. For both of them to come together, were they here to destroy the Gyuro Church? Gubbert's mind raced, trying to recall if they had offended these figures in any way. Unable to come up with anything, he hurriedly put on a polite smile. It is an honor to have you both here. Let's talk things over. If there's been any offense, I'm willing to make amends. Ning Tairan's voice was cold. You have someone named Ragas in your church, don't you? Bring him out. In the holy church of Goyuo, there were 2 grand temples, the Water Temple and the Fire Temple. Rogues had awakened the class of Flame God Warrior and was thus established as the holy son of the Fire Temple, the heir apparent to its legacy. Originally, the purpose of this meeting was to find rogues. However, given the vast disparity in status and power between the parties, it was truly inconceivable for rogues to offend someone like Ning Tairan. Ning Tairan cast a cold glance at the elders by his side, signaling them to bring rogues over. Since Ning Tairan had spoken, something important must have occurred, and it was necessary to clarify the situation to avoid unnecessary trouble. Gulbat, the head of the elders, cautiously asked, "May I inquire how rogues might have offended the two distinguished lords?" Ning Tairan responded calmly, "He didn't offend me." Bai Yiyuan sneered coldly, "Nor me." Relieved, Gulbat and the other elders let out a collective sigh. It was fortunate that rogues hadn't offended these two. Yet, in the very next moment, Ning Tairan's words plunged their hearts into despair. "But he has offended my precious granddaughter." Bai Yiyuan casually added, "And he has offended my beloved apprentice." Gulbat trembled, nearly falling from midair. This was far worse than offending them directly. Shortly after, Rogues was brought forth. Although days had passed since his recent death, he had been resurrected, but his body remained weak and required time to recover. Dragged here against his will while resting, Rogues was utterly baffled. Seeing the massive fireball hovering above, his confusion deepened. Suddenly, a gust of wind carried him into the air. Gulbat cautiously announced, "Honored lords, this is Rogues. He had an unfortunate accident a few days ago and only just resurrected. You used a dungeon tracking scroll to hunt down Lin Yanga." Ning Tairan's voice was sharp with accusation. "And you dared to call my granddaughter a toy?" Panic flickered briefly in Rogue's eyes before his pupils lost focus, his expression turning blank. Gulbat's brow twitched. He could tell Ning Tairan had used a mind control skill. How could Rogues, a mere level 30, possibly resist? In a fit of madness, Rogue's face contorted with hatred as he screamed, "He dared to kill me. That brat actually dared to kill me. One day, I'll kill him. That title is mine. That woman is mine. I'll make her wish for death over life." The faces of everyone present turned ashen. This was a disaster. Gulbat opened his mouth to speak, but Bai Yiyuan's icy glare silenced him. Bai Yiyuan's cold, merciless aura intensified, suffocating everyone around him. The space itself trembled with his rising killing intent, leaving all in the vicinity trembling in fear. At that moment, the infamous killing god of Xinxia had returned. Ning Tairan sneered, "He can resurrect because his imprint is bound to the Holy Church's divine statue, right? Let's see if he can resurrect again without it." With a simple gesture, the massive fireball above descended toward the Holy Church of Goryeo. Gulbat's face turned pale as he shouted, "Quick, save the people. Everyone, evacuate immediately." The elders sprang into action, leading the masses of disciples away, leaving only Rogue suspended in the air. No one cared to save him. As the root of this calamity, Gulbat wished nothing more than for him to die instantly. The enormous fireball crashed down, its terrifying heat vaporizing Rogues instantly, not burning him to death, but directly reducing him to vapor. Fortunately, the fireball's descent was slow enough to allow the others ample time to escape. A minute later, the headquarters of the Holy Church of Goryeo was completely deserted. The fireball landed, erupting into a dazzling explosion that painted the sky a fiery red. The splendid temples were reduced to ashes in the raging inferno, collapsing one after another. Ning Tairan's cold voice echoed in the aftermath, "If there's a next time, I will annihilate the Holy Church of Goryeo." With that, the two departed, leaving Gulbat with an expression darker than ever. The headquarters of the Holy Church had been consumed by flames, now reduced to rubble. What pained him most was the loss of the divine statue, which could imprint souls and resurrect the dead. Without it, the souls imprinted within were gone forever. Any disciple who died now would remain dead. Gulbat knew all too well the difficulty of constructing such a sacred artifact. "Your Holiness." Several elders looked on in sorrow. Gulbat sighed heavily, "As long as we're alive, that's what matters. Considering their temperaments, the fact that they didn't wipe us out entirely is already a mercy. Don't forget the tragedy of Bangzi Nation years ago, how many lives were lost there." At the mention of Bai Yiyuan's past actions, everyone tensed up. They were fortunate to have escaped with their lives. Temples could be rebuilt, but survival was paramount. All of them harbored deep resentment toward Rogues. If not for him, the Holy Church of Goryeo would never have faced such a catastrophe. Meanwhile, in Bai Yiyuan's secluded courtyard, he and Ning Tairan returned via teleportation. Bai Yiyuan chuckled, "Old Ning, your temper seems to have improved. Could it be because you've spoiled your granddaughter too much?" Ning Tairan huffed, "And you're one to talk. In the past, you would have wiped out everyone in the Holy Church of Goryeo by now." Bai Yiyuan laughed even harder. I'm getting old. Time to accumulate some virtue and reduce the killing." He sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. "The culprit has been dealt with. As for the rest, killing them wouldn't make much difference. Let them stick around to deal with some abyssal fiends." Ning Tairan also took a seat. Ha! As if anyone would believe you. Remember Bangzi Nation? You didn't think that way back then. Bai Yuen grinned nonchalantly. I had a bad temper back then. Spending time with this guy has mellowed me out. Meng Anwen, sitting with his eyes closed, interjected, don't blame everything on me. He tossed over a fully recharged cooling amulet. Here, it's done. You're quick. Ning Tairan shamelessly pulled out another depleted beginner-level cooling amulet. Charge this one for me too. Meanwhile, at Shijing Academy, the instructors were meticulously teaching the new students. While the foundational knowledge had already been covered in high school, the academy provided more advanced instruction, such as in-depth analysis of various class skills, their application in combat, the distribution of global dungeon levels, classifications of bosses, and their respective strategies. They also covered information on the abyss, including the various types of abyssal fiends and precautions to take. Here, students could gain access to knowledge far beyond what they had learned in high school. Lin Yang entered the library, understanding that he didn't have enough time to attend every lecture. Bai Yuen had already informed him that new tasks awaited him, so he needed to gather knowledge about the abyss on his own. Thus, he decided to delve into the library's vast archives. You should know that all the knowledge the mentors explain can be found in the library. Moreover, the library's knowledge is divided into various levels, and accessing any content requires paying the corresponding points. The library is exceptionally quiet. Though there are many students inside, they all maintain silence, focusing intently on the materials in their hands. As Lin Yang stepped into the library, a familiar voice, full of surprise, called out, Lin Yang. He looked up and saw Shu Han standing right in front of him, greeting him with a bright smile. Lin Yang responded with a faint smile, thinking to himself how coincidental this encounter was. He had always had a good impression of Shu Han. Back in the replica hall, she had helped him quite a bit, making her the first friend he had made since entering Xiaoqing Academy. Lin Yang didn't have many friends to begin with, so he treasured each and every one of them. Shu Han beamed and said, I'm here earning points. Do you want me to be your guide? I can give you a detailed introduction to the library. It's not expensive, just 100 points. Without hesitation, Lin Yang transferred her 100 points. Shu Han's smile grew even sweeter. So decisive, Lin. Alright, let me give you a tour of the library. Our Xiaoqing Academy library is divided into many sections, such as the skills section, the replica section, the monster section, the boss section, the abyss section, and so on. She then began to introduce the library to Lin Yang in great detail. Thanks to her explanations, Lin Yang quickly gained a clear understanding of the library's categorization. If he had tried to figure it out on his own, he would have likely wasted a lot of time. According to the Academy's rules, basic materials cost just 10 points per piece to view, which isn't expensive. The challenge, however, lies in the sheer volume of information. Countless cabinets are densely packed with materials, leaving Lin Yang momentarily unsure where to start. After giving a broad overview, Shu Han smiled and asked, what kind of materials are you looking for, Lin? Lin Yang didn't hesitate, replying, I want to look at information about the abyss and the primal battlefield. Hearing this, Shu Han promptly led Lin Yang to the section containing abyss-related materials. This area housed information about the primal battlefield's terrain, monster distributions, their weaknesses, and various points of caution. Shu Han quickly selected a few pieces of information for him. These are good ones for you to start with. The materials she picked were beginner level, suitable for practitioners below level 40 and corresponding to abyssal creatures under level 40. The information was presented on cards, which could only be viewed within the library and were not allowed to be taken out. Alright, Lin, find yourself a spot to sit and take your time reading. I won't disturb you further. Shu Han smiled and left, successfully completing her task and earning her 100 points. Lin Yang found a quiet corner to sit and began examining the materials. When the card was activated, it projected a light screen filled with text and vivid images, almost as if the primal battlefield were unfolding before his eyes. Lin Yang meticulously read through each piece of information. The materials Shu Han had recommended were very comprehensive, covering the layout of the primal battlefield, the distribution of monsters across various zones, their levels, and the surrounding environment. Gradually, a rough map of the primal battlefield began to take shape in Lin Yang's mind. The eternal wall of the Xinxia Empire consisted of 9 fortresses, with the 9th fortress located at the deepest part of the primal battlefield, perilously close to the abyssal entrance. The area was extremely dangerous, populated by high-level monsters, and saturated with abyssal energy. Powerful abyssal creatures frequently attack. The harsh environment near the 9th fortress was a constant battleground. Very few nations dared to build fortresses this deep into the primal battlefield, which showcased the immense strength of the Xinxia Empire. Through these materials, Lin Yang gained a deeper understanding of the abyss. He realized that the abyssal hellhounds and abyssal dog demons he had previously encountered were merely insignificant creatures in the grand scheme of the abyss, almost like trash. The dog demons could barely qualify as cannon fodder, while the hellhounds, being a low-level offshoot bred by the dog demons, weren't even worth that title. Ides' understanding of the abyss was still superficial. The only certainty was that the abyss was teeming with countless demons, and the abyssal demon lords were unimaginably powerful. If it weren't for their strength, top-tier warriors like Bai Shen would have already stormed the abyss. Unknowingly, night fell. Lin Yang's communicator suddenly vibrated. The 100th Practitioner Tournament. It's finally here. Lin Yang put down the data card and began reviewing the information about the upcoming Practitioner Tournament. At the same time, every practitioner across the world received the same notification on their communicators. The Practitioner Tournament had been held 99 times before, with this being its 100th iteration. Held every 5 years, the tournament boasted a 500-year history. As the host nation, the Xinxia Empire had ensured that this year's event would be unprecedented in scale. The moment practitioners received the announcement, many couldn't contain their excitement. Sign me up. I'm definitely participating. Hold on, check the rewards first. Whoa, the rewards are incredible this year. My goodness, the champion prizes for each category are amazing. They're so much better than any previous tournament. I want it so badly. That night, the entire world was abuzz with excitement and anticipation. After reading through the tournament rules, Lin Yang smiled. The competition was divided into team battles, solo battles, and challenge matches. Participants were grouped in brackets based on every 10 levels. Regular competitions included solo and team battles, with additional special challenge matches. Each bracket's champion rewards were exceptionally generous, which made Lin Yang's eyes gleam with interest. Just then, his communicator rang, its sudden sound particularly jarring in the quiet library. Lin Yang quickly stepped outside to answer it. What's up? On the other end, Ning Yi's crisp voice, as lively as a songbird, came through. Did you see it? The practitioner tournament is about to start. Yeah. Did you see the rewards? Ning Yi let out an excited squeal. Hee, I want to team up with you. Let's sign up together. I can't believe the Empire is being so generous, offering so many good prizes. I'll come find you first thing tomorrow morning, and we'll register together. Listening to Ning Yi's excitement, Lin Yang couldn't help but smile. Alright. This time, the Xinxia Empire had indeed gone all out, offering a treasure trove of rewards. In team competitions for levels below 40, each category's champion could earn a shimmering basic skill scroll, a basic magic potion, and 50 million gold coins. Lin Yang had his eyes set on the shimmering basic skill scroll. It was extraordinarily rare and unavailable on the market. Skill scrolls were crafted by enchanters, and among 10,000 basic skill scrolls, only one shimmering basic skill scroll might appear. This scroll could allow a professional to fully master a skill they hadn't yet learned, which was incredibly significant for Lin Yang. The second reward, the basic magic potion, permanently increased all base attributes by 200. While 200 points didn't seem like much, less than the stats of a piece of golden equipment, it was crucial because it enhanced base attributes. From platinum-grade equipment onward, some equipment boosts were percentage-based, so the stronger the base attributes, the better the effects when equipped. Next came the solo competition. For levels below 40, the champion in each category would earn a basic magic potion. However, each person could only use such a potion once, and its effects could not stack. Fortunately, Lin Yang and Ning Yi could each claim one. Lastly, the challenge competition was announced, though its specific rules and rewards were undisclosed and would only be revealed at the start of the event. Lin Yang and Ning Yi agreed to register for the professional tournament early the next morning. That night, Lin Yang didn't idle away his time. He spent his points to rent the Academy's skill training hall to summon skeletons. Although the Academy's skill training hall wasn't as effective as the military's skill training grounds, it was much faster than meditating on his own. The skeleton mage at level 26 consumed a staggering 2,400 points of spirit energy. With the title attribute having the cost, it still required 1,200 points. Including his equipment and title bonuses, Lin Yang had a total of 4,600 spirit points, meaning he could summon only 3 skeleton mages at a time. After a night of meditative recovery, he successfully summoned 10 skeleton mages, filling the slots in his summoning space. Such a large number of skeletons was enough to handle most situations, making him nearly invincible among professionals of the same level. The professional tournament registration began that day, with sign-up stations set up worldwide. There were several in the Xiaojing Academy as well. The registration lines were packed with people, with both regular students and independent academy students eager to join, the queue stretching long. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yang looked around, searching for someone. Ning Yi softly asked, "Are you looking for your sister?" Lin Yang nodded, yes. Unfortunately, he didn't see Lin Mohan anywhere. Ning Yi explained that the students of the Gods Creation Academy, Genesis Academy, and Flame Emperor Academy, the independent academies, weren't there. They had their own registration points, and Lin Yang'e realized the truth. Lin Yang'e glanced down at Ningyi and asked if she knew where those academies' registration points were. Ningyi shook her head, saying she wasn't sure. Her grandfather hadn't mentioned the specific location, as one needed to join those academies to gain access to such information. Since entering the academy, Lin Yang'e had never encountered students from these top academies. These three elite institutions seemed to operate independently of the academy, shrouded in mystery and difficult to fathom. Joining them appeared to be the only way to learn more, a dream for countless students. Inwardly, Lin Yang'e hoped that during the tournament, students from these top academies would participate. Just then, someone called Lin Yang'e's name, a girl, her voice pleasant. Ningyi immediately turned to look and saw several people approaching them. The girl leading the group was stunning, no less attractive than Ningyi herself. The other girl was also quite pretty and, like Ningyi, appeared to be an assassin-type professional. Another person in the group carried a long sword. Lin Yang'e softly introduced them. "This is my high school classmate, Xia Shui. The others are Zhuo Mei and Feng Xiu, who are from our province. I met them during the national exams." Ningyi nodded with a smile, her small hand tightly clutching Lin Yang'e's. Xia Shui approached, glanced at Ningyi, and noticed her holding Lin Yang'e's hand. Smiling, she asked, "You're here to register, too?" Lin Yang'e nodded, "Yes." Xia Shui continued, "We're here to register as well. It's a pity you've already exceeded level 20, otherwise, we could have formed a team with you." Feng Xiu smiled and added, "Exactly. If we could team up with you, we'd have the championship in the bag. Now we'll have to fight tooth and nail instead." Xia Shui chuckled, "We're debating whether to compete as a trio or find more members. The team competition requires at least 2 and at most 5 people. Usually, it's best to have a full team of 5, but some confident folks join as pairs, like you two." Xia Shui, being quite sociable, had made many friends in just a few days. She extended her hand confidently, introducing herself, Xia Shui, level 17, elemental mage, and Lin Yang'e's classmate. Zhuo Mei, level 17, stealth assassin. Feng Xiu, level 17, holy swordsman. Ningyi introduced herself without hesitation, Ningyi, level 25, shadow assassin, and Lin Yang'e's girlfriend. She admitted it openly, without pretense. Xia Shui and her companions showed no signs of surprise. Instead, Xia Shui exclaimed, "You're already level 25. Ningyi giggled, "It's all thanks to Moyu helping me level up." Feng Xiu teased, "No wonder. Lin Yang'e, when are you going to help us level up? Don't prioritize beauty over friendship." Lin Yang'e thought for a moment before replying, "Get to level 20 as soon as possible, and I'll take you through the Tyrant's Desert dungeon." Xia Shui looked puzzled. "Why? Is that dungeon particularly difficult?" Ningyi quickly explained, and only then did Xia Shui and the others realize what made that dungeon unique. Lin Yang'e added, "Anyway, just reach level 20 quickly and let me know. I'll take you through it." Zhuo Mei looked at Lin Yang'e and asked, "What level are you now?" "Level 26. The 4 of them gasped. Lin Yang'e's leveling speed was astonishing. Since entering the academy, they had only gained 1 level, but Lin Yang'e had managed to jump 4 levels in a matter of days, from level 22 during the opening ceremony to level 26 now. It was as if he were flying. Feng Xiu sighed, "Comparing oneself to others really is infuriating." Xia Shui chimed in, putting romance before friendship, rising in rank so quickly and not even helping out old classmates. "Got yourself a girl and forgot your friends, huh?" Zhuo Mei's cool gaze fell on Lin Yang'e as she remarked, "Men shouldn't move too fast." For a moment, silence enveloped the group. Everyone stared at Zhuo Mei, dumbfounded. That this 18-year-old girl could say something so insightful left Feng Xiu utterly astonished. "You're acting unusual," he said. Zhuo Mei snorted. "You're just capable enough to understand me, same type of person," she retorted. After some more casual chatter, Xia Shui and her 2 companions headed off to find their teammates and register. Ningyi's eyes glimmered with intrigue as she turned to Lin Yang'e. "You and Xia Shui seem pretty close," she said. Lin Yang'e thought for a moment before replying, "High school classmates. We've said fewer than 10 sentences to each other in total." Ningyi giggled. "You're so dull. If I had such a beautiful classmate around me, I'd have pursued her a long time ago." Lin Yang'e shook his head and said, "You're prettier." Hearing this, Ningyi felt a sweetness bloom in her heart. She knew that words of affection from someone who rarely expressed their feelings could be even more moving. A voice called out, drawing Ningyi's attention upward. Her delicate face lit up with a radiant smile. "Peachy." 3 familiar figures, Jiang Taotao, Duan Gao, and Miao Yu, approached together. Ningyi ran up to them, grabbing Jiang Taotao and Miao Yu by their hands. "Peachy, you're here to register too?" Jiang Taotao nodded. "Of course. The professional tournament only happens once every 5 years, it's not to be missed." Miao Yu held Ningyi's hand gently. "Where have you been lately? Yi. We couldn't get in touch with you. Tao Tao and I were so worried. Ning Yi chuckled. I had some things to take care of, so I was away for a bit. By the way, have you found a team yet? A hint of disappointment flashed across Jiang Tao Tao's face as she shook her head. No. Duan Gao snorted. People think we're too low level and don't want to team up with us. The three of them had leveled up during the Siren Island trial. Jiang Tao Tao was now a level 24 elf knight, while Duan Gao and Miao Yu were both level 21, Duan Gao a seer and Miao Yu an elder. While Jiang Tao Tao alone might have been able to find a team, it was difficult for her to bring along the other two. In the level 20 to 29 bracket, teams generally preferred members with higher levels. Jiang Tao Tao was troubled. If they couldn't find a team, they would have no choice but to compete as a trio. Miao Yu said softly, honestly, we're not aiming to win anything. We just want to gain some experience. Duan Gao scoffed, they're all a bunch of snobs. We won't team up with them in dungeons in the future either. Ning Yi's large, bright eyes sparkled as she suddenly had an idea. Peachy, let's team up. Let Miyu lead us to the championship and blind all those snobs with our victory. She turned her hopeful gaze toward Lin Yanga. Lin Yanga chuckled, nodding. Why not? Jiang Taodao's eyes lit up. She was well aware of Lin Yanga's strength. His feat of single-handedly leading 39 people to clear the Tyrant Dungeon was already the talk of the academy. With Lin Yanga on their team, winning the championship in their bracket seemed almost certain. However, Jiang Taotao didn't agree immediately. Instead, she said, I have one condition. If you agree, we'll team up. Ning Yi, deeply bonded to Jiang Taotao, didn't think much of it and asked, what condition, Peachy? Just say it. Jiang Taotao replied, if we win the championship, we don't want any of the prizes. She understood that if they won, it would largely be thanks to Lin Yanga. Ning Yi hadn't expected this condition. Jiang Taotao continued, if we win the championship, the academy will reward us with contribution points. That's all we need. Duan Gao and Miao Yu quickly added, exactly, we don't want anything else. Contribution points are enough for us. Contribution points were notoriously difficult to earn. Lin Yanga himself had only 90 points before heading to the Yuan battlefield. His military rank later brought incremental increases, 10 points for each rank up to a 10-star private, totaling 190 points. When he was promoted to lieutenant, he gained another 100 points, bringing his total to 290. Lin Yanga didn't know how many contribution points Jiang Taotao currently had, but it likely wasn't more than his. Under Jiang Taodao's firm insistence, Ning Yi reluctantly agreed. And so, the five of them formed a team and successfully registered for the tournament. In 10 days, the 100th professional tournament would take place in Nanhong City within the Xinxia Empire. The thought of possibly clinching the championship left Jiang Taotao and her companions visibly excited. Duan Gao clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Serves those people right for not teaming up with me. They don't deserve to win the championship. Miao Yu tugged at his sleeve and said softly, don't say that. They never had a chance at the championship anyway. Duan Gao thought about it and nodded vigorously. You're right. They never had a chance. As they were walking, someone suddenly blocked their path. Jiang Taotao frowned slightly, her tone displeased. What do you want? The person was Bai Li Sheng, a name Lin Yanga vaguely recalled from the dungeon halls. Supposedly, Bai Li Sheng was the grandson of Bai Li Academy's headmaster. Bai Li Sheng's face was cold, jealousy flashing in his eyes as he glared at Ning Yi. His gaze locked onto her delicate hand, which was holding Lin Yanga's. Ning Yi, what are you doing with this guy? Bai Li Sheng demanded angrily. Ning Yi's petite face was filled with disdain as she shot back mercilessly. What's it to you? Bai Li Sheng's chest heaved with rage. What's it to me? Are you seriously asking? Everyone knows you're my fiancé. Ning Yi's voice turned sharp, like a lioness ready to pounce. Shut your filthy mouth. You came to propose, I turned you down, and then you had the nerve to go around claiming I'm your fiancé. Out of respect for the fact that our families are old friends, I didn't make a fuss. But now you've said it so many times you're starting to believe your own lies. If you've got a mental problem, go see a good healer. Stop making a fool of yourself here. If you dare say that again, I'll tell my grandfather to deal with you. Lin Yanga was taken aback. He hadn't expected the usually cheerful and playful Ning Yi to have such a fiery side. Ning Yi's face was flushed red, her chest rising and falling as if she were about to explode. She cast occasional glances at Lin Yanga. Seeing that he showed no reaction, she finally let out a small sigh of relief. Bai Li Sheng's face turned from red to green to ashen white under Ning Yi's tirade. Gritting his teeth, he spat, fine. Ning Yi, don't get cocky. This isn't over. Remember, you're mine, Bai Li Sheng's woman. No one can take you away. He then shot a venomous glare at Lin Yanga. And you, punk, you're dead. I'll kill you someday. Unfazed, Ning Yi drew a dagger and said icily, if you want to die, just say so. Lin Yanga's palm ignited with flames, his intent to kill clear as day. If someone wanted to kill him, he would show no mercy, strike first to gain the upper hand. Jiang Taotao quickly drew her longsword, while Duan Gao and Miao Yu assumed combat stances. Though they were well aware that Bai Lixing's status far surpassed theirs, they showed no fear. At this moment, they regarded Lin Yang'e and Ning Yi as their comrades in arms, vowing to protect them at all costs. Just then, a deep voice echoed from the sky, and an overwhelming pressure descended. Bai Lixing was struck as if by a heavy blow. With a pained cry, he fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly injured. In midair, Bai Shen's gaze was cold and murderous as he locked eyes on Bai Lixing and asked icily, "You, who were you planning to kill?" Bai Lixing was terrified beyond words, his heart overwhelmed by boundless fear. He never imagined Bai Yiyuan would suddenly appear. He had heard rumors of some connection between Lin Yang'e and Bai Yiyuan before but had dismissed them. In his eyes, someone like Bai Yiyuan, an existence so far removed, couldn't possibly have dealings with someone like him. But now, he was utterly panicked. Seeing this, Ning Yi sheathed her dagger, the anger on her young face dissipating. She called out sweetly, "Grandpa Bai." Bai Yiyuan nodded slightly before asking again, "Bai Lixing, I asked you a question, who were you planning to kill?" Bai Lixing, already paralyzed with fear, shook his head frantically, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Lord Bai Shen, I didn't say anything at all." Bai Yiyuan let out a cold snort. "Get out of my sight. If this happens again, I'll personally deliver your head to Bai Lihao." Bai Lihao was the dean of Bai Li Academy. Hearing Bai Yiyuan's threat, Bai Lixing began trembling uncontrollably. Ignoring his injuries, he fled in utter disgrace. Descending from the sky, Bai Yiyuan landed before them. Jiang Taotao, Duan Gao, and Miao Yu hurriedly bowed in greeting. In the kingdom of Xinxia, it might not be difficult to meet the ruler, but no one could possibly not know of Bai Yiyuan. The name Bai Shen carried thunderous weight, inspiring awe far and wide. Bai Yiyuan looked at Lin Yang'e and asked, "If I hadn't appeared, were you planning to act?" Lin Yang'e nodded resolutely. "If he wants to kill me, I'll kill him first." Bai Yiyuan pressed further, "And you're not afraid of retaliation from the forces behind him?" His grandfather, Bai Lihao, the dean of Bai Li Academy, is at level 81, a top-tier professional, far beyond what you can currently contend with. Lin Yang'e shook his head and replied calmly, "I've thought it through. I'd kill him and then teleport to you. If you're willing to protect me, there's no problem. If not, you could send me to the Yuan battlefield. And if none of that works, I'm prepared to die." He had already considered the consequences thoroughly. Bai Yiyuan's voice turned heavy. "You're gambling with your life." Lin Yang'e shook his head, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Not really. I believe you protect me." A trace of appreciation flickered in Bai Yiyuan's eyes. He began to see Lin Yang'e in a new light. This young man was far more insightful than he had anticipated. Indeed, killing Bai Lixing would lead to only a few possible outcomes. Suddenly, Bai Yiyuan burst into hearty laughter. Good. You've got a streak of my younger self in you. Sometimes, when something needs to be done, you can't waste time hesitating. Like when you killed that holy son of the Goryeo Church. What's done is done. Old Ning leveled the entire Goryeo Church back then, and they didn't dare utter a single complaint. Remember, strength speaks louder than words. The more Bai Yiyuan observed Lin Yang'e, the more satisfied he became. This young man didn't talk much but was decisive and ruthless, unafraid to act when necessary, the exact kind of person Bai Yiyuan admired. Bai Yiyuan tossed a cooling amulet back to Lin Yang'e. "I've already sent you the upgrade instructions. Once you've gathered enough materials, I'll find someone to help you." Lin Yang'e caught the cooling amulet and nodded. "Understood." Bai Yiyuan continued, "Your new task has been assigned. Get to it without delay." He then glanced at Jiang Taotao, Duan Gao, and Miao Yu, praising them, "The three of you aren't bad either." With that, he soared into the sky and vanished. In Bai Yiyuan's eyes, the fact that Jiang Taotao and the others dared to take on Bai Lixing earlier had already proven their courage. At the very least, they had enough backbone. Unlike some who were timid as mice and lacked even the courage to act, let alone the strength to become formidable. Lin Yang'e checked his communicator. Ning Yi, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity, leaned over and asked, "What task did Grandpa Bai give you?" After reading the task details, Lin Yang'e replied softly, "He wants me to go to Fort Number 3 and kill abyssal demons. I need to reach at least the rank of 2-star lieutenant." Ning Yi, sensing there was more to it, tilted her head in doubt. "That's it? It can't be so simple." Lin Yang'e shook his head. "There's more. Outside Fort Number 3, there are occasional elemental secret realms. Bai Shen wants me to retrieve the elemental crystals from those realms." Ning Yi's face was full of confusion as she shook her head. "I've never heard of that." Lin Yang'e explained, "I happened to read about it yesterday. The battlefield outside Fort Number 3 is also known as the Elemental Plains. A massive battle once took place there involving nearly 100 elemental mages who had undergone 3 or more class advancements. They cast over 1,000 forbidden-level spells in total, transforming the land into a realm of pure elemental energy. Over time, many elemental creatures were born there. Because of that battle, the area became known as the Elemental Plains. Ningyi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Elemental creatures, huh? I've never seen one before. I wonder what they're like. She seemed unconcerned about danger, her thoughts consumed by curiosity. Lin Yanghe chuckled, you'll know when you see them. Afterward, he arranged to meet Jiang Taotao and the others in Nanhong City in 10 days. He and Ningyi used a teleportation array to head toward the Yuan battlefield. Both now held military ranks. Ningyi, as a private, could teleport as far as Fort Number 3, while Lin Yanghe, a lieutenant, even as a 1-star, could reach Fort Number 5. However, Fort 6, 7, and 8 required at least a colonel's rank for access. Military ranks were not only a symbol of merit but also a reflection of one's strength. After the teleportation concluded, Lin Yanghe found himself once again standing on this familiar land. The process had taken just a single day. Ningyi was tightly curled in his arms, her eyes shut, as if his embrace eased the discomfort caused by teleportation. We're here, Lin Yanghe said softly, gently patting Ningyi before setting her down. Ningyi shook her head to regain her bearings, her eyes shining with anticipation. Next time we teleport, can you hold me like this again? Lin Yanghe smiled warmly. Sure. Holding Ningyi, the soft sensation in his arms stirred a unique emotion within him. He controlled his feelings well, ensuring none of it showed on his face. The layout of Fort Number 3 was identical to that of Fort Number 1. Lin Yanghe first headed to the trading post. To his surprise, several of the weapons and equipment he had consigned had already sold. After settling his accounts, he realized he had earned 60 million gold coins, bringing his total to 160 million. He also noticed that Fort Number 3's trading post stocked some items unavailable at Fort Number 1. Primary Fire Elemental Core, enchantment material. When used on weapons, it increases fire elemental damage. When used on armor, it enhances fire resistance. Primary Wind Elemental Core, enchantment material. The 4 elemental types, wind, fire, water, and lightning, each correspond to a different elemental core. Delivering these cores to an enchanter for processing allows professionals to gain additional elemental attack abilities or increase their resistance to elemental damage. Lin Yanghe immediately recalled the vengeful spirits he had encountered when he first entered the Origin battlefield. These soul-type monsters lacked physical form and were completely immune to physical attacks. For professionals without elemental attack capabilities, encountering such creatures would be nothing short of a nightmare. However, primary elemental cores were not cheap, each priced at a staggering 100,000 gold coins. Due to the emergence of elemental cores, an enchantment hall had been established within Fortress Number 3. Ningyi explained, this hall was set up by the Enchanters Guild. They have similar establishments in major cities across the world. Lin Yanghe suddenly realized that many professions had their own respective organizations. For example, alchemists had the Alchemists Association, knights had the Knights Guild, and naturally, enchanters had the Enchanters Guild. Individuals of the same profession banded together to assist one another and trade resources. Each enchanter had a private room to ensure they wouldn't interfere with one another. Lin Yanghe only gave the hall a cursory glance and quickly lost interest. He had no weapons in need of enchantment, nor could his skeleton warrior's weapons be enchanted. Ningyi, similarly, had no such requirement. For enchanters, enchanting was both a means of livelihood and a way to level up. They gained experience by performing enchantments for others. Only after reaching a certain level would they join others in dungeon raids. Often, they would even pay others to guide them through dungeons. As Lin Yanghe and Ningyi approached the castle gates, they were stopped by the guard stationed there. One of the guards looked at them with a hint of concern in his voice. Young man, if you go out like this, you might not make it back alive. The guard, a level 45 advanced professional who had undergone a second-class transition, could easily discern Lin Yanghe and Ningyi's levels. Lin Yanghe was level 26, while Ningyi was only level 25. In the perilous elemental plains, venturing out at such low levels was tantamount to courting death. Lin Yanghe tried to reassure him. Don't worry, we'll be fine. The guard, however, was unrelenting. The weakest monsters out in the elemental plains are at least level 33, you're only level 26. Listen to me, turn back now. His gaze suddenly shifted to Lin Yanghe's shoulder insignia, and he exclaimed in surprise, wait, you're a second lieutenant. The shock in his voice was palpable. You really can't go out there, it's far too dangerous. Determined to fulfill his duty, the guard firmly blocked their path. At that moment, a patrolling squad passed by, and their captain inquired, what's going on here? The guard quickly explained, Captain, they're trying to leave the fortress. I told them it's too dangerous and they should turn back. The captain glanced at Lin Yanghe and Ningyi, concern evident in his expression. Level 26 and level 25. Going out there is practically suicide. Where are your elders? How could they let you attempt something so reckless? Like the guard, the captain was serious and responsible, genuinely worried for Lin Yang'e and Ning Yi's safety. However, Lin Yang'e remained patient, calmly explaining the situation without taking offense. The elemental planes were vastly different from the fog-shrouded origin battlefield outside Fortress No. 1. Visibility was significantly better here. With their exceptional eyesight, professionals could spot distant figures with ease. Lin Yang'e noticed an elemental creature wandering aimlessly about 700 or 800 meters away. Flames flickered across its body. It was clearly a fire elemental creature. A gust of cold wind suddenly swept through, causing both the captain and the guard to shiver. The next moment, their hair stood on end as 5 skeleton warriors materialized before Lin Yang'e. This is, young man, are these your summoned creatures? The captain's gaze fell upon Lin Yang'e's class, Necromancer. It was a profession he had never encountered before. The 5 skeletons clattered as they sprinted off, their speed astonishing. Once outside the gates, their pace quickened even further, moving like bolts of lightning. So fast. The advanced professionals were stunned. Such speed indicated that the skeletons possessed exceptionally high stats. The 5 skeletons bolted toward the fire elemental creature. Their weapons emitted a crimson glow as they unleashed their skill, Berserk Strike. Blades rose and fell in quick succession. Within seconds, the fire elemental creature dissolved into a puff of smoke, slain on the spot. Defeated level 33 Fire Elemental Spirit, EXP plus 165,000. The rapid annihilation of a level 33 monster left the advanced professionals wide-eyed, struggling to believe what they had just witnessed. For level 26 skeletons to display such overwhelming power, it was unimaginable how much stronger they would become at levels 36 or 46. The captain's gaze lingered on the insignia on Lin Yang'e's shoulder. A second lieutenant. So young. The captain himself was also a second lieutenant, a 5-star one at that, but he distinctly remembered achieving that rank only after reaching level 38. Young and powerful, Lin Yang'e had left a deep impression on him. Ning Yi, however, had anticipated this outcome. She pouted slightly. They're being way too cautious. Lin Yang'e gently patted her head, speaking softly, they mean well. They're just doing their job. The elemental planes were a stark contrast to the origin battlefield outside Fortress No. 1. Without the presence of the fortress, it would have been impossible to connect the two places. One could only imagine how the countless forbidden spells had ravaged this land, leaving it utterly saturated with elemental energy. The air, the ground, everywhere was filled with an overwhelming abundance of elemental power. Each breath inhaled massive amounts of elemental energy. One moment, the air might feel crisp and refreshing, the next, it could burn hot and searing. A breath of wind elemental energy mixed with traces of water could be followed by a fiery exhale dominated by fire elemental particles. At times, a sharp tingling sensation would travel up one's nose. That was the result of inhaling too much lightning elemental energy. What kind of cursed place is this? How could such a place even exist? Ning Yi grumbled. One moment she felt scorching heat, the next, she was freezing cold. The erratic environment made even breathing difficult. Her expression twisted into a pained grimace, prompting Lin Yang'e to burst into rare laughter. Annoyed, Ning Yi punched his arm. You're laughing. What's so funny? Cough, cough. She had just inhaled a gust of wind elemental energy and was now coughing so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. Still chuckling, Lin Yang'e pulled out a mask and handed it to her. Elemental mask. Filters the various elements in the air. Ning Yi's eyes widened. Why didn't you take this out earlier? Lin Yang'e replied with a straight face, if I said I forgot, would you believe me? Of course not. Ning Yi muttered to herself, convinced he had deliberately held back just to see her struggle. With a fierce roar, Ning Yi lunged at Lin Yang'e like a wild animal, her hands clawing in the air. I'll fight you to the end, she cried. Just then, a wind sphere came hurtling from a distance, slamming into both of them. The skeletal armor they wore glowed brilliantly, deflecting the wind sphere. A fierce gale roared, and a tornado came crashing toward them. Amid the howling wind, the skeletal armor shimmered with light, stubbornly resisting every attack. The moment their master was attacked, the skeletal warrior reacted with lightning speed, charging toward the enemy like a bolt of energy. In the air, a wind elemental spirit fluttered with graceful agility, emanating a faint green glow as it launched relentless attacks against Lin Yang'e and Ning Yi. The skeletal warrior leapt high into the air, but the wind elemental spirit's reflexes were astonishingly quick, dodging the attack with ease. Intelligent? A thought flashed through Lin Yang'e's mind, but he quickly corrected himself. No, it's instinct. Trusting his sharp intuition, he made a rapid judgment. Without hesitation, Lin Yang'e summoned 10 skeletal mages. At the same time, he cast a control spell, targeting the Wind Elemental Spirit. Wind Elemental Spirit. Level, 34. Strength, 4000. Agility, 4000. Spirit, 7000. Constitution, 5500. Skills, Wind Sphere, Storm. Trait, Wind Element Immunity. The detection spell revealed detailed stats about the Wind Elemental Spirit, including an unfamiliar trait, wind element immunity. Unlike battlefield wraiths, which achieve physical immunity by activating a skill, wind elemental spirits are naturally immune to wind element attacks. The wind elemental spirit danced nimbly through the air, evading the skeletal warriors' persistent leaps and strikes. However, the moment the 10 skeletal mages appeared, they unleashed their spells without delay. Since wind element attacks were ineffective against the spirit, the skeletal mages employed the other 3 elemental spells, bombarding it relentlessly. These spells were homing in nature, making them nearly impossible to dodge. Within a single round of attacks, the wind elemental spirit was obliterated. Wind elemental spirit, level 34, slain. Experience plus 170,000. Lin Yanga glanced at the notification and frowned slightly. After the wind elemental spirit perished, it left no corpse behind. Similarly, when the fire elemental spirit was defeated earlier, it had also left nothing behind. Could it be, elemental beings don't leave corpses? Lin Yanga speculated internally. If that's true, using my corpse explosion skill on them won't work. Without the advantage for group kills, I'll have to push through methodically, just like in the Hell Outpost dungeon. He resolved to observe further to confirm his theory. Meanwhile, Ning Yi giggled and said, finally, that was satisfying. So, don't I look pretty with this mask on? Wearing her elemental mask, her already large, bright eyes looked even more dazzling. The sudden sneak attack from the wind elemental spirit hadn't fazed her in the slightest. You look beautiful. Your eyes are big and stunning, Lin Yanga said with a smile. Ning Yi puffed up with pride. Of course. My eyes are the prettiest, she declared confidently. As they ventured deeper into the elemental planes, the number of elemental creatures steadily increased, becoming more and more dense. However, many adventurers were also hunting in this area. Usually working in teams of 2 or 3, they specialized in hunting elemental monsters. Though not particularly strong, elemental creatures had a chance to drop elemental crystals. While each drop was minimal, they could accumulate to a significant value over time. The key was that hunting elemental creatures in the elemental planes was relatively safe. Lin Yanga summoned 5 more skeletal warriors, bringing his total to 10 skeletal warriors and 10 skeletal mages, a force sufficient to sweep through the elemental planes with ease. It became clear that elemental creatures left no corpses, rendering the corpse explosion skill unusable. I've read about this place in the Academy Library, Lin Yanga said. The records provided a detailed description of the elemental planes. What kind of description? Ning Yi asked curiously. Lin Yanga explained patiently. After being bombarded by over 1,000 forbidden spells, the elemental planes were transformed into a land of pure elemental energy, untouchable by the powers of the abyss. But the abyssal demons have never given up. For countless years, they've been trying to infiltrate this domain. At the edge of the elemental planes, you can feel the presence of the abyss. Ning Yi listened thoughtfully. So, we need to reach the edge of the elemental planes to find the abyssal demons. Lin Yanga nodded. Exactly. They had been walking for half a day. Lin Yanga estimated they had covered about 1/3 of the journey. With another half day of travel, they would reach the edge of the plains. For professional adventurers, stamina was never an issue. Walking for days on end posed no challenge as long as they weren't engaged in intense combat. The number of elemental spirits continued to grow. Aside from wind elemental spirits, which were trickier to deal with due to their ability to fly, the other types posed no threat to the level 26 skeletal warriors. Do you feel that? Ning Yi suddenly stopped mid-sentence, her expression turning serious. Lin Yanga also sensed the disturbance. The ground is shaking. The elemental energy is becoming chaotic. Both of them immediately became alert. Lin Yanga's first instinct was to cast skeletal armor on himself and Ning Yi. With the armor in place, their safety was significantly enhanced. There are people. Ning Yi's sharp eyes caught movement ahead. A group of figures was running toward them at full speed. It looks like they're shouting something. As the voices grew clearer, the scene came into focus. A crowd of over 100 people was fleeing in a frenzy, their panic-stricken cries echoing through the air. Run! Run for your lives! Don't just stand there, run! Behind them, an overwhelming swarm of elemental spirits surged forward like a tidal wave. Did they stumble into an elemental spirit nest? Ning Yi gasped in astonishment. Lin Yanga shook his head, his tone calm. No, they've encountered an elemental rift. Hearing this, Ning Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. She leapt into the air, clapping her hands. Perfect. I was just hoping we'd run into an elemental rift. Elemental rifts appeared randomly and triggered elemental chaos when they emerged, instantly spawning a massive number of elemental spirits. Within the rift's domain, elemental energy became wildly unstable, rendering teleportation stones useless and trapping anyone inside. The elemental spirits born from the rift would mercilessly attack any intruders, whether they were abyssal creatures or human adventurers. The origin of elemental rifts was closely tied to an ancient war. 50 or 60 adventurers were now fleeing for their lives, pursued by thousands of elemental spirits. The sheer number was staggering. If Lin Yanga could use his corpse explosion skill, these spirits would pose no threat, even if their numbers multiplied tenfold. But without that advantage, the situation had become far more complicated. However, the elemental spirits had no physical bodies, which made the situation a bit troublesome, but only just troublesome. What are you standing there for, waiting to die? Are you crazy? Run! Can't you see the swarm of elemental spirits behind us? Forget about them, we need to get out of here. They're catching up. The frantic crowd, desperately fleeing, shouted at Lin Yang'e and Ning Yi, who stood motionless. Yet, the two showed no intention of moving. Ning Yi even cheekily waved at them. Witnessing this, the fleeing crowd thought these two must be insane. No, not just insane, but blind as well. There was a massive wave of elemental spirits chasing behind them, and yet they were completely unfazed. As the crowd rushed past Lin Yang'e and Ning Yi, a portion of the elemental spirits shifted their focus toward the two. In an instant, Lin Yang'e summoned his entire army of skeletons. 150 skeleton warriors and 100 skeleton mages surged forth like a tidal wave. The skeleton warriors tore into the elemental spirits like tigers among sheep, while the skeleton mages unleashed spell attacks that rained down like a torrential storm. Within moments, dozens of elemental spirits were eliminated. Notifications continuously flashed. Lin Yang'e and Ning Yi had gained massive experience points and collected numerous elemental crystal cores. The collaboration between the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages was devastatingly effective. At level 26, the skeleton warriors boasted an impressive 4,000 plus in overall stats, which allowed them to dispatch level 34 elemental spirits in just 3 strikes. Meanwhile, the skeleton mages had an astonishing 42,000 in mental power, making their spell damage utterly terrifying. 2 casts of their spells were enough to obliterate a single elemental spirit. As elemental spirits fell in droves, a sharp, piercing cry suddenly echoed from the distance. The elemental energies in the area went utterly berserk, chaotic beyond measure. The screeching wail grew increasingly intense, causing Ning Yi to clutch her ears in discomfort, muttering, "What is this sound? It's making my head spin." With the sharp cry reverberating, the surrounding elemental spirits emitted a resonating screech, one after another, creating a cacophony so loud it felt like it could shatter eardrums. The order of the elements was completely disrupted. Even the skeleton mages, who had been casting spells moments ago, now stood frozen as if petrified, unable to perform any magic. Lin Yang'e silently sighed to himself. As expected, the higher the level of a monster, the more challenging it was to deal with. If I'm not mistaken, that's the ruler of this elemental realm, the elemental king. The moment he finished speaking, he raised his hand sharply. A flash of red light streaked across the air, and a massive crimson net appeared, blanketing the sky. Skill, slow curse. In an instant, all the elemental spirits within sight had a giant blood-red shackle hovering above their heads. The ear-splitting screeches elongated, their movements slowed to 39 times their original pace, and the dreadful cries were abruptly cut short. Only the sharpest, most piercing screech from afar still persisted. "Attack!" Lin Yang'e commanded. The skeleton warriors raised their massive blades and charged mercilessly into the fray. With the skeleton mages rendered useless in this chaotic elemental state, the skeleton warriors had to carry the fight on their own. Fortunately, their efficiency in slaying enemies was staggering. Each elemental spirit fell with just a few strikes. Before long, more than half of the attacking elemental spirits had been wiped out. By now, the skeleton warriors had successfully drawn the attention of every elemental spirit. Those who had been fleeing earlier noticed that the elemental spirits had shifted direction, and relief washed over their faces. "We're saved, finally. I thought I was done for. Why did the elemental spirits stop chasing us? Look over there." They turned their gaze toward Lin Yang'e and Ning Yi, only to be stunned. The two, whom they had earlier deemed lunatics, were now commanding a formidable army of skeletons, effortlessly clearing out the elemental spirits. Under the relentless assault of the skeleton warriors' blades, the elemental spirits stood no chance and were swiftly annihilated. Who are they? How are they this powerful? This is incredible. Those skeletons are terrifyingly strong. Are they summoners? I've never seen a summoner this powerful before. Ridiculous. I called them crazy earlier. Looks like the real fool was me. Amidst exclamations of awe, the crowd watched as the elemental spirits were completely eradicated. Several minutes later, the piercing screech from afar began to fade, but the elemental chaos lingered. Lin Yang'e decided to recall the skeleton mages. In such conditions, their presence was purely ornamental. Counting on them to wield weapons and engage in melee combat was utterly unrealistic. Finally, that noise stopped. My head felt like it was going to explode. Ning Yi exhaled deeply, visibly relieved. Agreed. It was awful. Let's keep moving, Lin Yang'e said. The elemental spirits had almost all been dealt with, over 1,000 of them annihilated in less than 5 minutes by 150 skeleton warriors. The disparity in attributes was simply too vast, leaving the elemental spirits with no chance of fighting back. Leading the skeleton warriors, Lin Yang'e headed toward the source of the sound. The elemental crystal they sought lay deep within the elemental realm, obtainable only by defeating the Elemental King. While elemental crystals and elemental cores differed by just a word, their significance was worlds apart. Cores were generally items for those below level 40, whereas crystals were high-grade materials typically needed by level 40 and above professionals. Although there were exceptions, this was the norm. For instance, the Soul Nirvana crystal that Mo Yun had been tirelessly searching for was a high-grade item required for her level 40 class advancement. As they approached the origin of the sound, an astonishingly beautiful sight unfolded before their eyes. It was a scene so surreal that words could scarcely describe it. For types of elemental energies whirled visibly through the air. Lightning became shimmering starlight, fire turned into radiant embellishments, wind transformed into wings, and water formed crystalline mirrors. How beautiful! Ning Yi murmured in awe, utterly entranced. She had never seen anything so breathtakingly stunning, and yet so dangerously mesmerizing. Careful, Lin Yang cautioned sharply, but it was too late. A massive bolt of lightning struck down with blinding speed. Fortunately, the flickering bone armor absorbed the attack, shielding them from harm. Ning Yi was startled by the sudden strike. All she saw was a flash of blue light that left her momentarily blinded. Without the protection of the bone armor, she would likely have been gravely injured, or worse, dead. After all, at level 25, her strength was still far too weak. Following the lightning strike, a barrage of razor-sharp ice arrows rained down from above. The icy downpour carried a murderous chill as it drenched the battlefield. Every skeleton was hit by the ice arrows, their impact striking hard. Even Lin Yang could feel the force through his skeleton warriors. Once again, he activated his slow curse skill. With a single press of the palm, the curse descended. The vibrant, fantastical scene instantly vanished, and only then did Ning Yi realize that the beautiful vision had been formed by a mass of elemental spirits intertwining and distorting together. Under the effect of the curse, they quickly dispersed and revealed their true forms. The skeletal warriors charged forward. Even without the assistance of skeletal mages, and even though the wind elemental spirits could fly, in a state slowed by 39 times, escape was nearly impossible. Lin Yang issued a command, prioritizing the wind elemental spirits as targets for the skeletal warriors. After a fierce assault, the elemental spirits were swiftly eliminated. Their demise unveiled the true nature of the secret realm before the duo, a world composed entirely of elements, existing independently from the rest of the world. Unlike dungeons, a secret realm exists as a singular entity. Everyone who enters is under the same sky, meaning that if multiple teams attempt to conquer the same secret realm, they are highly likely to encounter each other, potentially leading to conflict. The elemental secret realm on the elemental planes is most famous for producing elemental crystals. These crystals are used to craft top-tier platinum-grade weapons, suitable for levels 40 to 59, and are of exceedingly high value. The cheapest platinum-grade weapons are priced at more than 5 million, while the most expensive can reach up to 1 billion. Among all platinum-grade equipment, those crafted with elemental crystals are considered particularly valuable, with attributes that rank at the pinnacle. However, for Lin Yang, the value of elemental crystals lay not in weapon crafting but in Bai Yuan's quest and his own cooldown amulet, as elemental crystals are one of the materials required to upgrade a basic cooldown amulet to an intermediate one. Let's go in. With the gate to the secret realm open, Lin Yang strode in with his skeletal warriors. The world around them shifted instantly, bone-chilling winds greeted them as they entered an icy palace. The elemental secret realm was a domain entirely constructed of elements, and their first challenge was this palace of ice. Its floor was as white and reflective as a mirror, and dim light refracted through it, becoming dazzlingly brilliant. The icy palace was structured like a maze with multiple passageways. Fortunately, Lin Yang was not one to fear mazes. Go! At his command, the skeletal warriors dispersed, charging into the various passageways, while a map began to form in his mind. Ning Yi, her face filled with curiosity, asked, "We don't need to move ourselves." Lin Yang shook his head. "No need. Let the skeletal warriors scout the paths. Once they find the right one, we'll proceed." Ning Yi giggled. "Your skeletons are so handy, they can do anything." Indeed, the skeletons were incredibly useful. Without them, Lin Yang wouldn't have been able to level up so quickly or solo various dungeons. The 150 skeletal warriors spread out further and further, methodically searching for the correct exit. They encountered no monsters along the way. This place was purely a maze. Whenever a skeletal warrior reached a dead end, Lin Yang would quickly recall it and redeploy it to search another path. The map in his mind became increasingly detailed. He even had the skeletons attempt to attack the walls. While the walls could indeed be shattered, they would immediately regenerate, making such efforts inefficient. Finally, after about 10 minutes of searching, the true exit of the maze was found. "Let's go, we found the exit." Ning Yi giggled again. "That was fast. "Your skeleton babies are amazing." Luckily, the skeletons had no emotions. If they could hear themselves being called babies, who knows what they might think. A large contingent of skeletal warriors surged out from the icy palace's exit, only to be met by a massive ice elemental spirit. Sitting upon a throne made of ice, it gazed coldly at the intruding skeletons, its eyes seemingly filled with rage, as if these uninvited guests had disturbed its slumber. With a sudden roar, countless ice pillars erupted from the palace ceiling and surroundings. Each pillar was at least a meter thick and 4 to 5 meters tall. The skeletal warriors swiftly charged forward, deftly dodging the ice pillars. Some, however, failed to evade and were sent flying. The ice pillars packed significant power, and the impacted skeletal warriors took minor damage. Lin Yanga cast a probing spell. Water Elemental General, Secret Realm Boss. Level, 37. Strength, 13,000. Agility, 0. Spirit, 13,000. Constitution, 16,000. Skills, Ice Pillar Impact, Ice Cyclone, Cataclysmic Flood. Traits, Physical Damage Halved, Immune to Ice Element. It was then that he discovered this monster was fused with the icy throne beneath it and was entirely immobile, a type of creature he had never encountered before. The skeletal warriors, like arrows loosed from a bow, charged at the water elemental general, unleashing dazzling bursts of skills. Their blades, glowing with fiery red energy, struck the general like bolts of lightning, shattering chunks of ice from its body. The fragments scattered like crystalline flowers blooming in the air. The water elemental general, with its trait of having physical damage, was not particularly afraid of ordinary physical attacks. However, the skeletal warrior's attributes were far superior to its defenses. Especially when their skills were unleashed, their immense power inflicted devastating damage on the boss. The water elemental general let out a harrowing scream, its roar filled with both pain and fury. Moments later, its entire body erupted with a ghostly blue light. The light transformed into countless ice arrows that filled the air like a torrential storm, a skill, Ice Cyclone. These ice arrows, imbued with immense force, seemed to possess endless power, pushing the skeletal warriors backward as if an invisible force was repelling them. A skill with a knockback effect. Lin Yanga's heart tightened slightly. He could clearly see the ice arrows spinning rapidly around the water element general, forming a terrifying whirlwind that encased the creature. It seemed to create an impenetrable wall of ice, making it nearly impossible for the skeleton warriors to approach. Without hesitation, he commanded the skeleton warriors to retreat swiftly, temporarily moving out of the skill's range. This was one of the skeleton warriors' most significant weaknesses. They were often helpless when confronted with skills that had control effects. The whirlwind became increasingly violent, its range expanding at an alarming speed, almost engulfing the entire room as though it intended to consume the entire space. A flicker of thought crossed Lin Yanga's eyes as he made a decisive move. In the next moment, all the skeleton warriors disappeared on the spot as if they had never existed. Without any hesitation, he and Ningyi retreated into the ice palace. The sound of ice arrows striking the palace walls echoed in their ears, sharp and resonant, as if playing a symphony of ice and fire. It took a full minute for the sound to fade away, signaling the end of the skill. Lin Yanga returned to the room where the water element general was located, his eyes narrowing slightly as a sharp glint flashed through them. He noticed that the water element general's wounds had completely healed. Earlier, the skeleton warriors had managed to leave numerous dents and cracks on its body, but now all traces of damage were gone, as if it had never been injured. "That's a bit unfair," Ningyi muttered, clearly noticing the water element general's unique trait. A single skill had forced all the skeleton warriors to retreat while also rapidly healing its injuries. This left her feeling a bit frustrated. Lin Yanga looked at the water element general, determination flashing in his eyes. "Stay here. I have a plan." Ningyi nodded obediently. She trusted that Lin Yanga would find a way to deal with this troublesome opponent. The skeleton warriors reappeared, surging toward the water element general like a tidal wave. Their heavy blades swung down in rapid succession, producing crisp, metallic clanging sounds as though they were hammering out a battle symphony. The water element general roared once again, summoning countless ice arrows that swirled around it, forming an even more powerful vortex. The icy wind howled, and the expanding range of the ice arrow whirlwind, coupled with its intense knockback effect, once again prevented the skeleton warriors from getting close. However, Lin Yanga showed no intention of retreating this time. He immediately recalled the skeleton warriors and, instead of backing off, charged directly into the ice arrow whirlwind. His skeletal armor gleamed brilliantly, like an unbreakable artifact, shielding him from the ice arrow's assaults and ignoring the knockback effects of the skill. Although the ice arrow whirlwind appeared vast, its density was surprisingly thin. The outer layers were filled with raging winds and chaotic ice arrows, but the center was unexpectedly calm. Lin Yanga, like a fearless warrior, pushed through to the vortex's core and released the skeleton warriors once again. Without a moment's hesitation, they began pummeling the water element general with their massive blades. The ice arrow whirlwind continued to expand, stretching to every corner of the room as if it intended to freeze the entire space. Ning Yi, following Lin Yang's instructions, remained inside the ice palace and refrained from stepping out. She firmly believed that Lin Yang would triumph over this formidable foe. The skeleton warriors attacked relentlessly, while the water element general let out continuous cries of pain. A minute later, the ice arrows abruptly vanished, reverting into countless water elements that returned to the water element general's body. The wounds on the water element general's body began to heal at a visible speed. However, unlike before, it did not fully recover this time. It remained riddled with cracks and dents from the skeleton warrior's assault, appearing battered and disheveled. Its aura had also visibly weakened, and Lin Yang knew his plan was working. Blue light shimmered across the water element general's body once again as torrents of water surged from it. Within 2 seconds, the water transformed into a massive tidal wave. The skill, Flood Surge. The enormous wave crashed down, brimming with aquatic energy. Unlike the previous skill, which focused on control, this one was a pure offensive attack. But as long as control effects weren't involved, Lin Yang felt confident. Without hesitation, Lin Yang recalled the skeleton warriors. He was more than capable of enduring this wave alone, sparing the skeleton warriors from unnecessary risk. With his skeletal armor boasting a physique attribute equivalent to 78,000, he stood his ground against the onslaught. Wave after wave crashed against him, attempting to engulf him entirely. Yet Lin Yang remained steadfast like an immovable mountain. After 5 consecutive waves, the water gradually subsided. The skeleton warriors reappeared, resuming their barrage against the water element general. This time, their attacks were even more ferocious. The skeleton warriors seemed like tireless fighters, launching assault after assault without pause. After 2 minutes of relentless strikes, the water element general was finally shattered into fragments of ice, its throne reduced to rubble. You have slain level 37 water element general. Experience plus 1,480,000. Obtained, water element core X10. As the notification appeared, Ning Yi dashed out of the ice palace, her face beaming with joy and her eyes sparkling with excitement. To her, Lin Yang was truly incredible. The rewards from this encounter were substantial. Not only was the experience gained exceptionally high, but even after splitting it between the two of them, they each received 1.48 million experience points. Additionally, the 10 water element cores they obtained could be sold for a hefty sum of 1 million gold coins. After the water element general's death, the environment underwent a subtle change. Lin Yang could distinctly feel it. The elemental chaos seems to have subsided a bit, he noted. Ning Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it feels a lot more comfortable now than it did earlier. The chaotic elements had previously caused discomfort, but the situation had improved, lifting everyone's spirits slightly. Lin Yang summoned a skeletal mage to test its abilities and discovered that water element skeletal mages could now cast their skills, while mages of other elements still could not. He speculated that this change might be related to the recent defeat of the water elemental general, possibly triggering some elemental shifts with its death. Crossing the shards of ice, they continued deeper into the secret realm. Waves of heat surged toward them, like winds from the depths of hell. This was a world of fire, with flames raging everywhere, transforming the entire space into a sea of fire. As the two stepped onto the burning terrain, the skeletal armor they wore immediately reacted. Silvery white armor shimmered into existence around them, gleaming like a divine artifact immune to flames, shielding them from the fiery onslaught. If other adventurers had ventured here, they would likely have been continuously harmed, unable to endure such an environment. The world of water had passed. Now they faced the world of fire. Ning Yi, however, seemed to find amusement in it, occasionally stepping on the small flames scattered on the ground, as though the fire posed no threat to her. With the skeletal armor's protection, she was completely unharmed. Lin Yang, on the other hand, meticulously replenished the skeletal armor every 2 minutes to ensure it remained in peak condition, ready to handle any potential dangers. In this fiery expanse, they did not encounter any elemental spirits. It seemed as though all the elements had reverted to their purest forms, devoid of the complex monsters seen before. In the distance, amidst the world of fire, a towering mountain of flames could be seen burning fiercely. This was the legendary Flame Mountain. The pair made their way toward it, traversing the treacherous sea of fire for 10 minutes before finally arriving at its base. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they realized it was not a mountain at all but rather a massive conflagration formed entirely of fire elements. The flames soared to heights of 50 or 60 meters, appearing as majestic as a towering peak from afar. Ning Yi was awestruck, her gaze filled with wonder. "How are we supposed to fight this?" she asked. As soon as her words fell, the Flame Mountain seemed to awaken. A pair of enormous eyes emerged amidst the flames, burning like fiery orbs. Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. Those eyes were too reminiscent of the flame demon king he had encountered in the past. Fire Elemental General, Secret Realm Boss. Level, 37. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Spirit, 20,000. Constitution, 16,000. Skills, Flame Eruption, Sea of Fire Explosion. Traits, halved physical damage, Fire Element Immunity, Flame Burn. This was yet another immobile monster with no physical attack power. However, its spirit attribute reached a staggering 20,000, which suggested its elemental damage would be devastating. Fortunately, it was not immune to physical attacks, meaning the skeletal warriors could still inflict substantial damage. 150 skeletal warriors surged forth from the summoning space, reaching the base of the Fire Elemental General in an instant. Towering like a small mountain, the Fire Elemental General unleashed hundreds of massive flame pillars that erupted into the air, exploding into countless fireballs that rained down from above. Skill, Flame Eruption. This was an all-encompassing, saturation-style attack, dense and overwhelming, creating a sea of fire that left no room to evade. Any team entering this realm would be subjected to this relentless barrage, and teams with insufficient strength would be utterly overwhelmed. The skeletal warriors were engulfed in flames as the fire element retaliated against them, sizzling and crackling as if crying out in pain. Despite this, the warriors pressed on, their formidable attributes granting them exceptional defenses and endurance. Meanwhile, skeletal mages of the water element emerged one by one, attempting to assist the warriors in combating the Fire Elemental General. Lin Yang decisively summoned all 28 water element skeletal mages he had. In this chaotic elemental secret realm, with the water elemental general defeated, only the water skeletal mages could successfully cast their skills. The mages unleashed their skill, Icy Rainstorm. Frigid ice poured down like a torrential rain onto the Fire Elemental General, generating thick steam upon contact, as though an icy baptism had been delivered upon the fiery entity. The Fire Elemental General roared in fury, unleashing wave after wave of ferocious attacks. Flame pillars continued to erupt relentlessly, as if intent on setting the entire world ablaze. Flames rained down from the skies like a fiery deluge. However, thanks to their elemental resistance skills, the damage dealt to Lin Yang, Ning Yi, and the skeletons was reduced by a full threefold. As a result, though the skeletal warriors appeared to be engulfed in flames, the actual harm they suffered was minimal. As long as the enemy's skills did not have crowd control effects, there was no need for undue concern. Lin Yang and Ning Yi stood steadfast within the inferno, their skeletal armor rendering them like two unshakable fortresses, untouched and unharmed by the fiery rainstorm. As the battle wore on, the Fire Elemental General sustained increasingly severe injuries. Its massive form began to shrink, and its once brilliant flames grew dim and lackluster. Realizing its life was in grave danger, it roared with unbridled rage, letting out deafening cries like a final desperate howl. Then, it unleashed its ultimate skill, Sea of Fire Explosion. In an instant, the fire elements of the entire world seemed to be provoked, erupting into chaotic turbulence. The ground trembled violently, as though struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake, rumbling and roaring as if the world itself was being torn apart. Lin Yang reacted swiftly, grabbing Ning Yi and bracing himself to stabilize their positions amidst the violent quakes. All the fire elements coalesced into massive, towering columns of flame, seemingly intent on igniting the heavens and transforming the world into a hellish inferno. The next moment, the sea of fire detonated with a deafening explosion. The thunderous sound startled Ning Yi, who instinctively covered her ears, her expression filled with terror. Explosion after explosion reverberated through the realm, as though intent on shattering the very fabric of the world. In the blink of an eye, the entire fiery domain was consumed by the violent blasts. The skeletons were flung into the air by the powerful shockwaves, tumbling through the chaos. However, Lin Yang and Ning Yi, shielded by their resilient skeletal armor, stood firm as if they were immovable mountains. The Fire Elemental General's final, frenzied outburst ultimately failed to achieve any significant impact. Once the skeletal warriors regained their footing, they immediately launched another wave of relentless attacks. From this moment onward, the Fire Elemental General no longer had any power to resist. With a final, sorrowful scream, it exploded into countless fragments. Flames danced through the air, resembling a magnificent display of fireworks. After this last brilliant burst, everything fell silent. You have slain level 37 Fire Elemental General, EXP plus 1,480,000. Asterisk, acquired, Fire Elemental Core 10. Elemental monsters did not leave behind traditional corpses. Instead, only scattered, flickering flames remained, as if to serve as a testament to their existence. With the Fire Elemental General defeated, the world of fire elements still persisted but had significantly weakened compared to before. The chaotic elemental energy had also become more stable. At this moment, the fire skeleton mage could finally cast its spells without interference. Ningyi squinted her eyes slightly, murmuring to herself, what will the next element be? Lin Yanga gave a slight nod, a hint of anticipation flashing in his gaze. He had already sensed the presence of wind elements, a force that was ever-changing, sometimes gentle and soothing, other times fierce and violent. As they passed through the fire elemental world and stepped into the realm of wind elements, a group of people appeared at the entrance to the elemental sanctuary. It was a 5-member party consisting of a knight, 2 support members, and 2 damage dealers, a standard team composition. Their attire bore the distinct style of professional adventurers from the Stick Nation, blending elements of the Shinsha Empire with the Sakura Nation's aesthetics, resulting in a somewhat awkward fusion of influences. Boss, I can't believe we actually found it. The elemental sanctuary, after searching for so many days, we've finally located it. Strange. Weren't there supposed to be elemental spirits everywhere in the sanctuary? Why don't we see any? The team members exchanged puzzled looks, as the information they had about the elemental sanctuary didn't match the reality they were observing. Park Yangcheng stared at the entrance of the sanctuary, a thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes, and then spoke slowly, it seems someone has already gone inside. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly, or we'll be too late. I didn't expect someone to beat us to it. The team members' expressions grew anxious, but Park Yangcheng remained calm. He smiled and said, no need to rush. They haven't been inside for long. I can still sense the lingering traces of elemental energy. If someone's already clearing the path for us, we might as well conserve our strength. As long as we reach the sanctuary boss before they kill it, we'll be fine. Doesn't the Shinsha Empire have a saying? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Today, we'll be the oriole. Park Yangcheng's confident demeanor prompted laughter from his team. Boss is right. Why stress ourselves out? As long as we're the ones to take down the final boss, that's all that matters. Better yet, we can strike when they're fighting to the death with the boss and take them both out. That's a great idea. Laughing and chatting, the 5-person team stepped into the dungeon, their faces full of relaxed confidence. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by the sight of a massive ice palace. The mage in the group cast a skill. A crisp sound echoed as waves of energy rippled through the ice palace like water. After a moment, the mage's eyes lit up with excitement. I found the path. Follow me. Meanwhile, Lin Yanga and Ningyi were slowly making their way through the wind elemental world. Here, the wind elements were incredibly active and unpredictable. At times, they caressed their faces like a gentle spring breeze, bringing a sense of comfort and tranquility. At other moments, they transformed into sharp blades, triggering flashes of defensive light from their skeletal armor. Suddenly, Ningyi grabbed Lin Yanga's hand, her eyes wide with surprise. She pointed upward and exclaimed, look, so many of them. Following her gaze, Lin Yanga saw clusters of pale green clouds floating in the air. Upon closer inspection, however, these were not clouds at all, they were wind elemental spirits. Like mischievous children, they huddled together, overlapping and intertwining, resembling beautiful floating clouds. The moment Ningyi noticed them, the wind elemental spirits seemed to sense their presence as well. The cloud clusters exploded apart, and in an instant, the sky was packed with countless wind elemental spirits. They surrounded the 2 adventurers tightly. The wind elemental spirits began to spin rapidly around them, forming a massive tornado that encapsulated them in its eye. From the swirling winds, countless wind spheres shot out like raindrops, pelting the pair relentlessly as if they were perfect targets. However, their skeletal armor acted like a magical shield, radiating a captivating glow and deflecting every attack effortlessly. Lin Yanga gently raised a finger, summoning his water and fire skeleton mages. They immediately began launching a counteroffensive against the wind elemental spirits in the air. At the same time, Lin Yanga lifted his palm, unleashing a massive crimson net that descended from above, a skill, cursed slow. The crimson net seemed to possess an extraordinary power, instantly ensnaring all the wind elemental spirits. Blood-red chains appeared above their heads, and their speed was reduced by 39 times. Even these incredibly swift spirits seemed frozen in place, their movements sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, the skeleton warriors leaped into action, fearlessly striking at the airborne wind elemental spirits with fierce attacks. Meanwhile, the 46 water and fire skeleton mages continued to cast various spells, engaging in an intense battle with the wind spirits. One by one, the wind elemental spirits were destroyed. In no time, over 100 wind elemental spirits were wiped out completely. But just as the battle seemed to be turning in their favor, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the wind elemental world. The cloud clusters in the sky burst apart, transforming into countless wind elemental spirits. However, these new spirits did not attack Lin Yanga or Ningyi. Instead, they all surged toward a single direction, like a tidal wave. Lin Yanga frowned slightly, a sense of unease welling up within him. Something's wrong. Ningyi looked puzzled as well. What's happening? She asked. Lin Yang's gaze focused on the distance ahead. There, a massive black object floated in midair, and countless elemental spirits were pouring into it like an unstoppable flood. Following that, another deafening thunderclap erupted as lightning tore across the sky. Thunder and lightning raged together, as if nature itself was showcasing its unyielding majesty. This is... Ningyi's eyes were filled with shock, and Lin Yang slowly explained, "That's a storm, a fusion of wind and lightning elements, forming this violent tempest." This storm carried no rain, only fierce winds and crackling lightning, making it particularly ferocious. Lin Yang immediately cast a detection spell, a beam of light shooting out to analyze the storm's information. Wind electric elemental entity, Mystic Realm boss, level 38, strength 0, agility 5000, spirit 25,000, constitution 20,000, skills, lightning, gale, thunderous strike, traits, physical damage halved, immunity to wind and lightning elements. This wind electric elemental entity, a fusion of wind and lightning elements, was now bearing down on Lin Yang and his party with overwhelming force. Its strength of 0 signified it had no physical attack capabilities, its agility of 5,000 meant its speed was not particularly high. However, its spirit stat of 25,000 indicated an extraordinary level of elemental attack power. Its colossal form, with a diameter exceeding 200 meters, exuded an oppressive presence. The howling winds surged ahead, and even from over 1,000 meters away, the overwhelming pressure was enough to make standing impossible, as though the storm sought to crush them into pulp. The wind pressure, sharp and slicing like knives, swept toward them. Yet, the bone armor Lin Yang wore radiated a white glow, forming a sturdy protective shield that rendered him entirely unaffected. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning traversed the 1,000-meter gap in an instant, striking Lin Yang directly. The strike exploded into dazzling arcs of electricity across the surface of his bone armor. In the same moment, the skeletal warriors charged forward, responding to his command. Moving at speeds of hundreds of meters per second, they lunged toward the enormous elemental entity, as though intent on tearing it to pieces. Lin Yang raised his hand, and a crimson glow descended with a hum. A massive shackle materialized on the wind electric elemental entity, binding it. Its movement, already not particularly fast, slowed drastically, leaving it lumbering through the air like a beast struggling against its chains. Amid the deafening roar, countless bolts of lightning poured down like torrential rain. The web of lightning was dense and relentless, an unyielding net that ensnared all the skeletal warriors. None were spared, all were struck with pinpoint accuracy. While the slowing curse impaired the elemental entity's mobility, it had little effect on the speed of its lightning. Lightning was simply too fast, even when its speed was reduced by 39 times, it still moved at an inconceivable rate, leaving no room for the skeletal warriors to dodge. The relentless bolts of lightning lashed at the skeletal warriors like merciless whips, inflicting continuous damage upon them. Skill, lightning. This seemingly simple ability carried devastating destructive power, pushing the skeletal warriors into a dire state of injury. Meanwhile, 46 skeletal mages had also arrived within attack range. They fearlessly unleashed their spells. Skill, explosive flames. Skill, Ice Storm. Fire and water elemental magic surged forward like an unstoppable tide, relentlessly assaulting the massive wind electric elemental entity. However, as they launched their attacks, another wave of lightning burst forth, striking down upon the skeletal mages without mercy. They, too, endured immense damage under the unrelenting storm. Despite the barrage of lightning, the skeletal warriors pressed on without retreat. Leaping high into the air, they unleashed powerful strikes, their blades cutting deep into the elemental entity. The entity trembled under the assault, as if writhing in agony. Yet, even as it sustained injuries, it began to tremble violently, working to repair the damage to its form. Meanwhile, its lightning attacks became wilder and more furious, continuing to rain down upon the skeletal warriors with unrelenting ferocity. The battle had devolved into a pure contest of brute strength, no tactics, no finesse, just a trial of whose body was tougher, whose will was more unyielding. The howling wind intensified, creating an overwhelming wind pressure that bore down on the skeletal warriors, further hindering their movements. The storm began to rise higher into the air, widening the gap between itself and the skeletal warriors, who could no longer reach it. This exposed a critical flaw of the skeletal warriors, their inability to fly, rendering them helpless against airborne foes. In Lin Yang's palm, a flicker of flame began to dance. The long-unused soul flame reappeared, quietly burning in his hand. The seemingly insignificant flame, no larger than a fingernail, floated toward the massive elemental entity. Compared to the elemental entity's 200-meter diameter, the soul flame appeared utterly inconsequential. However, its power was anything but. As the soul flame merged with the elemental entity, it detonated like a bomb. The entity trembled violently, its entire storm-like form quaking as if on the verge of collapse. Lightning and howling winds ceased simultaneously. The storm began to distort and deform, showing signs of disintegration. Lin Yang's eyes gleamed as he pondered for only a moment before understanding the situation. The wind-electric elemental entity was fundamentally a product of the fusion between wind and lightning elements, but such a merger could never be flawless. It inevitably bore inherent flaws. The soul flame attacked directly at its spiritual core, exploiting this flaw and tearing it apart from within. This internal disintegration was far more effective than any external assault could ever hope to be. The soul flame burned like an eternal fire, attacking the elemental being relentlessly, strike after strike. Lin Yang continuously utilized this skill, causing the elemental's form to twist and contort wildly, eventually leading to the storm's collapse. The lightning disappeared, the fierce wind ceased, and the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages seized the opportunity to accelerate their assault. Within mere seconds, the storm entity completely dissolved, vanishing without a trace. Defeated level 38 Wind Electric Elemental, EXP plus 1,520,000. Acquired Wind Elemental Core times 10. Acquired Electric Elemental Core times 10. As the smoke dispersed, tranquility returned. The chaotic elements settled, and the skeleton mages fully recovered. Lin Yang recalled all of his summoned skeletons. The recent battle had left them slightly damaged, and they would need time to recover. Ning Yi leapt up in joy, exclaiming, "Finally, it's down." She could tell how challenging the battle had been for Lin Yang. After all, his skeleton warriors were only level 26, while the opponent was a formidable level 38 boss. The relentless onslaught of powerful skills had left noticeable scars on the skeleton warriors. Yet, in the end, Lin Yang had triumphed over this mighty foe. Taking her hand, Lin Yang said, "Come on, let's go check out the boss." Together, they crossed through the wind elemental domain and stepped into the world of electricity. The world of electricity was surprisingly small, spanning no more than 100 meters in diameter. Electric currents surged through the air, dark clouds roiled above, and lightning continuously struck down. Despite the death of the electric elemental boss, the remaining electrical energy still raged through this domain, as though embodying its lingering resentment and unwavering will. Lin Yang knew it wouldn't be long before the defeated electric elemental boss reappeared. This wasn't unique to just this elemental boss. Even the final boss of the secret realm, the elemental overlord, functioned the same way. Over the years, the secret realm had appeared countless times, and the elemental overlord had been slain countless times as well. Yet, every time the secret realm re-emerged, the elemental overlord would resurrect alongside it. As long as the elemental planes existed, it could never truly be vanquished. Clad in bone armor, Lin Yang and Ning Yi walked hand in hand through the world of electricity. Lightning struck their bodies but failed to stir even a ripple, unable to harm them in the slightest. Instead, Ning Yi was captivated by the rare, dazzling scenery. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars, filled with admiration and affection for Lin Yang. After traversing the 100-meter expanse, they arrived at a long corridor where a transparent palace could be seen at the far end. At its center, the elemental overlord sat silently on a magnificent throne. Surrounding its body were swirling elemental rings, like cosmic halos, breathtakingly beautiful as if crafted by nature itself. So beautiful, Ning Yi gasped in awe. The elemental rings indeed exuded an otherworldly beauty, but unfortunately, it was a monster, and she was an adventurer. A battle between them was inevitable. The skeleton warriors charged forward, with the skeleton mages following closely behind. They advanced like fearless warriors, ready to launch a final attack on the elemental overlord. Suddenly, the overlord let out a piercing screech, a sound like thunder reverberating through the entire secret realm. The elemental rings around its body trembled violently. The elemental overlord, towering at level 40, unleashed its screech with such force that it created a tangible shockwave, causing the skeleton warriors to pause momentarily before continuing their charge. Lin Yang's heart sank. He fully realized that this was merely the overlord's most basic action, not even a proper attack, yet it was enough to make his skeleton warriors falter for half a second. This gave him a clear sense of just how difficult this battle would be. He braced himself, knowing that this fight might prove even harder than he anticipated. Ning Yi, too, was nervous, her small hands clenched tightly and slick with sweat. Elemental Overlord, Secret Realm Boss. Level, 39. Strength, 20,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 20,000. Constitution, 20,000. Skills, Elemental Barrage, Elemental Starburst. Traits, Physical Damage halved, Elemental Damage halved. Lin Yang analyzed the Overlord's stats, and his expression grew more serious. This was the strongest monster he had encountered yet. At level 39, the Elemental Overlord's 4 primary attributes, aside from agility, were all at a staggering 20,000, only slightly below his skeleton warriors. Coupled with its dual traits of having both physical and elemental damage and its immense vitality, this battle was destined to be grueling. Difficult or not, they had no choice but to fight. Having come this far, there was no turning back, only the path forward remained. The skeleton warriors had already reached the Overlord's side. Before they could even swing their blades, the Overlord struck first. Skill, Elemental Starburst. The 4 elemental rings around its body glowed simultaneously before exploding with a deafening roar. The shockwave sent over a dozen skeleton warriors flying, their bones riddled with cracks as if they might shatter at any moment. Lin Yang's expression darkened. Just one attack, and his skeleton warriors were already severely injured. Without hesitation, he recalled the damaged warriors back into his summoning space. Immediately, he activated his skill, Slow Curse. With a low hum, the curse took effect, and the elemental overlord's movements slowed significantly. As the curse activated, the remaining skeleton warriors closed in on the overlord, swinging their massive blades and unleashing their skill, Frenzied Strike. With their formidable stats, the attack landed with immense power, eliciting a sharp scream from the overlord. However, the overlord remained undeterred. It quickly retaliated with another skill, Elemental Barrage. Raising its arms, it unleashed torrents of elemental energy like crashing waves. The stream struck the skeleton warriors, sending another dozen flying. The cracks on their bones deepened, threatening to break them apart. What a powerful skill! Lin Yang marveled inwardly. Everything had happened in an instant. As soon as he cast the curse, the overlord completed its counterattack. He swiftly recalled the injured skeleton warriors and summoned flames in his palm. Skill, Soul Flame. The elemental overlord let out another shriek, writhing in pain as the soul flame seared it. Meanwhile, the skeleton mages launched their assault, bombarding the overlord with a barrage of spells like a torrential downpour. The overlord screeched again and sprouted a second pair of arms. Each new arm bore an elemental ring corresponding to wind, fire, water, and lightning. Skill, Elemental Starburst.